Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashinmon.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashinmon. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Come on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashinmon.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to yet another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have back for another Gematria debate Zachary Hubbard from GematriaEffectNews, and then also the challenger, Andrew Wilson from the Crucible. I'm actually excited. They're going to be doing the same similar topic. We're going into whether Gematria is useful or not. I think this will be an exciting one, as well as with Jim Bob prior to this. So we'll go ahead and kick off. Zachary, would you like to start with your opening statements, please?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. And I appreciate you coming on and challenging my position, Andrew. And since Andrew is a Christian, I thought it would be best to teach about this knowledge through a Christian lens. I'm sure Andrew, as well as every other Christian out there listening, is very familiar with Revelation 13, and specifically Revelation 13:18. In the King James Version, it reads, "Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And of course, in modern English, that is 666. This number is used ritualistically by the authorities, by the ruling class. And in recent history, 2020, a lot of you guys remember the lockdowns and the things you had to do if you wanted to go to school or maintain your job or go to the mall. Kind of like how Revelation 13 alludes to how you must take this mark, 666, if you want to buy or sell. Part of the Revelation 13 story. Revelation 13:18 is Gematria, or in Greek, the same word is isopsophy. So in the New Testament, which is written in Greek traditionally, the word Gematria means isopsophy. And within the English language, when you learn how to decode the alphabet, there's a reason there's an alphabetic order. Again, the biblical languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, ancient Greek, every letter is a number. And what we have learned through study is that it's the same thing with English. And that's why there's an order to the alphabet. But there is a cipher where you multiply the alphabetic order times 6. And in that cipher, the word isopsophy equates to 666. Again, Revelation 13:18 is a Greek isopsophy riddle. Another word that happens to equal 666 is one that YouTube really doesn't like you to say out loud, so I'll spell it out. It has to do with pokey doke or jam. VACCINATION. That word has this Gematria value of 666. And just for the record, Jimmy Kimmel, who broadcasts from the Masonic Temple, he once made fun of this cipher and the fact that these words have that numerical connection. But the point is, understanding this, you can see through the ritualism. The first simulation for the pandemic was given on Mercuralia, May 15th, 2018, exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared on March 11th, 2020. And of course, 2 years to the day later, Trump would declare Operation Warp Speed on May 15th. We'll get into how Trump runs on Mega, the highest degree of the Church of Satan, and how the sister simulation of Cladex, which was given 666 days before the pandemic was declared, how it was Event 201 and why it was titled that, and why it was on 10/18, October 18th, like how in the New Testament, Satan comes to earth in Luke 10:18. I don't want to be too long-winded, but I'm going to stay with 666 tonight and help people who are Christian understand why, again, if you have wisdom, you will know how to calculate the number of the beast and why this can be very relevant to your life, potentially even life-saving.
Oh, you had time to spare. Okay. I was expecting more. Thank you,
You asked
Andrew.
me to keep it short, so I wanted to keep it short.
I apologize. Andrew, to you, please. Oh, you're muted.
That's probably the only L I'll take tonight, is that I was muted in my opening statement. So just very quickly, you could have done that better by sourcing the Iron Maiden version, which is something like, bow to you of earth and sea, for the devil sends the beast with wrath, because he knows that time is short. Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666. It sounded way more ominous when they did it. I'm just pointing that out. So anyway, so back to this. Gematria is complete nonsense, and it's easily falsifiable. And actually, Zachary, you're going to do me a great favor tonight. You're going to falsify it for us, and I get to watch you do it. I do this to what me and Jim Bob refer to as, quote, Gematria tards all the time. Well, you seem like a decent enough fella, and I'm not going to take the evening to insult you, unless, of course, you start the insults first. Anyway, it's pretty simple. The object here is that math is a universal. If it is universal, it should be able to be applied universally. He says that numbers don't lie, but numbers lie all the time. For instance, have you ever taken a measurement of something and been wrong? Oh, maybe were off by a half inch, you were off by a quarter inch, right? Because it requires an interpreter. So how do we know that you're interpreting these numbers correctly? How do we falsify it? In other words, how do we falsify? Like, what can I compare to make sure that we could actually falsify this in a scientific way? Well, you don't have anything. You have nothing. You have a cipher, right? Gematria, in fact, there's multitudes. I have the Gematrinator here. I don't know. You're probably aware of the Gematrinator.
It was built in my honor, just if you don't know.
Yeah, the Gematrinator. Okay, the Gematrinator has multiple different Gematrination machinations in which we can use. Interestingly enough, though, you also claim that this can only be done in English. What about Old English?
I did not claim that.
Oh, okay, so it can be done in Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these. It can be done in all those. It can be done in all those languages.
I specialize in English. I learned about it from a 1926 publication by Manly P. Hall. But just to understand, it didn't start in English. Again, this was part of Hebrew, Aramaic, ancient Greek.
All right. Hang on. I wasn't actually asking a question, right? It's my opening statement. I'm just pointing this out. So just very quickly, I'm just going to reclaim a little bit of time there. Here's your history of failed predictions, Zachary. Obama's assassination on August 29th, 2014, total failure. Assassination on March 15th, 2015, total failure. You then predicted Obama's assassination October 19th, 2015. Never happened. You predicted the Obama or Trump assassination around 2016 U.S. election. Wrong again. Trump assassination on some unspecified date, right? And then you gave a bunch of numbers to go with all these. I don't know why. It's like a weird Illuminati card game that you have. Super Bowl 49 will be the Colts versus the Lions. Yep, you were wrong about that too. You're wrong about 2021 March Madness, right? You've basically been wrong about most of the more credible predictions that I can find you making. Tonight, I'm going to ask you to make a credible prediction and actually back that credible prediction up by giving us specificity. I don't believe that you're capable of giving specificity because I believe that you follow a very traditional mantra of a con artist, which is that you use vagaries, and it is through vagueness that you trick people. And so the second I can get specificity out of you, it now creates a claim which is falsifiable, which is why I don't believe that you'll be able to give us any type of specific claim, thus falsifying your own position. Now, to give you a distinction, if I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. But what my claim is as a political pundit is I'm utilizing experience, intuition, and other various social senses in order to come to conclusions, including inductive reasoning. So if I'm wrong, right? Now, it could hit my credibility, I suppose, if I'm wrong too often in predictions in the political arena. I think that that's fair. It would just show that maybe I have bad instincts or bad intuition or very bad inductive reasoning. You don't really have that luxury, though, because you have what's called a predictive model, in this case, Gematria. You need to actually specifically be correct about the things that you predict in a very specific way, and you need to be right about them more than you're wrong about them for this to actually be useful and not just left up to chance. So what I'd like to do is demonstrate that tonight when we open up the debate, and I'm ready to go when you are.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate both of you being here this evening. And as a kind reminder to the viewers, chatters, we will do about 2 hours worth of debate. Then we will go into closing statements, read and respond to super chats. Then we will open up the panel for the open panel dumpster fire. Gentlemen, the floor is open.
Yeah, so I just, if you don't mind, I can open up the line of inquiry very quickly by just asking you a basic question. Do you agree with me that that mathematics is a universal constant?
It is, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So then you would have to agree that universally, whatever mathematic expression you had, in the case that I would point to would be logic as a mathematical expression. Regardless of the language, propositional logic is going to be the same. There's no choice because what the hell is in the background?
You're so used to that. Stop it. You know that's always there. I'll turn it down another notch for you.
That's the most distracting shit ever. So anyway, in any language, this universal expression should be able to be expressed. I want to know why in Gematria you focus on English. Let's start with that.
Again, I was looking at this within the context of English because naturally that's the language I speak. We are in the United States of America where it's the dominant language. And I was trying to understand what I was seeing for over a decade with regards to numbers being used in ritual and big news stories and sports games, seemingly numbers being inserted into news articles that just didn't need to be there. They didn't really add any meaning to the story. It almost seemed like they were placed there ritualistically, the same number used multiple times in a story.
What kind of numbers?
Honestly, the number that I saw the most in the news that was unexplained to me for the longest time was 47. It seems that they like to put the number 47 in news stories an awful lot. And lo and behold, there is a reason for that.
Okay, so you have a newspaper clipping handy by chance of this number so I can see it in its context?
Well, I mean, if you followed my work, I often bring up the ritualism of 47 in the news. I don't have an example right here in front of me at this moment, but for anyone who's followed my work, it's a very recurring pattern.
Okay.
And just for the record, in Gematria, news happens to equate to 47. I didn't know that for the first 13 years of trying to figure out why that number was so omnipresent in stories.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You were explaining why in English, why you do this in English.
Okay, so again, I saw a correlation with this seemingly happening in our country, and I was trying to figure out what it could be about numbers and ritualism. And through my research, I discovered that numbers are important to Masonry. They like to etch on the temple all is number, the Pythagoras quote. Of course, Pythagoras, a Greek. Some people say he's the first Freemason. The New Testament. The entire Bible is really a book full of numbers. Of course, the fourth book in the Bible is titled Numbers. From learning about Freemasonry, I learned it was based in Kabbalah. Within Kabbalah is where this study of letters and numbers comes from. The physical model for Kabbalah is the tree of life, which is mentioned in Genesis 3:2:2. And the tree of life has 3 pillars and 22 paths. It talks about knowing good and evil. If you look into Kabbalah in the Tree of Life, there is a normal study, which is about relationship with Creator and the world that you exist within. And there's also something known as the evil half of Kabbalah, which is known as the Clipoth. And for the record, in that same cipher where, the VACCINATION word is 666, so is Clipoth. Seemingly not arbitrarily. The word witchcraft also has the 666 value. It makes you think about how spells has to do with magic, as well as the creation of words, spells, spelling. And if you look into the Clipoth, it is about using this Kabbalistic knowledge to have influence over somebody. And seemingly it seems that is what's being done with this knowledge. But as for English, again, in my studies, I noticed that at the end of the 16th century, that's when English was standardized with the 26-letter alphabet. And that is also when the Gregorian calendar was implemented by the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius. In fact, today is the anniversary of the Gregorian calendar being implemented. It happened in history on February 24th. And ultimately, that's where my research has led me to, that it's the Jesuits who created this system with the calendar and the language and seemingly used the Bible like a playbook, as we'll get to. And it
like
is
Club of Rome stuff, you mean?
Go ahead.
Club of Rome stuff.
Club of Rome established April 7th, 68, 3 days after the assassination of
I'm
Martin
very,
Luther
very familiar with the Club of Rome theory. So anyway, there's holes in that, and we can get to that too. But just very quickly, you do realize that the number one number which is found in newspapers is 10, not 47. It's the most recurring number in newspapers is 10 because of top 10 listings, top 10 this, top 10 that. I'm not even sure that 47 is in the top 10 of the most recurring numbers inside of newspapers. It seems like you're taking that number specifically because you can tie it in with other things that also in some way loosely correlate to 47. Here's how I can demonstrate this for you. Do you have the Gematrinator? Do you believe that the Gematrinator actually, if we feed it various words, can gematrinate their meaning for us?
How exactly do you mean that?
Well, like for instance, if you were to take, you're talking about the jabby stabby, and you keep on saying that it's 666 is tied into the jabby stabby, right?
It is.
Yeah, but I think that what's going on is that you're taking a loose correlation of opposite events, and I could take an equal amount of correlated opposite events and come up with a wildly different number than 666. And I don't know how you could falsify that.
Well, you can try and make your point, and then I'll give you my rebuttal if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, so anything which you come up with to reach the number 666 when it comes to the jabby stabby is going to be loosely correlated events which come up with a word by your definition that's going to equal this number. But what you have to do is you have to take a series of events which fit X other event to come up with this word to confirm your bias. What I'm saying is that I can equally take that, put it in the gematrination machine, which I have up now and I'll put in front of my audience, and prove to them and demonstrate to them that I can come up with a completely different number than 666. So can you tell me how you came up with 666?
Again, the cipher where VACCINATION equates to 666 is known as Sumerian Gematria or Gematria. It's just where the alphabetic order is counted by 6. A is 6, B is 12, C is 18, D is 24.
Is it the actual word vaccine?
Say that again?
Is it the actual word vaccine that equals 666?
Well, again, I'm spelling it out loud. VACCINATION.
Ah, I see. Now, are there other words that equal 666?
Of course there are.
How many?
That's a good question, but
you don't know?
Let me make a point real quick, Andrew.
wait, hang on, back up.
Go ahead, and then I'll make my point.
It's pretty important for you to know how many other words would equal 666. As after all, there could be other words which are non-nefarious whatsoever that would equal 666. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah. So why is it that we should put value on this one word? Like, for instance, why would it need to say shun? Why couldn't it just say een? Why couldn't it be ine instead of tion? Why not? Why does that not equal 666? It sounds like selection bias, right?
Well, again, we can get into the ciphers and the other variations of the word vaccine and where this all ties together. But to make a point about 666, and also the date that the simulation happened in light of the Christian lens. Again, for anyone who wants to look this up, Clade X was the first simulation of 2 simulations about the C-19 pandemic. And again, the first simulation was May 15th, 2018, exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared on March 11, 2020. Now, the thing about May 15th is the majority of the world writes that date 15/5 like 155. If you just take the most simple cipher, the alphabetic order, and you spell out the actual name of the virus, CORONA, virus, spell that word out, it equates to 155. In the same simple cipher, Christianity equates to 155. Now, in Sumerian gematria, where you multiply times 6, they both equate to 930. And Andrew, why would 930 be interesting in light of Christianity?
Well, hang on. Before we get into that.
Oh, hold on. No, let me finish my point if you don't know the answer.
Well, you just asked me a question.
Right. I'd like you to answer the question.
I have no idea. Why would 930 be relevant to Christianity?
In Protestant Bibles, the Christian section begins with Matthew 1:1, which is the 930th chapter of the Bible.
Okay.
The 930th chapter is where the Christian section begins.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what is the first book of the Bible called?
Genesis.
That's true in the Old Testament. Excuse me. What's the first book of the New Testament called?
What's it called?
Matthew.
Okay.
Matthew. But you hear the word math in it. And how does Matthew begin?
How does it begin?
It begins with the 42 generations to Jesus, correct?
Well, let's take a look and see if that's how Matthew begins.
Well, I thought you would know as a Christian. Matthew does begin with the first 42 generations to Jesus.
Let's pull it up. See, you have to be very specific here, right?
And
I just want to make sure. That what you're saying to me is actually true. So just hang tight. We'll pull it up.
Well, he's looking that up. Also, I let him get away with his little cheap shot about things we've gotten wrong. You guys should look into the resume of the things we've gotten right. It's unprecedented and it's undeniable. And we can come back to what he brought up in the beginning because it also wasn't quite accurate what he said. But if you're going to try and discredit my work based on a few things we got wrong in the early days of the research, you should take
hang on. I just want to make sure
track record over the last 11 years.
The book of So let's go back. The book of Matthew, right, starts with the words, "This is genealogy of Jesus, Messiah, son of David, son of Abraham." Why is that relevant to this?
I'm making the point about why the New Testament begins with the 42 generations to Jesus. Again, the Bible is a book of numbers.
Okay.
And Matthew, you hear it in the name, the word math.
Uh-huh.
So for your audience who's not familiar with
Wait a second. The word math is in the word Matthew, and you think that has relevance?
Well, I'm going to make a point how it clearly does.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, the 4 base ciphers of the English language. I learned this from Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, published in 1926.
Yeah, Manly C. Hall, the occultist, right?
P.
Hall, sorry, the occultist.
He wrote a lot about the occult.
He was an occultist, yeah.
Sure.
And a demon summoner.
Pulled over by the occult.
Yeah, no, he was an occultist himself.
That's also true, but I think he was trying to shed light on the fact that the occult is what controls the nation.
Can I ask?
Okay. So anyway,
it's not the word math, right? It's MATTH.
Right.
Right.
But
Would you acknowledge that?
Would you disagree that the pronunciation has the word math in it?
Sure. So it has math in it. Go ahead.
I'm going to make the point. So the 4 base ciphers of the English language are the alphabetic order. A is 1 up to Z is 26. The reverse alphabetic order, Z is 1 back to A is 26. And both orders with numerology applied. So there's 4 base ciphers. So if you have a word value, you'll get 4 numerical values. And these systems are related. And it does seem that there's something to all 4 values. For example, Barack Hussein Obama, if you take the value of his name in all 4 ciphers and add the 4 together, the 4 values equate to 666. It's interesting because the day he was called president-elect, the pick 3 in Chicago, their little lottery, the pick 3 that day was 666. And his birthday is the 216th day of the year, where 6 times 6 times 6 is 216. But coming back to the Matthew part, the word math with the alphabetic order is 42, With the reverse alphabetic order, the word math is 66. Protestant Bibles end with the 66th book. The word New Testament, or the words New Testament, with the alphabetic order and numerology, New Testament is 42. With the reverse alphabetic order and numerology, New Testament is 66. The word new also has the 42 connection. We can come back to the 42, but the point I'm making is, and just for the record, Matthew equates to 27, like there's 27 books in the New Testament.
Yeah, but how come we don't? Yeah, so how come you're using for this 66 books instead of 27 books?
Well, there's 66 books in the whole Bible. There's
Yeah, but there's
26.
There's 27 books in the New Testament.
Correct. Matthew.
So how come? So how come we side with 66 over 27?
Well, I'm just looking at the complete Protestant Bible.
Yeah, but why?
Because that's the way the book is.
Yeah, but why are you looking at that is my question. So again, it sounds to me like you're tying unrelated facts together for no particularly good reason. What is the relevancy of the Bible itself having, the Protestant Bible having 66 books? How is that actually relevant? Why shouldn't we instead say, no, the Protestant Bible has 27 books, and then the Old Testament has X amount of books, and then we decipher it that way rather than using 66?
It is one complete text. I mean, it's hard to get a Bible that's just the New Testament. I have
no,
a King
isn't.
James version right here.
Yeah, it's not hard
King
to get
James,
a Bible that's just the New Testament. That's not true. One.
Just
and two.
for the record about what I'm saying, again, the King James Bible.
Why do we go? Please answer my question. This is my question. I'm going to repeat it for you. Why is it that when you put the cipher together, you don't go with the 27 books of the New Testament instead of going with the 66 books total? Why instead go with the 66? How did you come to the realization you should go with 66 instead of 27?
If you can give me a minute here to answer your question and put it together, I just want you to see how it's all connected. So I'm sure you're aware of the star athlete who's known as King James, correct? LeBron James played for the Cavaliers. Cavaliers in history named after King Charles, who was the son of King James. LeBron, when he won his first NBA Finals.
I've never heard anybody call LeBron James King James, dude. Ever.
That's his nickname, King James. He won the only final for the Cavs on the real King James's birthday, June 19th.
So I don't watch sports. You could be right about this, that his nickname is King James, right? You could be, and I could just not.
Please just listen.
Hang on. It's really important that we go through this an item at a time, because you do like to do this thing, sir, and you can't say I haven't given you plenty of speaking time. But I actually really do need you to concisely tie these points together for the purpose of the debate, or we can't get anywhere.
I'm going to.
Do it concisely, please. Go ahead.
I'm going to, because what people need to understand about my work is I'm showing how these people use the Bible as a playbook in ritualism, from the news, like a scandemic, to your rigged sports leagues, to a 9/11, for example, where the Tower of Babel story ends in Genesis 11:9.
Just please answer the question. That's all I'm looking for. Just looking for the answer to the question.
King James was born in 1566, okay?
Okay.
LeBron equals 66. LeBron James also equals 66. The first time LeBron won a finals, they just happened to shorten that season to 66 games. Just so happened to be that way. The first time that King James wins the finals. And of course, they do call him King James. I'm sorry you don't know that. His first ever NBA game was against the Kings.
Yeah, but they also call him the Akron Hammer and the L Train. Why don't you go with those?
All of these things do apply. I can come back to that. He was born in Akron along with.
How does the L Train translate over to being tied into King James, though?
Just let me finish this point about 66 and 27.
Mm-hmm.
When he won the finals for the Cavs on the real King James's birthday, June 19th, 2016. That was LeBron's it was the Cavaliers' 103rd game of the season, which is the 27th prime number. LeBron scored 27 in the game, and 27 days later, his father died, who was Nate Thurmond, who was born in Akron along with him and Steph Curry. And Stephen, if you look up what the meaning of that name, it means crown, which fits in with the king. Also, if you look what happened before LeBron won that game, the actor Anton Yelchin died at 27. And if you look at the day he was born, the date of numerology for his birth was also 103. Again, the point I'm making, which might seem a little bit complicated, is these people do perform wicked rituals, and they do use these numbers.
Can you please explain to me why you went with the number 66 for the tie-in for this instead of the number 27.
Well, I'm showing you how they use 66 and 27.
I don't care why they use
Hold
66
on.
or 27. Can you repeat my question to me so I know you understand it?
You're asking me why would I look at 66, the whole length of the Bible, versus 27, which is the books in the New Testament?
Why? So can you answer that question?
Because both numbers apply to the book, clearly.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, okay,
27
okay.
in the Christian section.
Okay, but do you agree that some parts of the Bible, for instance, could just have certain things which are relationary chapter by chapter? Why not calculate all the chapters, for instance, and use that instead of using the total amount of books? Why is it that you use you use the totality, you say 66, or then you say 27? Why not calculate it chapter by chapter instead? Or how about a calculation of every single word that's printed in there? Or how about the calculation of every single word that's printed in there in Old English versus the new English version? Why not utilize those things instead of this? The reason I'm asking the question of why you use this as the foundation is so that I can make a determination as to whether there's good reasoning behind why you actually did that, or if you're just utilizing it so that you can correlate it with other loosely correlated facts, many of them not even correlated, in order for you to affirm your bias. So why did you go with that specifically? Why?
Because they are pertinent numbers to the book. And for anyone who knows about the Bible, the New Testament is based in the Old Testament, including Revelation being entirely based on what's in the Old Testament. And just for the record,
that doesn't answer the question, dude. That doesn't tell me why you're using that. So the foundation for this, you start with this, right? It's interesting that the Bible has 66 books. The Protestant Bible has 66 books. Why is that interesting? Well, it's interesting because of these other loosely correlated facts that I can calculate out to 66. But we haven't answered the question as to why it is that the Bible having 66 books has any fucking relevancy to anything in the first place, other than you want it to.
Well, 66 is the 11th triangular number. And in numerology, 11 is the master number. And just for the record, your spiritual figure, Jesus, which is not his traditional name, it's the newer, more invented English name, Jesus has 11 encoded in it. And for the record, Revelation equates to 121, which has a square root of 11. So a major emphasis on 11 in the spiritual figure of the New Testament, the 66th book.
It's not answering my question of why you're using the Bible as a foundation of 66 books to begin with. Why?
Because that's how many books it is. And
that doesn't mean anything. It's like me saying this, okay? So if I were to say to you, there are 20 cigarettes in a pack, right? There's 20 cigarettes in a pack. And if I add that 20 cigarettes in a pack to the 12 beers that are in this 12 pack of beers, I get this number. And that's correlated with blah, 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 blah. That's all well and good. But why did I start with using the cigarettes in the pack to begin with? Why? That's my question to you. Foundationally, why are you starting with this at all?
So for people who do not understand where this knowledge comes from, it is pertaining to the Bible. Traditionally, this study relates to the Hebrew alphabet and the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. It's very obvious that as time went on and this knowledge spread, for anyone who looks into the Templars, the story is that they brought back this knowledge from the Holy Lands after the Crusades and brought it to the church. It appears that the English language, along with the calendar, was a newer invention of this system, truly a system put in place, and seemingly for world domination, because this code traces all through history from the end of the
Why are we starting with the Protestant 66 books of the Protestant Bible? Why are we starting with that as a baseline to build these numbers up to begin with? Why?
Again, I'm answering why the Protestants were given this 66 book
Bible. I don't care why they were given it. That's not my question. My question, I will assume God himself came down and gave it to them. He handed it to them on a silver platter.
With regards to the King James
Version, why for the purpose of the mathematical breakdown in this numerological set, and we're going to consider this a set being X amount of correlated pieces equal X number, and the X number is then the thing that we're after. That's what we're solving for. But we have to have a reason to start with numero uno, the first thing that we start with, right? So if I'm going to calculate 1 plus 1, for instance, to equal 2, I have to start with a reason to count 1, right? There has to be some reason for me counting 1. What is the reason we're starting foundationally with the 66 books of the Bible in order to draw these correlations to begin with? Why?
Again, I think I'm explaining it. I think it's you who's not grasping it.
Use really
Numerology,
small words.
huh?
Use really small words.
Okay. Numerology is central to the Bible. It is central to Kabbalah. This seems to be overlooked by many people who read through the Bible and do not question what all of the numbers inserted in there mean. Were you not once a child like I was, Andrew, coming up in the church in Sunday school and reading these verses and asking, why are these numbers in there? Did that ever?
No, I was born an adult-based conservative, ready to have sex with my wife right out of the womb, sir.
Honestly, Andrew, you claim to be Christian.
Mhm.
Did you not read the Bible as a child and wonder what it was about the numbers?
No, I didn't think too much about the numbers, but they just seemed like they were chapter indicators, right?
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
There's a lot of specific numbers in the verses that go
Yeah,
without
but those
explanation.
numbers, and most of the time, these numbers pertain to something which is relevant that we're talking about, right? So same thing with genealogy. You can calculate genealogies to X number of years. You can do this in Genesis with the line of Adam, for instance, and you come up with the X amount of years it took to get to Moses, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is that is tying something to something else. So we have reason to do this. We're solving for something, right? We're trying to determine how many years between Adam and this person was it? How many years between Adam and this person was it? Perhaps you could use that to calculate the age of the earth or the age of creation. There could be many various reasons why you'd want to focus on these various genealogies, though in Timothy it does say not to focus on endless genealogies, I believe. But the thing is that aside, it pertains to a reason for us to do the thing. What I'm asking you is a basic foundational question, which is, what is the reason we start with this base other than just because you fucking want to?
Again, it's not because it's what I want to. It's about observing the numbers that exist in this text and trying to understand why. 6 is a recurring number from the beginning of the Bible. For the record, in the Sumerian cipher, Genesis also equates to 666. And I'm sure you're aware that man is made on the 6th day.
I can grant it that any number of numeric calculations that you come up with as just being true. However, this does not answer my foundational question as to why it is we're going to start with the Bible to begin with. Why? Why do we start with that to begin with? This Protestant Bible, 66 books. Please answer my question. Why are we starting with that? Why?
Is the King James Version not the most recognized version of the Bible in the English-speaking world?
Yeah, that doesn't give us a cause for why we would start with that.
Okay, if you look into the King James Version, they say Francis Bacon was one of the key writers for it. He was into this study of letters and numbers. John Dee, the occultist, who was also into the study of letters and numbers, helped with the King James Bible.
First of all, John Dee was an Enochian occultist, okay? And the thing about Enochian occultists is that they also are all fucking numerologists. And they like to fool the kings that they work for, like John Dee did, by coming up with false Enochian linguistics, completely made up, false, non-testable Enochian linguistics. To this day, they can't be tested because they were all false. And he was able to trick the court that he was working for, John Dee was. So the thing is like, that's not good evidence of anything, especially not Enochian text. That aside, leaving that portion of the occultism aside, John Dee did the same exact thing. He said, foundationally, we need to start with this portion of the Bible in order to decode what angelic speech is, what Enochian speech actually is. He never gave a fucking reason why, though. And so the thing is I'm asking you the same question nobody ever asked him. Why are we supposed to start with a baseline of 66 books from the Protestant Bible in order for us to do these calculations based on that as our foundation? Why are we using that as our foundation? Please answer my question.
Well, you constantly interrupt, first of all.
Dude, do you really think that I've interrupted you?
You didn't even let me get to the sixth thing.
Dude, you have been going and going, and I've been gracious in letting you go and go. I've barely spoken this entire debate. For me to cut in in certain times so that you don't continue to filibuster, so I can get the answer to my question is totally appropriate. I've been nothing but respectful. I haven't bulldozed you at all, which I could. I haven't done that at all. I've been graciously allowing you to try to answer this question. But please concisely just answer this. Why, sir? Why are we starting with the 66 books of the Protestant Bible as a baseline to make any other calculation? Why?
Again, I talked to the point of this subject is this knowledge useful? And it absolutely is. Understanding that these people are using the Bible as a playbook and largely the King James Version because of the occultists who are tied to it from the beginning. See, you're trying to downplay it. You're like, I don't care what they said. That's your perspective.
I haven't downplayed anything.
Again, hush.
What did I downplay?
Hush, please. 6 from the beginning.
You're not answering my question, dude.
Andrew, in what verse does God regret making mankind?
What verse?
In what verse does God regret making
No
mankind?
idea. What verse?
In the beginning of the Bible.
Okay. What verse?
Genesis 6:6 is where it begins that God regrets.
Yeah. What
mankind.
verse?
Huh?
What verse?
I just answered what verse.
What is it? Genesis 6:6? Are you sure?
Yeah.
That's what he said,
Are
Genesis.
you sure that's the verse?
Yeah.
Are you positive?
In Genesis 6:6, God expresses that he regrets making mankind.
Okay. Go ahead.
The point is 6 is recurring throughout the book. I told you 66 is the 11th triangular number. Maybe you didn't understand what that meant. 11 is the master number in numerology. It's a rep digit of 1, like 66 and 666 are a rep digit of 6. Numerology.
Okay. Why are we starting with the Bible for any of this? Why?
Because that's where the knowledge originates from.
So the Bible is the source of all knowledge.
I didn't say that that is necessarily true, but the
Well,
source
what is the source of all
scripture-
knowledge?
Hmm?
What is the source of all knowledge?
I don't know if there's one source of all knowledge.
And why are we starting with this Bible?
Because the people who rule this nation, rule this world, which is the church, they use it ritualistically in a mocking fashion.
Wait, what? Say that again? I just want to make sure I got that right. What?
They use the knowledge of the book
Uh-huh.
like a football coach uses a playbook.
Uh-huh.
Again, look at 9/11. The majority of the world writes that date 11/9. The story of the Tower of Babel ends in Genesis 11:9. And
Okay.
just for the record, this cipher where you multiply the alphabetic order times 6,
Uh-huh.
Genesis has the 666 connection, as does New
This
York.
doesn't answer the question still.
Hold on. I want to come back to how you were trying to downplay what I was saying about the pandemic being simulated 666 days before it was declared. So
Yeah, I actually have
hold
that
on.
information in front of
Hold
me
on.
here. You said it was from let me just make sure I got this right. What was the organization you said again? I just want to make sure I got it right. What was it? What was the organization?
Are you talking about the Claydex simulation?
Yeah, the Claydex simulation. And
There
sir,
were multiple participants,
Yeah.
including all the same ones that were involved in event 2.
you had a problem with your claim there, though. Do you know what it was?
There is no problem with the claim.
Well, here's the problem with the claim. The Claydex simulation, I do have it in front of me. You are correct. Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security hosted a Claydex pandemic tabletop exercise May 15, 2018, Washington, D.C. The purpose of the exercise was to illustrate high-level strategic decisions and policies the United States and the world will need to pursue in order to prevent a pandemic or diminish its consequences. The problem is that there was many other corporations long before Claydex who ran pandemic simulations inside of the United States. You claim that this is the first one. That is key.
I did not say it was the first one.
Not only did you,
Hold
you
on,
said
no,
that was the
that's right.
first simulation run. Hang on. I have
You're
the
wrong,
note.
though,
I'm taking,
Andrew.
bro.
You're
I have
wrong.
taken the notes.
You're wrong.
Let
Okay,
him
hang on.
finish,
Calm
Zachary.
down.
Andrew, there are no
Calm
other
down.
simulations
Calm down. You can
even
respond, dude.
invented
Just
one.
calm down. Calm
Hold
down.
on,
What you're
Zach. Let
saying
him
is wrong.
finish.
Chill out.
Well, he's reading a source, so let him finish reading the
Okay,
source,
then
and
I'll
then
Chill
you
out,
can.
dude.
Then you
You
can
are
Well,
wrong.
you said that this was the first simulation
I
that
did
was
not say it
run.
was first.
Okay, then let's go through it again. So Claydex runs this simulation, which has what bearing on what?
Claydex and Event 201 were sister simulations. They were unique in the way they were done. Anyone can still watch the broadcast. There were no other simulations done like this. They have the same, for people who have not watched it, they present it like it's the news, like you're watching CNN. They have the same news anchor. These are sister-related simulations, okay? But I want to come back to the point about what
Does
you're
that have to do with the calculations, though?
Hold on. The face of the opposition in the time of the pandemic was Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's recently been sworn in as the Secretary of Health. And I want you to understand how these things are related. If by chance, did you watch any of his confirmation hearings?
Of course, watched them live.
Okay. So would you agree that the major focus was on his history of being an anti-vaxxer?
Some of it, yes, and others.
It was the major focus, including all the new.
No, I would say that the major focus from the progressives in that panel was on whether or not he was taking money from various corporations when he was engaged in lawsuits against those corporations for the purposes of health.
Well,
so
that
I
was
would
what
say
Elizabeth Warren brought up in one part of the testimony where almost everybody
no,
else
Bernie. No, here's the thing, right? All of them had a different variety of questioning him along those same exact basis of essentially calling him a crook. While I will agree with you that there was a lot of pandemic testimony and his anti-jabby stabby, I can see that that's true. I don't think that was the only focus. No.
Okay. I didn't say it was the only. I said it was the main focus, and it absolutely was for anyone who watched.
Okay.
So here's what's interesting. From the day that he gave his speech about why he was running for president, which was April 19th, 2023, Ignatius of Loyola Day, a recurring day of tragedy in this nation's history. RFK Jr. is Jesuit educated, having gone to Georgetown Prep. It's also why he had his lockdown rally in DC on Georgetown's birthday, which went over almost everybody's head. Again, if you're new here, I show how all of this traces back to the Jesuits. But again, from the day that he gave his speech about why he's running to the day that he was confirmed as the Secretary of Health was 666 days later. And again, the big concern is him being Mr. Anti-vaccine.
Okay, well, hang on. Let's take this a claim. Hang on. Let's take it a claim at a time. Let's just make sure that that's correct.
It is correct. Please.
So how many days? Okay, so when do you believe that he started running for this position that he never ran for? Because it's not a position you run for.
He gave his.
You don't run for the Secretary of Health, just so you know.
2023.
Okay, hang on. Stop. When?
April 19th, 2023.
And what did he do on April 19th, 2023?
That was the day he gave his speech about why he was running.
Okay.
From that day to the day.
Hang on.
Officially.
Hang on. He's not. By the way, I'm sorry. Do you run for that position?
What do you mean? You run for that?
Do you run for that position? Is that a position you run for?
He announced.
Are you elected for that position?
He announced why he was running for president.
Right. But there was discussions. He was approached with this multiple days before he ever made this announcement. Why don't we go with that date?
I'm going to
because then it wouldn't equal 666, would it?
Again, I will bring it all together for you.
Hey, just tell me, hang on. Listen. I don't need you to go on a wild diatribe. I want you to specifically answer the questions I asked you, please. Why, sir, didn't you go with the multitude of weeks before when he was approached by President Trump's team to take this position? Why would we not use that as the starting date rather than the speech when he made the announcement? Can you explain that to me?
I can bring that piece in. Absolutely. But let's go through the full thing here. Okay. So 666 days from his speech for why he's running to the day that he becomes the health secretary.
He didn't run, sir. He didn't run.
The day he announced he was running for president.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about who now?
RFK Jr.
You're talking about RFK Jr. running for president?
He announced he was running on April 19th, 2023.
Oh, you mean for president?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were talking about health secretary.
And for the record, that date had 66 numerology, like number of the beast equals 66, like New Testament equals 66, like math equals 66. Math's also 42, like New Testament, like the beast rules for 42 months, like the word vaccine equals 42, like Jesuit equates to 42. Coming back though, listen and follow the thought.
Okay.
If you go back and look, RFK Jr. put out a video last year on social media, July 2nd, 2024. RFK Jr., the snake, is what the video's titled that he put out. His testimony or his hearing began the first day of the year of the snake, January 29th. And of course, the snake is associated with Satan, the serpent.
Stop, dude. Stop. Please answer my question. I'm going to ask it again. Why is it that in order to equal 666 days, you're talking about RFK being the health secretary to reach the number 666? Yes or no, please? Yes or no?
Okay.
Stop, bro. From the day he made this speech to the day he became health secretary, that's where he came up with the number 666, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, okay. Great. Yes. Great. So we're on the same page. You went off on presidency and other things. So 666 days. Why are we going with the day he makes the speech rather than the day he's approached for the position? Can you please answer that question now? Don't talk about talking it into other. Stop.
I can answer your question.
Finish, bro. Let me finish. I haven't finished asking. I don't want you to try to tie it into a bunch of other shit. I want you to simply state for me why it is that you go with that day instead of when he's approached to it, other than because if you went with the day he was approached, it wouldn't equal 666. What would the reasoning for that possibly be?
Okay, so the day that him and Trump linked up was August 23rd, 2024. And I can get to why it was that day, but where it fits in with this number of the beast thing is that was the day that he ended his campaign, joined forces with Trump. And that's where the talk began of him, getting a position within the administration, hopefully having something to do with what his focus has been in recent years.
What day was this?
Huh?
What day was this?
RFK Jr. dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump Friday, August 23rd, 2024.
Okay. And if we go ahead from August 23rd, 2024 to when he was confirmed as the health secretary
on February 13th.
How many days was that?
That was 174 days later. And here's where this gets interesting. If you write out number of the beast, that has a Gematria value of 174. If you apply numerology,
how are we getting to 666?
Huh?
From how do we get to the number of 666 from the speech, the day of the speech, to the day he's confirmed as health secretary, instead of again going with the few days before or the weeks before when he was actually approached with the position? Can you explain that, please?
I'm showing you how the whole thing fits together.
It doesn't matter how it fits together. It only fits together if we grant the original link of how we got to 666 to begin with. Otherwise, it doesn't fit together. So the thing is again, hang on. I'm not going to grant your presupposition that this is true. I, in fact, dispute that it was 666 days because I would prefer to go with the 10 days before when he was approached or the 20 days before when he was approached. Why would I be wrong to do that? Why?
The day that goes down is the day that he announced his candidacy for president was April 19th, 2023, when he gave his speech about why he was running. And one of his key reasons he expressed was because he wanted to change the nation's health.
Yeah, but why would I be wrong in going with a different day that happened before when he was approached for such a position?
Okay, so here, to entertain your idea and show you how all these things fit together.
It doesn't matter. Stop. Listen, I need you to understand why it is that it's irrelevant how these puzzle pieces fit together if the supposition of piece A, right, doesn't fit to begin with. This means that every other supposition you make off of your first supposition doesn't fit already. So we're going to take this line by line to see if any of these fit to begin with. First and foremost, how do we get to 666 days? Please answer that question. Let's start with that again.
And running in for this race
Mm-hmm.
for a place in federal office to the day that he was appointed to a place in the federal office
Mm-hmm.
was exactly 666 days later.
Yeah, but it
Okay?
was also the start of the American Revolution, Waco siege, Oklahoma City
Absolutely.
bombing, all sorts of
Absolutely.
different things, right? Because every day on the calendar actually has some significance.
Yeah.
If you want, hang on, if you want to look at it that way, but also, again, why should we go with the day that he announced instead of the previous days where he was approached? For instance, let's see if we can find out when was RFK approached for the Secretary of Health position.
Andrew, I know what day he filed his paperwork to run.
Yeah, but
and I can show you how it all
what day
fits
was
in
he
with the
approached?
streamlined
What day
pattern.
was he approached? What day was he
That's not part of
approached?
the record. There's the day he filed his paperwork. There's the day he
Well, you can safely assume that he was approached for said position before he announced that he was going to take on said position, right? That's a safe assumption.
Is that part of the public record?
Is it a safe? Even if it wasn't, wouldn't it be like I wouldn't go to you and say, "Hey, man, you want to be the Secretary of Health?" and then you would go fucking announce it the same day. That's not how that would work. You would be approached for it. There'd be a vetting process. There'd be a negotiation. There'd be talks. Why don't we go with that first?
Okay. Again, if you want to understand the ritualism of everything they're doing,
then we need to start with concise facts. And we need to start with
let's start with the concise facts.
We need to start with hang on. We need to start with why we have these arbitrary.
Andrew, talk,
dude,
please. You don't have any information. All you bring out is
Hold on, gentlemen.
Arbitrary starting points. These are
they're
arbitrary.
not arbitrary starting points.
Then why are we starting with that? What is the actual reason we're starting with it? Yeah, but why is that significantly? Why is that more significantly relevant than the day he was approached for the position? Why is that more significant?
Andrew, let me make points, and you're allowed to rebut them and try to dismiss them. Again, you go. What if
Zach, what he's looking for?
I mean, this is dumb.
Zach, I think what he's looking for is kind of the why. Like you have a baseline, but the question is why. Like for instance, if you're doing math, you're given a given, right? Why is that a given? And there's actual reasons why we have givens in math. You know, if you're doing geometry, so on and so forth.
Right,
so
and I think anyone can understand that if RFK Jr. began his race on this date, that's why we're measuring from that date. I think that's
no. See that. So now we're getting somewhere. When you say RFK started his race for what?
Federal office, to be president of the United States.
Okay. I'm sorry. We keep speaking past each other then. Okay. So I just did ask you for clarification on this. The clarification on this was I asked you, are you saying that there was a day where he made a speech and that speech was tied into him to be becoming the health secretary? And you said yes. And that's how you ended up with the number 666. Is that now not true?
Again, I'm making the point of when his federal race began to when he got his federal position, which was different than what he set out for, but related, and how it was exactly 666 days later. And again, a point I'd like to make is he's part of the administration of number 47, something we called out that would happen 4 years before it did, why Trump would win this election. Beast equates to 47 like Trump, and he does run on the highest degree of the Church of Satan. Now, please let me make the point. Again, you're trying to downplay these things. For you guys to understand how connected all this stuff is, the day that RFK Jr. dropped out and endorsed Trump, that was the 220th day of RFK Jr.'s age. Donald John Trump equals 220, like how Inauguration Day is 220 days after his birthday. And the official title of RFK Jr.'s position is Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, which equals 220. Not to mention there's 220 Republicans in the House, giving them the majority in the House.
Okay.
You learn this code.
Yeah, great. Can we?
You can see through how.
So we're not talking past each other. Can I just get this clarified so that I understand the actual position, right? Because I'm not even sure right now I even actually understand it. Okay. I think maybe we're speaking past each other. Maybe that's an actual problem happening right now. How do we get to the number 666? Is that when RFK is announcing he's running for president to the day that he becomes health secretary? Or is that the day that he gives a speech on becoming a health secretary until the day he becomes health secretary?
I don't know how many times I have to answer the question, Andrew. This is wasting time. There's so much.
I just want to make sure I'm clarified on this.
1,000 times, Andrew. He
Tell me
announced
again.
he was running for president on
Okay.
April 19th, officially putting his hat in the federal race.
Okay.
666 days later, he gets a federal position based on this.
Okay. I understand. Got it. Got it.
I want to make a more important point because this is about the jab. And
again, okay, go ahead.
It saved a lot of people's lives, which is valuable. RFK Jr. put out a video called RFK Jr. the Snake on July 2nd last year, something anybody can look up on 7/2. And the thing about jabs is the schedule, which has been for more than a decade, is by the time you're age 18, you now get 72 jabs. 72, which isn't an arbitrary number. It's a number that's related to Kabbalah in the Goetia. There's 72 names of God in Kabbalah.
How many jabs for what?
Huh?
How many jabs for what?
If you're a child coming up, there's 72 recommended jabs by the time you're 18 years old.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, this 72 number is related to that. RFK Jr. again on 7/2 puts out the video RFK Jr. the Snake. I'm sure you know how the medical world is associated with their symbol, the caduceus, which I often pronounce wrong, but it has the snake around the staff. Interestingly enough, in Gematria, RFK Jr. equates to 72. Year of the Snake equates to 72. His hearing began on the first day of the Year of the Snake. Jesuit order.
Can we start with this, though? The recommended amount of vaccines until you're 18. Where are you getting the number 72?
That is, if you watch the testimony, it even came up. They brought up how the schedule of 72. That's what the schedule is.
Can you just tell me what the source for that is so I can look it up real quick?
Anyone can look it up right now.
I have the record. Listen, dude, calm down. I'm just going through each claim like I would with any debater I was debating with. When you shotgun tons and tons of claims, it actually is confusing. So I'm trying to break them all down one at a time. So let's start with this. Where do you get the source that the recommended amount of vaccines for a human being till the age they're 18 is 72? Can you just tell me what the source for that is?
The CDC. It's right on their website.
Okay, where on their website? What's the subcategory breakdown, real quick? Just real quick, so I can pull it up. So we're following along.
Andrew, it's not that hard.
Do you have it in front of you?
Here, just type into Google these words. These are the words for a web search. 72 vaccines schedule and see what pops up. It'll be the CDC with the AI overview right at the top. Should be easy.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Now, 72 is not an arbitrary number. There's a reason we got the first.
I actually don't see this from the CDC here. Just so you know. That's not actually what I see. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page, that I can confirm that there's supposed to be 72 vaccines by the time you're 18 years old. And I actually can't find that information. I would like to real quick before we move on.
Well, you can search for it and do a debate rebuttal if you think it's wrong. It's not.
So I pulled it up on my end. So far, I'm seeing not 72. So far, I'm seeing 16 total.
16 is what I keep seeing. Yeah.
Breaks, and that includes the vid vaccine. That word.
Yeah, I'm not actually seeing that. So the thing is again, the entirety of this debate, my argument to you is that we have to base everything on these incorrect presuppositions that you hold in order for your numerology to continue down its path to make falsified claims. So we need to start with each fucking claim and verifying that it's true. And I'm willing to grant that everything you tell me is true if you back it up with a source that I can then verify, and then we can move on to the next claim so that we can get these numbers correct. Where can I find the information that all 18-year-olds ought to have 72 vaccines by the time they're 18? Where can I find it?
Again, you can do a web search. If I'm mistaken, you can say that I take the L in this part of the debate, but that information is out there. It was literally brought up in the hearings with RFK Jr. And I just want people to understand that 72 is not an arbitrary number. Again, it is the Jesuit.
Yes, but now it is an arbitrary number because you just brought it up as being a vaccine protocol, which is what you're basing these other numbers on. And you can't actually demonstrate for us that that is true.
Again, I just told you what to search, and it pulls up right on my end of the thing.
Can you share your screen?
Here. All right, here. Can I share my screen? Let me see.
Yes. You got a real deer in the headlights look right now.
It's right
The
up here. On
recommended vaccination schedule for individuals age 72 years and older may depend on individual. Where I don't see any 72
I
there.
brought up the right thing.
Oh man, this is not looking good for you, Chief. Where can we find the 72? Anywhere? Did you make it up? Maybe
I did not make it up. No.
Where is it?
This is a number that's been brought up countless times, including in the RFK Jr. hearing.
Where is it?
I'll pull it up in the background. Again, my bad.
No, let's pull it up now before we continue so that we can make sure that all of your suppositions based on this number are actually correct, because we're dealing with the right first supposition, which you base all of your other numbers on. So let's take a second.
Everything is based on.
I'm sorry. Do you want to have accurate information or not?
I have been presenting accurate information.
If you're presenting accurate information, then let's start with the fact that 72 is a relevant number to this, because that's the vaccine schedule recommended. You can look this up according to you. According to you, you look this up on the CDC, that 72 vaccines are recommended by the time you're 18 years old. I want the fucking proof. Now give it to me.
While I'm looking it up, again, to explain the significance of 72, it is not an arbitrary number. Our last two presidents are both Jesuit educated. Both President Biden and President Trump happen to equate to 72, as does Jesuit order. There's a reason we got the first Jesuit Pope on the 72nd day of the year, March 13th, 2013. There's a reason, because they're a sun cult and the sun moves 1 degree on the astrological.
Hang on, let's stop. Let's stop while you're looking this other one up. When did we get the first Jesuit Pope?
All right, here it is. Okay. All right, so it's 72 doses of 17 different vaccines. So that is the discrepancy. 72 doses of 17 different vaccines.
Pull it up. Vaccine
have
recommendation. Okay. By the summer 2022, CDC recommended that children get 72 doses of 17 vaccines. So that's a whole different claim than 72 vaccines, isn't it?
Well, it is 72 shots at the end of the day. So, but it is.
Yeah, but dude, like some things, like the flu shot, for instance, right? You're supposed to get that every single year, right? That would account for multitudes of doses, perhaps.
I don't think you're supposed to. That's what they recommend.
I'm not saying that it's an odd claim that you think people should do it. I'm just saying that it makes sense within the confines that you would have multiple doses of a similar vaccine for things like the flu. That is not the same claim as 72 Hang on.
The point and
Stop, bro. My turn, bro. Stop. You were factually incorrect, and you're basing it. Hang on, you're basing in numbers on incorrect information. Let's start with Jesuit Pope. When was the first? Yes, what you said was not factual. You claimed
slightly incorrect. It is
so not factual. So anyway, real quick.
Shots.
Now, every single subsequent claim you make, I'm going to verify, just like I did this one, to make sure that your suppositions are okay. So, first Jesuit Pope is when?
March 13th, 2013, the 72nd day of the year.
Okay. It's March what?
13th, 2013. And for the record, that date can be written 3-13-13 in prime numbers. 3 is the second prime, 13 is the sixth prime. So the date has a relationship with 2-6-6.
You're talking about Pope Francis?
Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope.
Okay.
The Jesuit motto, Isus Salvator Salvator, equates to 266. 266th Pope. He went.
And what's
on the
Pope,
266th day of the year?
Yeah. What's Pope Francis's ethnicity? Do you know?
He's from Argentina. Yeah, we nailed the World Cup, the one day after his 86th birthday, where his Argentina won it for the first time.
How come we don't go with the fact? How come we don't go with
Andrew, your little snarky thing about things I got wrong back in 2014 was so lame, dude. Do you know how good the record of predictions is? Do some better research, because you're going to get smoked if you want to argue that my prediction track record's not very amazing.
No, I won't. Just like I'm not going to get smoked in this debate. You're of the predictions
getting smoked. You don't even know your own Bible.
You haven't won a single point. No.
Andrew,
You think that sequence memorization of specific biblical passages in order to affirm a consequent that you want means that I don't know the Bible? This is interesting, because all I do is allow you to go ahead and tell me what you think this interpretation means, what the verse is, so that we can decipher if you're correct or not. When you're talking about Pope Francis, why do we go with the fact that he's Jesuit instead of the fact that he's Argentinian? Why do we? Why not? Why don't?
He's the first Jesuit pope.
Yeah, but why not the first? Why don't we go with the ex? He said, you know, he's the third pope who's Argentinian.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
First Jesuit pope and the first to live at Suite 201 at the Vatican. This is going to come back to the 666 point, and the Jesuits being responsible for this. If you look it up, Pope Francis, first Jesuit pope, first to live in Suite 201, if you want to look it up.
Okay.
His birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equates to 201, just like Ignatius of Loyola equates to 201, and that's the founder of the Jesuits. If you write out the Jesuit order, it equates to 201. If you look from Martin Luther penning the 95 Theses to the Jesuits being created August 15th, 1534, it is 201 months and days later. If you look
hang on, I'm sorry, I just want to correct this. I just looked this up. The article actually says that the doses altogether are 60, not 72. So the article that you sourced was actually not factual. Here, I can pull it up for you just so you know.
Well, then what was also in the testimony with RFK Jr., if anybody wants to go back and watch it, is also not factual then, because the 72 was brought up.
Yeah, so just real quick, fact check. Children do not receive up to 72 doses of recommended childhood vaccines between birth and age 18. So you can find this from Lead Stories, fact checkers. The claim appeared on an Instagram post on June 21st, 2022, under the title, "Has the childhood vaccine schedule changed?" And that's what you pulled up was, it's so funny. This is what the post looked like on Instagram, right? Anybody can source this right this second, including you. And it's actually factually incorrect. It only equates to 60 doses, not even 72. So even that presupposition is incorrect.
Again, what I read from is from the website National Vaccine Information Center.
I'm just telling you what they actually equal up to, and you only showed a part of that article. You didn't show all of it.
It said by the summer of 2022, the CDC recommended that children get 72 doses of 17 vaccines between.
Well, that's not what the recommendation is right now.
Huh?
That's not what the recommendation is now.
Again, 72. Very specific number. One that
was wrong. That was wrong that you came up with.
Very pertinent to the ritual with RFK Jr. and the focus on this and what recently happened in history. This isn't worth splitting hairs over, though.
It's worth splitting hairs over because if you have a supposition, which you base all of the suppositions on, that is incorrect, it brings into question. It brings up into question all other suppositions which you make based on the false information. Now, back to our first Jesuit pope. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, just to make sure we're good here, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, 201. The name of that apartment, Domus Sanctae Marte, also equates to 201, like the Jesuit order, like Ignatius of Loyola. There's a lot of 201 with the Jesuit history. Again, look into their suppression. They were preserved by Catherine the Great with 201 Jesuit priests. The simulation that was put on the day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. It was called Event 201, and the leader of that situation or that simulation was Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab, Jesuit educated from the Bavaria area, where the Illuminati was founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt.
Okay, hang on. Let's stop again. We're going to have to check each of these claims, but I let you make a good deal of them. How many priests did Catherine have? How many did you say?
201.
201 what?
Priests.
Jesuit priests?
The order was preserved with.
Under Catherine, right?
Catherine the Great of Russia.
Okay, and you can back this claim up?
Absolutely. It's written about in a Jesuit text. Let me see. I have to go through my notes. I've covered this many times over the years. It's referenced in my book, Number Games, and in the title of the book that it's written in. And just for the record, while I'm looking it up, you can look into the day that Biden and Putin met to discuss the tension with Russia and Ukraine before the war began.
Catherine the Great of Russia had 97 Jesuit priests in her domain after she acquired White Russia in 1772.
Huh?
Catherine the Great of Russia. Is that who we're talking about?
Her husband died on July 17th.
Yeah, 97 Jesuit priests in her domain after she acquired White Russia in 1772.
What is it?
97.
What's 97?
She had 97 Jesuit priests in her domain after she acquired White Russia in
what
1772.
From is from a text written by a Jesuit about the 201 Jesuit priests.
Yeah, that's great, right? So you're talking about, okay, I think I found your source here. Catherine the Great of Russia saved the society almost single-handedly. She protected 201 Jesuits she had acquired 1772 with the first partition of Poland It's just that they continue to work their Okay, so that's a different claim altogether. So the 201. So hang on. So grant there's 201 Jesuit priests, and then we move over to the claim of 201 tying into the second thing, which is what?
I'm making the point about how they operate by this number ritualistically. Coming back to the pandemic.
No. What you've done is you've said 201 operates in this category. There's 201 things here and 201 things here. You haven't tied in how they're related.
I am bringing it together how they're all related.
I just want to know how those two events are related.
Which two specifically?
So you said there's 201 Jesuit priests under Catherine blah, blah, blah. And then over in Wuhan, China, there's 201 blah. How are those two things related?
No, I'm saying that the Jesuit Klaus Schwab, who runs the World Economic Forum, was the main spearhead sponsor of Event 201. For the record, the co-sponsor was Bill Gates.
Okay. How is Schwab and him being in charge of some Order 201 related to the 201 Jesuit priests from Catherine the Great? How do we make the leap from that to this? In other words, how do we relate these things together so that we know that they're tied in somehow? How?
We're talking about Jesuits and 201 and their history.
Yeah, okay.
Schwab is Jesuit educated.
Yeah, okay, but so what, right? So the thing is just saying Catherine the Great had 201X, right? And then Carl Schwab was in charge of Order 201 does not give a
Order 201.
Whatever it is, whatever the 201 is you're attaching to Schwab.
Simulation.
Who gives a shit? Whatever it is that you're attaching it to, I need you to directly link them together so I know why it's relevant that both of these 201s, which happen in completely different times in history, are in any way related or have any great meaning to anybody.
Okay, here, let me rewind to show you how these numbers get linked together.
No. Let's link those two events together.
Jesuits, order preserved with 201 priests in the time of their suppression. For the record, the Illuminati was created by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt in that time, and he called it Order of Illuminati.
I don't care. I just want to know how they're linked, dude. How are they linked?
I'm showing you why they use this number as a signal, and I'll get to what the number.
Are these two events linked, or are they not linked?
They are linked.
Okay, then just what is the thing that links them? Just the number 201?
It's just like, here, to give you an analogy, which you seem to not be getting. You can go down the street and see graffiti. You have no idea what that graffiti means. I'm showing you why 201 is important to this order and what it means to them. You have to listen.
Okay.
Again, Klaus Schwab is a Jesuit. He called the simulation Event 201. For the record, Andrew, the Holy Bible equates to 201. Jewish mysticism equates to 201. The Jesuits have a history of Catholicism and Judaism coming together because Martin Luther led the Protestant Reformation against those two religious factions. Again, from Martin Luther pinning the 95 Theses to the Jesuits being created was 201 months and days later. What's interesting is, again, 95 Theses, Martin Luther, just for the record, Martin Luther King Jr., who assumed the name Martin Luther after the Protestant Reformation leader, from his assassination to the nation's first major gun control was 201 days later, and he was killed on the 95th day of the leap year, 3 days before the Club of Rome was established. The thing about 95 and 201, again, Event 201 was the pandemic simulation, which began the same day the military World Games began in Wuhan, China. The military World Games trace back to the year 95 in Italy, the land of the Jesuits and the Vatican.
And what does this have to do with New Jersey?
Hold on, let me finish.
What does this have to do with New Jersey, though?
More recently, Biden signed off on $201 billion for Israel and Ukraine when these lands are related, because there's a lot of Ashkenazis in Israel when they come from Khazaria, where the war is going on.
Bro, this doesn't answer my question about how he signed off
on $95 billion on the 201st day of the war in Israel, which, by the way, began in a massive 201 ritual, just like the war in Ukraine did. As I said, Biden and Putin met exactly 200.
And what does this have to do with New Jersey, whose area code is 201?
201 was the first area code given.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with New Jersey, whose area code is 201?
It's one of the historic Jesuit universities.
What does it have to do with New Jersey?
St. Peter's is a Jesuit school.
Where?
In the 201 area code in New Jersey.
Okay.
And these Jesuit universities have a lot to do with the history. For people who don't know, 201 is the original area code in the United States. And think about that. Think about it. It just happens to be 201.
So I just want to make sure the area code 201 has a Jesuit university. Are there any Jesuit universities where the area code is not 201?
Just hold on about your question.
Answer my fucking question, dude.
Andrew, did you know the
Answer
majority
my question, dude.
in the 201 area code?
Answer my fucking question, dude.
The majority of the jab makers are in the 201 area code. What are the odds? Event 201 when they stimulated mass vaccinations? What's your question?
Are there any Jesuit universities that aren't in the area code 201?
Hey, Jesuit universities, you should study them. The nation's first recognized president, George Washington, he gets recognized as the first.
Can you repeat my question to me?
After George.
Can you repeat my question to me?
Huh?
Can you repeat my question to me?
Are there any Jesuit universities not in the 201 area code?
Can you answer that question, please?
Obviously, the answer to that question is yes.
Oh, okay, great. Then how come this one, which is in the 201 area code, has relevance, but the ones that are not in the 201 area code don't?
I didn't say they don't have relevance.
All right. So then how come 201? Hang on. That's really weird because now it sounds like we're in the realm. Now it sounds like we're in the realm of coincidence.
No, we're not.
We're not.
Andrew, let me make a point.
We're not. Hang on. I just want to make sure I got this clear, right? And you can't say I haven't been letting you talk. I've been letting you filibuster the entire debate with your insane prattle. Why is it that the Jesuit universities aren't all in the area code 201?
Because why would that need to be the case, Andrew?
Well, because 201 is so fucking relevant, right? It's the most relevant number to the Jesuits.
It is.
Why aren't all of them in 201?
Andrew, who was that George?
Can you answer my question, bro? Don't ask me a question. Answer my question.
Your question's ridiculous. They're not going to put
it. Is it ridiculous? Yeah, right. Exactly. So why should I assume that there's any relevancy to the fact that there's a Jesuit university in the area code 201? Why would that have any relevance to anything when you say that there's no external relevance to the fact that the other ones that aren't in the area code 201, that has no particular relevance? Again, what you've done here is this. What you've done is you've tied a whole bunch of information to a number, in this case, the number 201, with a bunch of events that you can't actually link together as being in any way linked. I've asked you multiple times to do this. And what you do is instead is you give a bunch of other non-related events that have the number 201 associated with them as though they're related, but haven't shown us the relation. So real quick, if you can, I'm going to literally start a timer and I'm just going to give you a challenge here. Okay. Here's my challenge to you. Can you please tell me how it is that that the 201 Jesuit priests, I'm going to give you literally 30 seconds to do this, right? That way you don't fucking filibuster for the rest of your life and we can actually get an answer out of you. I'll start whenever you want. How are the 201 Jesuit priests related to Schwab and whatever the 201 is that you are associating with Schwab? Can you just tell me that? I just want to know how these are relational to each other in any way, shape, or form. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, through the Jesuit network. We're talking about people connected to Jesuitism. And again, Klaus Schwab was the main sponsor of Event 201, the pandemic simulation, where literally every face of the pandemic was a Jesuit. The co-sponsor was Bill Gates, whose name William Henry Gates equates to 201. Again, remember the first case of cooties in the world outside of China landed in his backyard. If you look into his wife at the time, Melinda Gates, she comes from a family of Jesuit priests, and her birthday is also the same day as the Jesuit orders. 201 is a very...
Okay, hang on. That's 30 seconds. That's 30 seconds. Now, you gave me a bunch of factuals about other related events or other events. You never actually told us, though, how the 201 Jesuit priests are in any fucking way related to Carl Schwab and this other 201. You never actually showed us how they're related to each other. You just loosely and vaguely said, here's other events that I can cite that have the number 201, the arbitrary. Hey, stop, bro. Stop. My turn, bro. Stop. The arbitrary 201 with other events that I also associate with Jesuits. But you haven't actually tied these events together. How are these events actually tied together?
Okay. Here, Andrew, I wrote a book about this, which had a major prediction, was right on the money, which has a very high review and probably saved a lot of people's lives. That really gets into this in detail. If you need help understanding it, you seem a little bit slow, so maybe reading it at your pace would help it set in. Andrew, this 201 matters to the Jesuits for this reason. Let's establish why it matters.
Okay.
The original code of letters and numbers, as far as we know for this system, goes back to Hebrew. And 201 has to do with illumination. Okay, illumination, which in the occult is knowledge. Knowledge is power. The phrase order of Illuminati equates to 201. That is what the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt named his order. And by the way, he died in history 201 days after the anniversary of its establishment.
Do you think that Catherine the Great purposely wanted to have 201 Jesuit priests?
I don't even know that was really the number. They could have falsified the record because of how symbolic the number is to them.
So the thing is like, you're not sure.
I'm making the point of why they would use the number.
Yeah.
Again, Pope Francis, if you look, the last French Pope in the history of the church was the 201st. The Jesuits were created in France by Ignatius of Loyola, Mr. 201 himself. I want to make a point about what.
All right, so help me out. So help me out here. I just want to understand a couple of things. I just want to make sure that I get some of this right, because I think we can move on from this part to the next part, which is another part that I want to get to in the debate. So thus far, I've established that we start with the Protestant Bible for no particular reason, right? Just because you fucking want to, because it has 66.
Talk about the Catholic Bible.
Yeah, hang on. Calm down. Okay, and we've established that 201 is relevant to Jesuits because you find a bunch of times where the number 201 is used inside of. By the way, I think that the number 201 you could find with any organization. You could find it with, I don't know, tax returns, all sorts of different things. And you could make relationary, like relationary events. You can give them relations where there are no relations. I think you do this with any organization with any numeric value that you want. I think I could come up with something which is similar to this. The fact of the matter is that there's tons of other numbers which are utilized by Jesuits as well. How many Jesuits priests for this church? How many Jesuit kids who attend this mass or whatever it is? There's going to be tens of thousands, maybe an innumerable amount of numbers that we could potentially calculate based on a variety of events. You haven't actually shown us anything other than you have plucked 201 from certain events and tried to tie them together, but you haven't shown us, you haven't shown us any actual relationship. You just say the Jesuits really like this fucking number. Doesn't tell us much. And hang on the Bible thing. What I don't understand is when you say I have to arbitrarily start with the 66 books in order to come up with this number, how come you didn't start with the 76 books instead? How come you went with the Protestant Bible instead of going with the 76 Bible or 76 books from the Orthodox Church?
The Orthodox Church is not what's dominating the world. It's the Catholic Church, and I could get into what's in the Catholic Bible. And my contention is,
well, there's more than 66 books in the Catholic Bible too,
73, sir. And I can get.
Yeah. So why didn't you go with that instead?
Well, I would have brought that up as well. Again, the 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament are very important to them. It's how we nailed the Joe Biden for 2020 prediction. I think we're the only ones on the internet who saw it coming. Catholic equates to 46. Joe Biden elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, going with the only other Catholic president, JFK, who was killed at 46. You can look into the death.
That's not my question, bro. What's my question? What's my question?
Let me finish the point.
No, there's no point until you answer the fucking question. Answer my question.
I am answering your question.
And then tell me first what my question was. That way I know you know what it was, and then answer it.
Catholic. I ignored.
No, that's not my question. That wasn't my question. My question was, why did you go with the 66 books of the Protestant Bible rather than the 76 books from the Orthodox Bible, or what you claim the 72 books from the Catholic Bible? Why didn't you go with those two
because
instead?
It's the most familiar thing to Christians is the.
But why would that be the thing that would necessitate the foundation? Why is that necessary for the foundation?
Andrew,
because hang on, stop, bro. It makes no sense. Listen. It makes no sense for you to say the reason that this is foundational and we need to start with this as a base is because most people are familiar with it. That literally does not tell me why we need to start with this as a base. Again, why should we start with this as a base for numerology, for your numerology, If there's other Bibles which are available, why are we arbitrarily starting with that one? Why?
Because there's many relevant examples that can be drawn from it, and we can understand that the occult is associated with the King James Bible from the beginning. I'd like to bring it into the current president and where King
that
James
doesn't listen. Okay, listen to
Trump.
me so that you understand. We'll try this again, right? The thing is like I've let you prattle for a long time, but you do have to actually start answering some
Andrew,
questions as the debate.
I let you do this. Andrew, you haven't made a single cognitive point tonight.
You're on defense. I'm on offense. I'm not here to defend. I'm here literally on offense.
Point, Andrew.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, but you need to answer my questions, Zachary. So here's the thing, Zachary. Here's my question. Here's my question to you, douchebag. Very simple. Okay. By the way, you started with the throwing out of the insults. You were like, you're super slow, and then you're being kind of a snarky little fuck.
You started with an insult in the opening minute.
Did.
I haven't called
what did I say in the opening minute that was insulting?
Go back and watch.
What? You don't know. You don't even remember. That's how insulted you were. So anyway, the thing is like you haven't actually answered this question. It seems to me that you're starting from arbitrary starting points. What I'm looking for is what informs that starting point, why we should start at that starting point. You constantly want to start at the end or in the middle of the story. I'm not interested in that. All worldviews have a foundation. They have a starting point. We're starting from this for reason X, right? So for instance, if I wanted to debate about morality, I'd say I'm starting with the foundation of God because, and here's my justifications and here's my reasonings for that. Your foundation justification for why you're starting with the Protestant Bible for any of your numerology is what?
That it is the most common Bible and it is associated with the occult, and there's numbers within it that are easy to understand in terms of numerology and what's been encoded in the English language.
Got it.
And you can see how this ritualism plays out in popular culture, which people are familiar with.
So if I said to you,
who have knowledge,
so if I expressed to you a justification,
you were even arguing.
So if I expressed a justification for if I expressed my justification for my worldview by saying because most people agree with X, do you think that would be a valid justification? When you say because most people recognize X, do you think that that's a valid justification for your worldview? Like if most people, for instance, recognize that murder was fine, do you think that that's a valid justification for murder? No. So you just saying to me, I start with this because most people recognize it. That's not a valid justification. Why in the world should we ever go with that in a million years? Because you say, because most people recognize it. That doesn't make any sense, dude. That's not a justification for the worldview.
Again, it's not a worldview that I'm presenting. I'm showing how a system has been
it is a worldview.
Coded into things, including
that's a worldview. That's a worldview, literally. Is numerology true?
I'm not someone to claim that numerology is true or not. I'm showing how the ruling class uses numerology.
Okay, well then, is that part of your worldview?
What?
That the ruling class uses numerology.
Well, I think it's evident through observation, and
so then it's part of your worldview. So numerology, Gematria, things like this, right? You do believe at least Gematria works, right?
It is useful for seeing through deception.
That's not my question. Does it work? Does it work?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So then it's part of your worldview that works. So the thing is, like if it works, that's fundamental to your worldview. It's a pillar for your worldview.
You're misinterpreting.
What am I misinterpreting?
Worldview. It's about living in a world and making observations about how the people ruling over you are operating. Mm-hmm. It's about know your enemy.
That's a worldview. Yeah, this is your worldview. How you basically interpret the world is your view of the world. It's your world view. It's your interpretation of the world, right? It's how you interpret things. That's what a worldview is. I'm a Christian, for instance. I look through a prism of Christianity when I interpret the world.
I honestly don't think that you or Jim Bob
people who are atheists look through an interpretation, alternative interpretation for their worldview. It doesn't matter what you think. Like that's even if let's just say for a second you were right and I was a complete phony. It wouldn't have any bearing on whether or not your worldview was correct. So the thing is like here I am, at least I'm charitable enough to not say to you, I don't believe you believe this. I haven't said that. That's what you're directing at me. I don't believe that you believe in Christianity, which is fucking insane. But that aside, I will say this, it is part of your worldview. And so I'm asking for the justification foundation for this worldview that this actually works. You say we should start with the Bible, the Protestant Bible. And you say we should start with the Protestant Bible because it has 66 books. And based on that's where you're making the calculation. But you haven't made the justification for why we should start there versus other Bibles. You haven't actually justified that.
It is associated with the occult, just like this knowledge is occult. They pay tribute to
almost everything's associated with the occult, dude.
Can I ask Zachary? I think I see the translation error, maybe. So it sounds like Zach works backwards. So like he's talking about the ruling class and utilizing utilizing numbers to understand how this occult works or operates, so on and so forth. And you're finding pieces in these items that can resonate or ways to guide you through like where this kind of conspiracy stuff is operating. Am I somewhere in the zone there?
You're right.
I think
I'm
you
reverse
work
engineering
backwards.
what they're doing.
No, that's not correct. Listen, I'll explain it again so that you
What
understand.
you said is correct.
Worldviews have to have a justification for them. Otherwise, they're made out of nothing. They're made out of sand. If I said, for instance, I don't know, that hobgoblins, invisible hobgoblins behind you right now were putting their invisible hand in your fucking head and making your mouth open and close, right? And I said, that's how every human being on earth operates. It's now a worldview that I have, right? And I would need to justify that with something. I would need to give you something, either philosophical evidence or some type of tangible evidence for my starting position that these hobgoblins are actually doing this, that this is actually true, that this is actually happening. The same thing is I'm requiring the same thing from you when it comes to justification for why we should start with the 66 books of the Bible. You just making an appeal and saying because most people can recognize this doesn't mean it. That's not a justification. That doesn't justify anything.
Can you give me 2 minutes to explain something, and then you try and debunk or rebut what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's talk about the current president and also Kobe Bryant's death. And both of these things are going to come to the King James parallel, okay?
Okay.
In 2016, when Trump was running for office, LeBron James won the only finals for the Cavs on the real King James's birthday, June 19th. And by the way, the opponent lost with 89 points, like King James equals 89, like religion equals 89, like there's 89 chapters in the gospel, like number equals 89 when everything is numbered in the Bible, and numbers are very important to the Bible. Right after he won the finals, Trump had his convention in the Cleveland Cavaliers basketball stadium. And by the way, that's how we were predicting years in advance that Trump would come back as a split-term president like Cleveland at age 78 because Cleveland equals 78. That's another topic. But that year, Trump's rituals, remember when he had his convention in Cleveland, he came out to Queen, "We are the champions." And he did that 88 days after the Queen's birthday, which was also the day Prince died that year. Prince had the song, "I Would Die For You," with the number 4 and the letter U. U is the 21st letter. He died on 4/21, the Queen's birthday, which was, again, keep in mind, he had the song Black Donald Trump. He also died 201 days before the election. But to make sense of this, Queen is royalty, okay? 88 days after the Queen's birthday.
It's also a band.
Huh?
It's also a band.
Exactly. He came out to Queen, "We Are the Champions." 88 days after the Queen's birthday, when Elizabeth...
And Queen is royalty. The Queen's also a card, but it's also a card.
A lot of King James Version Bibles are purple, just for the record.
Yeah, but it's also a card. What about the card? Tie the card in, the Queen card.
Hold on. Just let me make
And there's a Queen on a chessboard.
International Chess Days. They are playing chess.
So the Queen on the chessboard is representing the Jesuits playing chess. The Queen card is because they have such a great poker face. And they came out to the song Queen, right? And it said, "We are the champions." And on top of that, it signifies royalty. Tell me more.
Okay. So again, 88 days from the Queen's birthday to Trump coming out to Queen, "We are the champions." Just for the record, Elizabeth equals 88, Trump 88, purple 88. You might recall that Bill and Hillary conceded in purple. You might recall that Jill left the White House this year in purple. Prince was Mr. Purple Rain. But Trump goes on to win the 58th presidential election. In Gematria, Freemasonry equals 58.
But a jack is also a prince in a card game.
Freemasonry, Rosicrucians, secret society, they all equate to 58.
Oh.
King James, the real King James, died at age 58. Biblical equates to 58. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He had a Bible named after him. Holy Bible equates to 45. Trump went on to become number 45 in the 58th election. The King James Bible was published in 1611. King James was born in 1566, meaning it came out the year he turned 45. We were pointing this stuff out way in advance, why it looked like the whole thing was rigged for Trump. The royal family is Masonic. The first degree of Freemasonry is the apprentice. So I get it. Trump announced from the 58-story Trump Tower for the 58th election that he supposedly won, when I'm showing how all these things are completely rigged and predetermined. It's also why Oprah asked Trump in 88 if he'd want to be president someday. She was in the color purple. Oprah equals 58 the big way, where Oprah Winfrey's 58 the small way. Purple Rain equals 58. You referenced Iron Maiden. Just for the record, Jeff Young of Megadeth, former guitarist, he's a friend of this community. You can watch his radio show episode, which is still archived from February of 2016.
He believes this shit too?
Huh?
He believes this shit too?
He thinks it's undeniable, like most people in my community do, from what we've documented for over a decade. Yes, and you can listen to his broadcast where we warned Prince that he was going to be next in the obituaries, February of 2016. After that broadcast was right after Vanity, Prince's girlfriend, died the day of the 58th Grammys. By the way, Trump supposedly got 312 electoral college votes in this election, which was 58% of the electoral.
Okay, your 2 minutes are up now, dude.
Hold on,
I gave you 2 minutes.
2 seconds.
You're just giving me unrelated
November
facts.
5th, the day of the election this year, is the day that
It's just unrelated facts.
King James in history. Trump suffered this assassination hoax.
Okay.
Called before.
I'm going to grant. So you had your 2 minutes. I'm going to grant that everything that you just said is factually true. Now make a prediction for me and give me specificity with the prediction right here live in front of thousands upon thousands of viewers.
Okay,
I'll give you. Hang on. Stop, bro. Calm down.
I'm answering your question.
Okay, I haven't asked it yet. I'm not done. So I just gave you your whole 2 minutes. Right now you have 5,000 live viewers on my side, just on my side alone. And then whatever's on Sarah the Tomato side, and then whatever I have on Rumble. So you probably have like 5,500 people plus watching you live right this second. Can you make a specific, not vague, not bullshit, and not rambly, where you go, based on the with the I think the may I just want a specific prediction, date, this will happen here, and these are the people it's going to happen to. Go ahead.
So to answer the question, I've made a name for myself doing this research, and it's the reason I've been deleted and censored, making accurate forecasts. We nailed the last election, calling it 4 years in advance from understanding this knowledge. I was pretty much the only one on the internet explaining why Joe Biden would become number 46.
Yeah. Are you going to make? You're not going to make a specific prediction.
I'm going to get to it. Yeah. Again,
okay.
I'm just making the point that we have a long history of accurate forecasts and very specific predictions. Again, you cherry pick some things that I was wrong about in the opening year of my research.
Can you make the fucking prediction now, please?
Yeah, I can. You don't speak like a Christian.
You just take forever, dude. I don't have endless patience. Just please, just make the fucking prediction.
Andrew, anyone who has to debate with you has to be patient. I mean, you debate with a libertarian and you try to make the whole thing about brothers having sex with sisters. You're a weird man.
Did that upset you? That I'm using logic? Does logic upset you?
You're not real strong in logic, Andrew.
Well, I've been logically fucking destroying you all night.
You haven't destroyed.
Go ahead.
Andrew.
Oh yeah, the guy who came up with the vaccines, or that 72 wasn't 72 doses, was 72 doses. Didn't basically fact check anything. Gave me unrelated facts. Haven't given me a single justification for why I use the Bibles. Now back to the specific prediction. I'm not going to let you weasel out of it. Give me one.
Again.
Waiting for that specific prediction.
I'm showing you how we make predictions.
Yeah, I know. Can you give me one though?
I'm showing you how we make predictions.
That's great. Can you give me one though?
Yeah, I want to get to the important points.
Yeah, no, but can you just give me the prediction, please?
No, I want people to understand the importance of what
I don't give a fuck, dude. Just give me the prediction. Fuck. Just give me a prediction, dude.
You don't need to necessarily even be able to make predictions for it to be useful.
You're never going to make a specific prediction. Why don't you just admit you're never going to make one? Just be like, I'm never going to make this specific prediction. I'm going to prattle a bunch, but I'm never going to actually make a specific prediction. That's my prediction, not using numerology, just intuitive logic that you are never going to fucking make a specific prediction on this program today. It's never going to happen because you're a fraud. But you, sir, can prove me wrong right now by doing it. But you're not fucking gonna. You're not gonna. Go ahead.
But again, I want to lay down something.
But I'm going to smugly lean back and drink this beer while you don't do that.
Again, Donald Trump, the current president, you guys, look into the death of his ex-wife exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuitic nation year on the same day that he said he'd be running in the upcoming election, which was the 60th. By the way, Donald Trump equals 60. He buried his wife on the 201st day of the year. You can look into their wedding, which was in a massive 201 ritual, and their first child was born on the 201st day of his age. It's very similar to what happened to Beau Biden, who died 201 days before Pope Francis's birthday, and the man who did that ceremony, Leo Jeremiah Donovan.
No fucking prediction. Waiting for that prediction.
I'm getting to it, but I want to catch up on things that were not shared.
You're never going to make a prediction.
You're looking at pretty much the only guy in the world who explained why Biden.
We've done a lot of, because a lot of these things we talked about with Jim Bob already, remember? So the audience, and I believe Andrew and Jim Bob share a very similar audience. So a lot of these people have heard these statements you've made before. So we can just, for the sake of the audience, presume they already know all of these things you're going to say and then skip forward and
make the specific prediction that you're never going to make.
I'm going to get to it, but no, I want to go over a few things that were important. Okay, so I want to come back to the time of this pandemic. And he was trying to downplay the significance of 201 in Jesuit universities. If you look into the Jesuit universities, you'll see that a lot of them do have a strong 201 connection. Case in point, Gonzaga out here in Washington State where I live. It's named after Aloysius de Gonzaga, whose name equates to 201. You might recall that March Madness was canceled in the time of the pandemic. In the first tournament, a year after the pandemic was declared, the championship game ended up being Gonzaga versus Baylor. Now go back and look. You'll see that Elgin Baylor, who was Jesuit educated, died at 86 days before Baylor won with 86 points. He died exactly, or from his last birthday to that championship game. Was
still no prediction, bro. Still no prediction.
Hey, I'm going to get to it, but
you're never going to get to it, bro.
And to understand who's doing this and the ritualism of it.
Just make the fucking prediction, dude.
The Butler coach also won the championship over the Jesuit University 201 days from his birthday. And what was ironic about that championship is those teams were supposed to play in Indiana, where the game was earlier that year, but it got canceled during the C-19. And if you look in history, Aloysius de Gonzaga supposedly died from the flu, which is what C-19 was originally coined as. Now, as for a specific prediction, again, Andrew, I'm going to make it about you. And I hate doing this to be mean, but there is an organic side to this code. And are you familiar with the history of cigarettes? And
No. You don't get to make a prediction forecast 20 years ahead.
No, it's not.
I want a specific prediction for this year. Give me a specific prediction for this year with a date and the people. That's it. Specific prediction this year, date, people.
41 years old right now?
Yeah.
You're 41. So it's not that far into the future. I want you to think about this prediction because I've watched
No. I want a specific prediction for this year with dates and times.
My prediction about you. And then
make it for this year. That's fine. But make it for this year. Give us, all I'm asking for is this. You can make the prediction about me even, but give me the date and give me the people who are involved and give me the specifics of what's going to happen. Go ahead. This year. Give me this year so that we can falsify it this year and prove you're not a fraud and you're totally right.
Yeah. And trust me, I'm far from a fraud. My predictions landed a very high
right now, you have the floor. You can prove it in front of thousands of people, make me look stupid. Do it.
Okay, so what I've been saying for a long time is that Trump will come back in this election, which he has, as the nation's second split-term president. For the record, you guys, Split term in Gematria equates to 132, like it's been 132 years since Grover Cleveland began his second term. There's 132 rooms in the White House. For the record, United States of America equals 132, like Catholic Church, also like Roman Catholic. This country was named 132 days from the establishment of the Illuminati.
Waiting for that prediction, bro.
Hold on, I'm getting to the prediction. Grover Cleveland, in his first year in office, in his split term, he had policies that led to a significant economic collapse. I've been saying that the same thing is going to happen. There's going to be a significant economic consequence in Trump's first year, just like there was for Grover Cleveland.
That doesn't tell us anything.
No.
What is it going to be? When is it going to happen? And give me some of the people who are going to be involved. But give me the win. Hang on, bro. Give me the win. But most importantly, tell us what it's going to be. What I claimed in my opening is that I could determine you were a fraud because any prediction you would make would be so vague as to be interpreted however a person wanted to. What you just said here was, I predict that there's going to be some kind of economic something bad that happens this year. So fucking what? Tell us what it is. What is it going to be? You can't, can you?
Well,
you can't. You can't.
Hold on. I would say what's leading up to the thing is his tariff policy. Again,
what thing? What's the thing going to be?
Well, I think his tariff policy is going to lead to this collapse, and you can see what's going on right now. Again,
what collapse? So the economy is going to collapse.
Hold on.
Is the economy going to collapse?
I think there will be a significant decline in the economy in this first year. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, how much?
Again, Andrew, it takes research, but understand.
Haven't you done all the research?
Valuable knowledge.
Haven't you done the research at the bullshitinstitute.com? What? So when you say Andrew, it's not going to be a collapse, there's going to be an economic downturn. What does that mean specifically?
Again, Wealth of Nations. Are you familiar with this book?
Uh-huh.
Who wrote it?
A guy.
Who wrote it?
I don't know. Who wrote it?
You're familiar with it?
Yeah, I've heard of the Wealth of Nations. Yeah.
Who wrote it?
I don't know. Who wrote it? Okay.
What year was it published?
I have no idea.
It was published in 1776.
What does that have to do with your prediction?
Okay. If you measure from the anniversary of its publication date to the day that Trump imposed his tariffs, it was exactly 47 weeks after the anniversary.
What does that have to do with your prediction? What does that have to do with? Can you give me the specifics on what's going to happen?
Well, again,
you can't.
In Wealth of Nations, it's
I don't care. I want to know what specifically is going to happen.
It'll cause consequences within the economy. Tariffs.
There's going to be consequences in the economy. Well, look at a big brain on Brad. There's going to be consequences in the economy. What are they going to be? What?
The loss of jobs, the tanking of the market.
How many?
Huh?
How many jobs are we going to lose?
You are a numbers guy, shouldn't
again, these are things that can be researched, but you can
so you've done the research, right? How many fucking jobs are we going to lose, bro? This year, how many?
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised at the way that. Did you just see the other day that Doge supposedly recovered 4.7 trillion?
How many jobs are we going to lose?
That these policy decisions have upwards of 47. It'll be a number with 47 in the sequence. They'll continue to put this in front of your face.
How many jobs are we going to lose?
7 million jobs. It could be a number.
It's going to be okay. So it's going to be 4.7 million jobs we're going to lose.
The way they report things numerologically, especially the abuse of this number back here, I wouldn't be surprised.
I got this right. It's going to be 4.7 million jobs that we're going to lose. By the way, the Jesuits use 76 books. I just want to point that out. But anyway, back to this. I just want to ask how
76, the Catholic Bible.
How many? Well, wait, I don't know. The Protestant Bible is what we're supposed to be using, right? But how many jobs? How many jobs? Don't care. How many jobs? How many jobs? How many jobs? How many are we going to lose?
About 73 though. 73.
Oh my God, dude! Just tell me how many fucking jobs we're going to lose, please. Just tell me how many jobs we're going to lose.
Did I not just do that?
No, you didn't. So tell me specifically how many jobs are we going to lose this year?
I said a fair estimate is I could see a headline of 4.7 million.
So we're going to lose 4.7 million jobs this year. You're on record saying that, right?
Well, again, the way they work in the redundant patterns, I'm not saying that that's 1,000,000% guarantee. I'm saying that they work numerologically.
Well, if you had to put a percentage on it, what would you say the percentage is that this is going to happen?
The larger point to understand is how they repeat history and how they force
Great.
history.
So if you had to put a percentage on it, what would you give the percentage of this?
Huh?
What percentage would you give this as being an accurate prediction that we're going to lose 4.7 million jobs this year under Trump?
I'd say that, it's probable that you see headlines like that, and it'll say based on his tariff policies. Again, but Andrew, you're not even aware of the Wealth of Nations or Adam Smith or what he wrote about how tariffs can be destructive to economies. And the point I'm pointing out is how number 47 it just happens to be imposing tariffs, which equal 47 weeks after the anniversary of the publishing. For the record, that book's 248 years old. President Donald Trump.
Just a okay, great. A couple of quick, more precise questions that I have on this prediction of 4.7 million. It is 4.7 million jobs now. That's what you're predicting we're going to lose this year?
It could be worse.
Well,
I'm just saying
okay.
that they would report in light of how they report.
Okay. So 4.7, that is specific, 4.7 million or more. Not less. Not less. Is that your prediction or not?
I'd say that is a likely way that they would report it. And Andrew, understand what I'm saying is,
can you please give me the prediction
they report? I'm not saying are necessarily even accurate. They report.
I don't care. I just want to know if we're going to lose 4.7 million jobs or more this year.
I think that's a possible headline based on what happened in Grover Cleveland.
Are you?
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not. Listen. Okay, here. If I could write that as a headline right now. USA lost 4.7 million jobs this year. I'm asking you specifically, are we going to lose 4.7 million jobs this year, or fucking aren't we?
And Andrew, understand, I'm not saying that I use this knowledge to guarantee the future. I'm pointing out how they operate ritualistically, and there is an agenda. Again, their motto is order out of chaos. They purposefully create problems in our society to bring about their planned solutions. So, again, they want to transition us to an all-digital currency system. You hear the calls for something a lot more socialistic, where people are dependent on a government stipend. Again, if they put more people in a desperate situation, more people in need of Big Brother, it's also how they grow government and their control over us. Ultimately, this is my real message. How we're being
great. I just want the detail. I want the details specific for the prediction. 4.7 million jobs.
I thought about
4.7 million jobs this year going to be lost, according to you. Not less than that, but possibly more than that. Can you tell us when? When this year is that going to happen? When?
Here, just for the fun of it, in light of the 47 theme, maybe 47 weeks into the administration.
So this year,
just to be able to understand this number behind me, what is 47? Trump equals 47. President equals 47. White House 47. Government 47. Authority 47. Republican 47. Democrat 47. Even running the alphabetic order in reverse, the letters D, C are 47.
So you're saying by next November? By next November, then that should be.
He said this year.
Well,
right.
Are we talking about a year of him coming into office? A year of him coming into office?
November. He's saying November of this year.
You're correct.
Yeah, November of this year, we're going to lose 4.7 million jobs, according to our friend here. I just want to make sure that that's correct.
Andrew, just for the record, I know this is what you want to do.
You're not going to. Yeah, you're not going to actually stand by it.
A future that I'd go put out money on that's going to be a headline. But just for the record, you guys, for anyone who would mock this knowledge, Sunday we only went 9-1 in the NBA, 8-2 in the NHL. Lock City on the Indiana upset of Purdue. Again, you can use this knowledge in smart venues for taking advantage of rig systems. That goes from crypto, which we've demonstrated countless times, the market, sports games, sports futures. He came out with his little hater information from my first year of this research, where I was wrong about several things, experimenting and trying to learn with this. This work has come light years over the last.
If that's the case, I'm willing to retract everything if you just actually give and actually will stand behind it without vagueness, that this November we're going to lose 4.7 million jobs. That's a specific prediction. I want you to say, yes, Andrew, that's my prediction.
Again, I'm giving you an idea of what it could look like. That's my idea of what it could look like.
Yeah, great. Oh, you giving us an idea of what it could look like. Oh, well, I could go to a sports. You know what I could do? I could start my own Gematria channel, and I could say, hey, look, I'm giving you an idea of what sports betting could look like. This team could win, or that team could win. I'm just giving you an idea.
About 47. Pay attention.
I want time to be more specific about 47. I want a specific fucking prediction about events that are going to happen this year that have specifics. Specifics. No. Specifics. Want specifics? I've given you all the runtime, bro.
I'm going to show you
all the prattling runtime I'm going to give you.
How we do
No. I literally backed up. I kicked my feet up. I let you ramble forever. I want fucking specifics now. Can you commit or not? Can you commit? Can you commit or not? That 4.7, shut up. I don't care. 4.7 million jobs going to be lost by November.
I think that's a possible storyline for the year.
Oh my God. So you have no specifics. Can you give me any fucking specifics for any prediction right now? Any?
Did you call Trump returning as president as soon as Biden took office for 2024? Did you call that?
Call what?
Trump winning this election 4 years in advance. Did you call that?
No.
I did.
Of course not.
Did you call Biden winning the 2020 election?
Yeah, I did actually call that.
How far in advance did you call it?
Oh, I don't know. It was whatever I was probably in lockstep. Hang on. I was probably in lockstep with the pollsters. But yeah, I did assume that there was a good chance that Trump would lose the election against Biden.
Okay, we called it years in advance,
but I did fail on my prediction. I thought that, and I still do, by the way. I think that if it had been Trump and Biden, there is a possibility Trump would have lost that. But they put up Kamala, and that was nobody wants to vote for a woman. So the thing is like, yeah. So the thing is you can make a prediction when you have two people. You almost have a 50-50 chance when you have a split electorate. It's very easy for you to call things correctly or not call things or call things incorrectly.
Nobody knew who the candidate was going to be.
Okay, calm down. In what? For what?
For the 2024 election?
No, come on. Trump was basically known as what was going to be the front runner leading up.
I thought I was dead wrong, especially after the trials.
No, they weren't dead wrong, and he was always the most viable candidate, and we knew that early on. What are you talking about?
Understand it from the standpoint of how the game.
Yeah, we did understand it, and the media was covering it, and the media all the time. In fact, the media pushed that Trump was likely going to be the Republican candidate. Like, that's a fact.
Okay,
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's a fact. I mean, I covered it nonstop throughout the entirety of the election, including election night. Yes, that was who we thought was going to be the candidate for sure.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
2015, first time Trump takes the stage with the field of 20 candidates. Did you put out a video that night why it looked like The Apprentice was going to be the winner?
I wasn't even online in 2015, dude.
Huh?
I wasn't even online.
Okay, from this knowledge,
what are you talking about? Who cares? Can you give me the fucking specific before we wrap this up? Since I only have a limited amount of time, right? I don't want to hear about how it works. We know already how it works, right? We've heard all about everything we could ever possibly want to know about how it works and how it's a Jesuit cipher and how you're using a Jesuit cipher to make predictors. We've heard all of this. Give me specific predictions for the coming year, this year. Just a couple, just two. Give me two.
Here, I'll give you one in the world of sports. This is what we do.
No, not the world of sports. Not sports betting. Political. Give me political. Because sports, you have a much more equal chance of calling these things than you do in politics, which are much more volatile. So specifics there matter a lot more. Anything other than sports, in fact, I would accept. Anything. It doesn't even have to be politics. Anything specific.
You have 68 teams, don't you?
Who cares? Can you give me anything specific outside the world of sports?
Well, you wanted to start the debate by dissing March Madness, which we've done very well with.
Who gives a shit? Can you give me specific? I just want specifics for the year. Anything other than sports. Anything. Literally anything. Go ahead.
Okay. Elon Musk will turn 54 this year on June 28th. I don't know why you're ducking your head. Here's something I worry about for people who operate on social media. A lot of us were purged from the internet June 28th, 2017 for the first time ever. I was one of those people along with a lot of other people.
Just give me the fucking prediction before we wrap the show up, please. Just give me the prediction. I just told you. I don't want to hear about how it works. Just give me the specific prediction. For the love of all that is good on planet Earth, for the love of everything that is good and is holy and is sanctimonious on this planet, just give me the prediction, please.
I think when Elon Musk turns 54, like how he made his offer for Twitter at $54
When's that going to be?
Per share.
When's that going to be? When does he turn 54?
28th of this year.
Okay.
I think you're going to see a rampant surge in censorship of any and all things critical of the administration on his platform, which has already begun. I was deleted off Twitter for the first time 1 week after his Nazi salute. And again, that is how I got involved with this platform. I came on here that night to talk about that. And I told people how he did that salute on the 207th day of his age when Werner Herzog equates to 207. And then lo and behold, it was days later that it was announced that Werner Herzog's wife died on the exact same day. And for people who do not know, Werner Herzog wrote
censorship on Twitter has already been happening. That is not a prediction. I want a significant prediction, please.
Well,
I thought the was
one.
good.
Again,
just saying that
Andrew,
that Twitter's going to censor you when Twitter's already censoring you.
Andrew, you keep acting like predictions are the end all. Your faith, does it help you predict things?
Yes.
How?
How does my faith help me predict things?
Yes.
Oh, well, because through the Christian lens of prism and logic, I can use inductive reasoning. And I have justification for the inductive reasoning. It assists me in all sorts of ways.
Okay. And for me being raised Lutheran and understanding what's in that book and having questions that I believe I found answers to, it helps me understand the world better, which is what I'm trying to teach you about.
So it's a worldview?
Huh?
So it's a worldview?
I suppose you could say...
that it's a worldview.
If you want to say that it's a worldview.
Yeah, because it's
trying to understand the forces, the powers
so
that
you use this as a basis for your worldview, just like I said, and you were trying to dispute, but now we got to the heart of it. Great. Now, can you just give me a prediction, an actual prediction, right? Saying, hey, censorship on tech platforms going to increase is not a prediction, bro.
Stop. Understanding what I'm talking about is crucial because through understanding that when things happen, it allows me to make accurate predictions.
Don't you think that if a person, hang on, don't you think if you make an accurate prediction that a person's going to be more likely to listen to your methodology that led to the prediction?
Andrew, I need events to happen that I can follow the narrative, the riddle that's being laid down, just like how Jesus spoke in parables, riddles.
But we don't need the riddles, right? We just want the end result.
Yeah, we just want the result. And the thing is, if you give us the result, right, you will have convinced tens of thousands.
Well,
I guarantee hundreds of thousands of people will watch this. I guarantee hundreds of thousands of people watch this and clips of this. And I will do you this service of putting your prediction. I literally will take your prediction. I will clip it. I'll put it on the channel. It'll go out everywhere. You'll have more fucking people see that prediction you've ever seen before.
I don't really care to gain your audience because the people who follow you...
It's gonna just be my audience. Do you know how many fucking haters I have, dude? Half the people who watch me are haters.
I know you don't really have any intelligent people following you.
Half the people that I fucking have are haters. So the thing is like, who cares? Just give me the prediction.
Whole catalog of
just give me the prediction.
All right. I don't think we're getting the full throttle answer.
Prediction from this guy.
And
Why don't
the war starting in
gave me the original.
Netanyahu came back. Again, these are impressive things to understand. There's not really anybody else doing this. There will be things that happen this year, if you follow me, where it will make me say, this right here shows me what is to come likely in this time period. Andrew, I gave you a prediction. I wanted to share something with you about March Madness, but you didn't want it. It also had to do with 47. It's a major theme right now. Again, Andrew, you're essentially arguing that knowledge isn't power. And whatever predictions you...
When did I argue this? When did I argue this?
Yeah, that's essentially
my argument. Here's my argument, and I'll frame it. I'll frame it the most charitable way that I possibly can.
I wanted to talk
I
more
know,
about
that's great, but I'll give you my
Andrew,
argument
there's
real
a lot
quick.
of
I'll give
things
you my
that you
argument
do
real
tonight
quick.
because
Calm
I
down,
didn't
bro.
answer
Calm
this
down. I'll
question.
give you my argument real quick so that it's out there. Then you can go on and prattle about how it all works. My argument to you is twofold. First argument is, of course, if you gave anybody a prediction and then it came true, they're going to be way more likely to listen to your methodology. You just simply refuse to do
Which is
that.
why I have one of the more
You
successful
simply
fake accounts on the internet.
refuse to do that because if you did, you could be held to account for what would obviously be a false prediction, which you would make, which is why you refuse to make it. That's argument one. The second argument is you have no basis nor justification for your arbitrary starting point for how you build these numbers up for your predictive model that you have so little faith in, you refuse to make any fucking predictions based on it, which is sad. It's actually sad.
No, you're
That's my
completely
argument.
correct. And again, you keep interrupting. For example, to answer your question about 73 books in the Catholic Bible, 73 is the 21st prime number.
I predict
I
you'll give
don't-
me predictions.
I don't think we're gonna find a solution here because every time it's just not getting where anybody wants it to go. Do we want to go ahead and start with? We'll do closing statements. We'll go into super chat reading and responding, and then we can open the panel. And you guys can continue this argument on open panel and have at it and have a great old time. And I will let you go all night long if you want to. But for the purposes of the viewers, can we wrap this chapter up, gentlemen?
Sure.
Okay. I believe, wait, now who started? I think, Zachary, I believe you started. Andrew, would you like to start with closing statements?
Yeah, I think that if you're going to say that you have a thing which is useful as a predictive model, there's no real way that this could be. In fact, Zach himself says it, right? I predicted this. I predicted this. I predicted this. I predicted this long before anybody else did. I predicted this event, this event, this event, this event. Well, what he's doing is he's doing post hoc justification. He's just saying, well, wait a second. Due to the fact that I can reconcile how in some way I was right with whatever the event was that I predicted, therefore my predictive powers using this model must be true. However, when requested in front of tens of thousands of people, what will be inevitably hundreds of thousands who will view this, if he can make a single prediction that he'll stand behind, he says no. That's not a prediction to my liking. I'm not even asking for one to my liking. I said anything that has specifics you'll stand behind, you got fucking nothing, except I think that Elon Musk is going to increase censorship on a platform he's already increasing censorship on. Well, that's fucking big brain shit there. Any political pundit with no Gematria experience would know this. I'm asking for a specific event a person ordinarily would not be able to predict. He can't give me one. Why? Because it's a con. It's basic cold reading con artistry. You, the victim, you will listen to a bunch of correlated, unrelated facts, in fact, which are he attempts to correlate together. Right. And they'll attempt to make it sound convincing until they get called out on like the fact that, oh, this fact you read was wrong. This fact you read was wrong. This starting point's arbitrary. None of this makes any sense. But then what he does, the icing on the cake, even if I was wrong and he was right about every fact he said, it ultimately wouldn't matter because if he can't make predictions based on that model, it's fucking worthless. And he can't and he won't. And I predicted that he wouldn't.
Thank you, Andrew. Zach, to you.
Yeah, what Andrew just said is false. It's like a child playing peekaboo. They think because they can't see that nobody else can see. There's a lot of people who followed me for over 11 years, and they know about the very accurate track record of predictions, which is quite current too. Anyone can go watch our video from the night of the Grammys, which was earlier this month, February 2nd. I explained what Kendrick Lamar winning the 67th Grammys would have to do with this month being heavy with hip-hop related deaths by very specific numbers that have now occurred numerous times throughout the month. Those two numbers were 34 and 38. We said the very next day on the 34th day of the year to expect a murder in the world of hip hop. It happened to a female rapper out of Maryland, the state that equals 34, on the anniversary of the Ravens winning the Super Bowl with 34 points on the 34th day of the year with a 34-minute blackout. Just days ago, you had you also had the death of Irv Gotti of Murder, Inc. Again, within these four base ciphers, the word murder equates to 79, 34, 83, 38. All of these numbers are recurring. You can see the movie poster behind me for Murder by Numbers. The E's changed to a 3, the B's changed to an 8. We talked about these numbers specifically. The next day after the Grammys was the 34th day of the year. Again, the murder of somebody from the hip-hop world whose name was 34. We talked about this happening the night before.
What were your specific predictions about me anyway, Zach?
Hold on.
Huh?
It's this
Well,
closing.
how fucking long is this guy going to ramble? Like, we can't, you got so many super chats, dude. Just try to keep it concise. Come on.
I'm explaining the power of this knowledge to see.
We know it's the knowledge is super powerful. It's non-predictive, but super powerful. I did want to ask you though, what were your predictions? Non-predictive because you won't make a prediction. I just demonstrated that.
Anyone can watch the videos from the timestamps and see how these things follow.
Yeah, but can you make a prediction now? Can you make a prediction right now? What's going to happen next year? No, you really didn't. No specifics.
For March Madness, you didn't want it.
What's the prediction for March Madness?
I'm coming back to what I'm talking about.
Jesus, Lord have mercy.
Okay, forget it. Never mind, because you'll just give me tons of how it works instead of the prediction. Can you just tell me this? You were going to make predictions about me. What were your predictions going to be about me? And it had something to do with me smoking. Was it going to be lung cancer? Was it going to be lung cancer, Zach? Were you going to hit me with the lung cancer? You were, weren't you?
For the record, do you know when the Surgeon General admitted that
I don't care about that. Just give me the fucking prediction, dude.
What year did the Surgeon General?
No.
It's going to be cancer, right? It's going to be cancer. It's going to be lung cancer, right, Zach? Because I smoke.
Andrew, do you think this is interesting?
Can you just tell me the prediction, Zach?
Andrew, in Gematria, do you find it interesting that lung cancer literally equates with cigarettes and nicotine? Do you find that curious?
Yeah, that is curious considering that 90% of smokers don't get lung cancer, dummy. That's really fucking interesting, though, Zach. Wow, what a great factoid. It's associated with this thing that actually smoking's not all that associated with. Mostly it's heart attacks and shit. Now, give me your prediction for me having lung cancer, Zach. Oh, wait, are you going to switch it to a heart attack now?
Hold on. I'm just making the point that in Gematria...
I'm going to go use the restroom. When I come back, we're going to start reading super chats, okay? Enjoy your 2 minutes to yourself.
Yeah, well, here's the 2 minutes. He's going to give us a bunch of how it works, but not make any predictions again.
I didn't even get closing remarks without getting interrupted.
Oh, God. So I didn't get opening remarks without getting interrupted. Stop bitching.
You asked me a question and I responded.
And then you interrupted after that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
and besides that, let's just point out that I'm still waiting for your predictions about me, not the descriptors of how you came to them, just the predictions.
I want to talk about what's going on this month because this knowledge is important to see what's going on in these entertainment avenues that a lot of people aspire to be in when they're actually horribly ritualistic and murderous. Again, anyone go back and watch our video from February 2nd, not that many days ago, making a very accurate prediction, which has played out numerous times this month. We talked about how rapper equates with murder in numerous ciphers, how there's this redundant pattern with people in the hip-hop industry being killed by these specific numbers. Days later, the guy who founded the Murder Inc. rap label dies, and if you look, he died 83 years after the real Murder Inc. in history ended, which is interesting because murder equals 83 and the recording industry did the song Murder by Numbers in 1983 where killing is as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. Again, you just had the announcement of the death of Notorious B.I.G.'s mother and the rapper Tyga's mother on the same day, shortly after the death of Tiger Woods' mother, also in Black History Month. But both of their deaths announced 79 days before Mother's Day, when both mother and murder happened to equal 79 as well.
All right. These all sound a little too spiderwebby conspiracy theory for me. Like I said before, I think.
Can you give me the predictions about me now, Zach? Please.
Again, Andrew, it's not like I just sit here and try to figure out predictions, but there's things that happen. And from understanding the numerical patterns, you can see often what is going to happen.
Great. So what's going to happen with me, Zach?
Huh?
So what's going to happen with me?
Skipping steps A through Y, just move to Z.
That's not what I'm doing. That's what you're doing.
You can't tell us, Zach?
Andrew.
You can't do it, Zach?
Again, I don't want to be mean to you, But there is something very dangerous about that number 44. There's a reason the first president to die in office died on 4/4. There's a reason MLK was assassinated on that date. There's a reason that JFK was the 44th term president. There's a reason that Trump appeared in court.
Can you just predict my death already, Zach, and get to it? For the love of all that is good, cut to the chase and predict my death, because we all know that's where you're going, Zach. Just fucking do it, Zach.
I'm going to finish making a point.
Oh, my God.
Trump appeared in court after they finished filming the latest Joker scene, and he appeared there on what would have been the
right now is what's going to happen right this second.
On 4/4, April 4th. From that happening, we predicted that there would be assassination attempts on Trump on the campaign trail, which did happen. Again, you can keep mocking, but we've made some very accurate predictions.
Can you make a very accurate prediction right now for me, Zach? That'd be great. About me, like you were going to do earlier, but still haven't fucking managed after 5 or 6 minutes of fucking rambling to actually make the fucking prediction. Now, here's what I predict. Instead of making a prediction, you're going to start talking about how you come up with predictions. Go ahead, Zach. The floor is yours.
Again, I'm just educating about the usefulness of the knowledge in the multitude of ways it can be used. And the way the government operates ritualistically. The word cancer, for the record, also equates to 100.
Correct. Look, my prediction was correct. You should follow me, because look at how I predicted that, and then it fucking happened.
Flow State coming in with a Big Ten. I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Not can you make a prediction? And again, I can make predictions. I've made better predictions on this platform than you've probably seen anybody else ever make. The fact that you don't know
it's just too bad that you can't do it right now, Zach, when it matters.
All right. We're not getting a prediction. We've established that we're going to get the reasoning for the prediction that we're not receiving. Flow State coming in with a Big 10. Andrew says 10 is most common. Sarah's goal is 10 super chats. I'm sending $10. There is no hidden meaning embedded in the occurrences of these numbers. Just autism.
I'm going to also make a prediction right now that a bunch of people from the Crucible are going to go over and start sending super chats to Sarah. I predict that that's going to happen, and they're all going to call you a dunce, because you can't make a single fucking prediction based on your predictive model that you incessantly explain how it works, but never actually show us it working.
Hey, you know what? If you guys want to see how it works, join us on Patreon. Like I said, 9-1 in the NBA.
Hey, if you guys buy my stuff, then I assure you it'll work. I just can't demonstrate it now when it matters.
Predictions have value, absolutely.
Just can't demonstrate it now.
So question then.
You know about the phrase casting pearls before swine? You're swine, Andrew.
What have I done? What have I ever done to you except question your system, sir? What have I ever done to you? What have I? Hang on. Actually, what have I ever actually done to you other than just question your system?
Throwing out just insults, just calling names.
So you did too.
What name did I call you?
You started them.
What name did I call you?
You said that I was too low IQ to understand what you were talking about.
That's not a name, is it? That's a statement.
Okay, do you think that was a statement designed to build me up?
Enough intelligence to understand.
Was it designed to build me up, Zach? Zach, was the statement designed to build me up, or was the statement designed to impugn my character, Zach? Which one?
Again, Andrew, it's unfortunate.
You can't answer any questions, can you, Zach?
Because there's a lot of points that could have been made tonight that we didn't get to. Because
you refused, because Zach, you refused to give us anything except how your system works, but you refused to actually give us any predictions based on the system.
It's not my system.
Whoever system it is that you live by, say it's true because you can make predictions based on said system. You refuse to make any predictions tonight.
Understanding the system, you can get ahead of what they're doing.
Then why can't you make a single prediction, Zach?
I can.
Then do it.
I gave you one tonight.
What?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Good God.
All right.
What's on, man? I don't know if he's too drunk or what's wrong with him.
What did you predict? What did you fucking predict? That Elon Musk is going to up censorship on X? Well,
that was the fascinating brought up, but I brought up the reason why it matters that he turns 54.
Fascinating, Zach. Wow. What an amazing prediction. There's going to be more censorship on
it. A piece of information to think about, and that is something that you do. You spend a lot of time debating OnlyFans girls. Just for the record, again, Apple did price their first consumer computer at $666.
Are you an OnlyFans girl, Zach?
Just for the record, in the Sumerian cipher computer,
Zach, are you an OnlyFans girl, Zach?
Internet,
Why would you take 5%? Why would you take 5% of my debates as though I haven't debated the best people in the fucking world while you have been grifting your fucking audience? And I just proved it tonight because you can't make a single fucking prediction.
People know that they get a high
Give us a prediction,
value.
Zach, you can humiliate me right now, right this second, by making a specific prediction, and then it comes true, and I would have to eat fucking crow, but you can't do it.
I gave you a prediction for tonight, what I think is going to happen to the economy.
Oh, that we're going to lose 4.3 million jobs in November.
That wasn't the number.
What was the number?
Don't worry about it. Let's move on, Sarah.
All right.
No, this is important. Actually, just tell me real quick so I can affirm it. What was the number? What was it?
Go back and watch later.
No, just tell me, please. What was the number?
You can go back and watch later.
No, please tell me the number, Zach. What was the number?
A reminder is what number is Trump?
Didn't you say he's 47?
Okay. And
yes,
everything he's doing
I was actually paying attention to what you said, Zach. So great. Can you tell me the number again?
So it was close to 47.
4.7 million jobs?
I think.
And you're standing behind November, we're going to lose 4.7 million jobs, right?
I think we'll see a headline like that later.
No, not could see. You're standing behind that is going to happen?
No, I'm not standing on that. I'm giving you an idea of how these.
Yeah, it could be, maybe. I'm not really sure. Perhaps. So you're not really standing behind it, are you, Zach? You're not really standing behind it, are you?
Andrew, would you be willing to put money on it?
I specialize in predicting exactly what the headlines are going to be. There's no value in that.
Oh, well, what's the value?
Taking advantage of rig sports, the market, crypto. I know a lot of people who took my crypto advice have times 5 their money in recent months. We were all over XRP by understanding the Ripple coin.
You 5 times your money this month? Have you 5x your own money this month in crypto?
Well, it happened in the last few months. And personally, I've never invested in crypto, and I've explained why, because I do not want to help bring about the digital.
Of course not. Why would you follow your own predictions?
I've explained that I don't want to invest in the crypto system because I see it as a moral issue. I don't want to help invest in
but you don't have any problem with helping other people invest in the crypto system.
I've given people very accurate predictions in the world of crypto and helped people make good money there.
All right, so let me get this right. So, it's immoral for you.
I do well financially. I have a moral problem.
You think it's immoral to invest in crypto, but show people how to immorally invest in crypto?
I don't judge people.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm against murder, but I don't judge murderers.
Andrew, I like to lift people's ships.
Stupid motherfucker, this guy.
It's not stupid.
One of the dumbest fucking people. So crypto's immoral, but I'm going to help you do the immoral thing.
I didn't necessarily say I'm helping. I'm showing the significance of the knowledge and how this is being used from crypto to the stock market to sports to news.
You should brush up on your debate skills with some OnlyFans girls, bro, so you can get good at it, because you're terrible. You're terrible.
All right. Smokely coming in with the Big 10 says, thanks from the Crucible crew. Now my buttons aren't working. And for the record, if you are a members only, I have done a community post with the StreamYard link. You can be the first to get backstage before I drop the link
this
publicly.
This is false. I said the book is called Numbers. The 4th book of the Bible is
titled
Numbers.
Jones coming in with the Big 10 says, are we all going to let this guy get away with saying that one of the most important books in the Bible is called the Book of Numbers? The Book of Numbers is actually called In the Wilderness.
It's called
but that you couldn't do the correct calculations. You have to understand the calculation has to fit the presupposition, or the calculation doesn't work. Right?
Cole Marshall with the Big 10. Thank you for hosting Andrew Wilson. More debates with Andrew. Yes, sir. Zachary, do you know what the fallacy of misplaced concreteness is? You're using 2 abstract ideas to build a narrative of your choice.
No, it's him who is incorrect. He's not understanding the ritualism that's taking place in society because he has not studied the subject of what I'm educating about.
Just
to make a point.
Yeah.
Before Kobe died, by the way, I have 2 books out there. The first one came out in 2017. One has a major section on rig sports. I talked about how the number 41 defined Kobe's life. And in that book, which is 800 pages, in the 29th book, I explained how all of this goes back to the Catholic Church and the Jesuits. Kobe ended up dying at age 41 on the Pope's 41st day of his age while traveling from Catholic Mass LeBron went on to win the finals that year, exactly 41 weeks after his birthday on Father-Daughter Day. For the record, Kobe Bryant equals 41.
Yeah,
like
so hang on. You got to keep it like 30 seconds. We'll
on.
never get through the super
Kobe-
chats,
Yeah.
bro. We'll never get through them.
foreshadowed in a
You'll
cartoon
never get through them if you don't keep
chapter.
them. They're confined to like 20-second
on.
responses, and
Hold
I
on,
have to
Andrew.
respond to them too. No, hold on. You have to keep them confined, or we'll never get through them. We got to get to this open panel.
Kobe's
Stop, bro.
death was foreshadowed
Tons
in a
and
cartoon.
tons of people are sending in super
You're wasting
chats.
time, Andrew. I'd already be done.
No,
Well,
talking.
Well, hold on. Zach, Andrew is correct. Normally, when we read super chats, if you do have a response, it's pretty
Quick.
prompt and quick.
This point
So
was
it's
Use
rapid.
social cues. Use social cues, bro. This isn't the time for your long diatribes. Just
It's like
respond quick so we can get to the
King
next
James
one.
Bible came out in 1611. The cartoon of Kobe dying in a helicopter came out on the 16th
Got
day
it.
of the
Now
11th
moving
month.
on. That's how quick they need to be. That
Foreshadowed.
quick. Super
What happened
quick.
that year?
Super quick.
Rachel Wilson with the big 5. Why did Zach choose the Protestant canon with 66 books rather than the traditional Orthodox Catholic canon, which has 76 books?
Because the Orthodox Church is not in control of what's going on.
Tyrannical with the Big 10. This Gematria stuff has some real world truth to it, especially the King James 66 thing. My IQ was originally 100, but after listening to this man, it fell to 66. Mason with a big 20. I'm a supporter of Andrew Wilson, but he, just like a lot of Christians, are completely dishonest about this conversation because there's a chance that this could contend with their worldview. I'm an Orthodox Christian myself.
I don't believe you're an Orthodox Christian, Mason, and believe in Gematria. That's not even possible. You would be, that is incorrect canon. That would be considered under the same guise as witchcraft. And I just demonstrated that it's not a predictive model, or this guy would be making predictions. Like, look, if you had a real model where you can make predictions based on a cipher that you were able to unravel that your enemy was using, you would literally be able to utilize that to make concrete predictions in order to demonstrate to people that you were correct. Him, like most con artists, cannot do that. And I demonstrate that over and over and over. He won't even stand behind his own prediction of 4.7 million in November. He won't even stand behind that. It's called con artistry.
Plumpy with the big 10. 69 is all you really need to know anyway. Stay frisky. Frank the Truth Tank with the big 10. Marilyn Manson is a prominent member of the Church of Satan, and he has the song You Say God, You Say, Satan, Satan. The word God and Satan equal 10 in Gematria. Martin Roca Jr. with a big 10. Zach is smoking this fool. He's talking about why do you use this number or that number will dumbass. He's using the numbers tied to your book, religion.
Not my book. I used a different book. That's what was in contention.
Saul Jones with a big 20. Unfortunately, I think this guy believes what he's saying. I usually love watching Andrew destroy people, but I think this guy might have schizophrenia.
I believe that he believes it. That was never in contention, though he did say that I don't believe in Christianity, a thing which I would never say to him about his worldview. I think his worldview is wrong. That doesn't mean I don't believe he believes it. You can see which one of us is far more charitable to the other.
Ed2276 with the 10. There were no chapters in the Bible until the 13th century and no verses in the Bible until the 16th century. Jeff Bros with the big 10. Here you go, Sarah, for your family and for the grift. You mod the circle that I watch. Good job. Q-Tard with the big 10. So you have the code figured out. Who specifically is using it for control by name? Where are the rituals happening specifically? And why aren't you actively trying to stop them right now?
Well, I am by educating people. That'll be the answer.
Again, we have been actively trying to stop them. We were out in front of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation educating about Event 201 on Friday, March 13, 2013. And I spent over 100 days out in street corners in Washington State educating about what was coming with the jabs as foretold by Bill Gates in his 2010 TED Talk. Again, gathering people. We've gotten out in front of Oklahoma City for the anniversary of April 19th to talk about Timothy McVeigh, Mr. 201 on Ignatius Loyola Day, blowing up the federal building, including a lot of children. What that had to do with 9/11 happening 3 months after his execution when 2 towers became 0 before they became 1. We've been all over the nation educating about this on the streets of America. including Buffalo after the top shooting in a predominantly black neighborhood blamed on a white supremacist on the 74th birthday of Israel, a date that we had circled years in advance for a ritual just like that. Again, we've been all over this nation educating about this knowledge and the Jesuits and why they do this. And again, if you have the ability to listen, you can learn how concrete this information is, or you can downplay it, as Andrew's trying to do all night, maintaining his ignorance.
Holmes with a Big Ten. Martin Cucaracha Jr., did you lick any numbers off the back window or the short bus asking for the number 66? Podcast lover, Zach Hubbard's Gematria is not adding up. Ed says, first, we don't know 72 was brought up in the hearing. Even if it was, we don't know the context. Given your misrepresentation of received vaccine numbers, there's no reason to believe you about the hearing.
There isn't. He started with an arbitrary starting point based on misinformation, and then he built an entire narrative behind it, and I exposed it very quickly. And if you take these guys' claims one at a time, you'll always be able to do this because the correlates don't make any sense. They're loosely defined, and then they're put together as though there's some type of grand theme
Andrew,
behind
you started
them.
off by saying LeBron James isn't King James, and then downplaying what I said to you and tying it.
No, what did I actually say?
I said 2024, where the election was on the anniversary of the Jesuits trying to kill King James.
I said I never heard that, but I'm willing to concede. I said I'm willing to concede because I don't watch sports. Hang on,
Andrew,
bro.
listen.
You have a good faith. I said I was willing to concede.
It's so obvious how small your worldview is.
It's small.
Listen, you've only had sex with one person in your life, and as far as you know, all sex is just sex, which shows just how little your worldview is. You have no life experience. You don't even know that LeBron is King James. It's embarrassing.
You think I've had sex with one person my whole life, bro?
You're a very small-minded person.
But not only that, let me just point out, right, that not only is that false, you should have been able to predict that with your fucking Gematria, but you weren't able to. You just made yourself look stupid.
You said it out of your mouth. I watched one of your debates.
I literally told you I don't follow sports. I was willing to concede. Hey, you could be right. I've never heard him called that. But then I pointed out multiple other names he had, which you kind of omitted because it didn't fit your narrative. And then I pointed out when he said the King.
It's his main nickname.
Yeah, but what about the fact that he has other nicknames? And what about the fact that he had other nicknames
Andrew,
before?
what about this? Again, like I said, King James's son was King Charles, and those who fought for him were Cavaliers. Go back to King Charles' coronation on May 6th, 5-6, when coronation equals 56, like royal family, and LeBron became 5-6 at home versus Steph Curry in the playoffs with a huge value on that game. Easy to take advantage of, seeing as how it's all rigged together.
But let's go back to 1776. Okay. And when we're talking about 1776, we're talking about, what is commonly referred to as the birth of the nation, that inside of this nation, we have what are called freedoms. What does freedom add up to? 300. And if you're talking about 300, you can take that 300 and then you can subtract it by the time the French invaded. And what happened when the French invaded? They burned the White House. What's the number for the White House? It's 72. And so if you take the 372, it actually adds up to 372, stupid.
For the record,
how come you didn't fucking know that?
The White House burned in a major
how come you didn't
in the time of the
fucking know that?
President James Madison, who was
how come you didn't know that?
The Jesuits came out of suppression.
Yeah, but how come you didn't know it added up to 372? How come you didn't know that?
What added up to 372?
I just walked you through it. I'm not going to do this again with you. How many times do I have to walk you through it? How many times do I have to show you the descriptor that I can't make any predictions off of? Huh?
Andrew, we have a long track record of predictions.
But can you give us a long track record of making one tonight by chance?
That again, something to be useful doesn't have to even offer predictive power. Understanding your reality and who's controlling it's more important than that.
Why? If it is the case that you cannot,
why, when, where is very important.
They're going to do. If you cannot predict a fucking thing, they're going to do and give us any specificity. That's totally worthless.
Who is doing these things through the accurate predictions?
Wow, who's doing what things?
More than a decade.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's so accurate you can't make any predictions tonight, though.
I gave you one for what I expect to happen tonight.
No, you didn't. You said maybe.
You're drunk.
You said may. I wish I was drunk. That would be way more fun.
All right.
By the way, for the record, alcohol equals 33. Prohibition ended in 33. Just
of course,
the way our government operates.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just a fact.
All right.
Alcohol equals fun. Fun equals 22. Because it's 22, your 33 is now debunked.
No, you didn't debunk it. That's just.
I just debunked it. That's debunked.
Godzilla with a big 10. Alphabet in Hebrew, Gematria equals 197. There's 22 letters in Hebrew. In the Hebrew alphabet, equals 219. 666 adds up to 18, and 219 minus 18 equals 201. Therefore, Gematria is still just numbers made to fit. Ooh, say that 3 times fast. Grid with a big 20. As an overlord, I must say his math is wrong. We do not exist. Please return to your pods.
The coon pods, yes.
The coon pods. Just say something. This sounds like a torturous form of 7 ways to Kevin Bacon. Shaking my head.
By the way, Jay Dyer's in the chat. If you don't know, okay, Jay Dyer's an Orthodox Christian. Orthodoxy adds up to 311. Okay. And that's exactly the amount of money that he owes me for fucking up my debate with another guy the other day. So I'm just pointing that out.
All right. This sounds like a torturous form of 7 ways to. Oh, sorry. Jeff with the big 10. What I know about God is that I'm not him. Zach is obviously not him, and God exists. Zach likes to think he is. What say you? Send your mods some love. Gestural with the big 50. Make a prediction. Grid with the big 20. I've not seen this level of mental masturbation ever. I can make a prediction. Get in the crystal.
Good prediction.
State of things with the big 20. My prediction is people avoid this numbers guy at dinner parties if he's even invited. Damien, Andrew is what happens when they give you wine at church and for some offerings. Batty men. Let me keep scrolling. State of things says, oh, we're all just too stupid to understand. Well, damn, how did we all miss that?
I don't know. You guys are fucking idiots is the problem. If you had the requisite information that had been prattled on about forever, absent the actual proof, which would be, the predictive prowess of said information, then you would actually understand how to disseminate information properly, but you're too fucking stupid. You're all, and by the way, I just want to point out, everybody will always have the criticism that because you don't understand the ridiculousness of their worldview, you're just too fucking stupid, Crucible audience. You're just too dumb. You don't get it.
Noah with the big 10. I predict that numerology is gay. Robert Demita. Zach really made a dunce out of himself in this debate. Sean Brewer says, Zach, look into the 201 crystals. It will blow your mind. Jim Bob says, hack shouldn't ChatGPT be able to more accurately predict gematria events than you? Why isn't that occurring, Zach?
That's actually a really good point.
I haven't explored ChatGPT using the knowledge to make predictions.
I mean, maybe you should.
I'll look into it.
You can be the first AI gematria predictor guy.
Oh,
I could see your credibility rising, Zach.
My credibility is very good with people who followed my work. There's a reason I've been deleted 1,000 times.
Yes. Well, I mean, possibly it could be because you're what we like to refer to as a person who engages in tons of fraud, which in turn pisses people off. And so
again, case in point, before January 6th happened, which was a massive 201 ritual, I told people to look into the Transition Integrity Project simulated by Jesuit Georgetown on June 12, 2020, which essentially simulated January 6th. My entire channel was deleted for talking about that, which I don't know how that's possibly a violation of the terms of service.
Well, everybody's channel got deleted for talking about January 6th
when there was nothing medical about it.
Everybody's channel was getting deleted for talking about January 6th, not just yours.
It was deleted before it happened. I was talking about Transition Integrity Project before January 6th happened. And I explained why there would be
got deleted for
news related to it because it was part of the simulation.
What did they say got deleted for?
The main person who got killed, Ashley Babbitt with the bizarre spelling, killed under the speaker's chambers. That was a nice little 201 ritual as well, just for the record.
Okay, so what did your channel actually get deleted for?
The whole channel was taken down the day before January 6th. I've been deleted 20
times. What did they say it was for?
They said it was for medical misinformation.
Okay.
Those were the videos that were 2 videos taken down for medical misinformation
about
January 6th. There was nothing medical about it.
You were talking about the jabby stabbies, right?
I was not. No. False.
Yeah, probably in other videos.
Do you know how many videos I've lost in the time of COVID? Not even talking about medicine, where they just say
I'm asking you. Bro, I'm asking you.
Times.
Look, I don't want your channels. Listen, I don't want your channel deleted. I wish that you could stay on and say whatever the fuck you wanted. I'm fine with that. I have no issues with that at all. I'm just saying that a lot of times what happens is people will use to their credibility. My channel was deleted for X thing, and then when you look into it, you find out there was actually a lot more to it than that.
Well,
not all.
in this case,
listen, hang on. In your defense, I'm making a defense of you. Calm down. I'm making a defense of you, Zach. I'm making a defense of you. Calm the fuck down. What I'm saying to you is, I don't want your channel deleted. I want your channel to be everywhere. I want you. It's fine for me that you can speak. Stop, can you let me finish?
Jesus, Lord,
can you let me finish? Calm down, Zach. Calm down, Zach. Chill out, Zach.
Andrew, there's a reason that in 2017 my average video got 100,000 views.
All right.
Zach, you can't stop slurging for 2 seconds, Zach.
Nia with the Big 10. This dude is a dunce. Win Crucible. Christopher Murphy with the Big 10. Get into the crystal, Zach. What a grifting dunce. William with the Big 10 says, get the bunny.
In the guillotine.
Guillotine. Thank you. We need something to get a straight answer out of this guy.
Are you a vegan by chance, Zach?
No.
Oh. Well, then the guillotine wouldn't work. I have this. So, Zach, I'll just tell you, right? Because this is actually funny. And maybe we can humorously divert this into something decent before the panel starts so that you're not all butthurt for the rest of the night. But I had this idea that if I was debating with a vegan and they were as evasive about answering questions as you are, that what I would do is I'd take a rabbit that I captured in the field and I would make a rabbit guillotine that was on a remote. And so every time they didn't answer a question, the guillotine went down just a little bit lower till it hit a red line, and then it would drop the entire way, taking the rabbit's fucking head right off. And I would basically hold them hostage doing that.
Well, again, the problem is the questions you asked all night showed your lack of simple understanding and didn't speak to the topic, which is the knowledge useful, which, again, it doesn't even have to be predictive to be useful.
Zach, you said we could talk about whatever we wanted, Zach, before it started. I recorded it. Do you want me to show it?
Okay, but you said you also wanted to keep the topic for what it was.
I said we can do whatever you want. And you said we can branch into whatever you want to talk about, okay. Andrew. Your exact
you're
words.
Trying to create a false premise that it even needs to have predictive power to be useful, which is not true.
Well, wait a second, Zach. The topic of the debate is not just whether or not it's useful. I said it was not true, right? That was what I said, and you said that's fine. False. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? When we came to the justification of how you ascertained that it was true, here's what you had. Blech. But we could have something great, which could ascertain it. We could have some evidence that would ascertain its truthfulness, a prediction.
Lots of those. And again, I told people they can go back and watch older videos of spot-on predictions that still exist on channels that have not been deleted.
Yeah, just not tonight.
Number 1 to you says, if Zach ever finds a woman that puts up with him, I predict she will pass away from boredom.
The reason that I didn't give you an orgasm tonight is because of the number 201. You have to understand that what happens is when the Jesuit order under Catherine the Great freed 201 various Jesuit priests, and then later on, if we look at the King James Version, what do we see? The number 65. That's exactly the number of pills of Viagra I need to take in order to give you an orgasm, and I didn't have them.
Andrew, that's not the kind of points being made.
It's all the numbers.
Andrew, the kind of points being made tonight is that Jesuit-educated men are meeting about the Russia-Ukraine war before it begins 201 days after the first ever Jesuitic nation year ever began. And then the war begins in the Donbass region, which equals 201. And then Biden gives $95 billion on the
Does the word Donbass actually equal 201? Does the word Donbass actually equal 201? Does the word Donbass actually equal 201?
Donbass region equates to 201, which
is Donbass itself, right?
It's referred to as the Donbass region. It always is.
Yeah. So is it the Donbass region that's 201 or Donbass region? Right. Not the. Region. You just said it's always referred to as the. Why'd you leave the out? Why did you leave the out?
Well, leaving the out is also not unfair. I mean, again, the is a correct statement. I'm just saying what you refer to it always as Donbass.
You just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself, even though you know logic, right?
Huh?
You just contradicted yourself, even though you know logic. Myself. Yeah, you did. You said it's referred to. It's totally fair.
Words and
you just said it's totally fair because it's referred to as the Donbass region, and then you go on to say Donbass region is what equals that. We left the word the out.
Hold on. To make a point, The in front of a word is not arbitrary. Again, it can be
Yes, why
important.
didn't you include it?
Hold on. I'm going to answer what you're saying. The
Okay.
Jesuit order is 201. Jesuit order alone is 144. These numbers often get paired together in their ritualism, just like how Trump's ex-wife died 144 days after her birthday and then was buried on the 201st day of the year. When the Jesuits came out of suppression, it was 144 days after James Madison's birthday, the only 201 president. On and on and on. It factored into Beau Biden's death. It factored into the death of
Why did you leave
Joe
the
Biden's wife and
out?
daughter who died on
Why did you leave the word the out, though?
Huh?
Why did you leave the out of the Donbass region? Why?
I'm making the point that looking at the in front of the word can, if it's the Donbass region, if I'm not mistaken, it's 224, like the Society of Jesus, the
I
former
thought it was
title of the
201 a
Jesuits.
few minutes ago.
Huh?
I thought it was 201 a few minutes ago. Now it's
Donbass
not.
region is 201.
Not the Donbass region, which is what you said people refer to it as. So you left that out so that it would actually equal 201. That way you could tie it together with your
Let's
201
keep it moving.
conspiracy.
God, just splitting hairs again, just ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, splitting hairs is pretty necessary when you're talking about the specificity of things like fucking numbers, right?
There's been a lot of 201 rituals with the war from before it began through the present. There's a lot of things we could go over if you really wanted to.
Did you know I own 201 guns?
I doubt it.
Oh, Jesus. He might actually.
You can only carry one at the end of the day.
If I had known.
Can you
this
shoot
was
any of
gonna-
them?
Barely.
Should've got liquor earlier.
Barely.
I imagine you wouldn't do too well in the Fallout world, Andrew. Drinker and smoker. Not going to
Yeah.
last very
All
long.
right. Beef
Everybody
it
in
to
the Fallout
beef
world
it.
drinks and
with-
smokes. Wait. Even though everybody in the Fallout world drinks and smokes, dummy, who in the Fallout world doesn't drink and
Probably not
fucking
the
smoke?
survivors.
All
Probably
of
not the
them
people
do.
who make it.
Everybody in the Fallout world drinks and fucking smokes. What game
You're
are
on
you
the
playing?
bathroom.
Are you playing Fallout New Made It the fuck up Vegas?
I'm not
Like, what are you
video
playing?
games. I
Well,
don't
then
have
what are
time
you
for video
talking
games in
about?
my
What's
day.
the referent? You're not going to do
I
very
got a
good.
family,
You're not
and I focus on
good in
putting
a
on hard knowledge.
post-apocalyptic world as a smoker and a drinker that has everybody's a smoker and drinker in.
Andrew, real quick, just entertain me here.
Okay.
From the beginning of this nation up to the present, the capital moved to the Jesuit stronghold, Washington, D.C., which in our history books, we get the first recognized president the year that Georgetown's established. And then eventually Inauguration Day moved to January 20th, which is the 201st day of the nation's age. And for the record, on the government website, they refer to it as Inauguration of the President of the United States, which equals 201. Do you think that's arbitrary? Do you think that's coincidental?
Not only do I not think it's arbitrary nor coincidental, I think that what you're doing is you're just drawing small factoids in order to associate the number 201 with them so that you can make what's called a gambler's fallacy. Would you like me to tell you what a gambler's fallacy is?
Well, it helped us land the Biden and Trump predictions because, again, Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan, which
bet it didn't help
201,
people
did the
get any
funeral for
fucking
Beau Biden
predictions
in 40
tonight, huh?
And the inauguration for Joe Biden, and he was the former head of Georgetown.
It's the gambler's fallacy is the mistaken belief that a random event is more likely to occur after a series of opposite events. What you're doing right now is you're doing exactly the same thing as the gambler's fallacy. You're taking unrelated events and you're assigning them an arbitrary number to those events. Yes, they are unrelated. You can't make 201 relational in those events, except because there's going to be an infinite number of numbers that we can associate within those events to other things, and you just skip over them. That's what makes it arbitrary and fallacious. On top of that, and by the way, illogical. On top of that, you're making you have another sequential problem here, which is just this. Your starting point itself is arbitrary and made up.
No, it's not arbitrary.
Yes, it is arbitrary. Yes, it is. Then why don't you use the Catholic Bible? Why do you use the Protestant Bible?
The starting point is the end of the 16th century when English was standardized and the Jesuits implemented the calendar on this day in history, which is also the start date of the very 201 war.
And why do we
Russia
use
and Ukraine?
And why ought we use that as our start date for Gematria? Because you believe that only Jesuits are the ones who are implementing this system?
I don't think the Jesuits are the only ones, but they are the tip of the spear.
Oh, I see. So before that, Gematria did not exist?
No, it absolutely existed before that.
Well, then why aren't we starting with those sequences of events?
My work is focused on who is the one pulling the strings on the world, controlling this nation's government.
It's arbitrary.
Media, who's manipulating the major
Do you know what
events.
arbitrary means? It means without system. You're not utilizing even the system for the system itself. It makes no fucking sense, dude.
It makes a lot of sense.
It's a completely foundationally made up starting point that fits your view, and that's it.
No, No, that's your false interpretation.
Not only is it not a false interpretation, I demonstrated it by asking you the foundational questions for why you use these things as a foundation. You just said because people know them. That's not a foundational argument, dude.
No.
Oh, Jesus. Praise baby
Again,
Jesus. Please.
I explained that the knowledge comes from the Bible, and you can see that it's clearly encoded in the Bible. And also, it's a clear way to explain it, since people are familiar with these things. To teach something to somebody, you have to teach where they have understanding. You have to meet people where they're at. But again, the Bible is the English translations of the Bible are directly correlated.
How do you teach Chinese people?
And the calendar.
How do you teach Chinese Taoist?
Huh?
How do you teach a Chinese Taoist?
What does that have to do with what I'm saying right now?
What I'm saying to you is that you say that you're going to start with the 66 books of the Bible because that is where you're going to meet people where they're at. So how would you meet a Chinese Taoist where they're at in order to explain the Jesuit conspiracy based on Taoism? How would you do that? How would you even go about it?
That's not my focus right now.
Yeah, right. So you have no idea. That's why how I'm demonstrating it's arbitrary. If I was going to use, on the other hand, my foundational belief to a Chinese Taoist, it would be the same as if I use my foundational belief to an American. Do you understand the distinction there? That's why it's not arbitrary. It's going to be the same universally.
Realm, you're talking about your spirituality and why you believe what
I'm just talking about foundations. I'm just talking about foundational principles and how mine are not going to change and yours have to necessarily change because they're arbitrary.
If I went to China and wanted to teach about this, I would show the 201 rituals they're doing with Xi Jinping and the harassment of Taiwan and what that has to do with history. Again, the Jesuits
how would you tie that to Taoism? How would you tie it to Taoism, where they're at?
I don't need to tie it to Taoism.
No, so what would you tie it to? The same
the history of the Jesuits in China, which predates them this country even existing.
Okay.
The Far East is super important to them. Sun Tzu, Art of War, the reason people know about that text is because of the Jesuit priest Father Amia, who published it in 1773. Again, there's a lot of things. By the way, for people who are not familiar with Art of War, look into chapter 11, the 9 situations. Just like the date 11/9, there's 68 paragraphs in that chapter, like how in 68, World Trade Center construction began, 911 was made the national emergency dialing code, George W. Bush got out of Yale and Skull and Bones. A lot of things went down in 68.
You're wrong. It was actually published.
It
was published in
201, and 9/11 was simulated by the federal government 102 days before it happened.
Yeah, the Art of War.
By the way, Al-Qaeda also
dates back to the 8th century. There's been copies of it floating around forever and ever and ever. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there. Yes, it is true. It was translated into French 1772 by a Jesuit named Jean Joseph, but the copies of it were around long before there was a publishing house. Hang on.
Because of that.
Long before there was a publishing house, stop. It's my turn to respond. Long before there was a publishing house by a Jesuit who ever published this, there was tons of copies of it floating around everywhere. Tons of people were rewriting it. Tons of people were translating it. Why shouldn't we start with the 8th century date? Why?
How many people would be aware of it if it weren't for the Jesuits publishing it?
Oh, God. Tons of people were aware. How do you think the Jesuits became aware of it?
Because the Jesuits were very invested in the Far East.
Yeah, because this was a book common in the Far East.
Again, anyone who wants to research Art of War can see how
research
much the popularity
again.
Okay. It's literally right here. You want to see it? I'll go grab it right now.
Yeah, take a look at it and look at the beginning how Rule 5 and 6 are on the same
Actually,
line.
I'm not going to.
1, 2,
I'm
3,
going
4,
to demand
Rule 5,
that
6.
I'm going to demand my wife, who is my slave, grab it for me.
Huh?
I'm going to demand my wife, who is my slave, grab it for me.
While she's doing that, be fit to be fit with the Big Ten. And I thought the flat earthers were the biggest dodging, refusing to answer our words. I stand corrected. Travis Malden says, my wife queefed, and that sounds a lot like queen. So is she the champion?
I meant wife, not slave. That was, I misspoke.
The state of things says stating the past is far easier than prescribing the future. Your predictions are only predictions once they're confirmed by being in the past. Prove me wrong.
Agreed.
Delano says you would be better off arguing the numbers. Prove God is in control, births and deaths. Many people believe that and call them synchronicities. Why not that, Zach?
I do think there's an organic side of this. We talked about this in the Jim Bob debate. There's also clearly a
30
manipulated
seconds
side
less.
where these numbers are used ritualistically to instigate world-shaping events from 9/11 to the scandemic to what's going on with Russia, Ukraine, and there's recurring numerical patterns that connect all of them. This is what my book Number Games is about, which again, in that book, I explained, it was published in the middle of 2020, why they would wind down the scandemic as soon as the year of the tiger came around, exactly what they did. I also called out what would happen with the pokey-dokes before any of them were even introduced. Again, there's unpredicted power to this knowledge, very specific predictions, and life-saving knowledge, life-changing knowledge.
That he can't give any of you tonight. And by the way, the thing is like, I will give a lifeline here that it is true that many occult organizations do use the Bible as a premise for many of the things that they do. I don't dispute that that is true. I've talked about this many, many times. And including, by the way, John D., many other occultists that you cited. I don't dispute that that is true. I dispute that you in any way, shape, or form can make any sort of actual predictive models based on these loose correlates of numbers that you arbitrarily come up with. And I've demonstrated that over and over
and that's
again,
already proven
because
wrong
you
by
fucking
history.
can't do it tonight.
I don't need to do it tonight.
Because you can't.
The quote you just agreed
Just
with
I
just
can't.
cements
I
what I've
can't.
already done.
Say you can't.
Look at the past, accurate
You
prediction, and
can't.
validate the future was
You
foretold.
can't. You can't. You can't.
I don't
We have
need
to join the
Yeah, it's not
Patreon to get
need.
the
I don't say you
predictions.
need to. I say you can't do.
I've done it many a time, so you're wrong.
Then do it now.
You're wrong.
Yeah, you can't do it.
You've already been proven wrong.
I win. I got to take
No,
a
you
lead.
don't.
Take a leak. Damien with the Big Ten, a young man wearing nothing but a linen garment, was following Jesus. When they seized him, he fled naked, leaving his garment behind. Mark 14:51 through 52. Hart Ponder with the Big Ten. Hey, you leave Zach alone, Andrew. Joseph Smith was a fraudster, and he got an obscene amount of poon in recorded American history. He also pinned his refusal predictions on Satan. He should do that. Know Your Realm says Zachary Greenblatt supporter and Neve time me out for using caps in one of my comments. Oy vey, my eyes can't handle all caps. Oy. Well, the mods can do whatever the fuck they want. They know their role. I support it. Mr. Disappointed, and for the record, all caps in the chat is really annoying. It's super obnoxious. It's almost just as bad as spamming the chat. Mr. Disappointed, this guy was raised without a father in the house. It's like a woman telling you a story and you just want to know the facts. Oh my God, stop blabbing on and prove your view. Jump in your crystal. We've got a crystal ready here for you too, by the way, if you want, Zach. We always have crystals ready. Daniel McCoy with the Big 20. I've been working on a 480V power panel on a down machine, and listening to Zach is making me want to test the main breaker with my earlobes. Andrew for the win. Raging, great job. Will cheers you when I get home and drink. All right. I think that's it. And shout out for yes, I found a beer, ladies and gentlemen. I found a fucking beer. Praise baby Jesus. Somebody left one in my house. And it was for this very moment. I think the numbers predicted that I was going to need a beer today. So, all right. Everybody's here. The backstage is full. Gentlemen, are we ready to go into open panel dumpster fire?
Sure.
Praise God. All right. For all of the rest of the super chats, I will just bring those up on screen throughout the remainder of the time. I do apologize for time's sake. You obviously know why we're doing it this way. So I thank you for your patience and all of those other fun things. All right, dumpster fire.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
Okay. Rules of engagement, gentlemen. Most of you know, I just don't like it when you're all yelling over top of each other. And if I start talking, that means you just shut the fuck up and we go along from there. Okay? Outside of that, the floor is open. Thank you.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Real quick, I have one line of argument I would just like to run by you, Zachary. In order for Gematria to work, you need clean data, right?
Gematria, already a lame comment.
I thought that's how it was pronounced. Sorry. Gematria is fine.
It's pronounced that way.
In order for Gematria to work properly, you can't manipulate numerical values, cherry pick interpretations, or distort results for personal gain, right?
You could do that. The point is
It
to
would
use
work
the
that
knowledge
way?
accurately and create a clear picture of what's going on, which does lead to predictive models and exposes true evil and tyranny and who is controlling the show. And that's what we've done for over 11 years.
Right, but my question was, could it work that way? Could it
You
work
could use it
accurately?
in a dishonest fashion, absolutely.
How do we know
Okay,
you're not
so-
doing that? How do we know you're not doing that, Zach?
Well, here, just to make a point, I started this research with 9/11.
Yeah, but how do we know you're not doing that, Zach? That's all we want to know.
Just listen. I'm going to give you an example. Does this
You're
seem
just going to
dishonest?
give me tons of
What
descriptors
did-
for
hold
how
on,
it works
Andrew.
again.
What did they? Andrew, you ask questions. I try to answer, and then you interrupt.
You give me descriptors. You don't answer the question.
Is it true that on 9/11 in New York and Manhattan, buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell?
Yes, that's true.
Ground zero equates to 127. What is the original definition of ground zero?
It's 1.
It's the point above or below ground where a hydrogen, atomic, or nuclear bomb explodes. Where were those bombs? What was the name of the project to develop those bombs?
The Manhattan Project.
Or the World Trade Center's in Manhattan?
Yeah.
And is 127 the 31st prime number? And is 31 the 11th prime number? And is New York the 11th state? And were there a lot of 11s involved in New York? The master number on the 11th
Do you see
of the
how
month
all of
was
these are
New York
just?
Day, and
Do you
George
see
Herbert
all of
Walker
these are
was
descriptors? Can you answer the?
World
Can you answer the
Trade
question?
World
Can you answer the
Trade Center
question?
account?
This is a hypnotic
Can you
technique.
answer the question?
I am answering the question.
When are you going to answer it?
Hold on. What was 9/11 also?
Do you even
referred to as
remember the
new
question? Can you
Pearl
even tell
Harbor?
me what the question was,
Was
Zach?
9/11 also referred to as the new Pearl Harbor? I'm answering your question.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Okay, hang on. But for every question I answer, Zach, hang on. For every question I answer, Zach, I'll answer every question. Hang on, Zach. I'll answer every question. Zach, I'll answer every question you have. Zach, calm down. Calm down. Zach, calm down. Zach, calm down. Calm down, Zach. Calm down. Calm down. I'll answer every question. Zach, calm down.
Right,
2
hold on.
seconds, Zach.
One at a time. One at a
I'll
time.
answer every question you have with a yes or no, or with a simple, like I said, Manhattan Project. Very simple. Hang on. But for every question I answer, I want you to answer a question of ours the same way I answer yours.
Okay.
Is that fair? Okay.
Sure.
So I just answered 4 of yours. Can you answer his? The question was, Zach, how do we know you're not doing that exact thing?
Because
Using Gematria. Hang on, Zach. Let me finish the question. Zach, let me finish the question. How do we know you're not using it for nefarious purposes if it can be used for nefarious purposes for self-enrichment?
Because my work has a long track record of being very correct and accurate, and it's helped a lot of people. You can watch the recent video we did on having people call in about how.
Stop! You were almost perfect. All you had to do was back up 4 words.
All right,
I don't know
take
what
off
that
your
is in
sunglasses.
Gematria. I don't do that much math. Just stop.
Because it's helped people.
Stop. Calm down. You were
I don't
good.
like looking at your fat head. I know what you're about. You go on talk a bunch of shit.
Well, nobody
How
likes
dare you?
your grifting
I
ass.
saw your
So
Patreon
you're
and
doing
it's
it.
full of shit.
I'm trying to help you here, dumbass.
You're not.
Oh, I am.
So this is a hypnotic technique. This is a hypnotic technique where you overload
hypnotic
the
technique,
audience
it's all facts.
and keep asking and throwing things at them faster than they can track until they eventually just swirl out. That's why when you get asked a question, you start going da 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 da.
I want to ask you about names, because you were about to make an argument about Matthew, and the problem is that Matthew's name was not Matthew. His name was Matyahu. And then when you were like 2 minutes after that, you were going to talk about Jesus. And you were going to mention that Jesus' name is not actually Jesus. You were going to mention his original name. So why one time you use Matthew, and then when you were going to talk about Jesus, you were going to use the other name?
And it couldn't be because you just needed the numbers to add
He
up,
asked the
right?
question to you.
Whoa! It is open panel. Who the fuck are you?
Zachary, calm down.
You're very biased, Sarah.
Very rude, Zachary. Very rude. Do you think she was biased? Do you think she was biased when we did the debate tonight, Zach? She was biased.
Horrible.
Wow, you had way more speaking time than me, Zach.
Andrew, answer.
She stepped in like 3 freaking times. What the hell are you talking about? I don't even like Sarah. That she gets mad at me all the time. Well, the one time I was on here,
she gave you way more.
She's not. Yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, the buy. Yeah.
Andrew, you want to answer the question?
Hey, let me just run one line of questioning. That's.
Hold on. We were already under one.
Oh yeah, sorry. I apologize. Yep, I apologize.
Because you do the same thing with dates. Sometimes you use the American month, day, year, and sometimes arbitrarily, just because you feel like it, you use the European way of using the dates. That is very dishonest, Zach.
No, it's not, because they're both fair ways of expressing the date, and oftentimes both ways are important.
No, that's because you need it to be like that. You arbitrarily change it. You should use only the American way of spelling the date.
Oh, here, let me make a point about 9/11.
Okay.
So,
no.
Please don't.
We're talking about names and dates. Answer either of the questions.
Well, I'm showing how 9/11 and 11 and 9 are both very relevant to the date.
What does that have to do with Matthew?
Can you
he just made a point
on the book of
Numbers? You want me to answer? See, that's what I mean, Sarah. Like, I'm answering his question. Like, what's that have to do with Matthew?
You're not answering shit.
Answer the Matthew one.
Again, the point I'm making is, at the end of the 16th century, English is standardized. Realize they numbered the Bible the century before, right? So a system's being built. By the end of the 16th century, you have the Bible as we know it, English standardized as we know it. You have the Gregorian calendar implemented at the same time. The heliocentric model also ties in with this as well. In light of
Wait,
the
are you a flat earther also?
Sun. For the record, heliocentrism is a big fat 201. But again, the reason why is because they created a new system. And that's why the names have been changed too, like you just fairly pointed out with Matthew. Matthew does equal 27 in this code, like there's 27 books in the New Testament.
That's not correct.
That's not correct. My name is Maximiliano. My name is not Maximilian. If I have an American biographer, he won't spell my name Maximilian. Proper names shouldn't change. Your name is Zachary. It's not Zacharias.
Right. So why do we use your starting point is his question.
So when we open up the King James or the New International Version or most English Bibles, does it not say Matthew?
So what?
Yes.
It's still arbitrary. Don't you understand? It's an arbitrary starting point. Like, that's his point. There's no system here except what you're making up.
The result to get the descriptors that you need.
Huh?
That's why when Andrew asks you, please predict me something, you can't say X team, Y team are going to the Super Bowl next year, and here's why. You can't do
that numerous times, buddy.
Do it now.
Admit you can't do it.
Can't do it.
Numerous times we have done that.
Can he do it now?
Fuck you. Numerous times in the past. He's asking for right now.
Right now.
Yeah, I've done it numerous times in the past.
Are you a Patreon member?
I only care about what you're doing right now.
Hang on. Stop. Can he do it right now? Can he tell us who's going to the Super Bowl next year?
No.
I'll have a very good prediction before the football season begins. Absolutely.
And so we'll have
only if you're in the Patreon.
Vegas, baby.
Sounds convenient.
Vegas, baby, we're going to Vegas.
Yeah, hey, join Patreon. A lot of people have changed their lives in Vegas off this knowledge.
Or a lot of people got chilled, I bet.
Hang on.
You could actually
advise from the guys
knowledge paid for the game.
If you could accurately predict sports games, then you would make a lot more money winning those bets in Vegas than you would having a Patreon.
Yeah, no shit.
That's a good point.
I will.
Plus, you would have a platform. Think about this. Like, wouldn't your platform, if you won every sports bet to the degree that you're talking about, wouldn't you bet everything and then double, triple until you were so rich that you could buy a platform so large that you could educate everybody on the Jesuit conspiracy for Gematria?
It's a thought, Andrew. It's a thought. Again,
thought about it in 11 fucking years.
Your full sum every day to double and triple and multiply the day you miss. If that's what you're doing, you're going to go back to zero. And again, I never said we're perfect.
ChatGPT can help you with that too, by the way.
Yeah, let me. Can I just try a different line or a direction?
You're roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Your audio is in and out. I think it's your little mic piece or something. Fix that, and then we'll get back to you. Anybody else have another question?
I was just really hoping to know who was going to go to the Super Bowl. I have never
Come
bet
join
on
us on Patreon.
Patreon. This is the
I'm
thing.
following your fucking Patreon. Andrew asked you to predict one thing, and you can't do it. You won't.
I'll predict that you won't join the Patreon.
March Madness, but he didn't want it.
Well, that's
Okay, I'll tell you what. Without descriptors for how the system works, give us the prediction for March Madness.
Again, I don't feel that this panel is worthy, and again, I don't need to give it to you to move the ball.
All right, how much would it cost? How much would it cost this panel and like the 8,000 viewers right now? How much would it cost all of us for that many people to get a prediction?
Who are they giving the money to?
Yeah, we'll give it to you. But we want the prediction first, and then we pay, just like we would with any other goods or service.
I'll change sides for a cut.
Again, this is how we make predictions. And again, I always encourage people to put in their futures just before the tournament begins.
I'm the most honest, dishonest person.
But here, I'll explain this to you right now. You guys don't need to give me anything. So I was trying to give it to you earlier. The tournament this year will end on 4/7. The championship dates in San Antonio
Not
on
looking for descriptors. We just want another
47
predictor.
Theme going on right now in all of popular culture. The NASCAR Daytona race was just won by the guy who's the crew chief equals 47. And for the record, that guy won back-to-back years after rain delays when rain equals 24, driving the number 24 car. Last year, the rain delay moved it to Hendrick Motorsports' anniversary of establishment, and Hendrick Motorsports finished in first and second place. But hold on. So the championship's on 4/7. There's a team who's up in the favorites to
Never
be
gonna
there.
get a prediction,
Going to be
by
in
the
their
way.
47th tournament, and that championship
Hypnotized,
date will be
Andrew.
226 days
I
after
will literally buy you lunch if this guy gives us a prediction. I will buy you
how we
lunch.
make predictions.
I
That's what I mean. I'm trying to tell you guys how we make predictions.
We
You're
want
not
the
listening.
prediction, not the way you make the prediction. What's the prediction?
Well, that's the value of the knowledge, is to understand how to do it.
Right.
As a fish, do you not understand the phrase, "Did you command to fish"?
Sure, that's fair.
You
But
don't understand the phrase, "Did you command to fish"?
if the knowledge is so valuable,
I don't care.
if the knowledge for making
here,
predictions is so
you guys
valuable,
are
why
unworthy.
can't you make them?
Look,
I'll
if
give
you'll
you guys
just
a clue
make
instead.
a
Figure out what team
prediction,
is gonna be
he'll
in the
buy me
47th
lunch, and it
tournament
doesn't even
who's
have
going
to be a
into
right prediction.
122 wins and 41 losses in
Zach,
the tournament,
can I
because those are
ask
the values
you
of
a
San Antonio,
question?
where the Final Four is.
Zach,
Can you just tell us the prediction, Zach?
Do we get a
I just gave you the
discount?
team if you do a little bit of research.
Hold on. Do we get a
What's the
discount
team?
if we don't want all the pre-educational stuff
No.
that leads up to the
assume you
answer?
got
Can we
paid by
just
the
have
word.
the answer?
You'll never get the answer.
I was about to give the answer. It's just you guys
Okay.
can't listen.
I'm listening. What's the
Always
answer
want
without
to.
The point of the thing is the knowledge useful? I have to show you how the knowledge is useful. If I just throw out a prediction without explaining it, I mean, you don't understand how
And
the
it would
knowledge.
prove your knowledge. It would prove your system is useful, Zach.
Well, I just gave you enough. I gave you enough information to.
Yeah, but Zach, can I just ask you this? Completely unrelated. Do you agree with me that if I wanted to demonstrate my predictive model that you didn't believe was true, that I could easily make predictions, and then based on those predictions coming true, you would then have to concede my predictive model has something to it? Why won't you do that?
Andrew, I've done that many a times.
Well, you do it now.
Again, you wanted to cherry pick things at the beginning that we've gotten wrong and missed the long line of accomplishments.
I'll grant all of your
the year that North
confidence if you
Carolina
make a
beat
prediction
Gonzaga,
now.
I said at the beginning of the tournament, North Carolina would beat Gonzaga in the championship, and they'd likely win with 71 points. Exactly what they did, and there was a very specific reason why. I had to do everything to do with the bathroom bill that year.
So can you make the
I like to teach you
prediction?
the knowledge in how the game is rigged.
Yeah, can you make the prediction for who's going to win the next big sports team or next big sports game, and then what the score is going to be right now?
Yeah, very, very possibly. I'll say this.
Possibly.
Yeah.
What is it?
I can make a prediction. I predicted I'm going to leave here and go have adult activities with my wife.
I don't blame
So
you.
am I. Shit, he left us too.
Can I try just going? Is my audio
No,
better?
can we-
Is that
congratulations,
No.
Grid, on having sex, though.
Oh no!
Don't be jealous, Flow State.
Why?
Don't be
I'm
jealous.
curious, Zach,
I am jealous.
What would your argument be for someone who's an atheist that doesn't care about the Bible or anything like that.
Whether you're an atheist or not, there's a controlling system, and they are using that
That is
knowledge,
false.
and it can
That
have
is
a consequence on your life. I had to do this with people in the streets of Seattle.
That's false. Stop. That's false. My country has 45% atheists. No one cares about what the church says.
So in
No
your
one-
country, did
literally
they
no
have
one
lockdowns and jab mandates in the time of the scandemic?
No.
Okay, well, it might have been a little bit harder to explain it to your people in your nation.
Uh-huh. Go on.
Go on.
Go on.
I don't know where you're from or your country.
I'm from Uruguay.
If what I'm teaching is relevant to what's going on there. Perhaps your country's not having to deal with the problems that mine is.
He seems kind of Uruguayan.
I am Uruguayan, yes. Dude, Zach doesn't even know where Uruguay is.
Well,
Small
you're
country next to Argentina.
Uruguay. There's the history of the 33 Orientals. You can look into that history. Very interesting history.
Shit.
Yes, I know. I was born on April 19th, which is the day of the 33 Orientals. Yes.
Ignatius of Loyola Day.
So, what were the names of the 33 Orientals?
I don't have that off the top. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. So you just know they were 33. Look.
But
What's
it also does
irrelevant?
go back to that April 19th date.
Yes, because they disembarked in Montevideo on April 19th. Yes, that's my birthday.
And understanding these things shows you the Jesuit
That you
connection.
haven't
The reason
said
that date's
that-
so recurring across the world.
There were. On what year did they disembark?
I haven't talked about this in years. I'd have to go back and revisit it.
So again, you don't know. So there is there's a connection there that you have no idea about, and yet you're saying, "Oh yes, this is relevant."
It's something
Listen
I've
to
talked
me.
about in the past. I can't remember everything off the top. It's been years since I talked about it.
Okay, so no answer. That's not good.
Well, get used to it, bro.
Zach,
I have DraftKings open. I'll split it with you. Let's do a 10-leg parlay right now for the Lakers
Join us on
game.
Patreon. You
Luka's
could hit a 10
revenge.
leg this weekend.
Okay, but before you do anything, what is Axiom 1?
Corinth is gay.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Okay, Luka above or under 32 points. Zach.
Come join us on Patreon. We do this every day.
Split it with you. If you were to if I was on your Patreon, would it say Luka above 32 or below 32?
I got to look at the opponent, the date. I haven't done that right now. It takes research.
It's the Mavericks. It's starting in 21 hours, so it's the 25th of February.
Like I said, come join us on Patreon.
You haven't done the
Didn't
research?
do the research. How is it on your
Are we doing
Patreon?
on
though?
Patreon?
It does
haven't
take
done the
research to make the predictions. Yeah, it's not just
So is it
automatic.
on your Patreon? If I go to your Patreon, will I see this, or did you not do the research?
I haven't done tomorrow's games yet.
Look, if
So-
you join my
so if you
$2
join your
membership,
Patreon, it's
I
not
will
going to
I
be
will
there?
share my $5 Patreon from Zach's Patreon with you in my members only section.
Well, shit.
Chaotic
I was hoping to
Truth,
get
what
rich
you got?
off this stream.
He looks mad. He looked big mad. Big mad.
Are you muted, CT?
I think he's muted.
Zach, salute to everybody on the panel. Zach, you've embarrassed yourself today. And I told you this would happen. Hear me out, Zach.
You made a prediction?
I did. Zach, you've been coming to my channel for almost 6 months now.
That's not true.
Zach, man, please finish, please. Because I'm actually here to help you. I'm actually on your side, to be honest with you. I told you, Zach. I said Gematria was bullshit. I've done the same thing that Andrew has done. I've challenged you and your disciples to make live predictions, and each and every time you failed.
No, that's not true. You acknowledged it the weekend that there was the shooting. when I said there
just
wouldn't be.
let him talk.
You're being dishonest.
No, Zach, I've been patiently waiting. I'm not used to whites cutting me off. Now, I'm normally used to blacks cutting me off. Be a white man and be orderly.
Well, you're being dishonest.
Wait, did you just call me name because right now I'm cutting you off? Wait, what does that make me, bro? Wait,
Well, he already acknowledged on his show that
just
the
got your
prediction
card.
was what I was said was
Zach,
going to happen to Saturday a few weeks
Zach,
back. Now he's saying that it hasn't
Zach.
landed. Weird.
Zach,
I told him that plane crashes would be a theme in 2025. He's been witnessing it along with everybody else.
Order when I'm on white panels. Please be orderly.
I appreciate you got a new blazer tonight. That's nice to see that you
This
have
is
more
his
than
first
one,
time on a
blazer
white
in your
panel, though,
wardrobe.
probably.
CT's been here before.
May I finish, Zach, please? I'm here. I'm on your side. I
You're
told
not on my side, chaotic liar. Please.
Can you let the man at least make his point?
Well, he's lying. I'm just going to cut him off.
Oh, you're just going to cut him off.
Yeah, because I know he's lying, and he knows he's lying too.
It's really funny. Why can't you wait till he's done and then respond?
I know he's a
Like you
goof.
demanded of me.
He's the real life Clayton Bigsby.
All right,
He's
all
on his
right,
own
all
show
right.
called
But-
Black People.
but
Wait,
let him-
you're saying he's a white black supremacist or black white supremacist?
I am trying
It's weird.
to finish.
It's
He's
a
the
weird
black
thing.
white supremacist,
Zach.
Clayton Bigsby.
Zach, Zach, Andrew clearly has a over 150 IQ.
Clearly not.
Zach, may I finish, please, sir?
For the grace of God, just mute.
I was actually looking out for you. See, I'm lightweight compared to Andrew. This man has an incredible brain. I told you not to do this. I told you to take this Gematria on tour as a comedy special, almost like a Trojan horse, if you will. Zach, there are no mustache twirling Jesuits in some mythical mountain somewhere manipulating events. That number shit is bullshit. You know, you correlate numbers with events after the fact. Zach, I told you that this would happen, and look at what has happened. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to watch this. Zach, I'm on your side. I told you not to do this. Why did you do this, Zach?
Again, intelligent people will see this and see that Andrew didn't know his own book, couldn't answer verses in his own Bible,
Zach,
and was completely illogical throughout the entire night.
The man has been completely logical.
Tell me what the most logical thing he said tonight was.
That every single claim that you make, we should go through one at a time so you can't gish gallop, and we should verify each one of those claims. And when we did, all of them ended up being false that we verified.
All of them. And so tell me one that was false. The closest thing to false was, I misspoke. It was 72 shots.
And that was incorrect. That was actually incorrect as well. When we
It was not incorrect.
It was. We went ahead and verified
No, it's
that.
not incorrect.
We used a fact check to verify it, Zach.
It's
so the
not
thing is, not only was it incorrect, but initially the claim was that between the ages of 0, I guess, and 18 years old, that there was going to be 72 different vaccinations given, and I could stop that. I could that I could look that up via the CDC, and it was.
Andrew, so what else was false
can I finish? Can I finish?
What else was false?
Finish
Everything.
Okay, yeah, there's tons. I'll go through the entire list. Hang on, Zach. One step at a time. How can you give these long diatribes about your descriptors, but I can't even respond to this?
Because you're the liar.
You were complete. Oh, so now I'm lying. What am I lying about?
You just said everything I said tonight was false.
No, that's not what I said. I said when we're able to go through your claims one at a time when you can't gish gallop, we find out that they're false. For instance, you claimed that there was 201 Jesuit priests. And it turned out that that number was actually inaccurate. And when we drilled into it, you just said, "Well, that's what they say. I don't even know if it's true."
It's written about in a text by a Jesuit priest.
But the truth of the matter is, you don't actually know, right?
It's written. It's documented in a
But
book
the
by a
truth
Jesuit
of the matter is, you don't actually know if it's 201, do you?
That's the recorded history by their own order.
But the truth of the matter is, you don't actually know, correct?
I made the point that I do think they manipulate and adjust numbers for ritualism.
So the truth of the matter is, you don't know, correct?
The truth of the matter is that's the historical record.
So the truth of the matter, though, is that you don't actually know because you dispute that historic record.
Andrew,
You don't
we
know if
can't
it's
know
true.
that anything is true for the most part in history. We have to take the authorities' word for it.
Okay, but you are disputing it. You say, I dispute this because these people lie, so I can't actually claim that the veracity of this is true.
Number 201. That's the point.
Yeah, I understand what your point was, but the veracity of the truth claim itself is what is in question, and you're questioning it yourself and yet still take it as gospel, which is bizarre. So every single time we go through a claim, right, we find that the claim is not actually the same claim that you're making when we start breaking them down. When you, for instance, you say, we need to use the Protestant Bible, 66 books, right?
We don't need to use it. There's a reason there's 73 in the Catholic Bible. I got into why the 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament matter. Again, you're changing what was said. I explain why I look at the King James Bible, because there are important examples that can be drawn from it that have to do with current events that people are very familiar with, from the current president.
But that's arbitrary. That's arbitrary. That's arbitrary. You're just saying
it's not arbitrary.
Because you're reasoning, your justification for why you use that as a base is because people will understand that. That's an arbitrary. That's an arbitrary starting metric.
No, you're watering it down to that.
Okay. Well, then very quickly and concisely, just like I've been doing with you, tell me why that's a watered down version. Give me the actual justification for why we should use the 66
numbers that
books.
are used in that Protestant Bible are very important to the rituals that the ruling class, which at the top is the church, they're using numbers from that specific Protestant Bible in their ongoing ritualism, including what they did with the pandemic, as I explained, including what they do with the rigged.
But that was another false claim when you cited a company and said that was the first who had done these types of trials, and it turned out that wasn't the first who had done those types of trials either. Every claim, in fact. This company was called, hang on, let me see if I still have it pulled up. I'll just double check. Started with a C. Clade X, I'm sorry. So you said Clade X, they were the
Andrew,
first.
You're saying that's false and you have not done proper research. You will see there are only two simulations that are as tightly related as Clade X and Event 201.
That wasn't what your claim was.
Other simulations
you switched your claim.
Like that with...
Yeah, but you switched your claim. Your initial claim was that they were the first ones who had ever done.
For the record, Andrew, Clade X equals 113. Also, like.
Can you just tell me? You did say that this was the first who did this, and that was incorrect.
Okay. Apocalypse equals 113. Revelation translates to apocalypse. 121 was a huge number used when the pandemic began. Revelation equals 121, which plays on the 666 theme. Remember, the first confirmed case in the U.S. was January 21st. Sirius XM
Revelation translates to unveiling or disclosure. Where are you getting that it translates to apocalypse?
Revelation and apocalypse don't translate?
I just asked you that question. I'm reading
can look up if those
that
words
the Greek word is unveiling or disclosure. Where are we getting apocalypse?
And apocalypse are words that are directly connected to each other, and anybody can verify that by doing.
See what I mean? You just switched the claim again. You just said it translates from A to B, and then it turns out, wait, these are just related. That's switching the claim again. You see what happens when we go through claim by claim?
They do work out in translation.
Do you know what overload induction hypnosis is?
Apocalypse means revelation.
From which translation? Greek?
Right.
Okay, let's find out if that's true.
The Greek word apocalypsis, which literally means uncovering or unveiling.
That's not well, then that doesn't mean the word revelation. It means something different. You see what I mean? Every fucking claim you make is false.
Here's right from
Every
PBS.
fucking claim
Revelation in the New Testament has the literal title in Greek, the Apocalypse of John. The word apocalypse means revelation.
Okay, but that's not the claim you made. What was the claim you made?
What claim am I making?
The claim you made is that this thing directly translates to this thing. When you get called out that that's not true, you switch the claim.
I'm not switching the claim. I'm saying the words are
okay. So then the word apocalypse in Greek translates to revelation.
I just want you to go on the record saying that you think this guy's intelligent when this is all he's done all night.
Yes, that's right. I've been very specific.
This guy has proven that he doesn't even know his own book and has demonstrated nothing about being a Christian. For the real life Clayton Bigsby to come on here and back up, he's also a 24-hour.
All right, hold on, CP. All right, Wi-Fi for just a second. Wi-Fi, you wanted to make your exit from the panel. Why don't you go ahead and give your final thoughts?
Done is made sure that everything I said that's a lie is pointed out.
It's not a lie.
It's terrible.
Thank you, Sarah. I just wanted to point out before I leave, I had 4 questions for you. I was setting up a noose. You put your head in it. By the second question, Andrew kicked out the stool from underneath you. I asked you the question 3 times. You said, I asked, in order for Gematria to work properly, can you manipulate numerical values, cherry pick interpretations? You said yes to that.
Yeah, because that can be done. I also said that's not what I'm doing. And I went into the example of Ground Zero and 9/11 and Pearl Harbor and the new Pearl Harbor. These are all historical facts. Again, and look at that guy. Just the definition of a beta male loser. Fat little slob on the internet. Gematria. No, sir. You're the definition of a fucking retard.
You're the definition of a grifting liar.
No, false, Andrew.
No,
You're
true,
the
sir.
definition of an internet dweeb. Please.
Yeah. Okay. So let me get this right. What makes a person an internet dweeb? Is that just beating you in a debate?
Look at you.
Look at you. You're fucking balding and ugly as sin. I'm fucking handsome, good looking, and married. Douche.
Andrew, there's no way you'd ever pull more women anywhere than yours truly.
Yeah. Are you married right now? Are you married right now?
I'm married. I guarantee you my wife's a
Who
lot
you?
more attractive than
Let's
yours.
see. Let's see her. Let's see her. Let's
Well,
see her.
you can look up what she looks
I'll
like.
text you a
My wife
picture.
likes to
She
post
look
pictures of
like-
her all day.
she-
She's very
she look
attractive.
like
Have you
you.
seen my child?
Yeah,
Have you
the
seen my
fucking
child? It's a reflection of how beautiful my wife is.
Look, you can talk all the smack you want, and ultimately you're even bad at that. The thing is like, I will say this emphatically. You, the Gematria guy can't call anybody a dweeb, dude. You're a Gematria guy. That's the definition of a dweeb.
What's within the Bible, your book.
To make predictions.
Andrew, it says here is wisdom. What wisdom do you have? You don't know how to calculate the number.
Okay, let's go through. How do we calculate the number?
I was teaching you tonight. I was teaching you how
just give me the system for calculation, and we'll calculate whatever number you want. Go ahead. I got my calculator here.
666 value.
Okay, what about it?
Revelation 13:18 is a Greek. Fill in the blank.
No. I want to know the system for calculating numbers.
Revelation 13:18 is a Greek isopsephy riddle. Okay.
Are you going to tell me when we get to the part where you teach me how to calculate the numbers?
Okay, so we're talking about the Sumerian cipher. Alphabetic order forwards and backwards with the order multiplied times 6. You'll see that, for example, when you run the alphabetic order forwards times 6, computer equals 666. When you run it in reverse, internet is 666.
Yeah, but that doesn't teach me.
Internet has devolved into.
Can you show me the calculation, sir? Why is it that we're using this calculation?
It's an authentic calculation of the English language that's existed. I didn't create it. I learned about it from researching the topic.
But that doesn't tell us why we're using it.
We're using it because it exists, and through looking at it,
using it because it exists. Oh,
Huh?
Genius! And I'm the internet dweeb.
We're looking at it because it exists, and through using
We're
it,
looking
you
at
can
it because
see
it
the way
exists.
it is used ritualistically in our reality.
So can you tell me why we're using it again? Because it exists?
It does exist, and the system is used, and you can recognize this by applying it.
By applying it to
Applying
what?
the system, you can see the way the knowledge is being used. Again, Andrew, you brought up the 201 area code. That is where the majority of pharmaceutical companies in the U.S. are located. You can think about that in light of Event 201, which was a sister simulation to Clade X, two very distinct simulations with nothing else like them out there. Watch the simulations, Andrew, and you'll see, and you won't find any other simulations like it where they have the same news reporter lady, the same participating organizations, done in the same broadcast style.
The majority of the pharmaceutical companies are located in Europe and Asia.
I'm talking about in the U.S.
Oh, I see. And which you say that the majority of them are in the 201 area code?
Yes, there are more pharmaceutical companies in the 201 area code than in any other location in the United States of America.
It looks like Northeast New York and Massachusetts, not actually 201. Los Angeles, California, San Diego, California, Boston, Cambridge, Greater.
I said there's more in that area code than anywhere else.
The majority do not exist in that area code. No, that's incorrect.
It's not incorrect.
Okay, hey, listen, just so that you know, the majority of them exist between Massachusetts, Northeast New York. New Jersey does have a good amount. That's true, but it's not the majority. That's incorrect.
There's more in that area code than any other concentrated area in the United States.
Okay, can you tell me where I can look up that information?
Take the time to do the research.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm asking you where I can look that information up, and I'll look it up right now.
If you're looking at it right now and you can count, you can probably figure it out.
Okay, bro, that doesn't tell me anything.
Okay.
You see why we go through these a claim at a time?
Again, it is a factual statement.
Is it a factual statement? I'm not convinced that it is. I'm willing to be convinced.
The only two CDCs in the world that participated in Event 201 were China's and the US's. Here's another factual statement. The lab, which they said was a conspiracy theory, was built by the French in 1956. Again, the Jesuits are from France. In Gematria, coronavirus equals 56, as does Anthony Fauci, as does Gavin Newsom, as do that 56 number was used redundantly throughout the pandemic. It was declared 56 years after Trump's Jesuit education began at Fordham in 64. Gavin Newsom, Jesuit educated when he became the first governor to lock down California, said 56% of the state will get coronavirus in 8 weeks, which is 56 days. Andrew Cuomo, who went to Fordham like Trump, was the 56th.
These aren't claims. I need factual.
Chris Cuomo, who
don't you understand? Like, all you're
TV.
doing is the same thing that I've said you're doing. You're just taking unrelated facts and basically.
No,
but anytime we go, anytime we go step by step for factual claims that you're basing these things on.
Andrew, 1956 is when that lab was opened by the French. For the record, Paris, France.
What does it have to do with anything? What's it have to do with anything? Why does that have anything to do with your claim that X amount of pharmaceutical companies from the 201 area code?
Do you know how many months it was after the pandemic that they finally acknowledged that
Why
the
would
lab
that
leak
matter?
theory was
Would it
true?
matter? Why would it matter?
6 months.
Why does that
We
matter?
explained from the beginning how important the 56 was in the ritualism of the scandemic.
Oh my God!
Again, understanding the numbers allows you to see the Jesuits.
Every supposed fact you give me is not actually factual.
Huh?
Every supposed fact you give me is not. Give me another fact that you're basing these numbers on. What's the fact?
So, are you saying it's not factual that everything I just said about 56?
No, listen. When you take unrelated correlations and then put them together,
I'm talking about all Jesuit-educated men performing their 56 rituals for the 56 virus.
do all Jesuit men who become men have to pass the age of 10?
I don't understand that question.
If all Jesuit men who have to pass the age of 10, then that means that 10 is related to all Jesuit men.
56 was very specific
Do
to
all Jesuit men
coronavirus.
have to pass the age of 9? To answer my fucking question, do all Jesuit men have to pass the age of 9?
I would imagine to become.
Then that means that 9 is the 9 is. Yeah, stop, bro. My turn. I just let you spurt. It's my turn. I just let you spurt.
Hold on. Why is 18?
If it is the case, you said you would answer my questions like I answered yours.
Okay.
Again, at the age of 9, if all Jesuit men have to pass the age of 9, then all Jesuit men actually have the age 9, the number 9, more in common than any other number I can think of.
Do you think that's comparable to what I just said about 50?
Yes. Why wouldn't it be? In fact, I can judge a ton of correlates. There could be a state which has 9 different Jesuit colleges. It could be a state that has 9 different Jesuit priests. It could be that 9 is interrelated in any number of different ways. The question here, though, is that all of them seem to have one number in common. In order to become men, they have to pass the age of 9. Therefore, 9 is far more relevant than the age or than the number 201 or the number 47 or whatever other number that you want. Why am I wrong?
Hold on. At the pinnacle, what was the most Jesuit universities that were in the United States of America?
Why would that matter?
It does matter.
Why?
Because the answer to that number is the same age that John Carroll was when he established.
So, see what I mean? Unrelated fact with unrelated thing.
Because that number is what the address is for the Jesuit headquarters
But
in the world.
all of the people, don't all of the people who are in any way, shape, or form related to each other who are men, right? Maybe they've had contact with each other. They've all had to pass the age of 9 to become men, right? That means 9 is the most prevalent number in linking all of these events together.
No,
how
it
could
doesn't
9
mean
not
that.
be?
That's
How could
very
9
vague,
not be?
'cause obviously, every man has to.
Oh, it's very vague. That's really strange. I'm sorry. Let's see if this is actually vague. Flow State, did you pass the age of 9?
I did.
You did?
Man would have to
Am I a Jesuit?
Raise your hand on this panel if you pass the age of 9. Okay, well, then I don't think that it's irrelevant, sir. We all have that in common. We're all tied together with the number 9, and you haven't tied this in to the Jesuit conspiracy at all. I don't know why.
Well, I could talk about actually the significance of 9. There is something to 9.
Number of panelists is also
now there's something to 9. What is there to 9?
9 is completion in numerology. The word sun has a gematria value.
You guys
of 9.
complete me because we all passed the age of 9.
Hold on.
What is
why
gematria?
Andrew, since we want to talk about this, why is age 18 adulthood?
Reproduction.
Yeah, basically.
Reproduction only.
Reproduction, you can get pregnant a lot earlier than 18.
Yeah, that's true, but there is such a thing
so
as
that was a false answer. So no, that's
no,
not.
no, it's not a false answer. Listen,
It's healthy reproduction.
healthy reproduction is exactly what I was going to say. So you have to understand when you're talking. Stop before you fucking start getting into descriptors about the Jesuit number 204. Just relax and let me give you the answer. So when you're talking about human reproduction, it is true that 18 is an arbitrary number. Okay.
What's it
but it's not.
There's a culture it's important
dude, I
to.
just told you. You just said you would let me answer. Calm down. Okay. It is true. However, it's not completely arbitrary. When we look at female reproduction, right, we don't just arbitrarily, kind of arbitrarily, but not completely select that age. Most women at the age of 18, their body is completely developed. They've gone through full puberty, and the damage done to their body pre that, at least based on studies, has less damage done to it. So it's not completely arbitrary, only somewhat arbitrary.
So what religion venerates this number 18 and makes it the meaning of life?
What does that have to do with fucking
it's
anything?
legislation. It's legislation. It varies from 16 to 18. It's legislation
what
based
religion
on what
gives
he just
people
said.
denominations of money
Nothing to do with religion.
in 18s, 18, 36, 54, 72, 90, 108?
Yeah, but you've skipped over the fact that everything is interrelated with the number 9. In order to become a man, you have to pass the age of 9.
And of course, 9 is the development period for a child in the womb. 9 is not an arbitrary number.
Also, in order to be a man, have to pass the age of 11. You haven't tied that in at all.
Okay, but Andrew, the fact that you think this is the same is all of these Jesuit-educated men being the face of the pandemic and
All of those Jesuit-educated men had to pass the age of 11 to become men, sir. All of those Jesuit-educated men had to pass the age of 11 to become men.
So, Andrew, what day did Trump declare the national emergency for the pandemic? Do you recall?
Whether or not I know that, I do know that he passed the age of 11.
Was it Friday, March 13th, 2020?
When's Trump's birthday?
June 14th, the same as the flag.
Okay, June 14th. When he was 11 years old, was it June 14th?
What do you mean?
When Trump was 11,
he would have turned 11 on June 14th.
Yeah, he turned 11 June 14th.
Yes.
And so all of us have in common with Trump that all of us passed the age of 11. And you have not tied that in at all to the Jesuit conspiracy. And I don't know why, because it's a universal denominator that we can look to, that all of us have to pass the threshold.
But again, Andrew, I don't know why you think this is equivalent. Was Gavin Newsom
it's all fucking arbitrary. I'm making it up as I go, bro. Like, just like you are, just making it up as I go.
Andrew, we documented 56 throughout the scandemic over and over attributed to Jesuit men.
Yeah, but I documented the number 11 for everybody who went through the scandemic who was an adult because they passed the age of 11.
Andrew, make sure we're not following here. Coronavirus equates to 56 in Gematria, as does COVID vaccine.
But every adult
who just shitting on the
age of 11.
What is that? Can't you step up those words?
Like 5 fucking times.
Because every adult passed the age of 11 in order to get the coronavirus when they were adults, all of them have in common the number 11. And you're, again, not tying that in to the universality of the Jesuit conspiracy against everybody.
Hold on, Andrew. Was Gavin Newsom, who is Jesuit educated, who went to University of Santa Clara, was he the first governor to lock down his state? And was his quote that 56% would get the virus in 8 weeks, which 8 weeks is 56 days? True or false?
We'll just say true.
It is true.
Okay.
Okay. Right after that, you have Trump.
But hang on, I just answered your question, and you remember our deal. I answer a question, you answer the question the same way. Do you agree with me that this same gentleman you're referencing passed the age of 11?
Of course he did.
Of course he did. How come you're not incorporating the number 11, which all of us universally have in common with him, to any of this coronavirus stuff? Why aren't you doing that?
Because
that's a much stronger correlate. It's a much stronger correlate. All of us have passed the age of 11. It's a way stronger correlate than 56.
I don't see how you...
56 is a weaker correlate. It only links to... Okay, I'll explain. 56 only links to one event. Okay? Or maybe a couple of events.
It links to a lot more than that.
11 links all of us to this event because all of us have passed the age of 11. Why aren't you incorporating the age of 11? Or the age of 12 or 13 or 14 or 15? Why aren't you incorporating those things?
What does these men have to do with being 11 when they're adults in positions of leadership?
What does it have to do with the fact that it's 56, except you made it the fuck up? It's the same shit. Same shit.
I didn't make it up.
You
I didn't
did.
make it up.
Yes, you're using an arbitrary standard for why the number's relevant, just like I am.
It's not an arbitrary standard.
I think 12 is important because I think it's fucking important, and I want it tied in. Now tie it in.
I'm talking about that's the name of the virus, which in this Kabbalistic code has a number assigned to it, which you could see all of these men performing.
Is it the name of the virus in French?
Huh?
Is it the name of the virus in French?
I didn't decode the virus.
Yeah, you didn't decode in French, did you? So it may not be 56 according to the French.
The system of English in the calendar were.
Yeah,
there are also 31 ciphers.
Using it only in English.
The century the Jesuits were created.
Pretty arbitrary that you're only translating it into English.
56 like Washington, D.C.
Corinth, did you have a question in here?
Yeah, I have more questions I want to ask Zach.
Go for it.
Zach, are you aware of the hit TV show Numbers, which has the 3 instead of the E on its little logo?
I have actually never watched that show, but I'm aware of it.
It's a hit show. Well, that's called Leet Speak or Gamer Speak, 1337. If we multiply that by 201, we get 268,737. Now, if we add the 2 to the 6, we get 88. Now, because of TOS, we have to cut that part off because of what that references. So we just get left with 737. That reminds me of the Boeing 737, you know, the planes. What this tells me is that the gamers are the ones ruling the world. Now,
I agree with that.
Deeper at this show, we see the character Don Epps. You know who else is named Donald? Donald Trump. What this tells me, Donald Trump is a gamer.
Agreed.
Donald Trump rules the world. Can you tell me how any of this is wrong under Gematria?
Yeah, I would like to know that too.
I don't know why that resonates with you, whereas what I'm talking about, which is just logical and simple to understand.
That was logical. What was illogical
is
about
this logical to understand? Anthony Fauci, January 10th, 2017.
Yeah, can you respond to his argument? Can you respond to his argument?
Preparedness conference said there will be a significant.
Not responding to his argument
of Trump, and he knows that because he's been in D.C. long enough.
Yeah, Corinth, can you restate your argument? So hopefully this time he'll actually respond to your argument.
Sure. So I just showed you how the numbers demonstrate to you Donald Trump is a gamer. And Donald Trump, as the president of the United States, is the chosen one who's leading the world, who's leading this new world order. Can you tell me why any of this is wrong under Gematria? Why we wouldn't believe Donald Trump is a gamer and the gamers rule the world?
Again, there were arbitrary calculations based in nothing.
And what is the distinction between anything you have ever done, my brother?
Yes, there were arbitrary calculations. Yes, you're right.
He's getting it, guys. He's understanding it.
The recurring use of 56. It's not arbitrary to see that Trump's Jesuit education began 56 years before 2020.
It's his gamer education.
It's not arbitrary to see that the Boeing 737 is related to gaming.
Hey, to make a point about 56 and Boeing, again, Boeing jumbo
I want the
jetliners
737, not the 56.
The same
I'm
year World
referencing
Trade
a different
Center
number that
began,
shows
the
up
same
in
year
this.
911 made the national emergency dialing code, and the 3 planes that hit targets on 9/11, the flights were 11, 77, and 175.
And they were flying Boeing 737.
For the record,
which is
we made a
in
YouTube
numbers.
channel to document our travel from Seattle to New York, talking to people city to city on the way to 9/11 for the anniversary. YouTube deleted that channel 263 days after 9/11 for
And YouTube
no reason.
has been deleting gaming channels.
263
YouTube has
days
been
after 9/11, just arbitrarily without explanation.
Yeah, but I don't understand how. Hang on. Corinth, stop, Corinth.
Let me show us. This
No,
is really important.
Corinth, listen to me real quick.
Okay.
I didn't actually hear any argument against Corinth. You just went off on another unrelated tangent. Can you respond to his actual? Hang on, chill, bro. Chill. Can you respond to his actual argument? Corinth, give him the argument again. Let's see if he responds to the actual argument. We don't want to hear your view. I want to hear an argument against Corinth. Go ahead, Corinth.
Sure, I'll start from the beginning. When we look at the hit TV show Numbers, which is using the 3 as the E there, that's called Leet Speak, which is represented by 1337. Now, if we multiply it by the 201 that you keep referencing, we get 268,737. Now, because we have to add the 2 to the 6, and that gets us to 88 in TOS issues, so we have to drop the 88 part. That leaves us with just 737. Now, that's a reference to Boeing. And if we reference Boeing there, which we're using Gematria to show that plane crashes, We also can tie this very easily to elite speak, which is known as gamer speak all over the place. This is telling me that gamers rule the world. This is telling me that the gamers are the elites. What we see as the most oppressed class in our modern society is actually the ones at the top. And because Donald Trump is at the top of our current society, I would like to know why under Gematria we shouldn't say Donald Trump is a gamer.
Okay, to give you an answer about the show numbers, is it true that the show is about solving homicides through numerical clues?
Yes, that's why it's a perfect reference to using Gematria.
Okay,
to show that
is it true that the
gamers
show ran
rule the
118
world.
episodes?
Probably.
It is true. And in Gematria, does both homicide and death equate to 118? Kind of reminiscent of when the Surgeon General came out and explained how cancer...
You're just showing how this is more accurate.
Through
You're saying
cigarettes
this show
can
is
kill
a good
118
example of
days after his
Gematria.
birthday, when cancer also
He's
equates to
showing that
118.
Gematria is true in this show and that gamers rule the world.
Yes.
Thank you for affirming that Gematria is good for numbers, that numbers is good for Gematria. And
Okay,
therefore,
but again, I
gamers
showed you
rule
a
the
practical
world.
use of the knowledge, and again, this is all throughout the entertainment world. Joe Biden, for example, I said you about 201. He's from
You know what else is all throughout the
Pennsylvania.
entertainment
Office
world?
shows
Video
the
games.
Full flag in every
Gamers.
episode ran 201 episodes.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't respond to his actual argument about gamers, though.
What, the stuff he said was arbitrary. I gave you something very
The stuff you're
simple.
saying is arbitrary too, though, right?
No, not at all. 118
No,
is
not
very
at all.
The numbers are arbitrary. They're just a tool. They're just a tool. It's a pendulum swinging.
By the way, for example, this guy who just
Zach,
left
do you know what overload induction hypnosis
hold on. If you
is?
guys can
Do you
leave
know what
this,
overload induction hypnosis
hold on, real
is?
quick. The super chat that's on the screen, I want to show you.
Do you know what overload induction hypnosis
When we
is?
were in Oklahoma
I bet
City
you do.
educating about what really happened on April 19th there, and it blamed on Timothy McVeigh, who equals 201, like Ignatius Loyola. Again, that's Ignatius Loyola Day.
Swing the pendulum.
That's why I used
overload
201 in my Gematria.
Overload induction
Straight up
hypnosis is
super chat.
particularly useful on overly analytical, anxious, or
Hold on. Can I
vigilant
finish making the
audiences.
No, let me actually read some of these because we've been waiting. 13 Serpents comes in with a big 10. The blind, deaf, and dumb have inherited the earth. Let's go, Bill Gates. Sports Gematria with the big 10 says Zach's Trek record picked Hillary to win. Said
Totally
Jeb
dishonest
Bush would
comment
be.
from a
Please
troll.
let me just read them. Said Jeb Bush would rep nominee Obama, Trump, Biden to not finish their terms. Golden Gate
All these
Bridge
false
to blow
information
up.
up here in this post.
Please let me finish reading
That's
them.
false.
Okay, wait till I finish reading it. Golden Gate Bridge to blow up on 8/11/19 said Bob Dylan would die in 2018. Tiberius with the big 10. Andrew has a black ex-wife. He's cool, bro. Young Jay with the big 10. Andrew knows math, data, statistics when talking to liberal airheads on whatever podcast, but can't connect dates, time, mathematics to current and historical events. You're not good at playing dumb.
Well, no, I can't connect a bunch of unrelated things to things which are not related to those unrelated things. Picking out arbitrary, when we say arbitrary, means without system. This gentleman's starting point is without system. The same exact criticism he just made against Corinth is the same exact criticism Corinth is making against him. That the starting points are arbitrary. For him to say that Corinth's system is arbitrary is to say his own system is arbitrary.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know why you don't understand that, except that you're possibly fucking stupid.
No. Trust me, take a look in the mirror. I'm explaining something very undeniable about 56 and how the number is important to the Jesuits during major world.
I just demonstrated that
We're saying the same thing.
1337, the number of the gamers, is very important to
Very
Boeing,
important.
which is very important to the Supremes that we worship here.
Correct. Why is his not arbitrary and yours is not arbitrary? Why? He demonstrated the same thing, that there's importance with the number, and he tied them together just like you did. How come his is arbitrary but yours is not?
You heard what he did was arbitrary. There was no basis for anything that he explained.
He had the same basis you did.
What did he connect the meaning of that number to for making that multiplication? I haven't multiplied anything.
201.
Number tonight.
201.
He used 201, the same number you used.
You didn't hear me do any multiplication tonight of numbers.
Yeah, he's more advanced at Gematria than you, bro. He's just
I'm
more
using advanced Gematria mechanistics.
There's nothing about
open your
multiplying
third eye,
numbers in
brother.
Gematria to get
You
the
need to
values.
see the top of the pyramid. See the
Gamers
entire
are
world
gay.
around you.
You can't be mad at Corinth because he's better at it than you are.
No. What he did was not within the system.
Oh,
the word
and
cipher.
system. Hang on. What part of what he did was not within the system?
He multiplied numbers seemingly that were arbitrary to get to a value to make a point about gamers.
So
Wait a second.
201 is an arbitrary number, just to be clear.
I
201
have
is an
another
arbitrary number.
demonstration
201
here.
is not an arbitrary number. It
Okay,
has
so I
meaning.
didn't do that as an arbitrary number. So when I'm referencing leet speak or gamer speak, the number that's referencing that is
You
1337.
had to
Do you understand how
multiply
that's not an
numbers to get to the
arbitrary number
you
now?
wanted to. That's not part of how the
Do you
system
understand how that's not an arbitrary number as well?
Again, if you look up Gematria, it has to do with adding up.
Is that an
words,
answer to the question I just asked you, or is
phrases,
this another
and
pivot?
sentences and using those numerical values and things that have natural correlations. Again, simple to understand.
I'd
Let's
love
go
for
to
you to complete your ramble, but I really want an
cipher.
answer to the question I asked you.
Hmm?
I'd love for you to continue your ramble, but I want an answer to the question I asked you, not whoever the voices you're responding to in your head are.
I'm
You should take your
explaining why
meds,
what
maybe.
you
It
did
might
is not
make you a little
correct.
more coherent in these.
I'm explaining why what you did is not correct.
That's if that was the question I asked you, you would be answering the question. But that's not the question I asked you. So can you answer the question I asked you this time?
Well, what is the question?
So do you understand how 1337 is not an arbitrary number, since I'm referencing leet speak,
You
which
said
is
it's
what
important
they
to
use
gamers.
stylizing the numbers for
You said it's
letters.
important to gamers, but how you got there was by multiplying two numbers together.
No,
What's
I
wrong
didn't
with
get to 1337 through multiplying. I used it because that's the thing that they reference. It's called leet speak, which is stylized 1337.
Okay, I get it.
Do you understand how neither of the two numbers I used are arbitrary now?
Right, but you had to multiply numbers to get
What's
there.
the issue with multiplying numbers?
That's not part of the system that we're talking about.
Because you're
tonight.
just not on my level. I'm seeing from my third eye. I'm looking 3D, 4D. I'm playing 5D chess on you, and you're losing at checkers right now, brother.
No. Again, you're comparing apples.
Evidently, because I just showed you that the gamers are ruling us, and you're denying it because you have hatred in your heart.
Because you don't want to see the truth, even though he presents it to you mathematically through Gematria.
Let's just entertain the idea that gamers are running the world. Video games have existed for what, since
Baby Shark,
the 70s, maybe the 60s?
Baby Shark, do.
Again, the system we're talking about goes back to the 16th century, so that predates gamers.
So-
But that said, the world of video games.
And multiplication predates the 1600s. That goes back to the
Time to let him
2000
finish.
Baby Shark, do.
Let him finish. Let him finish. This is great.
You want to talk about
actually
video
goes
games?
to the ancient-
Elon Musk, Jesuit
Hold on,
puppet on strings, supposedly.
Yeah, he has no argument. That's not an argument. That's not an
I agree.
argument.
Elon Musk is a gamer, and Elon Musk is one of the elites. Thank you for affirming what I'm saying, brother.
I explain how the Jesuits are wolves in sheep's clothing, and that game that he plays came out 201 days from the Superior General's birthday, the leader of the Jesuits.
That just seems to say that gamers are the elitists.
No.
My entire argument, by the way.
Yeah.
The ancient Sumerians created games, so they are the real gamers. And since you get your cipher from the Sumerians, you are
Just
once
one of
again
them.
proving the elite gamers have ruled the world since time immemorial.
Baby
I
Shark,
have-
do.
I have two things to say, and then I can leave room for someone else that wants to come on the panel. There's a website called
I want to come on the
666
panel. Fuck.
666 generator, in
You
which
fucking gross degenerate.
you
Not
can
you.
you
Close
can
date.
basically put whatever there, and the code will
Touch
just
this
spit
pearl.
out 666. This is basically what Zach does. Sometimes he adds up, sometimes he subtracts, sometimes he uses.
When have I
anything
subtracted
the
tonight? I haven't subtracted anything.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking right now.
But I haven't done that. You
Sometimes
just lied.
He uses the American date, sometimes he uses the European date, sometimes he uses the original number, sometimes he uses the ancient Aramaic number, and you can do this yourself. So I put in your name, Zachary K. Hubbard, and turns out you're the Antichrist. Imagine that.
Holy shit. You've been pulling the wool over our eyes the entire time, Zachary. Are you trying to say,
admit that gamers rule the world?
wait a second.
He's one of
Perhaps though, his system is arbitrary, Zachary?
I can't see what cipher he used. I mean, I don't.
Awesome.
Why does it matter what cipher? Because
You
let me,
asked her the
one
question.
thing that I noticed. and
Hey,
this
for
is
the record,
last-
666
hold on.
is also the number of a man.
This is the last thing I'm going to say. You very sneakily, you change from argument to argument, you change a cipher, and even within the same argument, you change ciphers to make the numbers fit.
No.
I
talk about the system that I learned from the 19th book.
That's why you don't show your stuff. That's why you never share your screen.
I-
That's why you never put it.
It's what I do every
visual
day. I
form.
teach. I've written books
Bullshit.
about it. Again, I learned about this from a book published in
You can watch it.
1986.
You can watch it. I watch you switch.
Hold on. Is the symbol for Apple a bite out of the fruit, kind of like Genesis? Again, in
The
the system
last time you said it was like the number 1 or some shit.
Bro, you literally switch ciphers on stream that you're talking about. Like I've watched you for years. That you would literally go, oh, see, 84 fits this way in this cipher, then
the 4 base
switch to the next one and go, oh.
But there is something known as Sumerian gematria, multiplying the alphabetic order times 6, which is a relevant cipher.
So multiplying.
no,
Multiplying.
we're
He
not
just admitted multiplying is okay, guys.
You're not.
You hear this? The gamers rise
The
again.
cipher works for the value of the letter.
And why is it that people that have these Semitic languages assigned letters to values? Why is that? Why does it happen in Hebrew? Why does it happen in Sumerian and a few others? Why?
It's the Kabbalistic belief that God created the world with numbers, letters, and words.
That is incorrect. No, they assigned numbers, values to the letters because they didn't have numbers. The numbers came later when we split the alphabet from the numbers when we
I don't know how you can say it's
math.
wrong. I mean, it's what's written in the first
It is
paragraph of the book
wrong.
of formation.
I don't care about what the book is. I care about what is factually correct. The book
What I
is
did
trash.
say is factually correct.
The book is trash. It's teaching
Well, what's the
gematria. I don't
truth?
care about it.
What's the truth then?
Is the ancient Hebrews used the letters to count numbers because they didn't have any symbol for numbers. Numbers
Are you
weren't
saying that
invented yet.
within Judaism they don't study this system to gain deeper understanding of the Torah?
The Kabbalists do, but that's just Jewish mysticism. It doesn't really
Okay, you can say
matter.
it's just
It's a
Jewish
different
mysticism,
system.
but the thing is, the people who run this world, this government, they're very much into this knowledge and they do apply it, and it's the way they roll out their news and structure their planned events, and you can prove it by understanding the knowledge.
If they would use that code, and I told you this last time, and they figure out that people knew about this, they would just change the code. If it was somehow
That might very well be true, and that might be why a new language and calendar system was rolled out at the end of the 16th century.
no, but why don't they change it now? Now that it's
How many
all
people
over
know
the
about
internet.
this? Almost no one, and they've got the population so
Yes,
stupid
because
that
it's
even when it's
absolutely
explained to them, they
stupid.
can't grasp it.
Why doesn't anyone hold to this? Because it's moronic.
A lot of
It's
people,
like
hold
tarot
on, a
cards
lot
for
of
white
people
guys.
have understood this knowledge and apply it. Absolutely. There's a lot of people who've changed their life through this knowledge.
Sure.
No,
You can say sure all you want, but that's a fact.
They gambled on the
there's a lot
wrong
of
team
people
and
that
lost all their
changed their
money.
life
That's what
doing
happened.
math. Should we also?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who've changed their life using this knowledge, taking advantage of the
There's
rigged
also
system,
a lot of
including
people
yours
that change
truly.
their life doing math.
Zach, will you
Um,
address my claim about it being a hypnotic tool after the Super
Well,
Bowl?
hold
Sarah,
on
thank
just
you
a
so much.
second.
Zach,
You're
I want
welcome,
to
Matt.
actually debate you, have like a full debate with you. So if you don't chicken out, Sarah has my contact info. We can set it up.
You have no subscribers. Again, you're I'm just like a mental midget.
How do
It'd
you
be a
know?
waste
How
of
do you
time.
know how
Aren't
many?
you at
And yet he
Matters
still
now?
defeated you.
Moron.
Max, aren't you at Matters now?
I am at Matters now.
Yeah, he's got like 11, 12,000 subscribers, I think. He's got more than me.
Well, again, you draw a better audience, I'm sure, than he does. Very small channel.
We call this running from the debate, boys. And
It's not
girls.
running from the debate. It's
This
just
is
Yeah,
called
Sarah,
running
you
from
got
the
a very
debate.
small channel,
You're
apparently.
debating me right now, and you sound like an idiot.
Man.
Oh yeah, everybody sounds like an
Everyone
idiot.
else.
Choose that.
That little voice.
Hey, Sarah, I bet you don't get any super chats or anything either.
My voice sounds like this. I wish I could change
sound
it.
like
I
a
wish I
gay
could
beta
swap
male.
it. I wish I could
Alright.
swap
Sound like
my
a
voice,
product
but
of
let
the
me
It's pretty good.
guarantee. Let me guarantee.
agenda.
It's the voice that I have. Let me guarantee I have got the
Right,
weight
I don't wanna
more than
listen
you
to it.
will ever have.
I'm ready for you to get out of here.
No,
Thank
no, I'm
you,
saying.
Max.
Number
Thanks for popping by. I've got some more. I've got a long line waiting backstage.
All right,
so,
then I'll do you a favor. Just for
thank
you, Sarah.
you. Thank you, Max.
Set me up with this.
I did email him, and that was
I wanna listen
actually
to
his
a gay little
initial.
retard all night with no audience.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I have. Bye.
Thank God.
Bye, Max. All right, and then I have 586.
Wait.
Yeah.
Zachary's not leaving, is he?
No.
Zach, you're not
No.
going anywhere, are you?
He held on all the way
I'm
till the very end last time.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on just a second. Let me confirm.
I'm not done watching you get destroyed over and over again, Zach.
Well,
All right, everybody hold on for just a second. Let me, everybody hold on.
Everybody where said what?
Hold on just a second, please. I need to voice confirm and make sure. 586, you were here last round, right?
Yep.
Yeah, how you doing this evening?
All right, just waiting to get on to ask Andrew a question.
All right, fair enough. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so Andrew, you do seem like an intelligent fella. How do you
sure?
not know that LeBron James was called King James? How the fuck?
Fucking retard.
That's
So-
just one question.
Okay, hang on. Can we do one question at a time? Is that fair? Okay. So what did I actually say?
You acted like you didn't think it was true.
Can you not talk, Zachary, while I discuss this with this gentleman? For
You
just
said
a
that
second?
you don't watch sports,
And
that you didn't know that he was called. Well, and then he had other nicknames, but they call him King James.
so
They don't
hang on.
call him
So-
the Akron
So
Ham.
hang on. So I said, look, I've never heard that before, but I'm willing to concede it could be true because I don't watch sports. Isn't that actually what happened?
That is what you said. I mean,
Then-
you've never heard that, though?
What's the
Literally, you're an
criticism?
American male who
Watch
has a
sport-
very large audience. You've
And I
never
don't
heard
watch
that before?
sports. I don't watch sports at all.
That's crazy, man. Well, okay, so
Okay,
here we
hang
go.
on. Let me ask you a question. You're
Yeah,
an
go for
American,
it.
right?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. You consider yourself a good American man?
I do.
Okay. Give me the process for breaking down an AR-15. Go.
I don't mess with guns, man.
You fucking idiot.
What a
You fucking
bitch.
worthless
It's all good.
piece of
Listen,
shit.
What a
listen,
bitch.
here we go. So go
Piece
to your
of shit
hey,
movies.
listen.
There's
Go to
no
your
movies.
Loser, motherfucker.
Go
Loser,
to-
motherfucker. All right,
Go to
go
the
ahead.
Gematrinator. Go to the Gematrinator. You said you had it up on your computer. Go to it right now.
Okay.
Give me 2 minutes, and I'll just point out some stuff for you. I'll give you one name.
But
Type
every
in-
single but I want to deal with you first.
Okay, type in Kobe Bryant.
Hang on, stop, bro.
Yep.
Before you go off on like the Spurg handle, can we take each claim and check each claim that you're making?
Yes, I want you to.
Dude, bro, stop. Just let me ask the question. And then each claim that you're making, can I ask what the relevancy is of the claim itself? And have you justify that claim? If you're willing to do that, then I'm willing to pull up the Gematrinator right now. I'll pull it up on my cell phone, in fact, and we'll go through each claim. Are you willing to agree to that?
Yes, you can answer me whatever you can ask me anything you want.
Okay, hang on. The Gematrination machine. Gematrinator. All right. I'm there. Go ahead.
Type in Kobe Bryant.
Okay, with a K or a C?
You know how his name is spelled?
Kobe.
Come on, man.
Do you know what
Now you're just being
AR-15? Do you know what AR-15 stands for?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Assault rifle, man. I don't mess with guns. It's all good.
No!
Listen, I'm getting to a point here. Come on.
No.
Come on.
So you can see how people could have dissimilar interest, and based on that, they may not know certain things, and it doesn't actually make them hang on in any way unintelligent because they don't know what
Andrew,
a thing
you're running away from the topic, though. You're running
Listen,
away-
I don't give a shit about guns. I'm trying to show you something here.
Zachary, can you chill out for a second? My point
I've never even shot a gun in my life.
Why are you guys spurging out? I'm allowed to respond to these various things.
Okay, but I'm
So-
gonna prove some
okay,
shit to you. So
yeah,
come on.
I know. But can you chill out for 2 seconds and then we're going to do the Gematrinator?
Yep.
What I'm pointing out to you is that just because I don't know anything about Kobe Bryant because I don't watch sports, right? I do know all sorts of things about the AR-15 you don't know, including that it doesn't stand. Hang on,
Understood, but I'll tell you
would
this. You
shut
could
the fuck up until I'm done for 2 seconds.
Okay.
You don't know
Me
about
no-
Kobe Bryant. Come on, man. Cultural icon.
Okay, yeah, and do I watch sports?
You know who Michael Jordan is?
Do I watch
Heard of
sports?
Michael Jordan?
Do I watch sports?
Who's Michael Jordan, Andrew?
Yeah, he's a basketball player.
Are you guys shaming him for not being a fanboy?
There's more people that would know that LeBron James is fucking called King James than whatever you're asking me. Whatever question you could ask me in life. There's
Why
more
would-
people in the
That's not
world.
true. Why would that?
Name all of the
Okay, so come on. Why
Kardashians.
does a Christian even have a gun? Now it's
Real
not
quick,
kill.
real
What are you
quick,
gonna do with it?
real quick.
Sell
Why
your
would that?
cloak and buy a sword?
Why would that in any way be relevant? That because more people
Listen,
know.
you're a Christian. Turn the other cheek. You shouldn't even own guns.
Can you stop talking, Zach, so I can finish this discussion?
You can't do anything with it.
Yeah,
By your own
I can't defend myself with a gun.
You have a belief system that limits your ability to even protect yourself.
Oh, sell your cloak and buy a sword. What does that mean? Sell your cloak and buy a sword. What does it mean, fucker?
Do what he asked you to do.
Can you answer my question?
Kobe Bryant. He's going to get to
Sell your cloak and buy a sword. What does it mean?
I'm gonna show you.
You fucking idiot.
How they do this.
Shut your mouth while your betters are talking. Now back to where I was at with this gentleman. Can we just go over this real quick? Just because I don't know much about sports doesn't mean I don't know a lot of shit about a lot of things you don't know about, like the
Correct,
AR-15.
man. You're
That's
correct.
the point.
You're
Anyway,
correct.
Go ahead.
You're correct. So just type in Kobe Bryant.
Okay, spell the last name.
Come on, man.
Bryant. It's so much easier if you just answer the fucking question.
I know
He's
they just won't
fucking
do it.
full of bullshit. He knows how to spell Kobe Bryant. If you don't, then you are a fucking mental midget retard. If you don't know how to spell Kobe Bryant.
Oh my God, you're such
Come
a
on,
fucking
bro.
You could have spelled
fan.
that
You're
name
such a
so many
groupie.
times in the amount of times you said that
Trying to
shit.
prove a point. Read me the first number you see in ordinal.
Okay, do you know who Zelensky is? Can you spell Zelensky's first name?
It's changed. They've added extra
I can
line.
spell your mom, man. Come on. I'm trying to make a point here.
Exactly. So, like, why would it make me a retard that I want clarification to make sure I'm typing in the exact thing you're asking me to? Why would that make me retarded?
Zach, how'd you go through 4 hours of this shit, man?
It doesn't look like
Just to
he's doing well.
clarify
It
for
looks like
the
it's wearing
message
on
that
him.
got brought up. I don't have a
By
Patreon.
not getting any
Unlike
answers,
this scripter right
questions
here.
answered.
My Gematria is free for all. I want everyone.
Okay, I've got Kobe Bryant's name in.
Okay, you see the 113.
Yes.
Yes,
Or-
okay. So he
under-
was,
or-
listen.
Hang on, under ordinal, right?
Yes, under ordinal.
Okay.
So these people, they're on the world stage. They make owners and the people that run their lives and shit millions and billions of dollars, correct? So just with that number, he was the first round draft pick, the 13th pick. He was the first round 13th pick, like that 113, right?
Well, no, because
Now look that up. Look that up.
Bro,
You
can
said you wanted to
chill-
look it up.
Bro, can you chill out for a second so I can
Just
respond?
pissing me off, man.
Didn't you promise that you would do? Didn't you promise you would do one claim at a time?
There's my claim. The
Okay.
113. He was the
Yeah.
first round, 13th pick of that round. Now look that up. Fact
Okay,
check me if you
okay,
have to.
Dude, I'm just going to take your word. My response is 113 is a different number than 13, and it's a different number than 1.
The first round, the 13th pick, like 113.
No,
Do you follow? Do you
see,
follow?
you have to understand that 113 is a different number than 1, and it's a different number than 13.
Let me interject real quick.
No,
on the
let's
point
not
you're
let you
trying to make.
interject real quick, and so that we can finish this real quick.
Hold on.
No, let's not. Hold on. So, do you agree with me that the number 113 is a different number than the number 1, sir?
I'm pointing out how they script these
To my
people's
question,
lives.
like I just answered
Andrew,
yours.
You don't understand.
This is
enough
how
about
it scripts
topic.
But
people's lives.
can you-
Why do I
can you-
not-
Made his debut in
Can
the
you let-
NCAA.
can you let the gentleman- can you let the gentleman answer?
Yes, I understand that 1 is different than 13. I understand what you're
that
saying.
113 is different than also the number 13.
Yes, but do you understand what I'm saying to you? That it was the first round, the 13th pick, like that 113. Now
So
listen.
what?
Now hold up, check it. His very first game in
What?
the NBA. His
I'll
very
just
first
grant
game.
it. I'll just grant it, but this doesn't actually
How do you learn
correlate.
if you don't listen? Do you know
Just
that God gave
listen.
you 2 ears and 1 mouth?
I'm literally granting it
very
as
first-
true.
the
What
very
part of
first-
I'm granted as true are you not getting? Like, what part of okay, that's true? Are you
Okay,
not?
so now I'm
fucking
going into a
understanding?
different 113. The very first regular season game that man ever played was on November 3rd, like it is written 11/3, like the 113. Now let's move on to the
First game, so it's 1-1-1-3.
Dude, I can get through this in 2 seconds if you just let me just go through these numbers and show you what I'm talking about.
What did you promise? That every single claim I could have a response. You promised that, right?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so then you agree with me that the number 113 is different than the number 11.
Yes.
And it's different than the number 3.
Yes. Where are you going with this?
Well, you said when you said that 113 here in this case equals a game day, right? And then is that not correct?
Yes, his very first regular season game he ever played was on November 3rd, like it is written, 11/3, like the 113 you see on the calculator.
Okay.
There's
and
a reason
11,
for that.
And 11 and 3 are both different numbers than 113. You agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, if you're trying to make again, let me move on. So you see the 41. See the 41?
Yep.
What year did he? What age was he when he died?
I don't fucking know.
41.
Okay.
Now you could look it up too. In his very last game he ever played, he was taken out of that game with 4.1 seconds left
Kobe
on the
Bryant, is Kobe Bryant dead?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Andrew, just don't ask questions.
You
like
know
this,
that.
okay?
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
All right, so for another 41, his dad was drafted in the 1975 NBA draft. Kobe Bryant retired in 2016. How many years is that? 41-year span.
Damn.
This is how they do this. Now let's move on. All right,
Okay,
you got a
let's not
question
move
for me?
on.
You
Yeah,
got a
let's
question
not
for me?
move on. Let's back
Can I-
up.
Can I ask him
So-
a question when you're done, Andrew?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I looked up LeBron James. It says 114, not 11.
I'll tell you why that 114 is relevant. Let me tell you why that 114 is relevant.
No, can you just tell me why it's not tracking onto the same things you're using?
Because
there?
King James'
If I look
birthday
at
is
Chris,
I'm going to tell you right now why it's 114 and it's not 113.
I mean, I can
The
look
real
up Chris
King.
Bosh,
Listen.
101.
Listen. The
101 for
real.
Chris Bosh.
God damn it, man! These people.
Did they fuck up the script? Was Chris Bosh supposed to go
Listen.
first?
The real King James's birthday was on 6/19. The number 6/19 is the 114th prime number. LeBron
And this
James
is
114.
completely different than the
This is
other
weapons
system
grade
for some
autism.
reason.
Hold on.
You said this is
Hold
how
on.
they script it. By the way, you said
This is how they script these people's lives and careers.
Hold on.
And I'm getting to a point.
Relates to the first round 13th pick. So when we get the first round first pick, we'd expect 1-1, 101.
It's not all the same for the. It's not all the same for the same.
Now we can look at the 2004 draft.
All right, all right,
we can see
all
the
right.
101.
Here, let's get to the 157. Just let me get through this, and I'll just let you guys keep talking.
Why? Well, but why is it that you want so bad?
So you guys just think this is all coincidence?
I don't know
That
why.
all these numbers just magically
Considering
appear.
you're reaching all over the place, you're connecting to various different things anywhere they fit.
We've been super gracious. We've been
One at a
super
time.
gracious.
One
I
at
don't
a
know why
time.
you be gracious back. We made a deal.
They'll never get it, bro.
We made no. Listen, I won't forget stupidity. But the thing is like you saying X thing. So, like for instance, let's take a look at this on 113. Right? You say.
Hold on, what was Zach going to say? Let me hear what Zach was going to say real quick.
Let's not hear what Zach was going to say because you and I are arguing.
Okay,
So
okay.
113, you say is
Yep.
11-3. That was Kobe Bryant's first game, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Did Kobe Bryant have other games that are on other days that don't equal 11-3?
Yes.
Then why is it that 11-3 is relevant?
That's when he made his debut.
Can you
It's the
stop?
very
Can you
first
stop?
game he
Let
ever
him
played.
Answer the question.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's the very first game he ever played. That's why it's relevant.
Why is that relevant, though?
Andrew,
Can you let him answer the fucking question, Zachary? Sir, why
this
is
the
that relevant,
Kabbalistic
though?
practice of how they script these people's lives and their careers.
Yeah, but
And
why
I'm
wouldn't
showing you how and why they do it.
Do you agree with me that Kobe Bryant has had vastly more games on days that don't equal 113 than on days that
Yes.
have? Then
Yes.
why is it so relevant that
Because his
113
name equals 113.
Yeah,
That's
but
why.
no,
Listen, that's
isn't.
why his.
It equals 11-3. That's not 113, dummy.
But it has the
Let's
same
just-
numbers and
Yeah,
numerology.
exactly. So this is the thing. You say because it's 11-3 and 113, right, is 113. That's 11-3. That's not 11-3. 1 and 2. You haven't shown why it's relevant.
Let me get to the other two numbers, man.
It's not. Let's make sure we get the argument right here. Why is it?
I don't get how you
relevant?
like you're a
Why
very
is it
smart dude. How
relevant?
do you not get this shit? What I'm trying to explain to you, I don't understand.
Listen, when you're talking about,
Unbelievable.
I'll explain it. When you're talking about
Unfucking believable.
when you're talking about logic, It's very important for us to make sure that we separate ideas, we separate concepts, and we only look at the argument. We only look at the argument itself. If your argument is 11.3 equals 113, that's false. Yeah.
I never said that.
It's not false in numerology terms.
Yeah. So you never, hang on, you never said that. So then why do you keep pointing me at the number 113 as though 11 and 3 equals 113? That's the stupidest shit I ever heard.
So then does the 201 number come from 2 and then a 1, or 20 and then a 1?
Here we go. Hold on. 201, real quick. Hey, here we go with 9/11. How many towers were there? How many towers were there?
No.
How many towers were there?
We can't get into it. We can't get into it. YouTube.
The reason that you guys
Yep, there was 2. Then there was 0. Now there's 1. 201.
Stop. We get it.
The
reason you
157.
guys like sports
Stop.
is because it gives you a lot of numbers to choose from. And when you got 31 ciphers with which to scramble your words up, it's almost you have
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a huge thing, and all it took was a couple X-Wings to take it down.
So the 157. Come on, let's go to the 157.
For a fucking second. Chaotic Truth, would you like to make your final thoughts? You're exiting the panel. God damn it, all of it. You're muted, by the way.
Zach, I'm half asleep, man, but I warned you, buddy. But tomorrow, I'm definitely going to do a recap of this, and please come through so you can redeem yourself. You could freely speak.
Again, your opinion doesn't matter at all.
Okay, so it's the person who comes to my panel all the time. Zach, you can redeem yourself tomorrow, man. Let's find the Jesuits tomorrow. Let's make it a collective effort to find them in their cave and seek them out. Okay, buddy?
You got a Jesuits slogan on top of your cap.
Oh, okay. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, CT. All right, and let me just I did a cam backstage to confirm, but I always want to put an overlay up just to ensure we're all in the safety zone. Okay, and Vanta, is that you?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's 11 plus 9?
11 plus 9. 20.
All right, and A, B, C, D, what comes after that?
A, B, C, D, E.
All right.
I feel like a child again. What's happening?
It wasn't supposed to be that hard.
That was bad math. 11 plus 9 is 119. You have
here we go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what are you talking about?
Listen, my kryptonite is maths. I hate numbers. I hate maths, and
you hate your alphabet too. You had to actually talk it out.
Yeah, because listen, I'm old. I'm getting old. I'm like, alphabet.
So can we finish 1 minute? Just 1 minute.
Okay.
All right. And then also, Evan Lord, did you have some thoughts you want to bring up? I'm going to start rotating people out. We still have more people.
Okay,
Andrew, you still didn't answer the 157 out of 58, man. 1 minute.
Just want to make sure. Yeah, this is fair. I just did a couple calculations. I wonder, since I've humored you with yours, if you'll humor me with mine.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so you got the Gematria calculator up, right?
Yep.
Okay, can you type in Darth Vader?
This will tie with James Earl Jones' death.
Yep.
Jill.
I see it.
Okay, do you see the number 47?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now type in Ben.
Yep.
Do you see the number 47?
You said Ben?
Ben. B-E-N.
Yeah. No, I don't. I see 126, 63, 225, and 81.
Yeah, but I'm using
Oh, you
Jewish
just want Ben now, not Darth. All right. Ben,
Check
yeah.
the other 30 ciphers.
Do you see 47? Do you see 47?
No, I see 25, 16, 56, and 20.
Yeah, but I'm using Jewish Gematria.
Okay. Yeah, I see where you're going.
No, I'm serious. You can go to the Gematria calculator.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Jewish Gematria.
Okay.
Can you pull that up real quick?
Yeah. I will.
Jewish Gematria calculator.
Yeah. Hold on. So you're going to all the ciphers. It's not even in there.
No, it's there. Ben, 47. It's in the Jewish Gematria calculator.
Okay, where are you going with this?
I want you to pull up the Jewish Gematria calculator so that I can give you some numbers here to show you a few things, just like you wanted to do for me. Are you there? Do you want me to give you the link?
Man. I mean, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're even trying to talk. What are you even trying to say right now?
I don't understand. I was good enough to pull up the Gematrinator like you asked and pull up each number that you asked me to pull up. And in good
I'm
faith,
showing you
answered.
facts and asking if you think it's a coincidence that all these numbers line up.
But I'm going to show you that there's another coincidence here that I want you to account for.
Okay, I don't know how to get to the Jewish fucking calculator, dude.
Go to gematrix.org. GEMATRIX.org. And then pull up the Jewish calculator. Are you there?
Yeah, dude, it ain't working.
It ain't working.
No.
Bro, I don't know. That sounds really
I don't know.
fucking
Let's
weird.
stay on the Gematrinator calculator. Figure out something from that.
So the Jewish calculator, Ben is 47.
Okay.
Do you know that?
So is Trump.
And Darth Vader is also 47.
There you go.
Which means that Ben and Darth Vader both have the same exact number. So both of them were colluding in order to have the Death Star, which is, by the way, 47, Jewish Gematria calculator, to blow up. What planet, sir? What planet were they going to blow up? Do you know?
I don't watch that nerd shit. I've never watched that in my life. I've never watched Star Wars in my fucking life because I'm not a nerd.
Guess what planet they're going to blow
nerd.
up? Who knows what planet they were going to blow up?
Your mom, dude. I don't fucking know, dude. I've never watched Star Wars in my life. That's like you saying you didn't know what King James meant. I don't know shit about Star Wars because I'm not a fucking nerd.
So just so you know, Darth Vader 47, Ben 47, Death Star 47, all three of them linked, and then the planet they blew up.
None of this shit is relevant to what I was saying.
No, it's totally relevant. What I'm telling you. No. These numbers existed long before there was Star Wars. Therefore, they predicted. They predicted that Star Wars was going to happen, that there would be a Darth Vader, 47, that they were going to blow up this planet with the Death Star, 47, and that there was going to be a secret conspiracy with Ben Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ben Kenobi, and Darth Vader.
The shit that you know about all this is sad.
Trump involved.
Wait a second. I don't get it. Trump also knew this. His number 47.
Damn,
he realized. Yeah, dude. So Trump.
And Andrew, let me add in about you're saying about Trump and Darth Vader because I covered this when James Earl Jones died.
Oh Lord.
Darth Vader with the most simple cipher equates to 119. James Earl Jones died on the 119.
47. No, 47. I'm only going with 47.
To 113. He died on the day leaving 113 days left in the year. Trump just took office with the 119th Congress, like how the election was called for him on November.
Yeah, but why should we go with that number instead of 47? Why should we go with that instead of 47?
Huh?
47 ties these events in way better. By the way, let me tell you another couple things for 47. 47 also is belief. What do the Jedi have? A belief.
Hold up. So is it my turn with the 157? Come on, man.
It's my turn. The Jedi have.
Andrew,
it's my turn. It's my turn. The Jedi have. Stop. It's my turn. When I'm done. Again.
Back and forth.
What do the Jedi have? They have a belief. Okay. There's a few other things here that you're forgetting about as well, which is that I lied is also 47 under the Jewish. I lied. Literally, I lied. Jewish Gematria calculator is 47. So not only is Trump a liar, but so is Darth Vader. He's also a liar. And Ben Kenobi is a liar. And they probably lied about the fucking planet that they're blowing up. All of these are completely tied in. Can you refute any of these claims? A single one?
I've literally never watched Star Wars a day in my life, so I can't.
How would you not watch Star Wars?
Because I'm not a fucking nerd, bro. I'm not a nerd. Nerds watch that bullshit.
Hold on, more popular than your fucking basketball.
LeBron James, the probably second or third greatest basketball player of all time.
Trying to educate you,
is not more known than
greatest franchise in fucking history.
You're a fucking nerd, bro. You're a nerd.
586. There's a point to be won right here with what he's saying. Star Wars is also associated with Israel because of their missile defense, which Trump is now bringing to the U.S.
Wait.
Trump, hold on.
Oh, Israel's more popular than LeBron
declared war
James.
essentially on Iran on the 47th day of the year on the 119th day of Netanyahu's age. Star of David equates to 119 and 47, just like Darth Vader. And I was just explaining how Darth Vader died, James Earl Jones, that is, died synced with George Lucas on the 119th day of his age, right before the election. And by
Zachary,
the way, he died on the day.
Zachary, did you know that according to the Jewish Gematria calculator, that not only is 47 associated with Darth Vader, and I lied, but it's associated with Zachary, which means Zachary, you're a fucking liar.
No.
Number 47. Look, I'll prove it to you. You can find these results. The results of the Gematria calculator. You, Zachary, 47.
But not everything that has numerical value is
liar.
Again,
Sorry.
I'm showing you facts, though, with what I'm saying.
Another fact.
So is Zach. Like that. I'm giving you straight facts. So let me finish these two numbers, and I'll shut the fuck up.
You've had a lot of numbers already. On
No,
April 7th,
I just wanted to go through
the first
4 numbers.
Jesuit missionary departed on his
Listen. 157. Andrew, you see the 157?
Which calculator are we using?
We are in Gematrinator reverse. The third number from Kobe Bryant. You'll see a 157.
Oh, okay, I had
Another
Darth
side.
Vader. Hang on, let me put in Kobe Bryant.
with a K.
Yeah, I got it. I got it with a K. I got it with a K.
B-R-Y-A.
You know how to spell Bryant?
See, yeah, I know how to spell Bryant. Well, I
Okay.
mean, I did want clarification just to make sure that I spelled it right. I don't know why you're beating me up because I want to be completely clear about these
Okay,
things.
you got it.
Okay,
I think
so
you're just being
reverse.
an asshole at this point, but it's all
Well,
good.
I'm kind of being an asshole, but you kind of deserve it. 157. Yeah, I got
Okay,
it.
157. From the day from his birthday on 8/23 of 2019 to the day he died was exactly a span of 157 days. Look it up if you want to make sure it's correct.
Do you know that?
Is
well,
that
here.
just coincidence?
Hang on.
Is that just a coincidence?
37th
Actually-
time, and he died on
actually-
the 37th anniversary of Bear Bryant, not to mention Los Angeles and Bryant also equal 37.
Hang on. I actually just want to make sure. You know what's a real coincidence with the number? With this number is June 6th. What is June 6th? Do you know?
It was the start date of the NBA Finals last year, which gave us the clue at the beginning of the season why the Celtics would win the championship because it was their.
Let's get that shit. You want to let me get on the 66? I'll send some 66 to you too.
Why is June 6th so important according to
Sirhan equals 66 like Robert Kennedy. It's the day he died. Blamed on Sirhan. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons.
I've
What about June? What about June 7th?
autism from this panel?
What about June 7th? Is it that it's 157th day of the year?
What's this have to do with the point he's
Okay,
making?
well, yeah. What does that got to do with anything I was saying?
It's exactly this from this, but it's also exactly
I'm showing you how they script these people's lives.
Year starts.
Oh, man.
You're not
You never-
showing any.
Let's just
Did
move
you?
on. Listen, one more number. 58. You see the
Never thought
58.
about it.
You see the number 58.
One more number, then we're going to do
Yep.
some
Reverse,
panel
under
rotation here.
reverse reduction.
Reverse reduction is 58.
Yeah, sure.
Kobe Bryant played in the NBA Finals in 2004. It was the NBA's 58th season. This is how they script these people's lives.
No, it's
not
not.
just some coincidence.
This is just numbers you look for.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. That's
No,
exactly
it's
what it
not.
is.
You guys don't understand what we're saying to you. That's why you
I
can't
have a
comprehend.
better way to show
Look,
this.
Whenever you're
how
ready,
they
I
select
can
people.
explain exactly how
Can I show them?
overload
Explain to me,
induction
listen.
hypnosis works. It's overload induction hypnosis, and you guys are
Yeah, I don't
scamming
care
people.
about
How about
No,
one more? Here we
flow
go. Here we go.
state.
Listen,
You're
one more.
just a
One more.
You don't
Who said
understand
was that you, Flow State?
Come on.
Let me
Just
respond.
Is
You
this a
promised I could
coincidence?
respond. Bro,
Okay,
you
go
promised
for it.
I could
Nope.
respond
Yep,
for
yep.
each one.
Go for it. Go for it.
So just so that you understand, okay, there's a lot more games which happened on days which weren't this number.
I understand that.
I don't
But I'm
understand.
saying-
But what I don't understand then is how you can say this is how X group scripts.
So why
these
was he in the
people-
58 finals? Why
Can
was
I
he in the
finish?
58 finals?
Can
Answer
I
for
finish?
me.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, go
and
for
then
it.
you can respond.
Yep.
Okay. So if you're talking about life scripting, the reason that you pull these specific dates is so that you can match them to the numbers that pull up under the name, and then you draw the correlation. Yet there's way more numbers which would associate with the scripting of this man's life, including every other game he ever played than this one, which would be more relevant. Why don't you pull each of those numbers? It makes no sense. It's because it doesn't actually follow with the Gematria calculator when you put the name in. That's why you do it that way. What you have is confirmation bias. My question to you is, why can't you fucking see that, dummy?
586. Let me respond real quick.
Yeah,
go. Let him
Also,
respond.
it wasn't the 56th
Then you
final. It
respond.
wasn't the 56th final, by the way. The finals have been going on for a lot longer, including Bill Russell, who was winning the 50s and 60s.
Kobe
Now,
Bryant was in the 58th NBA Finals because his name, Kobe Bryant, equals 58.
What
don't you understand about? I don't get. Listen, all you people seem very intelligent, and you can't fucking grasp that.
Yeah, but you seem unintelligent to the intelligent people.
Dude, I'm probably the stupidest motherfucker on this panel. I'm probably the dumbest motherfucker on here. Which is fine. I don't need validation from you, bro. I don't give a fuck who you are. I could care less.
The first NBA final.
No, I don't.
Sounds like he cares.
The first final for what was the
I'm just
NBA
trying to
at the
point
time
out.
is in 1947. What's 58 years after 1947?
It was won by the Philadelphia Warriors.
Your mother's birthday.
It was won by the Chicago Stags.
Wait, what?
Oops.
No, that's lost to the Warriors.
All right, let's do some panel.
So hold on, one more. So Andrew,
You're right.
Andrew, is this a coincidence?
Let me just do
That's
this.
significant. That's more than 58 years, by the way.
Shut up.
Yeah, I misread it.
Shut up. Okay, we're gonna do some panel switchering because there are a lot of people waiting in line. All right, Dawson, you want to go ahead and give your final thoughts? You said you wanted to make your exit.
What is Gematria?
Gematria? Oh, I know. I just spelled it wrong on the title. Is that all you had? Is that all you came up here?
What is it? I don't even know what it is.
Okay, well, say goodbye, Dawson. We love you. Not the night for that. Okay, and then also, let's see, Evan Lord, final thoughts from you?
I was going to say, if you were going to be consistent, the Akkadian or the Sumerian language is pretty much impossible to learn, considering it's dead and it's very unique. And they started the whole, like the focusing on numbers along with the ancient Egyptians. So if you're looking at that way to define reality and which way the elites would use it, they would use something like that. But since they don't, and since like all this doesn't happen, you focus on English, which is
the language
arbitrary
at this moment in history. The language that they learn all across the world.
English is a mix of Latin, French, and
right, which comes from Rome, which all roads lead to.
English is more Germanic than Latin.
All roads lead to Rome.
Look at your nation's capital.
Except for the ones that don't.
Was Washington, D.C. not owned by a man named Francis Pope and called Rome on the Potomac prior to it becoming Washington, D.C.?
Zach, you're right.
It was a swamp.
5-6, like Washington, D.C. and Society of Jesus are 56. You can laugh all you want, but this history's been there since the beginning.
Hey, can you tell me which roads in the United States lead to Rome?
Yeah.
Like, which road can I get on and go to Rome? Which road can I get on and drive to Rome from the U.S., bro?
Rome was the one who mastered building roads.
Yeah, I know. Can you answer my question? Which road can I get on in the United States? Then go to Rome.
I think we understand the expression.
All right, everybody stop. Evan Lord, was that all you had, darling?
I'd say, yeah, pretty much. But thank you for having me on, and sorry for taking up too much
I'll see you in Rome, Evan Lord. Just hop on the road. We'll get there together.
A road.
All
Sarah,
right.
can you drop the link to invite people in the private chat?
It's pinned. It's pinned at the top of my
Can I show real
chat.
Gematria off real quick, by the way?
Hold on a second. We're going to keep switching out the panel real quick. Corinth, did you have any other final thoughts this evening?
Well, that's perfect timing. I have one last good Gematria point. If you look at the Gematria for Musk, the reverse is 44. If you look at it for Joe Biden, the reverse reduction is 44. If you look at it for Melania, the reverse reduction is 44. If we look at it for David Stern, I believe it's the reduction that's 44. Do you want to take a guess, Zachary, what the ordinal for gamer is?
44.
Andrew's right. Gamers rule the world. Real Gematria.
Well, just for the record, though, Biden connected to the 44th President Obama Trump
It's
was
connected to gamers. It's connected to gamer, the 44th ordinal. The 44th president was also a gamer. I agree with you.
What caliber do we all want to swallow tonight?
So all of those
He's a
people
gamer.
having a connection
He's a gamer, Zach.
makes sense.
Zach, he's a gamer. You don't get it. Gamers rule the world.
We are
Open your eyes, brother.
Yeah,
See who is controlling you. They're controlling you because they play on controllers. They're gamers. You understand this? Just look. Open your eyes, brother.
Low-key based.
Hold on. I would like to come back to the point that 586.
Hold on. I'm not done. Corinne.
They use systems, and this is a system. Okay, they use systems, and this is a system, and they use Xboxes by putting us in boxes.
Can I make an important point?
Hey, don't get PlayStations and PCs.
Corinne,
them out Nintendos.
You say goodnight to everybody.
I can't actually.
All right. Good night, Corinne. All right. We've got John and Mud. Final thoughts from you.
Yeah, I just I guess I was hoping to take it, try to get it away from the number spurging. Granting everything, every connection or number, granting 100% of it, front to back, everything. Why is a system that requires such an esoteric form of knowledge and constant study, and literally, like you've said, choosing to not have children in order to study this and bring it to light? How is that method preferable or any more efficient than me and most of everybody on the panel and in the chat knowing all the same connections and conspiracies to a certain extent, falling on all the same conclusions as far as who the baddies are at the top, the Jesuits, all this? We've all heard the folders opening and had them all dumped out in front of us. Why is Gematria more effective than just even watching YouTube videos?
Yeah, just
because
pure intuition.
Clearly, we all hold on. Clearly, we all here have all the same base, maybe mistrust in whatever is being told to us in the mainstream media, whatever. We're all coming to the same conclusions, like I said, from watching fucking YouTube videos, not needing one single piece of Gematria. That's one question. And the second question, and then I'll be done. You can kick me off. Second question, Andrew's probably following, but what in one of the examples that you used for King James or whatever the hell is
Dude,
it?
I can't take your mic, dude. It's so fucking
sorry. Is
bad.
it fucked? Okay,
Dude,
my
it's
bad.
so
All right.
fucked.
Yeah, my bad. All right.
Yeah.
You just cost me 500 fucking audience members with that mic, brother. I love you and stuff, but yeah, dude, it's so bad.
All right. And then, all right. So let's go ahead and start. Vanta, you had some a question, and we're going to try to, I still have 3 more people backstage. I'm sure more are following. So I want to try to move through questions here.
I'll be quick, to be fair. Yeah. So salute to everyone. Zach and Andrew, I believe. Andrew. You guys focus on the Bible and the Torah and all that. How come you guys don't focus on the Quran? Because I came from Islam once upon a time. How come Gematria doesn't cover Islam?
Yeah,
it does relate. It does relate.
Does it relate?
Again, the Quran code was discovered in 1968, and they say the entire book is centered on 19, just like how they had to give you 19 hijackers on 9/11. And again, in 1968, World Trade Center construction began. 911 made the national dialing code. Yale debuted their jumbo jetliners.
Started a whole ramp.
But that's recent times, Zach. That's recent. Like I'm talking about like going back all the way to the book. Like how come you guys talk about King James and Talmud, etc., but the Quran never comes up in the conversation? I'm just saying.
There are some surahs that are very interesting. I'd have to go back and look at my notes because I don't reference a lot. Again, I'm talking about the power structure of the world, which is not Islam at the end of the day. We're not on the Islamic time calendar. We're on the Catholic Church's calendar.
Zach's security isn't that good. So.
Let me respond. Just like Zach was able to, because the question was for both of us. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
The reason the Quran is not included is because he can't make the numbers add up if he includes the Quran. That's why. And this is why all of the Gematriatards, as I and Jim Bob refer to them as, is it's because if they were to break down that book, it's going to have different information for the words based on the calculation, just like any cipher. We could come up with any cipher. I could make a cipher based on the English language that counted 6 ahead instead of 10 ahead, and it would still come up with all sorts of coherent numbers with words. That's just the way the ciphers work. So the reason he doesn't include the Quran is because the Bible is probably something which is much better known to him, and English is the language he speaks. And so it's very easy for him to look at whatever he thinks these numbers are and correlate them to whatever events he wants. That's fucking why he doesn't.
No,
use
that's
the
not
Quran.
why. And just for
Yeah,
the
that's
record,
why.
another accurate prediction that we had that was sad but true.
You have no
I
accurate
explained why
predictions.
Muhammad Ali would die at 74 in 2016, long before he did, years in advance. Again, the common belief is that the Prophet Muhammad died at age 63. 2016 is the 63rd triangular number. What day did Muhammad Ali end up dying in the desert in Phoenix? He died on June 3rd, 6'3". And I said he would die at 74 for a specific reason. It's because his English spelling, Muhammad, has a gematria value of 74. Same as Jesus, same as occult, same as Masonic, same as killing, same as, again, English gematria energy. Very special number is 74 and very related to death. There's a reason the World Trade Centers were on the 74th meridian. But no, there's a lot about Islam and the Quran that I've covered in the past, but that's not something I'm as fresh with. But yes, it is relevant.
I mean, sorry, Sarah, a quick one. Muhammad, the name Muhammad, it comes in different variation. It comes with the M-U-H, blah, blah. M-O. Muhammad comes in different versions. Like, I can't say.
Most common English spelling, though, is Muhammad.
Yes, that matters for
I have relatives who have Mohamed. As simple as that.
There are other spellings.
Yes,
I agree.
So it depends. Like again, I'm not trying to
spell his name. He spelled it the way I'm talking about. By the way, also not his given name, and Muhammad Ali also equates to 201. There's a lot to his renaming.
Interesting. All my question was about, like, by the way, I was watching the whole stream, and the focus is mostly on Christianity and Judaic background, but Islam is always the one thing that's always left behind. It's like, how come?
It's because it doesn't fit with the fucking numbers that they want. That's why.
Hey,
Why do you think they use this particular? Why do you think they use this particular gematria calculator, not the Jewish gematria calculator? It's
We didn't
because
look at the Jewish calculator.
it's because
In
it comes.
Gematria-
Dude, can you stop, bro? I just let you
You do use
respond
it.
to.
You're
I
making
didn't
false statements.
fucking interrupt you once. Shut your fucking mouth.
You're lying. You're making false statements.
Shut up, retard. I didn't respond. Dude, I didn't interrupt you once. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, dummy. Shut up, dummy.
You're the dummy.
Let me finish, dummy.
How many fucking losers think you're a
can't
smart guy? You're a fucking
respond. You're a grifting coward. Shut your fucking mouth while I finish your point.
World. What's one relevant
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 'cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, even though I didn't interrupt him once while he was going through his spiel. I didn't interrupt you once while he went through your spiel. Shut up, dude. Let me finish my response. And then he can respond. This is how adults talk, stupid. So anyway, so back to this before Baldy over there interrupted. Let me just explain. Yeah, come on, dude. Your fucking hair looks like that. Come on, dude. You're fucking bald as shit. Anyway, back to this. Before I was, no, it's not better than mine. Don't cope, bro. Don't even try with this beautiful fucking
I'm
head.
gonna start a poll on my end to see
Interrupted by
who has the better hair, Zach or Andrew.
The reason is because he can't make the numbers add up with your book. That's why.
I just dropped some pretty good facts about Islam and the code.
You didn't drop shit.
You don't listen.
I listened. He just didn't drop anything.
What year was Muhammad Atta born? The leader.
Why would that matter? Why would that matter? Why? How does that equate to the Jewish calculator? Okay, let's do your numbers with the Jewish gematria calculator. Let's do it.
Okay,
ready?
In the Jewish calculator, type in.
No. We're gonna type in the name you just said.
Hold on.
He's got to
Hold
check
on.
his cheat sheet
I'm
real
gonna
quick.
give you a list of
No, we're gonna do the Jewish Gematria calculator. Give me the name you just said. Give it to me.
Type in jihadists.
No, give me the name you just said.
What do you mean?
Naomi.
Muhammad Atta or whatever you just said. Give me that name.
Here's words that
No, give me that name you just said so I can put it through the Jewish calculator. Do it.
Al-Qaeda terrorist attack.
See what I mean? They can't do it. They can't fucking do it. They can't do it, bro.
Equate to 9/11 that
It's
relate to
because
today.
they can't make the. You see what I mean? They can't make the numbers add up.
It adds up perfectly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then Muhammad Atta in the Jewish calculator.
Andrew, type in.
Here's what we got.
The Jewish calculator.
What do we got? Oh, we got 36. We got 36.
I thought you were
Make it relate. Yeah, I was. I just typed in the name. No, I typed in Muhammad Atta, the name you actually said.
But
and I got 36.
Okay. You want
How's
to say
that
things in the Jewish cipher in regards to 9/11? Type in.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. That wasn't what we were arguing about. I said the reason he has to use Muhammad Atta in the Gematria calculator is because if I put it in the Jewish calculator, it gives me a different number, and it's true.
666 is the 36 triangular number, coming back to the 666 connection with New York and Genesis for the record.
You know what? You're totally right, which is why I just lied about the number, you fucking idiot.
No, you didn't prove anything with that. That Jewish cipher.
So fucking stupid, this guy. So dumb.
Vanta, did you have any more questions left?
That's it for me. And I'd also like to shout my boy Imperius. He says hi. Shout to Imperius. I'm just saying. By the way, Andrew, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. You have a wonderful day. It was nice chatting with you.
You too, my good man. It's early in the UK. I'm from the UK, so it's morning time. And Zach, salute to you as well, Zach. Listen, I said what I said. That was my question. But thank you very much anyway. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Peace,
Vanta.
good love. Take.
Hold on, though. Andrew keeps bringing up all these points, and I'm not getting a chance to respond to anything, really. Jewish Gematria.
Oh, did I interrupt your interruption?
Attack happens to equate to 9/11 in that cipher, just like jihadists, which is what they're referred to as.
A lot of hot words.
Av equates to 9/11 in that cipher. That's to remember the destruction of the two temples. The word division is 9/11. That's largely what came out of it. Vatican Hill is also 9/11, which is who's controlling these rituals at the end of the day. Again, we had Bush in office when it happened, who's part of Skull and Bones, which gets their symbolism from the Templars. And he referred to what we did as a crusade. Again, you want to bring up that cipher. I'm showing you that there is a lot of relevance in that cipher with what happened on 9/11.
Really? Because you had the cipher wrong. You gave me a bunch of unrelated facts based on a number I completely made up because you're fucking dumb.
That didn't make
You're
sense.
dumb. You're dumb. I literally made the number up, and you still try to give me relevant facts in comparison to the number, even though it was totally made up to the name. You don't know what the fuck you're even talking about, dude.
That would be you, Andrew. You
Holy
don't know
shit.
what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that was pretty easy to do that to you.
To come back,
I know this. I know this. Do this, bro. Let's see. Come on, do it. Do it. No, do it. Do it,
so
bro.
far,
Come on.
there's only
Come on.
80 votes in the poll. Please go make
Look
your
at that.
vote.
Look
Who
at it.
has the better hair,
Suffer.
Andrew or
Suffer,
Zachary?
you fuck suffer.
As of right now, we're sitting at 80% for Andrew and 20% for Zachary. So please feel free, whoever is watching,
Come on,
to
Zach.
go and vote.
Hey, Zach, can you do this?
And then
Zach, can you do this, Zach?
Both have the same hairline.
I voted for
special
Andrew.
request from your
Where's Zach?
prior
I voted for
debates. Everybody shut up. Jim Bob asked, is there any number or date that you couldn't make important by connecting it to other things? If so, what is the number or date?
Again, I don't focus on every date in the calendar year. There's recurring dates that are very important because they're part of the Jesuit history, i.e. August 15th. That's the day the Jesuits were created. September 27th is the day they were recognized by the Roman Catholic Church.
That's not what he asked. What he asked is what numbers wouldn't correlate to anything.
Well, I'm making the point that I come back to recurring dates. I don't talk about.
I understand, but that's not the question.
No. The answer is no.
It doesn't have anything, bro.
Any number or dates
Very important
that you couldn't relate to something important.
Yeah, your mic's
Any.
popping.
Is there any date we could not relate to something important? Any?
Well, theoretically, a ritual can happen on any given date, but there's dates that are recurringly important.
Yeah, so then any date that we pick, we can find something which is relevant to that date. Got it.
Huh?
So any date we pick, we can find something relevant to the date. Got it.
I'm sure that you could. It's a
yeah,
big
because
world,
it's
a lot
all
of history.
bullshit. Yeah, because it's all bullshit. That's why.
No, it's not all bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
Even Lord wanted to follow up from leaving the panel. He says Gematria and the cult of numbers made the Sumerians let themselves be conquered and erased during the Bronze Age collapse because they focused on building temples and society around numbers. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go. James, did you have a question you'd like to pose to the panel?
I have one statement. For one, Kabbalah is it's not actually tradition. It's tradition. It's not actually part of the Bible. And then I also have a question: does 115 have any sort of meaning within Gematria? And gamers will know what I'm going at with that question.
115 does have meaning. It's connected to a lot of assassinations in history, including the hoax on Trump on July 13th, 115 days before the November 5th election, when assassin equates to 115. And November 5th is the day the Jesuits tried to assassinate King James, which again was the ritual with Trump in 2016 when he had his convention in King James's Stadium after he won the finals on the real King James's birthday. Words like Masonic equate to 115, Lucifer killing. The number
The assassination of King James. Is this King James the First of Scotland?
King James, there was an attempted assassination of King
was this
James
King
on
James the
November
First
5th
of
in
Scotland?
history.
Was this King James the First
Same
of
one who the
Scotland?
Bible is
Might have
named
been
after.
LeBron James.
I'm asking you if it's King James the First of Scotland.
The same King James that the Bible is named after.
Okay, well, I'm not sure which King James we're talking about. The King James I see is February 20, 1437.
King James, an attempted assassination on his life on November 5th. It was in relation to the Protestant Bible being created. The Catholic Church did not want that
But
out.
you don't know which King James it is? It's not King James the First? Or is it?
One born in 1566. Again, the King James Bible published in
You don't know which King James? You don't know which King James?
Like Holy Bible equals 45.
Yeah, but you don't know which King James? I thought it was me who didn't know my book.
King James.
Now you're looking it up because you didn't know?
First, because of the lands he was
gave
king
that
in.
Hmm.
Born June 19th, 1566. Dead March 27th, 1625. That's the King James.
Okay, and he was attempted. The attempted assassination was when?
On November 5th. In the year 1605, 6 years before the Bible was published.
You're talking about the Guy Fawkes thing?
Absolutely.
And what does Guy Fawkes? What does Guy Fawkes' name equal?
What's your point?
Well, Guy Fawkes' name equals 37.
And
right?
your point?
I'm asking you, does Guy Fawkes' name equal 37?
Again, the gematria of Guy Fawkes is, I can look, but the point I'm making is, again, the history of King James and the relevance of what they're
Just
doing.
look
with
so
Trump.
that we can dive into this. Guy Fawkes' number is what?
Guy Fawkes in Jewish gematria, the cipher you just brought up for the record, is 1619. But in the base ciphers, he has the 118 connection, number of death, just like how your cancer sticks were said to be cancer sticks 118 days after the Surgeon General's birthday, when cancer also equals 118.
Okay, yeah. So just give me the numbers.
He does have the 37 and 44, like shooting. They tried to blow up King James with gunpowder.
Mm-hmm.
And 125, like numerology. Yeah.
And 125 relates to gamers again. So
Okay.
gamers tried to take out. So gamers tried to take out King James again, gaming supremacy, just like Corn said.
Let's go.
Okay.
And Mud wanted to ask for Zach, why is gematria better than any other method of coming to the same conclusions and predictions?
Again, this was covered in the Jim Bob thing. You had a gentleman come on here and say he could do the same thing. And I said, well, where was your prediction? Where's your prediction online for when the war in Israel began? He didn't have one. And then I said, how do you go to somebody on the street and show the ritual of the war beginning on October 7th, 2023? And he didn't have an answer. And I said, well, listen, Benjamin Netanyahu equates to 282. The war began exactly 282 days after he returned to power, not to mention he returned on Albert Pike's birthday, who wrote the letter about 3 world wars before any of them broke out, which is published on August 15th, 1871, the Jesuit order's birthday. explaining that the third war will be centered on political Zionism. Again, 1229, Pike's birthday is a lot like the number 1229, the 201st prime. It goes with Netanyahu stepping down from power.
I don't care. I'm out of beer. I'm gonna get out of here, Sarah. Thanks for letting me go on the panel.
Which equates to
I don't know if you can mute this guy for 2 seconds while I give a sign off, because this guy never shuts the fuck up.
Zach, let's go ahead and Andrew's going to make his exit. Let's let him have his closing statements.
Yeah, I'm out of.
I wanted to ask him some stuff first.
Me?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So in the beginning, Zach had said that there was 28 Jesuit. Well, there is 28 Jesuit universities, and one of them is in a 201 area code. There are 41,000 zip codes in the U.S., which means that the likelihood that any Jesuit university would be in a 201 area code is one.
Area code versus zip code. You just crossed off there.
Well, okay, so what's the?
They're different things.
Well, he said area code.
That's her phone number.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
That's
not
what
a
we're
zip
talking
code.
About.
He said there are 40-some thousand zip codes.
No, I said area code.
No.
Okay, well, how many? Well,
okay,
hang on, calm down. Hang on. Let's just vet it. How many area codes are there?
There's 335.
No, I'm not. Zach, do you realize this gentleman's asking me questions?
Well, I'm just giving an answer.
Yeah, great. I
I
know,
don't like to
but
waste time. I find time.
yeah, but dude, all you've done is waste time.
No, that's what
Can
you've
the two of us get through our exchange? Is that okay with you, Zach? Is there anything else we can do for you, Zach?
Wasting time.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm trying to get into the exchange with this gentleman. So I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions, right? Real quick. When you say how many area codes there are, how many area codes are there? Go ahead.
I said 41,000.
In the United States.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just make sure that that's correct. Hang on. We'll just go one claim at a time. Okay, so United States has 335 area codes.
So it wasn't.
Stop. The United States has 335 area codes.
So
and how many? Stop, bro. Stop over talking, you fuck.
That's you.
It has 335 area codes. How many area codes did you just say it has?
I'm asking a question. Is the Jesuit University?
How many area codes did you just say it has?
Is it in the?
How many area codes did you just say it has? How many area codes did you just say it has?
Well, I'm trying to establish.
How many area codes did you just say it has? How many area codes did you just say it has?
It's a waste of time.
How many area codes did you just say it has?
I said there's 41,000.
Okay, and so were you incorrect on that claim?
That's how many zip codes there are. He
Can you stop talking, Zachary, so we can finish our exchange?
I mixed the words up.
Okay, so you meant something different. What did you actually mean?
That the Jesuit University is in a 201 zip code, and there's 41,000 zip codes and 28 universities, which means that the likelihood that it would be in a 201 zip code is 1 in 1,400.
Holy shit.
Okay.
That's a 0.005%.
So I for zip codes 41,704, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm willing to concede that you are correct. When I look this information up, there are 41,000 zip codes, right? And if you just mixed up the information, I'm willing to say that that's fine. Of course, if you had just answered my questions instead of obfuscating, we could have gotten here much quicker. But anyway, so what are the chances?
0%.
It's 1 in 1,400.
For how many universities there are, right?
28, yes.
Okay. How many Ivy League universities are there?
But we're not talking about Ivy League.
Can you answer my question, please?
Jesuit University.
Can you answer my question, please? How many Ivy League universities are there?
I don't know.
Can you look it up real quick?
Sure.
What are these gang signs?
Well, it's saying that there's 8, but
okay, there's 8. There's 8 Ivy League universities. So what are the chances that any of those Ivy League universities ended up in any of the locations that they are by this rough calculus that you have.
But we're not talking about the other.
Yeah, but we are now. So I'm asking you a question. So I'm going to ask you this question real quick. Okay. What are the chances that any of those 8 Ivy League universities ended up where they ended up? What are the chances statistically?
Well, let's look it up.
Now let's look it up.
You said that there's 8, right? But each
No,
university.
you said there's 8.
Building though. Well, it's that's what it says. That's how.
Then we'll go with 8. Now give me the chances out of 41,000 where those 8 universities end up. Give me the chance.
5,125.
And which number is higher, 5,125 or the number that you cited me for the Jesuit University?
But the other number is
So
irrelevant.
which number is higher?
This one's higher.
So this one's higher. That's really strange. So it seems that you can take basically any compilation of industry or university, and then you could maximize or minimize chances based on how many there are versus the states that they belong in, which means your argument is fucking stupid. Do you understand that now? Do you understand? Do you understand why hang on. Do you understand why your argument's fucking stupid? Do you understand?
Well, your premise is wrong, though. That's
What's wrong with my premise?
Is that you're saying that you're saying what if there were other Ivy Leagues in that area?
No, not others. No,
There
just
isn't.
those.
There's only a Jesuit.
Not others. Not others. Just those.
There's only one 201 area code.
Okay,
Right.
great. So what are the chances any of those Ivy League universities ended up in a 201 area code?
I already said it was 1 in 1,400.
No, no. You said that for the Jesuit universities, right?
5,125.
Oh, I see. And that's much higher. That's really strange. It's almost like you can take non-correlated facts and then you can, it's almost like you can take non-correlated facts and operate. Hang on, bro, calm down. I'll let you respond. It's almost like you can take non-correlated facts like, oh, I don't know how many X universities there are, and then statistically calculate the chances of where they land, but it doesn't actually tell us anything because I can give you Ivy League universities and we come up with a much higher percentage of doubt than with your Jesuit university. How in any way, shape, or form does that correlate with Gematria?
It doesn't. I didn't. That's not
Exactly. Exactly.
Can I make
Also,
a
you
point
were
on this
mixing the hell out of area codes and zip codes.
Can I make a point on this topic? Earlier, I was trying to tell you the pinnacle for Jesuit universities in the nation, there was once 54 in the United States. John Carroll established the first Jesuit university at age 54. In Gematria, John Carroll equates to 54 like Jesuit.
Do this shit for 5 more minutes.
This number's not
Sarah, can I
arbitrary.
just say something real quick and get off so you can
Their
rotate people?
headquarters is at the
Anyway.
Church of the Jesu, building
I
54.
gotta get.
You can't interrupt Zach's flow, man. This is the flow. You're
Man,
inside the flow.
It's exactly
You're in the flow.
Log off. Have a wonderful
It's a
night.
flow
For the
state,
record,
man.
I did go to the Yale campus.
It's not a
and,
flow state.
have
It's
our
Bye,
lives-
Andrew.
See ya.
I didn't have a single Yale student make fun of this knowledge. Again, we're talking about some of the most brilliant students in the nation. They took to this and found it very fascinating and interesting. And the one thing that I really talked to them a lot about was the fact that Yale, in the most simple cipher, equals 43. Two of the most recent presidents who are part of a very powerful secret society out of Yale, Skull and Bones, one was the 43rd vice president. The other was the 43rd president. And you might recall number 43 became 43 thanks to Florida, where his brother was the 43rd governor. Not to
Zach,
mention,
what do you think about overload induction hypnosis?
While we have a break in the conversation, you know I'm fast. I'm real fast, Sarah. You know that by now. I never understood I never understood why sometimes you were mean until tonight. I wrote some stuff down here. Just let me get it out real quick. So I'm here as a representative of the gamer community, the GAYMER community, the gay gamers. Just FYI. So secondarily. See, what these people are doing, I don't know about all of them, but they're taking advantage of dyslexic people, because I used to have this weird thing when I was young made me good at math, where I used to like drive by road signs and like divide the numbers and try to find like patterns and stuff like that. And I grew out of that once I met a actual mathematics professor at Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And people who interrupt people have a lack of impulse control and an inability to remember what they're going to say. And that's why they interrupt people, because they are lame brains. And they also argue with voices in their head, like somebody pointed out there. And I got to give props to Flo when he pointed out about the grifting, because I was like, I wasn't even thinking about that. And so I find it very interesting that these people are up here going blah 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 numbers blah blah blah. Yeah, we have a base 10 number system. There's 10 numbers. There's going to be patterns. I figured that out when I talked to a mathematics professor when I was about 10 or 11 years old, because my stepfather worked at a university. And so, yeah. And the 27 Club is...
like 58 fit in through 1 through 10?
No, I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to make jokes. So
what's the point?
And the 27 Club is, they're all sacrifices to Satan, just everybody, just so you know. Dude.
Let him finish.
You are half as smart as you think you are, and you're not entertaining at all. Shish. You're talking to the king of motherfucking YouTube. Shish. I'm not like Sarah. You don't want to fuck with me. I will come back to YouTube and make my whole show just about you.
Yeah.
Back off. Let me get my jokes out. And last part is I wanted to say this when Andrew was up here so I could insult him, because I do want to have a conversation with him sometime. But this is just a way to confuse people into supporting them, like dyslexic people like myself, where you're like, something seems weird when you can't figure out the numbers. I didn't even know I was dyslexic until I was in my 30s. I figured it out myself. Nobody could figure it out, even with all the tests in school. And that's about it. It's kind of like religion. It's weird, the correlation between what you guys are talking about and religion. Just throw a whole bunch of nonsense at people, and then it's like, Jesus.
That's what it's based off of, is religion.
Jesus. It's all nonsense. It's nonsense. You guys wouldn't last 25 minutes talking to me, but I'm not going to ruin Sarah's panel.
Would you say that certain patterns happen quite often?
Yeah.
So if certain patterns happen quite often, would it be foolish to see numerical patterns and to go with?
Yes.
But when they happen and you go against it, wouldn't that also be foolish?
No.
So
are all patterns relevant?
But if it happens and you go against it, it's not foolish. But if it does happen and you don't go against it, it is foolish. How does that make any sense?
Because if you can't replicate what you're saying with a scientific method to be able to actually figure it out and reproduce what you're saying, then it means nothing.
But you should be able to dispute whatever I'm saying with a scientific method. With that logic,
you can't prove a negative, dumb. Come on, listen. You're talking to the wrong guy. You don't want to question me.
It doesn't prove anything. It actually disproves stuff, and it only.
This is the king of motherfucking YouTube.
Okay,
sir.
He's got a ton of subscribers too. Everybody should listen.
Yeah, 700 million.
I'm actually having a debate with you. I'm having a question. And
I didn't come up. I didn't come up here to have a debate. I'm too high for this nonsense. Seriously, the nonsense. I've been trying to get on the end. Sarah, halfway through the 5 million knocks on the back door, I realized, oh, this is pinging in her ear every single time. No wonder she's bitchy sometimes. And I was like, fuck it. You want to be a panel host? And I just kept going, pop, pop. I was at least 300 or 400 of those pops.
Yeah, it does. It'll
minimum.
Keep popping up saying somebody.
I was on Flo's first. I didn't even know you guys were live. I was like, what fucking channel is this on? What's going on? What kind of nonsense is this? All right, let me talk to Walmart Sheldon for 1 minute. No, you're not a big enough star for me to talk to, sir. You're not a big enough star.
And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Walmart Sheldon. Walmart Sheldon. No, I'm talking to Autistic Boy.
Anything that we're saying.
Autistic Boy in the top left there. How many subs do you got?
Over the course of 20-some channel deletions, hard to say. I mean, every time I've approached 100,000, they've deleted the channel.
How many subscribers did he have on his YouTube?
Do you know why? Do you know why that is? Because you're probably saying things that.
How many subscribers did he have?
You're probably saying.
Prison.
you're probably
subscribers do you
saying
have? We're in this
things
chat
that
together. We're all people. We're all individuals here, not our subscribers. But you want to bring
Okay.
up other people and not yourself, who is here.
Yep.
We're here talking, showing our faces, and just trying to have a conversation. You're here
Tenth
insulting.
Man is a regular here. He's
Yep.
a
Showing my face.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's have a conversation.
he's a regular panelist. He's our sideshow comic relief.
I don't have a problem with anybody. I'm just saying that, like, let's have an actual conversation. Like,
About
insulting
what?
each other
About
doesn't
how
do anything.
numbers make patterns?
No, that's.
Well, you're
I
a
mean,
Jew,
we could
and
talk
this is a
about
Jewish
that.
How is that
That's
any
not
different
really-
from somebody seeing Jesus on their toast? Tell me.
Is
How is it different?
I mean,
Is
Jesus
weather
on
religion?
toast is. I
What do
mean,
you, how do you
that's
think that they
subjective.
determine
It's
what
less
the weather
delicious.
is gonna be every year? What the averages are through
Tell
numbers
me
of-
how the things you guys are talking about up here right now are any different than Jesus on toast.
Would you think? Okay, so
Or
seeing
a
Jesus
potato
is
chip that looks like
subjective.
Jay Leno. Tell me what the fucking difference is, you imbeciles.
So seeing Jesus on toast is subjective. Seeing numbers in an equation is objective. That's numbers don't lie. Is the classic.
You only have a
saying.
base 10 number system, sir. You're gonna have patterns. That's why they had to make
Even if you had more numbers, there would
computers.
still be
Listen,
patterns.
you're talking to
More
a
numbers
technician.
will
I know more about
continue
math than
patterns.
you're ever even going to be able to comprehend.
I know
All right.
basic math, and that's all I need to know. We
Yeah.
don't need to know calculus.
There's a reason,
or
sir.
trigonometry.
There's a reason why they had to produce other operating languages which were not binary, which is a base 10 system, because you can't do complex things with a base 10 system. But with a base 10 system, you are always sir. You are always going to see patterns with a base 10 system. That's the reason why every time they have to add a new area code to a specific area, because there's too many phone numbers, because you're going to have patterns. And when you got 7 billion people and all this stuff is happening all the time, just like a couple people tried to tell you up here, eventually there's going to be correlation between things. Does that mean that everybody that was buried on that date, or was born on that date, or inaugurated on that, if there was 2 presidents assassinated on the same date, do they both apply to the thing that you're talking about? No, you're literally just tying together absolute nonsense. And if you don't know
Not only
and
that,
you're not a grifter,
if you make 400 different predictions, at least one of those is going to come about. You made like 500 different predictions, Zach, in this open panel alone. So statistically, at least one of those will correlate and be a predictive. So it's just a numbers game. You're doing it after the
How you
fact.
guys do it on weekdays?
My man AJ.
Just really quickly, Zach.
Everyone interrupts.
Pardon me.
This is a waste of my time right now.
if you want me to
Been
leave,
here for
I'll go,
5
Sarah.
hours. You do this every day. Chill the fuck
What
out.
he just said about base 8.
Everyone, I can't get anything done if everyone keeps bitching like a bunch of girls. John, your mic is popping. I'm going to go ahead and throw you back to the stage, backstage again.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then Quinn, I have you. All right. Now,
Can I address his point about base 8?
Sure.
Just quickly, Zach. I think
In
I can help out
Gematria,
here a little bit. I'm going to grant you a lot of things. I'm going to give you a second Christmas, because I'm going to grant you your worldview. Okay, I'm going to grant that Gematria is real, these numbers are real, and that the Jesuits are using these numbers in ritualistic fashion to control world events. I'm going to grant you all of that. Okay, all of that is 100% true. Here's the problem with what you're doing, and this is why, if we're talking about what is Gematria useful for, you might be part of the problem. If you would agree that these things are rituals, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, when you recite the ritual, when you recite these numbers, you're performing the ritual.
I don't.
So from a hermetic point, yes, no, it doesn't matter if you think so. I'm telling you, that's what you're doing. You're
What
performing
Jason
a
is
ritual
saying
every time you
is
mention a
correct
number.
when it comes to ritualistic practices.
Right. So when you're reciting these rituals, you are enacting them. You are actually working for the Jesuits when you recite these numbers. So your entire platform is working for the Jesuits, not against them.
Well, reciting a ritual doesn't necessarily mean that you support the ritual.
No, it doesn't matter about you supporting. It doesn't matter your intent. When you do it, you enforce it. This is how magic works. This is how occultism
in certain
works.
forms of magic, not all magic.
Not in certain forms. Not in certain forms.
If someone
this is how rituals work.
If someone
It's such a lame way. It's such a lame way. It's such a lame way.
Interrupting Tomato back on.
He is right. I am a witch. Look at my avatar.
No, I just want to get this out. Then I'll get off panel, and you guys can keep doing these debates about things that are really just stupid when it comes to the process of elimination. Across all cultures and religions, people have figured out how to find the truth, and they definitely don't need to use your methods. Outside of sports betting, you just sound like a terrible sports bookie, dude. That's all you sound like. This idea that the numerology symbols will be their downfall, not numbers. This idea that your sense of numerology and figuring it out, and by the way, subscribe to my Patreon and you can make some money, but I won't get into crypto and it's just so disingenuous. It's snake oil salesman-y as fuck. There's a lot of free ways. There's a lot of free ways for people to figure out the truth and realize all of this stuff. It's so disingenuous for you to sit here and hide behind this crap and have your little pawns come up here with their stupid statistics that you guys always get caught out lying. Every time you say something, at least once out of the 5 claims you make, a bunch of people go, nope, that's not true. Here's the proof disproving what you're saying. So again, you're embarrassing yourself, dude. I don't know if it's a mental health crisis or what, but like whether it's again, for the record, again, you just sound crazy, buddy. You seriously need to seek some therapy, and I hope you find a better place in life. Clearly getting your accounts deleted over and over again and claiming you're some Gematria messiah better than anyone else, and we all need to tune into what you have to say because you're going to save us from the world is crazy. It's crazy. And on that note, I'm out. Have fun, guys.
Can I answer what the last guy said, Sarah? Do I get to speak on this panel? Andrew gets to go as long as he wants, no interruption. Anytime I try to respond to anything, interrupt.
He's enjoyable to listen to, sir.
Before you respond, I've got a couple more people to pull up backstage. So let me put this up. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, my buttons are going slow. Jason, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Sorry. I owe you a very big apology because your name like kept getting pushed up and I was looking at the people that were further. It was like a hot mess. And then I just realized you were sitting up there all in your lonesome. Oh, fuck. Now his shit disconnected. John, I think you disconnected your mic and cam or something. I don't know what happened. Oh, wait. Okay.
You're dealing with a hot mess all night, so I understand.
Yeah, that is totally my fault. I do apologize. And then, let's see. I think Richard was trying to pop back on. It looked like his internet was giving him issues. Okay. Zachary, to you, please. Everybody else shut the fuck up.
Okay, he brought up base 8 and said that would be relevant. Georgetown equates to 129, the nation's first Jesuit university. 129 is 201 in base 8, this number that's venerated by the Jesuits. Event 201 was the pandemic simulation. 201 is 311 in base 8 counting. What day was the pandemic declared? 311. It's similar to how the 2 towers became 0 before they eventually became 1, and they did the tribute in light to the towers on 311. Also, to come back to Kobe, just because that was something I was trying to address earlier, 586 brought up this point. Kobe Bryant equals 113, as does Michael Jordan, as does the National Basketball Association. Anyone can watch my recent video when Luka went to the Lakers on the anniversary of Pau Gasol going to the Lakers. I brought up the 113 in the ritual and why the Lakers would beat Utah in his debut game. The Utah Jazz, the only team in the league whose name equals 113. By the way, the team the pandemic was blamed on, Rudy Gobert, the Frenchman, is who they blamed it on. The Jazz just happened to lose with 113 points that night to the Lakers. This number 113 is so repetitious in the NBA, it's beyond ridiculous if you pay attention. And keep in mind, 113 is the 30th prime number. There's 30 teams in the NBA. Also, about Kobe's death right before the pandemic was declared, don't forget they buried him in Corona del Mar. And don't forget when he died, part of the story was that he was in the middle of a legal battle having to do with his Black Mamba branding being used for jabs. And funny enough, from Kobe's very last birthday, August 23rd, until the date the pandemic was declared was exactly 201 days later. Again, you look at this knowledge, you apply the knowledge, you see through the ritualism. Kobe was buried in Corona del Mar, which happens to equal the same thing as coronavirus. That 56
Zach, you're performing the ritual
number. Huh?
You're performing it. You're performing the ritual.
What does this have to do with base 8? and
again,
hexadecimal and coding.
No, a lot of people from this knowledge have pulled themselves out of the matrix of misinformation. They're not wasting their energy in the rigged sports leagues. They're not getting the jab, et cetera, et cetera. What you're saying in your point of view, I would say, is completely false and exactly backwards. The evil
I'm allowing your point of view. I'm granting your point of view. I'm saying from your point of view, you're enacting rituals. You're doing the ritual.
No, that's not what he said. He never said that.
Well, it's not that he said that. He's saying that by decoding, you're partaking, which in a sense you are. I decode, and I will say that I've literally had this internal struggle because I'm just like, I'm participating in these rituals, but at the same time, you know how life changing this has been for me. Like literally ever since I found this, and it wasn't because of Zach.
I'm going to grant everything you say. I'm simply saying you're performing these rituals.
Yeah.
Therefore, if you think these rituals are evil, right? These rituals are evil, being done by evil people. Correct?
So what? So the ritual
are these rituals being done?
So killing somebody by the numbers
people
is definitely.
Are these rituals being done by evil people?
Yeah, I'm not killing people by the numbers.
Okay.
So
when you're using the same rituals as evil people, you're committing evil. That's how this works.
You're using English, and how many people have
there's not saying what, so if you watch
right, okay, I'm using English like evil people, so I'm therefore evil. That's fine. I'll grant your worldview. Hollywood. By doing it purposefully, that's what you're doing.
Roberta Flack is dead today. If you look into it, she's dead on the anniversary of her beginning recording her very first album, First Take. And what's on that album cover? Her playing the piano, which has 88 keys. What's her age of death? 88.
Did you make that prediction before or after she died, Zach? Because if it was before, you might have been part of her death.
In recent decades by Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill is 49 years old right now. Roberta Flack equates to 49 in Gematria. This stuff goes on in the industry all the time. Us exposing that is not participating in the evil.
Yes,
it's exposing it so people can understand why you should not want to be a
You're
part
saying it's a ritual. No, Zach. You said it's a ritual. When you partake in the ritual, you are summoning it. You are doing it. This is hermeticism. This is hermeticism. This is occultism, my friend. This is what you've allowed. This is your part of your worldview. Okay, when I'm occupying your worldview, I've allowed you everything. I'm allowing you everything.
All right. Let me get I've got all right, because it looks like Jason Cassell, his stuff isn't working, so it's keeping him back. And Richard Quinn, it seems to be having Wi-Fi issues. Conley RB, can you please sound off?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What's 10 plus 10?
20, ma'am.
All right. How do you?
But no, I just wanted to say thank you, Sarah, for moderating this shit show. It's been quite the wild ride to watch this all. So thank you for tolerating all these guys.
No problem. And then let me get one more up. Real talk. Can you sound off, please?
What's going on?
Hello. What is 5 plus 7?
12.
All right. Is that your mic that's popping or making a bunch of noise back there? What's going on?
I'm mute. I'm playing a game while waiting for you guys.
All right. Well, do you want to play your game or do you want to be on panel?
I'll be on panel.
Okay. Because I don't want to hear all that clicky shit backstage either. Even
Nobody
if you're
does.
talking. All right. Fair enough. Okay. I think I got you all up here. All right. Let's do this.
All right, I don't want to take up space. I'm going to book. I just want to say this panel makes me never want to talk to anyone ever again and stab my ears out with pens.
I love you, 10th man. All right. Let me go ahead and get one more up here while we're doing this. Shia LaBouffe. No, wait, I don't like you. Because you were some worse shit earlier. All right. And Keith Andrews, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I can barely see you on your screen. I think you got it's dark wherever you are. Are you walking around or something?
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning at my house. I'm outside.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. I see you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Back to you guys.
So I just wanted to touch on Jason's point about participating in the rituals. I think that's actually probably a bit valid. By participating, we are condoning in a way. We may not think we are, but we definitely are in a way.
And Zach, I decode too, bro. I met you at Gonzaga a few years back. I mean, betting
Who
is
the fuck is
participating in it.
typing?
That's not me.
Yeah, let's
Someone
whoever
just
the
someone just
fuck
try no,
did
someone
that,
just try to be a dickhead like that. That's fucked up.
let's really think that through.
But sports betting, man, I mean, we're gambling at the end of the day. We're not 100% right. So the reason why I mention this is because what Jason did, Jason has a solid point. He's not wrong. We are participating in something that is not good. It's not good energy by decoding.
Yep.
But by showing others, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad
Where do you
thing.
make the
What
distinction?
tools?
Where do you make the distinction? Where's the distinction between showing someone and participating in the ritual yourself? Basically enacting the ritual.
I'm not making any distinction. I'm saying they're the same thing. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so you're agreeing.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying
by showing
that
them, you're actually doing the ritual.
I've came to the conclusion and the acceptance of this a long time ago, and I find a lot of people in the community want to deny it and all this because it's not a good look, I guess, but I think accepting it is a better look than trying to push it under the rug. I mean, because we're promoting betting and that's gambling, and not everybody's going to have the same results. I do good, but most people are not. And that's just the facts. But the life-changing information, I mean, like Zach said, I mean, you're not going to go get a vaccine if you know this information. You're probably not going to go to the Super Bowl. You're probably not going to waste your money on going to these sports games, but you're probably going to bet. That would be the one thing I would say that is kind of like the part about Gematria that always hangs people up. Is like, why aren't you a billionaire? And it's more than just that.
You're missing the point, though. You're missing the point, though. If the rituals are used by the Jesuits to kill people or do other things to people, bad things to people, they're using these rituals to do that, right? Yep. Every time you substantiate the ritual, you're empowering them. That's how power magic works. This is hermetic.
But if you understand electro magic, then you understand that even watching the sport is participating in the ritual, or even watching the celebrity on the big screen in Hollywood.
That's fine. But I'm saying if you're trying to defeat the evil Jesuits, the one thing you wouldn't want to do is recite or do their rituals, because that only empowers them. It makes them more powerful.
So how is speaking?
This is how magic works.
Somebody sacrifices a cat in a ritual, which is a thing, voodoo, whatever. If someone does that and I call the police, am I taking part in the ritual by reporting it?
By his logic, yeah, you are.
That's not what he's trying to say.
Is that how you view what you do?
That's exactly what we do.
Okay,
you don't bet on. You don't use it
along with them. That's how you're doing it.
That's you're recognizing a pattern. That's all that you're doing.
Yeah.
What would substantiate a ritual more? Not identifying the pattern and talking about it, or just it happened and we can't talk about it, guys. What substantiates a ritual more?
Right, exactly. And then here's another thing. So there's a thought experiment called Rocco's Basilisk that basically is saying that if you are aware that there will be an omnipresent AI in the future, that just by being aware of it, you are going to be assimilated by the AI. And the only way to not be protected from it is to not know it. But it's a thought experiment. So would you actually be safe if you didn't know about it? So it's the same exact question here. Would you be any better if you didn't know about Gematria? Or would you be better off knowing it? Maybe you might not use it while you're at your work, your 9-to-5 job. And you're not going to. It's not going to help you build a house or be a plumber.
How's that not a ritual?
Other things that are going to help you. But I mean, anything can be considered a ritual. Going to the local fair is a ritual. Going to any place on a same day every week is considered a ritual.
Going to work every day, read the newspaper. How's it any different?
Yeah.
But not every ritual is nefarious.
Exactly, and that's
if
my
it's
point.
In the mainstream press,
participating. You might know about it and participate somewhat in it, but it doesn't mean I'm the one that just because I figured out somebody got killed by the numbers doesn't mean I'm the one that ordered them to get killed by the numbers. That's not the same. That's not the same level.
You can't be guilty for being aware of the knowledge.
No,
it comes out.
Let me interrupt for just a moment. Alex Jones Foreskin with the Big Ten says, if granting Gematria is true, why would we assume it's humans behind it and manipulating it, opposed to it being a natural part of God's design. If creation is mathematical equations at its most quantum level.
And again, this has been answered in the beginning of this stream and last week, and we'll answer it again. There is an organic side. Again, that's where the Kabbalistic belief comes from about God and creation of the world through numbers, letters, and words. But again, within Kabbalah, there's a sorcery half known as the Klipoth, which is using the knowledge to have influence over others. You start looking at things like September 11th. Does that look like the working of God or man? You start looking at the scandemic. Does that look like it's God or man?
Well, it's probably man serving Satan is what I would say.
And again, they're paying tribute to Satan, just as I explained. Event 201 was on 10:18. Satan comes to earth in Luke 10:18. There's a phrasing for Satan in the Bible.
You're making knowledge. You're making knowledge.
He's going back into it, guys.
You can't have these. You can't make. You're making knowledge claims.
Well, here's what I will say. Here's what I'll say to you, Zach, in terms of the way you speak. In your head, it makes sense the way you're building up your thought process.
Makes sense to me.
Shut up for a minute. But to the average person, it's very hard to decode what's actually important versus like kind of filler, fluffer, whatever you want to call it in terms of what you're talking about. So usually if somebody asks me a question, Sarah, where are you going tomorrow? Right? I would say, oh, I'm going to the grocery store. But in terms of how you piece that answer around, you're going to be like, well, I was going to wake up and I was going to drink some coffee, but then I thought about going over to my grandma's house and having some tea instead. And then I think I might go, I was considering, and then maybe, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, but I'm definitely going to the store tomorrow. So that's how, when you speak to people like that's what it sounds like to us. That's why people are telling you that you're filibustering or it doesn't make sense. In your mind, it makes perfect sense because you're building up this thought process. But to us, we just want the answer. Does that make sense?
He's building up the thought process of what's being released in the mainstream press. Your data.
No, he's bypassing the thought process and he's trying to overload people with more information than they can track at one time. That's why he wants to go fire hose speed numbers at you.
So I think it's a personality thing. I think Zach doesn't do it on purpose.
There's literally a type of
I don't think he does it on purpose. I'll follow up with that. I don't think you do it on purpose, but I want to kind of bring that thought process to you, why everybody gets irritated when you start talking and then it goes on and on and on and on and on. And then they're like, oh, Zach's been talking all night. Why can't I, that's why, because when you do speak, you take up a very extensive amount of time on something that could have been 30 seconds or less.
And you don't think he's heard this before?
Andrew all night, but he bullshits and goes in circles and chops up things that can be explained in 30 seconds and has to keep asking, now, what was it about April 19th when it's explained 50
How do you spell Bryant?
How do you spell Kobe Bryant?
You problem.
No, he did, though. That was
fucking ridiculous.
There's not the clear connection between 10:18, the date, and what's in the Bible in Luke 10:18 about Satan coming to earth. And how the phrasing for Satan in the Bible, that old serpent, equates to 201, like it was called Event 201. And It was a sister simulation of something that happened exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared, when 666 is associated with Satan. I don't understand how that's hard to understand. To me, that seems pretty cohesive and linear and biblical, which is what these people are doing, using the Bible as a playbook. As I explained, in the 16th century, calendar, language, Bible verses, system implemented that is being used redundantly for world domination.
Zach,
how are we supposed to stop them then, Zach?
May I ask one quick question?
Go ahead.
All right. So from the day they declared the pandemic, the pandemic on March 11th of 2020 to the day the Queen died, on 9/8/2022 was exactly 911 days. So if that's not being scripted by someone, if it's the Jesuits, if it's aliens, how they do it, if it's man, if it's
not scripted. You can find significant events.
Is that just a coincidence? Is that just a coincidence?
Yes, it's a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence.
That's a coincidence.
You're finding what you're looking for. You have a start date and you look for a significant event the certain number of days later.
That's a ritual.
What does Corona mean?
Okay, but how are they doing
Crown.
it? What's the
It means
mechanism
crown.
that they're doing this
It
with?
means crown. Who's wearing the
I
crown
know.
for the royal family?
There's a
All right,
very
here, I got a
simple.
better one for you.
Like
Do you
I said-
guys believe that the Simpsons can predict all these things that happen?
Right, man.
Do you guys think that?
I think
Or is it
Whoever's
because
talking, can we turn him the fuck
or-
down?
Can we answer? He asked us a
Or
question.
is it because the guy who created The Simpsons is a 33-degree Freemason and knows the script beforehand and can predictive programming put this in his cartoon for you guys?
No.
I think
Script is
The
already written.
Simpsons can predict that I have a whole lot of fucking patience for this panel.
Can we focus?
I'm asking valid questions.
Can
I
we
believe.
address the overload hypnosis, Zach?
This guy keeps going to hypnosis, man. Come on.
I know.
Let him
there's
address
a
it. Just
reason
let him
I do
address
it.
it,
Be
please.
quiet and let him do it.
You know what?
Zach,
I'm
you
gonna
know what?
let you do that.
Do you know what overload induction hypnosis is, Zach? Have you heard of that?
I don't know what that is. Is this doing it? Explaining that the Queen died 201 days after her diagnosis? Is that
Just let it
overload?
go, Zach.
That
Let it
sounds
go.
about that place.
Yo, Zach,
No,
this is
I
Georgetown
think
or-
Low State, I
When
think
we're
you
famous
should go ahead. I think you should go ahead and explain what it
Overload
is.
induction hypnosis works by feeding people too much information too fast. So overly analytical types of people or anxious people or hypervigilant people, they're going to try to analyze every line item they're given. So if you give a stream of information to somebody, the anxious people will get caught up in the overwhelming amount of it, and that will put them in a translate state, and they'll zonk out. That's why probably a lot of people who have been listening to this at some point find themselves going, that's what the fuck you're doing.
Like,
And you're
cognitive
using
dissonance?
people who are susceptible to that to take advantage of them.
Not taking advantage of anybody, explaining what's going on in the world, providing.
There's
You're
got
tricking-
200 fucking
yeah.
people in the chat. There's nobody new shows up. There's 200 people in the chat. It doesn't grow.
200 people who are giving $5 a month, when really you'd obviously just make a whole lot more money betting at sports and winning if you had a method to do that.
Guys, it's
We
well
do
worth
I
it.
do it myself. I'm not on the Patreon.
Zach, pull
Do
up
you
the
guys-
Ray Liotta shit.
Do you
Pull
guys
up
watch
Ray
the
Liotta
Do you guys
shit.
watch the games you bet
It's
on?
not the easiest thing.
No, I don't need to.
I don't watch it either.
See, I don't.
Just because you can't predict the outcome of something on the fly when you guys ask doesn't mean it's not happening. Doesn't mean it's
Okay.
not being scripted. You
How
understand
do you
that, right?
Okay, what do you use to
This guy
anchor
did call.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, let him answer.
Yep.
How do you anchor reality? So what I'm trying to figure out is how do you know that what you think you're observing is in fact the phenomenon that's happening and not just a delusion? Is there any touch point to reality?
There's
Tangible
proof in the
evidence.
numbers, like I showed Andrew earlier with the name Kobe Bryant and showing you how they do these rituals with these people.
How do you know that the number of days between the Queen and the kickoff of the lockdowns is not a coincidence? Do you have a key?
Well, let's talk about coincidence versus conspiracy. And there's a very
The odds of
simple
these
example.
words having a numerical value.
Let me get this example out. It has nothing to do with gematria. Let's go to World War One, right? Why are we doing World War One? Because we're going to show what a coincidence truly is, and when there's so many quote unquote coincidences that it starts to look like conspiracy.
There are
I can give you an example, but mathematically speaking, we can go through this example. This is a very simple example to follow. You can research it. You can pull it up on Google.
I'm not doing
Zach
any
might
of
have
those
talked
things.
about.
If you
But
insist
Zach
on
might have
rolling
talked.
through a numerical
It's not a number
demonstration that I'm
system.
not asking
It's not a numerical demonstration. It's very simple that a first, second, third grader could figure
My
out. So I'm sure
question
you
is
can follow
simple.
along.
Your answer is gearing up to be not simple, and your mic is super hot.
No, it is a very. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
simple. Okay,
bad,
let me turn this down.
Zach, what's Georgetown's
Is it-
motto?
Yeah, just pull it away from your mouth a little bit, and you'll be good.
Both into one, like the two World Trade Centers into one.
Both into
That's
one.
their
That's kind
motto.
of like 201 Jesuit Georgetown. That's weird.
Yeah.
And I've got two balls and one dick. So the fuck what? How do you know that means
How do you
one?
feel like that's an adequate retort?
Yeah, it's crazy.
There are numbers that will occur all over
all over reality. You're going to find the same number
That's
again
the
and
point.
again.
That's actually the point.
You're really not though. How many NBA
When you
teams
say
have a
that this
2?
number's all over
Here,
reality,
can I
you
say
guys
one more
are
thing about
proving the
201?
point.
It'll take me 15 seconds.
There's no point talking about Gematria anymore.
Nobody gives a fuck
Yeah,
about
there's
someone.
no
I got
point.
the book too.
Listen.
Go ahead,
From the
Conley.
Illuminati, 1776 to the year Tom Brady was born was exactly 201 years later. So listen, in his
These guys
last
ain't gonna
Super
get that,
Bowl,
though.
in his last Super Bowl, you take the 4 games he played, and you add up all the teams' numbers, right, that they scored
Why
in the
would
final
we do
score.
that?
It's 201 points.
Total
You guys
points.
should be asking why they're doing it.
He threw for exactly 201 yards in his final Super Bowl game. Now, if that's not a script, if that's not being
It's
scripted
not
by
a
someone,
script.
and that's all coincidence,
Tom Brady
you
was
guys got
complete
something
script.
wrong with you.
Let me
You think
explain
that's
this to
all a
you.
coincidence?
Oh, shut the fuck up and let him finish. Jesus
If you
Christ.
think that's all a coincidence,
I
there's
do.
something wrong with you.
No, there's not.
586.
My opinion.
Let me add on to what you just
Yeah,
said.
go for it.
If you look it up right now, you guys can search for the article. The Road to 201. ESPN wrote this article, The Road to 201, about Tom Brady's 201st career win against the Rams. Rams is the only team in the league who have a Jewish gematria value of 201. And what's really interesting is they were in St. Louis at the time. If you look into the history of the forward pass in football, the first forward pass is credited to St. Louis University, the Jesuit school in St. Louis. Again, this 201 with the Jesuits. You guys, go to my French channel. J is in John, H is in Hector, W is in White, 3D, like 3D printing, JHW 3D. Look at his video for Matt Ryan's 201st career game. Go see what they did in the Fox broadcast for Matt Ryan's 201st career game. They had to put up a stat at the end of the game about how his passing yards, Tom Brady's and Drew Brees's, he was in the NFC South. All of them were in the NFC South at the time that the game was played. They had to put up a stat that their passing yards are exactly equivalent to walking 201 laps around the AT&T Stadium in Texas. This is the stat.
How much did you have to search to find a corresponding?
I remember that.
Matt Ryan was Jesuit educated at Boston College. This kind of stuff happens all the time. Understanding the Jesuit numbers and the fact that they run the leagues made the Cavs lock city yesterday in the NBA on Sunday, where again we went 9-1 in the NBA, 8-2 in the NHL, and had lock city underdog Indiana to beat Purdue. Again, this is a very high winning percentage, and this is how you can turn a very small bill into a very large sum of.
I think the most simple
real quick thing.
evidence that I have with numbers is with the Trump election. He's a Jesuit elected president, right? With a Jesuit pope, right? If you put Trump into the cipher and the 4 base ciphers, you don't need to look up anything
cipher?
crazy. All 4 of the base ones:
There's-
ordinal, English ordinal, full reduction, reverse full reduction, and reverse ordinal. All 4 that are on Gematrinator base. You don't need to add anything. Put in Trump.
They have
And it's
31 of them on Gematrinator.
The 4 base ones. Base means you do not have to add any. That means the default ones, the ones without clicking on any extra ones.
Yeah,
The
Trump
4
equals
that are
25 and 47.
No, Trump equals 88, 25, 47.
No, yeah,
29.
I know. But what I'm saying is, so he's the 47th
let me-
president in the
but let me
25th
finish.
year. It's
Let me
it's
finish
crazy.
what I'm saying. No, this is even easier. So Trump was elected the 47th president the same year the Jesuit Pope turned 88. Trump equals 88 as well, and he is inaugurated in 25. And when is his last year of his term? In 29. Trump equals all 4 of those numbers in the same cipher, and you're going to tell me that that's a coincidence?
Can you illustrate causation?
Keep anything?
Can you illustrate causation?
Causation? He is the president. What do you mean? He was the president the first time.
Can you illustrate how the number patterns you're observing are causal of anything and not coincidental?
Did Zach say he was going to leave?
He just explained
the jig would be
why those numbers are relevant to Trump. He just explained it to you. Did it go over your head?
Yeah,
No, it didn't. Did my question go over your head? Causation and correlation are not the same thing.
So
Just
what you're
because you're amazed that you can find the recurring number if you go looking for it, doesn't mean that they're causal of anything.
Hey, Dusty.
This obviously has
I know
something
what
to do
your
with how
question
he
is.
managed the shitty
Can I
results.
prove?
Hold on
You
just
want to
a
know?
second.
You want to know?
Hold
Okay.
on just a
Hey,
second.
let's be quiet.
please.
Let's be quiet. Let Sarah talk.
I've been only reading the 10 and ups tonight, unless they're saying to sing the shark song and shit. But John Mendoza with the Big Ten. Zach, the way this knowledge has helped me is not by betting, but I'm no longer attached to any stars mentally or financially. I used to be the biggest Brady fan, so thank you for opening my eyes.
I love Mendoza.
Yeah, and
all right. And let me, Jason, you wanted to make your exit, so go ahead and give off your final thoughts, please.
Yeah, again, thanks, Sarah, for letting me on. Yeah, I'll just say it again because to make it very painfully clear, because I think people are mixing these up. If I'm granting your worldview and you believe that these numbers are magical and people are using these numbers for magical means, when you use these numbers, when you recant words of power and you use these numbers, whether for be betting or anything else, you are strengthening the magic. So
well, what if we're
within your worldview, any ritual performed by any intent, whether it doesn't matter what your intent may be, if the ritual was set up not by you but by someone else, and if we can establish that that ritual is made by bad, evil people, by performing the ritual, speaking the words of power, you are strengthening the ritual. So you're helping them, not harming them. Just so you know.
But I like what you had to say tonight, by the way.
And what Jason is saying isn't wrong. All I'm saying is I never claimed.
And contend with it. Then contend with it in your life and stop doing it.
No, what I'm saying, you never let me say what I was here for. What is my purpose for Gematria? I'm not Zach. My purpose for Gematria isn't to encourage the knowledge of everybody knowing the politics and everything.
Better be to stop these.
It's literally for those who care. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. That's why I'm not arguing with you. If you can believe what you want, you can guide a horse to water. You can't. No, I'm not saying you are.
I'm simply saying that within your worldview, when I'm within your worldview, by speaking these words of power, you're strengthening them. You're making them more powerful. So the more you do it, it doesn't mean you can't read it and understand it and understand the worldview and understand what occultism and all that stuff is. But as soon as you start to speak them, you start to enact them.
So what you learn information. Here's my rebuttal to that. So if you're ignorant to the rituals and you're participating in them,
I'm not.
No, I'm not saying if you are, but if you are ignorant
You're
to the
not,
ritual,
though. You're not ignorant to the ritual.
That's not. I'm not saying that I am. I'm not saying that I am. I'm not claiming that I am. I'm saying
there's no
that
way we can know how the full ritual actually works.
I'll give you an example.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So, like, let's say that you are a person who was fully unaware of this. Could you still participate in the ritual?
Yes. Yoga, for example. Yoga, for example, right, is demonic because it's performing a ritual for other gods, for Hindu gods. So from a Orthodox Christian frame,
but it's not demonic if you believe in that God and you don't believe in.
I'm talking to you from a Orthodox Christian frame. I'm not talking from a Gematria frame. I'm talking from an Orthodox Christian frame.
Okay? Only works for you.
I'm allowing the Gematria frame. I'm speaking from an Orthodox Christian frame. If you do yoga, you're performing a ritual. Whether you're intending it, whether you're saying I'm performing a ritual for Kali or for these other gods, it doesn't really matter because the ritual, the yoga, was set up by people who do believe that. So when you enact the ritual, you're doing it.
So what happens if you do something that you're not aware of the actual ritual that you're participating?
Let me finish, please.
Just by saying the number 201 is not a part of a ritual. By saying 201 is attached to a power, that is a ritual. That becomes a word of power. This is Hermeticism. This is Gnosticism. This is you can find any school of magic. This is what it goes down to. Okay, and I'm just going to make this one point. So again, because the ball's in your court, right? I'm not doing this stuff. It's you're doing this stuff. So in your worldview, you're going to have to contend with the fact that you are part of this problem.
No, you're 100% right.
Have a good one. We'll see you later.
Respect that. No, he's 100, and what he's saying is 100% right. I couldn't sit here and.
All right, let me. Let's see. Let's try Jason again. Hopefully your Wi-Fi is back up and running, and then I need to voice confirm as well. Evan, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. What is 7 plus 7?
All right.
What is 7 plus 7?
Oh, 14.
I like how Sarah knows that I'm too stoned to answer math questions.
Well, I just know your name already. Oh, Zach's back. Hold on. Let me see if I can. All right, Evan, I'm gonna have to put you back down.
Got to be pretty high. That's good stuff.
There you go. All right, you're back.
My internet
dropped out, so I had to reconnect through hotspot.
Oh no, that happens. That happens from time to time.
Can I ask one more quick question, real quick?
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. So, the very first game Kobe Bryant ever participated, the first time he stepped foot on an NBA court, was October 11th, 1996. So, is it coincidence that exactly 24 years later to the day, which was Father-Daughter Day as well, the Lakers won the championship right after he died? Now, let me finish. The NBA Finals have never ended in October, ever. They always ended in May or June. But because of the scandemic, it ended that day. Is that all coincidence?
No.
Yes, you can keep.
That's all coincidence.
It's not really coincidence. It's
24 years
you,
today. Kobe Bryant
I
wore the number 24.
understand you. You have got to stop spazzing the fuck out, you little bitch.
Okay. Yeah.
When you go looking for numbers,
Man,
you will find some way to find the numbers you're looking for.
You got your fist, buddy.
Hey,
You
guess
don't need a
what?
gun.
Guess what? Today's date is 02/25/2025. I found it. There's numbers. 2525. Like you can literally look at anything and find a number.
It's only twos and
Yeah,
fives.
you can
That's
find
not
a
586
number,
when
but
I
is
ask
it going to be relevant?
But it's not.
to a
It's not
point?
weird that he wore the number 24, and it happened exactly 24 years later, on Father-Daughter Day, when him and his daughter supposedly passed away.
They were sacrificed for the Lakers championship.
Can someone
It's a fact.
explain-
That's what happened. Do you think that's a
586.
coincidence, Mr. Powder
I need to ask you something.
Yeah, ask me.
I didn't hear the
What
question.
were you,
but
what
yes,
were
I
you
probably
saying
think it's
about?
coincidence.
No, let me get this
Hold
in
on, let me hear it.
Mr. Power Dusty.
Yeah, what were you saying about the Illuminati and Kobe Bryant?
I was saying about the Illuminati and Tom Brady and the number 201. So the Illuminati was created in 1776, and 201 years later, Tom Brady was born in 1977. Now here's where it ties in. His very last run his very last Super Bowl run, there was 4 games. If you take the total of those 4 games, it equals exactly 201 points. And in his very last Super Bowl, he threw for exactly 201 yards. So again, if that's all coincidence, I don't know what to tell you. We'll never.
All right, so I got it. Hold on.
Giselle's birthday.
Everything I've heard tonight was all post
When he
fiction.
won
The
Super Bowl
entire
53,
fucking
she
night.
came out and said she was a white witch casting spells to help him win games.
Well,
It's not that easy. Listen,
I'm a white witch.
hold on. It's not that easy to predict these outcomes. Again,
Well, if you sit there all
just
fucking
because
day
we can't predict
researching stuff and just trying to figure out the numbers that work with your fucking
Doesn't mean
stupid
it's not
You
cipher,
can find a way to construct
It does
the
not
number you
mean
want.
that
If you're dealing with sports, you have
Hold on.
all of time and 31 ciphers. You can find a way to get the number you want.
Not
You only
what I
work with
just explained
4
to you guys.
ciphers.
That's
Zach,
not
Zach,
how
All right,
What I
let me
just
ask you- all right, let me ask you this.
Pause for Sarah. Pause for Sarah. Pause.
Please, please.
Sconey coming in with a big 20. See, they sent this super chat at 3:13 a.m. They sent $20, and I am now reading it 3:21 a.m. Hello, Peaches. Numbers guy here. Next level. Mathematical monotheism. Pannon's heptatic structure. Blurs 373 proof. Carl Monk. Is this like a secret password or something? Carl Monk code. Rips L's. Bible Gematria. You're welcome. I have no idea what that means.
Yeah,
Zach,
one
you know,
more-
NBA
probably
teams
just
are
hold on,
something bad.
One
Oh,
more-
these guys are going to explain it, Sarah. Just give them a second.
No, listen.
You
One
can't
more
just
quick
pluck
thing.
whatever
I
numbers
try
you
to be very fast. I don't filibuster or what most people do on here. I try to be real quick with it. So again, Kobe Bryant, he retired in
Uncle
2016.
Ray just dropped some.
The Warriors started off that season 24-0. What number did Kobe Bryant wear when he retired?
Nobody gives a fuck about
He
sports.
wore the
I don't
number
understand
24.
why you guys are so
That was
dug
a
in on
ritual
sports.
for Kobe Bryant. Now, you think that's just some coincidence?
Yes,
You're trying
I
to equate
do.
it to something
Every
that
time.
makes sense.
Here's
There's
the
only-
thing.
there's only
You're
one
dialed in
NBA
on
team with the
sports.
201 association.
You are dialed in on sports because
the
no
easiest way to
other,
explain it,
because nothing else has so many numbers to choose from.
But there's only a finite amount of teams. Zach, how many NBA
How many
teams have a
times?
201
How many
value?
times has a team in the NBA started 24-0? How many times?
Shut up.
Oh, I don't have a clue. I don't
up.
care about sports.
I have a question. Is there a way to utilize the numbers to show that a sports figure is like going to suck at being a athlete later?
It's all hindsight.
I mean,
Zach, how many NBA teams have a 201 association?
One.
How many MLB teams have a 201
You don't think that I can
association?
find 201 associations if I look through scores?
We've already done it, man. There's
days?
there's one team in every league with a 201 association. We've already done the legwork, dude.
No, you
can't
haven't.
just
I've
pluck
got
numbers out of the
31
sky.
ciphers, tons of sports.
But not every
You only used the 4 base
Every
ciphers. Zach didn't
game,
say it.
every
Manly P. Hall
score,
did.
every player has a number. No,
We used the
yes, you're
ciphers that they
absolutely
used.
full of shit.
We used the ciphers that they used. It wasn't Zach's idea to use those.
Want to talk about sports? Let's not talk about sports, okay?
Yeah, let's not.
Hypnosis guy. Why did Gavin Newsom say that 56% of California was going to get coronavirus in 56 days when coronavirus equals 56? Why did that happen?
Don't forget about the toilet paper. Why is there a toilet paper shortage?
Well, here's his response. Why did it happen?
Because the Jesuits planned it, of course.
But
You don't think it's a coincidence, do you?
Gavin Newsom's Jesuit education.
You don't think it's a coincidence, do you, with the
Satanic
fucking
people
Hawaiian
run this
shirt?
fucking nation.
Or
Guys,
Hawaiian
you're
shirt
missing
guy?
the boat. It doesn't matter if the event actually happened or not. That's not what we're talking about. Like, toilet paper has
See,
nothing to do with nothing. but
as an
toilet-
also a person
toilet
that
paper
has
a
like
numeric value of 56. Toilet paper doesn't have shit to do with shit, and it's
Well,
all
it's-
over.
Toilet paper has everything during that pandemic, everybody wanted some toilet paper, my friend.
not until you
Exactly,
use
and
it.
equals 56.
But I guess instead of spamming,
Golly 46 coming in with the Big 10. So you're saying the car that won the Daytona 500 that missed a crash by inches was because the crew chief had some blah, blah, blah numbers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, back-to-back years, the 24 car wins after the rain delay. And like I said, last year they won it on the anniversary of Hendrick Motorsports establishment.
Devin Booker
here's
with the
something
broken
just real
nose.
simple to understand. 3 years ago, February 22nd, 2022, a whole lot of twos in the date, Joe Biden went before the U.S. and began his speech about what was going on with Russia and Ukraine at 2:22 Eastern Time. 2:22
Coincidence.
on 2:22/2022. That's a lot of twos.
That's a
Two
lot of
has
twos.
to do
There's a lot of
with
twos
division.
today.
Huh?
There's a lot of twos today as well.
I was going to mention that actually, Dusty, is because see, as I told you the other night, I think it was, when I met my husband, I was dating 7 dudes, right? And I got out of the whole dating scene because like I had 2 dog boys and stuff like that.
Costing us taxpayers billions of dollars.
And then, listen, I'm quick. Hold on. So,
Hold on, Temp. I
I
have to put some people in the back.
That guy is
Wrong
not funny.
for
By
Ray.
the
I'm
way.
going to leave. I'm going to leave as soon as I'm done.
No,
You're
hold
not
on,
one
no.
of them.
Stop. These are like they're being timed out in the back based on the chat. 586 in the back and Conley in the back, both for 5 minutes.
Dude is
I'm gonna
not
send
funny. If you
both.
guys think that guy,
It's what we do. It's part of the game. And where are you at on here, Conley?
I had
Hold
one more
on.
question for Zach.
You're gonna have to wait for 5 minutes, okay? Or however long this lasts. Okay, I'll set a timer and then hopefully.
Can I finish my joke?
Oh,
I would love it.
Finish it all.
Yeah, so as I was saying, and I found one thing about people with issues like the guys who we're seeing on this panel tonight. You go and you listen to their nonsense, and then they pretty much let you do whatever they want because they're really, really desperate, and they're the ones that you were flicking through on Grindr and went, I guess.
So are you saying
I
you
guess.
could fuck these Gematria boys?
If they were on Grindr, I'd have them in about 5 minutes.
Oh my Jesus Lord.
Well, they used gematria in the scriptures. It was used to hide the Antichrist. It was used. 666 is a gematria. It's and 666 translates Caesar Nero. So John was trying to warn people. So he put it in gematria. He didn't want to put it out there that Nero is the Antichrist, because if he would have done that, he probably would have got killed. So he put it in something that was a code that the Hebrews would understand. Each letter represented a number, and it was simply a code. You decipher it, it's a code. So these these Satanists, these Satanists, they could be putting a code out there for their minions to know, hey, we're doing this is going to happen, and beware. That's all. It's not complicated to understand what the fuck's going on. You know,
like the minions from Despicable Me, or like what kind of minions?
What the fuck? Did you
There's
not
a reason that
understand what I
cartoon
just
starts
said?
in 1968, just for the
Okay,
record. the year of so many
John, the
agendas.
Revelator in Revelations used Gematria as a code to warn the Hebrew people to get out of Jerusalem when they see the beast 666, which translates Nero Caesar. They would have understood that, and so they fled. When they saw Nero Caesar surround Jerusalem, they fled. It was simply a code to warn people. So do you think an evil people can use codes and do the same thing and like just use it for evil purposes? Of course they can. It's simple. They do it. Big fucking deal. Yeah. Okay. The whole world's a stage. They just, you know, they got to get their actors in order to follow their fucking, you know, little stage. So get all lined up, get ready. This is going to happen. Get prepared, you know.
Fair enough. Mike 23 with the big 20 says 2025 plus 20 plus 75 equals 2120. Year I predict you guys are dead. Yeah, I'm learning how to use the numbers.
Can I come back to the point that I was trying to make about Biden addressing the nation at 2:22 on 2/22/2022?
Sure, why not?
Again, just the mocking attitude is sad. 222 is very important to these people. Again, I wrote a book about this. There's a reason that from 9/11, 2001 to the date that the scandemic was declared, March 11, 2020, is exactly 222 months on the nose. Again, in the language of Gematria, order out of chaos equates to 222, which is the way these people operate. They cause a problem to bring about a planned solution. Other things that equal 222, Wuhan coronavirus, what it was initially called, World Economic Forum, who simulated it. New York, where 9/11 happened, and also where the Event 201 simulation is. There's more to the 222 list.
I wonder why you've had 20 channels deleted.
That got him elected was the death of the 22-year-old Larkin.
That's what I was trying to say.
Hope Riley, whose name equals 222, on February 22nd. What day did her supposed killer say he doesn't want a trial? He did it on the Superior General's birthday, the leader of the Jesuits, when the title Superior General equates to 222. That girl's name equals 222. Order out of chaos. Trump says without that event, he might not have won the election. Of course, it's all a script. And again, you learn this knowledge. You see how the news every day is rigged by this code. It is undeniable. And for everyone who can't grasp it, again, it's an IQ problem.
All right, Zach, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this?
That's the gaslight. You have not demonstrated. You've never demonstrated anything causal. You've never predicted anything publicly.
I predicted a million things, dumbass.
No, you didn't.
In the Patreon, right?
In public, in the Patreon, watch my video from the night of the Grammys free.
We're over 6 hours in. You have refused to make a single prediction tonight.
He's already made a prediction.
What was
Where
it? I
am I
missed
going to be 5 years from now? Can somebody please tell me that?
In my crawl space?
In a mental institution?
You're going to be in your awesome studio with 100,000 subscribers.
Hey, Zach, why don't you do this? Instead of
I'll
like
hit
trying to
that
make
soon.
money off of betting and stuff like that, why don't you just actually start predicting things before they happen?
Been doing
So
that
you can
for
help
11 years, buddy.
No, you haven't. What have you predicted that saved people's lives, that stopped an event from happening?
What would happen from the scandemic?
No, you mean post prediction. You made all post prediction
It was
after
all
the
written in
event
a book that was
happened.
in the middle of 2020, which you can read today. Flow State keeps holding up the book.
Yes,
Flow State,
I
why don't
have
you
the
go to
book.
page where I say they'll wind down the scandemic and read from it. As soon as
I
we hear
don't.
the
I
script.
definitely don't have every page of your book memorized.
Well, you
which
have it.
page
You
is
haven't
it?
read it.
Which page is it?
I haven't read my book in a
You
minute
don't have
either.
it. You don't have it memorized either.
Yeah, because he didn't write his book.
Can you refer me to the part in this book where you ever address how something is a causation and not a correlation?
I think it's self-evident.
It's not in there.
I think it's self-evident.
I mean, what he's asking for is there actual evidence that points towards it? And the straight up answer is there actual evidence that incriminates all these people? If you think that there is, will we be here talking about this right now?
Well, yeah, if
It's
you're
like, it's
using
that
their
simple.
system to
It's
decipher
that
it, you should be
simple.
able to point to the people that are involved, wouldn't you?
What do you think? What do you think we're doing? And you're here
Well,
debating
then
that with
I think
us.
that you're.
Like, what are you doing?
You're literally not doing that. You haven't. All you've been talking
confusing
about is sports
yourself.
betting and Tom Brady and
Yeah.
shit. You haven't made any predictions other than post fiction.
You're talking about this instance, but not talking about previous.
What's going to happen in the next 20 years? That is a big significant event because I'm sure something's going to happen that you guys are going to be able to predict accurately.
How did you not come prepared with not one prediction to this debate?
Because the topic is the knowledge useful? You don't even need to make predictions to show all the usefulness for the knowledge.
We're not claiming to be.
But it would sure help, wouldn't it?
Well,
here's a good. You want a prediction in the next 20 years? In 2038, Unix time, the 32-bit Unix time will hit. I think it's 1 billion seconds, and that will be what they said was going to happen in 1999. The Y2K thing, that's actually going to happen in 2038 when all 32-bit Unix systems will hit. They can't go above 2038.
Nothing to do with Gematria.
I'm bringing the point together. In Gematria, death equals 38.
Which cipher?
In
most simple
English
alphabetic order.
Alphabetic order.
You said
right,
numbers.
The most simple
Yeah.
cipher.
Here's a good question.
Is 26.
Zach, is Gematria universal? Does it show universal truths?
I would say yes.
If that's the case, then why, when you use different languages, the numerical values do not add up? Like, say for love, love in the English one is not the same in a different language.
See, that's where I disagree.
Well, but there is plenty of overlap.
What language is everyone learning in the world?
Why does that matter? This is supposed to be an ancient thing. It's been going on for
Golden
for a long time.
Retriever.
What language do you think?
If it's showing universal
English is the
truth,
most taught
if it's
language
showing
of the
universal
world.
truth,
English
If you
is
go
the
to
language
any
of the world.
country
the
in the
language shouldn't
world,
matter.
the chance that
The
they're learning
language
English
shouldn't matter. It
is
should
like
all add up the same.
close to 100%.
What's that?
I don't think it's universal truth. I think it's just a cipher. It's a code.
Zach, none of these people are ever going to
He
get it,
just
man.
said
This is
that
a
it does.
fucking waste
It's
of
universal
time, dude.
truth.
Well,
If I wasn't married, I'd be on these guys' side.
That guy's not funny.
Everybody's been making
I think
fun
it's
of
pretty funny.
Mike wants
That guy's
to
fucking
know.
retarded.
Mike says,
Not
"Can I
funny at
ask?
all.
Can I ask why these guys don't play the lottery to win big since they know numbers?"
Oh, that would be wrong and immoral. Blah 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 blah.
Explain the difference. Everybody asked this question.
Why don't you
The
gamble everything?
lottery is closer to random. Within the world of sports, there's structure to it. Case in point, Indiana was an underdog against Purdue yesterday. Yesterday, Indiana's coach picked up his 79th career win and improved to 7-9 in the division. Both Boilermakers and Indiana Hoosiers equal 79. That is a strong narrative when you're looking at these rigged sports games, and it happens in college and pro, and this is how we pick games. With the lottery, I can't do that. There's not a reason to think like, okay, 79 is the number for this lottery ticket.
What about the stock
is the number
market?
that plays
1
in
second.
Boilermaker games and Hoosiers games.
So,
There's
what's your
other
win
ways to
rate?
predict
What's
things,
your
too.
win rate? I'm a gamer, right?
He asked Zach a question. He asked him about what about the stock market. We said that Moderna was going to go up. The stock was going to go up on 5.7 because
Of what?
In 2020, and it did. It
You
skyrocketed.
predicted Moderna would go up in 2020? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, you guys.
Oh,
are
that's
fucking
amazing.
retarded. You know how many people predicted that would happen? Oh, I wonder why. Why did it happen? Why did it happen, Zach? Why don't you tell
Drug
us?
companies' stocks increase during a pandemic. It's unheard of.
But hold on, we
How did
made
we
an
predict
exact
the day that
prediction
was
about
gonna
what
happen?
day the price would skyrocket, and it did. Vaccine equals 57, as does Bill
You
Gates.
really got to stop trying to
Moderna.
fuck up everyone else's
Moderna got
channels. I
approved
know
for
that you
phase
bombed
Whoa! I
20.
thought you said vaccine equals 56.
Oh my God, you guys are fucking retarded. It's almost like it's on purpose because you look like
Yeah,
you look retarded.
Flow. There's 500 people watching. Let it happen.
There's 1,100 people watching.
I don't give a
Okay,
fuck about
there
the
you go.
1,100 people. I give a fuck about my
Rocky,
channel.
did you have any other thoughts, darling?
Yeah. Well, there's other ways to. I could have predicted the game. The Eagles winning over Kansas City because the
Landed
president was
quickly.
there, and he represented the Eagles, and because he's the head of the two-headed eagle or whatever. And,
So, question: is it
there's
Sumatra theory? The thing that you guys are talking about? How do I spell that?
Hold on, Ten. Hold on. I'm trying to let Rocky
I'm
get his
sorry.
question out so I can switch him out because Conley needs to come back up.
All right. Thanks. See you later.
See ya.
All
right.
What does your Sumatra theory say about Taylor Swift being booed and Trump being cheered?
I mean, what kind of question is that, man?
Well, it's just before all I heard from all the conspiracy theorists is she's Illuminati, blah, 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 blah. I had to hear it for the last at least 5 years, thousands of videos that my husband watches. Oh, she's the Illuminati, yada, blah, 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 blah. 31, she's a fucking Jesus. So if they're both Illuminati, how come they booed her? Is she out of the Illuminati now? Like, tell me the answer.
Taylor Allison Swift equates to 104. The name Swift alone is 58. In the 104th season, the Chiefs won Super Bowl 58. She has the rivalry with Trump. Trump has the same birthday as the flag, which was sewn in Philly. Eagles have now won both of their Super Bowls in the time of Trump presidency.
Yeah, but didn't you predict that the Eagles would not be in the Super Bowl?
Is she anti-Trump?
They weren't even supposed to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, she's kind of
He
gone
actually said
lefty.
that Chiefs would be in the Super Bowl before the season started.
Oh wow, that would have been a hard prediction. I mean, they've been in the last 3 or 4 Super Bowl
winners.
He said it was going to happen before the end of last season.
Could you have predicted that I'm in Kansas City right now?
And Jeff, to you, says time to not talk on panel, but try and come up. Is that all right? It was full. There is a line. There are 5 other people waiting back there that have been very patiently waiting.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Just answer my question.
But
Did you say rather than the gay guy?
I don't know why it's so hard to get Flo State out of here. Worthless piece of shit. Can we get some of these losers out of here?
Oh, why are you so angry, Zach?
You're a worthless piece of shit.
I'm not a worthless piece of shit. You never did address my hypnosis question.
Both of you.
Definitely
now
not
remember, the Raging Tomato open panel is my panel. So there are some people who are very strong collaborators with me. There are favorites, there are this, there are that, so on and so forth. But it's my panel. I've got a shit ton of people that have been in and out of that backstage, left, right, and center all evening. I've been doing my best to get everybody up, but there are some people I will allow to stay.
And you're doing very good.
And being cammed up is an extra bonus point to stay longer. So I'm going to do it my way. We've always done it this way for over a year now, and people like it that way. If you don't like that, you should probably have other people host your open panels. Capiche? Okay. 10th man, did you want to say anything? You don't have to go, but if you want to go, you can have your final thoughts.
Yeah, but no, I'll be back. I'm just gonna get high and watch your show. It's funny. I want to know. I'm watching this or something else. Because my husband's asleep. So just tell me, like, so because I had to. You guys don't understand who I am. I understand that, but like I'm not your regular guy that just listens to people talk. I listen to thousands of videos per month. Right? It's my hobby while I play Star Trek on my tablet. So I had to listen to thousands of videos over the last 5 years or more about Taylor Swift being in the Illuminati. Yet all the people booed her and cheered Donald Trump at the game you're talking about. So
yeah, he's a lot bigger
I would
fish.
like to know, is it because they want like they're like rival factions of the Illuminati, like I think the government is with Trump and his rivals, or well, because you guys are geniuses with the magic math fucking equations. That's how. Because you're no. See, just like he asked you, can you predict the future? No, you don't know fucking nothing. Just you're looking at the past. You're seeing fucking patterns and things that aren't there, and you sound.
We called it before the season began.
You sound like imbeciles.
This is the fucking king of YouTube right now. Show him some respect.
this guy's talked more than I have in the time the panel started.
Thank
What
God.
are we here for?
But I'm funny. You're not funny.
That's the thing. You're not funny. You're not funny at all.
As much as you. I will say that.
Yeah, Zach, nobody's talked as much as you can.
If you know what, you are a numbers guy. So here's what I recommend: sit down and watch the entire show, start to finish, and count the number of minutes you've spoken for the entire 6+ hours, and then come back at me and tell me I'm an asshole for not letting you talk, because I think that you'll actually find it's been the exact opposite.
I got my money on 201 minutes.
I've got
Wapner.
Just saying, like it gets to a point where I can only have so much patience, right? You can be interruptive, you can be rude. You know, we try to capitalize on the two debaters during once we go into open panel. We try to allow you guys the room and stuff, but it does get to a point where nobody else can have their time to talk either.
But that person's not bringing anything to the conversation.
How about the questions these people are asking?
Stop.
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
That's the whole point of this fucking show, is that we don't care about formalities. We don't care about well, is it on topic? If not, then I'll just fucking kick everybody off and I'll sit here and I'll have my own goddamn show and I'll do the sleepy tomato and I'll put everyone to fucking sleep. Oh wait, they've already gone to sleep. That's what we'll do, right? But it's going to go my way. That's you have to understand, if you are the guest of somebody else's show, you have to know and recognize this is how they run their show and this is who they let on. I have every right to kick everybody the fuck off. I have every right to only bring my friends on. Correct. If you don't want to do that, you need to have go host your own open panel, make it an echo chamber, and we'll go from there.
That's what this is, though. This is an echo chamber.
This is not an echo. Listen, it's not my fault your people aren't hopping in line, okay? If they all waited until the last 2 hours to hop on, that's a you problem, not a me problem. That the link has been pinned.
It's a courage problem.
Yeah. All right. Let me see if I can we got who else is back here? New York's finest. Are you sure you're the finest?
Are you a cop?
I am not a cop.
Are you a cop?
I am not a cop.
All right. Well, what is 5 + 8?
You said 5 + 8?
Mm-hmm.
5 + 8, 13.
All right. Okay. You're not going to show anything on screen that we don't want to see, right?
No.
All right. Fair enough. All right. And let's see. Evan, did you have any final thoughts or questions to ask anybody?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say that a lot of the people that are on here that are dismissing Gematria because of the lack of predictive power, let me just give a comparison. So geologists, they have these tools to study earthquakes. When an earthquake happens, they have these seismic scales or whatever they're called. I don't remember the exact name of them, but you know what I'm talking about. When an earthquake, seismograph, yes, thank you. When an earthquake happens, they can tell where it happened, when it happened, and what the magnitude was. They can't really predict earthquakes. Us in the Gematria community, yes, there is some predictive power. We can't predict everything because there's so many different variables out there. We can predict a lot of sports events because we know when the games are going to happen. But geologists can't predict earthquakes. And what you guys are saying would be the comparison in this situation would be like, oh, since geologists can't predict earthquakes, then plate tectonics must not be real. No, that's not the case. Just because the Gematria community can't predict everything, that doesn't mean that these games aren't scripted, that these headlines aren't scripted, that these elections and news stories aren't scripted. No, that's just stupid. We can totally use Gematria to see when something important happens. We can see why it happened on that date, what the symbolism is behind it, and we can also potentially see who is behind it, whether it's the Freemasons, the Jesuits, or the Illuminati, or some other group. So to say that,
there's a narrative. Sorry, go ahead.
So to say that Gematria is bullshit because there's no predictive power is just a stupid assertion.
You understand that all you're doing is looking back in time and then finding numbers and constructing a narrative around events.
That's not what we're
But
doing.
we're not finding numbers. We're seeing numbers that were already there, that were in the headlines, or
If
they
you
were
have
in
to
the news
stretch so
stories.
far to count the number of laps around an arena,
Count that. That's the stat that they showed on the.
Here,
Yeah,
simple question, Jose. Have you
yeah,
ever
that's what they showed on
predicted
TV. So
exactly
the
what day a stock would skyrocket? Have you ever done that in your life, Flow State?
I didn't hear the beginning of your question.
Have you ever called exactly what day a specific stock would skyrocket months in advance?
No, I don't believe you have either.
Well, I have. And again, there's people in this world
Okay.
who benefited from that and made a lot of money that day. Again,
So
there's a long
I could
record
claim that
of
I had. If I had said that I had,
market, crypto, sports.
okay. You know what? I changed my answer. Yes, I have called it. I've called it exactly to the minute. I called the
now
minute.
you're lying.
So are you.
I just gave you an
Zach is
explanation
not
for how
lying,
we
though.
predicted
I can vouch
why
for that.
it would
He's not
explode
lying.
on May 7th, and it did. Okay? You guys all glossed over that. Gay guy went into his gay jokes. Again, I try to do
So
this.
what's significant? This is the Pfizer one?
You guys
Or
are not
Moder-
a serious group of people is the problem.
Is this the Moderna one? The Moderna
Yes.
prediction? And what? So what significant happened on the day that you predicted?
Moderna was the first vaccine approved for phase 2 testing.
I wish
by the
you would stop
government.
saying
It
that
happened
word
on
so
May
much.
7th, causing the stock to skyrocket.
Is there a reason you refuse
way,
to stop
Moderna
saying
is
that
run
word
by
so
two
much?
Jesuits. One of
Is
them
there a
are-
reason you cannot sidestep the V word?
for the record.
We try to on YouTube avoid saying certain words
he
only
knows that.
because it triggers everything. Let me do another voice confirm. Ice Chips 5000. Are you with us?
Yeah,
Ice Chips.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, we can hear you. What is 2 plus 2?
Excuse me.
What is 2 plus 2?
4.
Oh, and I gave you an easy one. All right. What's 8 plus 8?
16. I'm not a mathematician. However, I would just like to give my little input and dip out. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Start talking.
Okay, cool. So, my observation, I have a few, but the number one is that to me, it seems that there's like a super resistance to Zach. I've been personally checking this guy out for years, never chimed in. I just felt like this was a great opportunity to do so. And so, in my own personal opinion, I definitely believe he's like, I won't give a percentage point, but he's definitely over the target, right? And I think what's happening here is that it seems like because, the climate, the tension, people, Trump, all these things, they're totally attacking this one guy, Zach. And no offense, Zach, when I say this, like, poor little guy. Like, why don't you instead of trying to attack this young brother, like maybe, listen to him a little bit. No, it seems to me, I have many opinions on
listen to
many
him all
things,
night.
but it seems to me that, and I got maybe 30 seconds more. It seems to me the conversation should be more focused on, right, not the who invented the English language, who created Gematria, which obviously, if you have any if you have any sense to you, the English language, bastard language, etc., created definitely Phoenician. He's totally right. It's the Phoenicians. He's right. They call them Jews, call them Romans, all these things. I just think my personal self is like, let's get back to the conversation about exactly who the real true enemy is, right? And it isn't a shouting match and people calling each other gay faggots and retarded and all that. However, I do enjoy it. Anyways, I like that very
Please
much.
don't
I think
drop that
one
F
last thing. I
word.
think
Please.
one last thing. I think
drop,
that
no,
the way
hold
that
on
you
a second. Stop.
the way that you
I
cut people
recognize.
off
Hold on a second.
is really great.
No,
and I
stop
can
for
see.
stop for a fucking second. That F word we can't say on here. This is how people get canceled. You know, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people connected on here. I know that you said that you don't like click on and go on things, but fucking common sense says we probably shouldn't say hate
I
speech words.
apologize.
Thank you.
I do.
So don't use that word again.
I apologize, and I concede, and I enjoy it. Zach, stand your ground, brother. You're over the target. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good night.
Fair enough. Sleep tight. All right. Who was that? That was Ice Chip. Are you done, Ice Chip, altogether?
I mean, I would like to say, actually, since you said amen, I would like to say, I know people have different religions and all these things, right? And everyone has their own identity, but whatever it is to you as a human being on this place where we're all together, we're all here together, human beings, just do that part and just love each other. At the end of the day, we all love each other. No matter what our differences are, we love each other. Sorry?
That makes me sick.
What was that?
Oh, shit.
That wasn't even right.
Yeah, I didn't really hear that. It's kind of hard for me to hear you.
It doesn't
I'm on a
matter.
cell phone on the porch.
Jeremy's sending
Yes,
you back
it's all
to
love.
the
Yeah. Say
backstage
again?
for 5 minutes. You're
was
being
nice
sent
meeting
to the
you.
back. All right. Jeremy saved the day. He said to mute Iceman for 5 minutes at least. All right. Now let me get the next player up and we will keep playing this roundabout game. All right. Dr. Acula. Acula. Hello. What is 4 plus 4?
8.
All right. What's 5 times 2?
10.
All right. We're not going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't, right?
No, my camera's off.
All right. Well, that doesn't matter. And we're not going to say words like that bad F word that gets everybody canceled, correct?
No, I won't say maggot.
Thank you very, very much for obliging. All right. Okay. All right. And Mike comes in with the 10, says, I predict Zeus will come back to this earth and reclaim this throne. 2025 plus 23, since my name is Mike, 23 plus 6 hours we've been on this panel, I think, equals 2054. The almighty Zeus would take over. Congratulations, Mike. Your prediction has been
He's got this thing down.
Yeah.
He's good. Dangerous with it.
Very dangerous. All right. Back to the panel.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Direct.
hit Zach with one more question, then head off.
Sure.
Okay, Zach. So, what do you think the end game is for us? I mean, how are we going to stop these evil people?
Well, the game is world domination. One event at a time, they gain more control over the populace of the world. You heard what the head of Oracle said with their Project Stargate, that he wants a future world where there's an AI monitoring all people who have cameras on them at all times. This is the world they're building, the giant surveillance state where the authority tracks every last thing you do, every last penny you spend, everything is digital, everything is virtual, everything's under surveillance. If this is the kind of world you guys want to live in, keep making jokes and mocking truth and marching ahead, because that's where they're taking us to. Again, the only way this agenda is going to be stopped is if people recognize what is going on, who is doing it, and to hold those people accountable. So,
what do you think? Do we go occupy space in DC? I mean, because clearly reaching out to people and going online isn't doing
Again, Thomas Jefferson said, if you do not revolt every 19 years, you will lose rights and liberties. And again, the moon is on a 19-year cycle, and it's why these people perform major rituals in the world every 19 years. C-19 was 19 years after the 19 hijackers on 9/11, which was 19 years after the war on drugs was declared, which was 19 years after JFK was killed and Vietnam was extended, which was 19 years after the most troops were deployed to World War II by the U.S., and so on and so forth. The next 19 year will be 2039. I don't even want to see what's going to happen by the time we're in 2039.
So then how do you okay, we have all of the answers in the world and we know who all of the bad people are, and we can do that by running numbers. Then how do we stop it? What do we do to stop it? And hold on, let me talk to these tards too. All right. Moderation stops when the panel opens. Now I get to just go into bitch mode and yell at everybody all I want. It doesn't matter. The gloves are off. It's open panel dumpster fire. It's been called this since the fucking beginning. So I don't know what y'all are like cringing on over there, what you're high on or whatever, but moderation like completely stops. And not only that, my moderation style is very hands off. All right. You guys are grown ass fucking men. You can be talked down to, you can be yelled at, you can yell at somebody, you can take an insult, you can give an insult, whatever the fuck. Does this look like modern day debate? Does this look like a fucking prime time debate between the presidents? No, this is the fucking raging tomato. Get the fuck over yourselves. And you know what?
Sensitive
Let me throw this one out there too, because y'all been bitching over there in that chat. Typically, the only chat that bitches, oh, it's a crappy moderator, are always the ones that seem to be losing the debate. Let's throw that out there. So you guys are giving yourselves away. Fuck off. All right. Back to whatever. So tired of it.
Yeah.
I'm so tired
Zach,
of it.
I don't think Jefferson said that we should have a revolution every 19 years. He was just saying that the law. No, he said the law and constitution should be rewritten every 19 years. He didn't say have a revolution every 19 years. He wasn't calling for a war every fucking 19 years.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
When you think about that, 19 years, every a revolution, like, you don't understand what a revolution is? Like, every like about 20 years, like, that's a lot of destruction and death periodically every 20 years. Like, that comes, does that sound a little egregious? I mean,
the U.S. military is overthrowing governments a lot more than every 19 years and causing bloodshed all across the world.
I don't disagree with you there. Our military, I used to be in the military. I was a Marine. Shit, man, there's a lot of places we shouldn't be. You know,
Man, that's the point about knowledge. If you had knowledge, you would have never joined the military because you would have seen that you would be a mercenary.
So I needed Gematria to tell me not to join the military or not. You know,
not what he's saying.
I figured that out without Gematria.
Yeah, see that flow state? He didn't need that shit.
Well, you obviously didn't.
I mean, the point about Gematria is it's a tool. It's like just like a hammer. If you're a great carpenter and only have a hammer, what kind of house are you going to build? You're not building shit. So it's a tool. It's one of the things that can help you understand more in life, but it's not the end all be all for sure. And that's not what's debated. And I think that's where you guys have it twisted. We're not debating that Gematria is all you need and you got your plumbing job down pat. That's not what we ever claimed. And we never claimed that we're the almighty oracles who see all and know all. We're just saying that you yourself can also use the tools that we are doing to help yourself in whatever manner you choose to. It's your choice. It's your life. You choose to help yourself however you choose or not.
You guys just literally sat there for like an hour talking about all these things, post-dictions that that Gematria.
I've been talking about
I'll grant you that. Not you. You've been pretty reasonable.
Yeah, you actually been pretty cool.
I agree with him. Like literally. So like I think that they are tools, and so you have the tool of Gematria, which is I think it's a pretty good tool, and then you also have date numerology, which goes hand in hand with Gematria, and then you also have just looking at the narratives in the news and what's going on around the world, because there are lots of narratives that they are happening, multiple narratives, and it's on us as people to see what these narratives are, and then you see, okay, I kind of see this narrative happening. Then you kind of start to look at like when they happen, and then maybe look at the Gematria behind those narratives, and then those tools using the Gematria and the date numerology can maybe also help you confirm that these are actual real narratives happening, and then from there you can kind of see what's coming up next. Now, as far as like doing the prediction stuff, I feel like Gematria has some power in predictions, but I don't think I feel like it hasn't been consistent enough to be like something where you can just predict something right in the spot right here and now. I feel like there's a lot more you need, and maybe there has to be more research into Gematria first before we can say we can just go ahead and make predictions.
If we're claiming that this is a cipher that's being used to direct reality, then we wouldn't need to have more research into it. We just need to figure out what it is, right?
Yes, and there's there's a lot of variables that go along with what's going with like the details of what's going on in the world. And so like for instance, earlier you were saying that like we use like 31 ciphers We do not do that. Like
there are 31 cipher options on one of the websites.
Yeah, and that's because the guy who created the calculator, he thinks he is like a gematria god, and he threw a bunch of made up bullshit ciphers on there.
But there's also a ton of languages. You got a ton of languages, a ton of ciphers. Like it's just you have endless variables to play with until you get the number you're looking for.
What other languages?
See, I keep it simple. Whenever I do gematria, I just keep it simple, and I see sometimes Zach likes to go into like the Jewish gematria, like the Jewish gematria, and like the Chaldeans, the satanic, and like the other one. I feel like when he does that, because like when people come in here and they see that something goes off to the other ones, I feel like that it just kind of makes it look less credible. So I'm just like, here, let me just stick to the 4. Let me just stick to the basic 4 ciphers, because that's like it's standardized. You have a standard 4, and then from there I can see if I can recognize these patterns that these are the powers that be, the Jesuits are planting in our news and other events going on around the world, and sports too.
I do agree though that sports are rigged and that certain numbers like 33 are used as signals, but I don't think it's much deeper than that.
So okay, here, hold on, Flow State. Do you watch the NFL?
Not hardly.
Do you think 22 is a common score in football?
I would guess not. It requires a 2-point conversion.
How many times did 22 end up in the final score of the 4 Eagles football games?
Did you hear me say I do believe sports is rigged?
Okay, but again, Eagles equals 22. It ended up in the final score 3 out of their 4 postseason games, and the Chiefs lost with 22, picking up their 22nd postseason loss.
So I do believe I'm agreeing with you. You don't have to convince me on this. I do agree sports are rigged, and I do think master numbers like 22.
The language. Again, in the 4 base ciphers, Super Bowl equates to 131, 41, 112, 49, just like Roosevelt, the exact same. Days before the Super Bowl, plane crash in Philadelphia.
Don't you understand? This is what Flow State was talking about, dude. He asked you, he agreed with you. And now you're going off on this tangent about crap.
Yeah, I understand what you're doing.
Like it's just 33. The numbers are a
okay,
language.
33, 22, 11. Master numbers are a good one, right? You're referencing a master number. Like everything that you're demonstrating is shit I just conceded to you.
131. When Super Bowl and Roosevelt equal 131.
I think what they're saying, Zach, is you didn't have to do all the explanation.
Well, again, this is the way to understand the knowledge.
You literally just demonstrated the exact things I
crashes.
Here's the thing, Zach. Like,
I gotta go get some cereal. I'll be right
anything.
back.
All you do is just spew out numbers. You don't tell us how you came to those numbers, how you calculated those numbers. You don't tell us what cipher you used. You don't any of that stuff.
The 4 base ciphers.
Okay, why is the 4 base cipher so important? Like I said, if it was universal truth, as you said it was, you said gematria was universal truth. If it was, then why is it that if you try to use a different cipher and with a different language, whatever, you're going to get a completely different number?
Well, here to make a point.
Like, wouldn't those numbers add up the same? Like, wouldn't they be the same?
In Brazil, the English language is not the national language, but Brazil is where the Eagles opened the season against the Packers.
The English, it has nothing to do with it. Hasn't gematria been around for a long, long time? Like, didn't you say it started in the?
Yeah.
Then what the fuck does the English language have to do with it? Shouldn't it be if it's universal? If there's universal,
it's evolved.
Oh, it's evolved. Okay.
Just kind of like how Latin has evolved into multiple languages, and English is the dominating language stemming from Latin.
Yeah, but you're not just talking about languages. You're literally using numbers. All right, and you're saying this like some kind of math, right, behind it. Is that what you're trying to say? Like there's a math behind it, right? Well, math is pretty much universal. So why aren't the numbers with for the name of God in English? Why isn't God the same in like a different language?
Well, it is the same in Hebrew. It's 26.
Okay. What about other languages?
26 verse.
What about love?
Or 26 in English, and they have the relation in Hebrew.
Well, I guess
there's a reason there's a 26-letter alphabet. I wrote about this in the first chapter of my first book.
Language of the world.
Okay, see,
the dominating
Mike
language.
coming in with the Big 10 says year 2025 plus 4 super chats 2029, Zach will be bald-headed. Bro, start using Rogaine. I predict that you will need Viagra. Thank me later. I use your method. I'm helping. You okay? I won't bother.
Okay.
That's fair.
I don't understand why some people like waste $10 to say like the most retarded things. Like, why
They
would you
didn't waste $10. Somebody got that $10.
Yeah, so somebody paid $10 to say that. Okay.
To some
spend
people,
their money on
$10
weird
isn't
things.
shit.
If I charged a fee to get on panel, would you pay it?
Depends.
Nobody answered that question.
I would.
All I'm saying is, I mean, if you really have something to say and you want to say it and you can afford to spend $10, like Mr. Mike here, I think this is probably $40 for him because I think
Oh my God, Mike.
He's been dropping over on flow states, I think. Actually, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. He might be another. Yeah. So, I mean,
Probably a wealthy fella.
Mike's got shit to say and he can afford to say it. Welcome to capitalism.
Mike's the fucking man.
Mike, you better be rich, then.
You have freedom of speech as long as you're willing to pay for it.
The reason that I'm able to make this money from Mike is because I use Gematria.
Here, you know what? Here's two things that happened. And so, like earlier, this milk pouring guy, he was like if NFL was if Gematria was like in like sports. And so here's two things that I saw that kind of really highlighted that is true. And this was like maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. I was watching a football game. It was Monday Night Football, and so the Gematria community knows that MNF equals 33, and 33 is a big number in football in general, but especially on Monday night. So like during the beginning of the game, they were talking about like during the pregame thing, and they were talking about like the stats, and then I think it was like Joe Buck, I think, or Troy Aikman, one of those guys. They literally said. And he was like very enthusiastic about it. He was like, "This is the first time in NFL history where both teams averaged more than 33 points a game. Like, what kind of a stat is that? Well, the first time in NFL history that they averaged more than 33 points a game. Why is that even?
May I bring up something about the number 33 in football?
Like they just had to put that in there. There's no reason for a stat.
Like I said, I think that it's a signal. I don't know for what, but I do think that 33, mostly the master numbers, I think are used to signal things. Not only the master numbers, but primarily it seems.
I have to.
This is a really good one. It'll take me 1 minute.
Just a second. Hold on. So shut
Okay.
up. My daughter's having a medical issue. I'm stepping away for just a few moments. Flo, you're in charge for the time being, but this panel should be fine.
Okay,
everything's okay.
Other thing I would say, so this was also week. So this was just this past season, week 18. I watched that Chiefs game against the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a game where they lost 38-0, something I've never ever seen the Chiefs ever do. But what was funny about that was they went to commercial break and then they came back from commercial break. And maybe y'all saw this too if you watched the game, but they're showing like what they always do. They show like a helicopter flyover of the city, and the game was in
like in a blimp.
Yeah. And the game was in Denver, and so they were flying over, and the announcer was like, the game's over here today in Denver, in Colorado, the 38th state. I in all the years I've watched football, I've never ever heard them mention the number of statehood of the state the game is in. I've never heard that. And so they just had to mention that it was a 38th state, and then the Chiefs lose 38, like 0-38.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like that's them mocking the numerology in Gematria right in our faces.
Zach, break down some 38. Break down some 38 in Colorado.
Is it possible that it's a coincidence?
Not at all.
Dude, how's that go? Dude, they never do that. I just said they never do that. They've never.
You seen all the football games?
By them losing 0-38, the Chiefs became the only team in the regular season that had a score differential of plus 59 in the year of Super Bowl 59, which they went to and obviously lost in the game. And we've been educating about Colorado and 38 and ritualism, especially sports, for years. And it's been one of the biggest winning patterns for everyone in the community. And the fact that it's not just all organic, again, Colorado in 38 was the thing that you could bet the house on and have super high confidence it was going to hit until just 2 years ago. It now comes in at about a 67%, when before it was probably well over 95 for anything 38 in Colorado. I'm talking about hockey, a goalie coming and getting his 38th win, coach getting his 38th win or loss, baseball pitcher, 38th win or loss. If that was the overall record for the season, team coming and getting their 38th win or loss, et cetera, et cetera. 38 lights out consistency in rig sports. A lot of people have paid the bills in a major way, taking advantage of Colorado.
What changed?
38. And again, in recent years, about the last 2 years, the percentages dropped way down. That's because a lot more people are using and have caught on to this knowledge.
Yeah, it's like if you knew this knowledge during COVID lockdowns, like it was almost like free bets all the time.
First
like,
of all, stop saying those
Can I
words.
break down?
Look,
Can I break down a
I don't know how many
33?
times I have to tell you guys. I have his book. I'm familiar with this shit. I'm not. I was familiar with it back then too.
I hear you. So the number 33, Joe Theismann had a leg injury in 1985. Exactly 33 years later, Alex Smith had the same exact injury on the same exact team. It happened on the same exact yard line. The final score was the same exact. It was caused by the 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Lawrence Taylor back in 85, J.J. Watt in 2018. It was caused by the same left tackle. All that, again, is not just a coincidence. For all of that to happen, that is being scripted.
I've already conceded that. I've already agreed with
No,
that.
I got you. I'm just saying for everybody else on the panel that
And
doesn't
that's
believe
not
anything we say.
gematria either. That's just numbers,
Well,
right?
33 in Gematria is huge. It's a master number.
I know, it's a
11,
big
22,
number.
33. Now, what is 11 plus 22
But
plus
you
33?
don't decipher
66.
language. And at no point in what you just said did you decipher language with it.
Hey, 586. Doesn't
Yep.
322 play a part in that? Because wasn't there the other thing with that basketball
Oh,
game?
Skull and Bones is crazy, and that's their number 322. And let me pass it off to Zach because he can tell you about 322 way better than I can because, again,
Zach,
he knows it's a lot better than me.
Go ahead and
If I
talk
recall,
about the
injury
the
happened
thing with the basketball game with the guy who got his nose busted on.
Yeah, I'll tie that in. So if I recall, the Alex Smith injury happened on November 18th, the 322nd day of the year, and it was J.J. Watt with a March 22nd birthday on top of him, 322. Again, that number is associated with Skull and Bones, like American football is credited the Skull and Bones member Walter Camp. The surname Camp equates to 38, like Bonesman equates to 33. He was also a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. Masonry equals 33. We're talking about the Washington, D.C. football team playing in the Masonic City when federal order, secrecy, masonry, they all equal 33. Somebody just brought up what happened to Devin Booker with 3:22 on the clock. Again, he played for the Phoenix Suns down on the 33rd parallel. Jerry Colangelo, the owner of the team, the night that Devin Booker broke his nose, Jerry Colangelo's wife was sitting courtside with a white T-shirt on with a big print of Steve Nash, the former Suns player, with a broken, bloody nose. She just happened to be wearing a T-shirt with that image on her shirt as Devin Booker gets his nose broken with exactly 3:22 on the clock, down on the 33rd parallel. Remember, Kabbalah, 3 pillars, 22 paths. Genesis 3:22 mentions the tree of life, the physical model for Kabbalah and knowing good and evil. The evil half is about sorcery through spell casting. Remember, Genesis equates to 33, the opening book of the Bible where this is mentioned. There's
How
a
many of you guys?
numbers. It's just like how 33 years before 2001, that's when the Skull and Bones member Bush graduated. Then he's in office as this massive ritual takes place in D.C. And by the way, you guys can look up what happened to the Pentagon. Look up Pentagon Maskell, the simulation of a plane flying into the Pentagon. That was on October 24th.
Can you share your screen?
Exactly 322 days before 9/11.
Hey, also, so here's another I guess 322 thing for Mr. Serial. So last year during the March Madness on March 22nd, Yale happened to be playing and that day, and they were a very massive underdog. And I don't know shit about college basketball in terms of like who's good and stuff, but you know what? I just saw that Yale on 322, I put money down. I won money. It was like the easiest money ever, man. Right?
Oh, yeah. Look, I agree that sports are rigged.
Hey, do me a favor, Flow State. Pull up the box score for Yale beating, God, was it Auburn they beat? They were a 13.5-point underdog. It was on March 22nd. Type in Yale box score basketball, March 22nd, 2024. And tell me, did Yale score 41 points in the first half? Or excuse me, not the opponent. The opponent scored 41 in the first half and got stuck on 76 points in the game. Why does it matter that they had 41 in the half and couldn't get off 76? Because skull and bones equates to 41 when you run the alphabetic order forwards, 76 when you run it in reverse. They called themselves Order 322. Keep in mind the 41st president was Papa Bush, number 41, skull and bones member, and his son was the second Bush president, also skull and bones, and his birthday is July 6, 76, which is also the day that the Georgia Guidestones came down on his 76th birthday, which were erected on March 22nd, and not to mention the 201 days after the Pope's birthday that they came down. But again, these perfect number rituals happen all the time. Our entire
They're not perfect number rituals. They're not perfect number rituals.
Perfect. It's perfect.
They
You
are
just
not
broke it down
perfect. Let's
No, they're definitely.
hold on. Okay. If you want to make that claim, that's the strongest. Let's go back through it. Go back through the perfect claim you just made.
Here, can I put my can you let me put my thing up on the screen?
I don't have keys here. I can text
Okay,
those issues.
so the perfect claim that Yale won on 322 when Skull and Bones is located at Yale, and they're literally defined
number is 322.
Like it's, really it's on their logo. It's a skull.
I understand. I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with it. There's a lot more numbers in there. Keep going.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is just a simple one. Like I mean, isn't this kind of like interesting how even though they're like a massive,
it's not even interesting. No, that you found two of the same numbers. Are you? How easily dazzled are you?
Well, that's
you don't understand what we're talking about.
I literally do understand exactly what you're talking about.
No, you don't.
What?
Well, one thing about Yale,
I understand what you're talking about, and I disagree with you.
One thing about Yale that I want to mention is besides sports, because people, sports and numbers, like we could talk all day and people aren't going to care. If they don't care about sports, they're not going to care about the numbers. I hate to break it to you guys. You got to understand people more. But what I would like to say is like, let's not talk about numbers. Let's just talk about Yale. Like how many affluent politicians that have gotten far in U.S. politics attended Yale?
John Kerry,
I'm with you all the way there. One of the more interesting things that I want to say is like if you look into Yale, they started right around when Hillary Clinton started going to Yale is when they first started tapping in women into joining the Skull and Bones. So it's also very interesting. Like you see the 2000s and up, and all of the politicians who were either close to being president or became president that were from Yale. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, and they also only allow 15 members per year, and so
Zach, break down some Yale. Break down some Yale for them.
You only.
Hold on. I still want to go back to the perfect number sequence that we went over. I don't want to get off that. That was a claim that. Can we go back to that? Do you remember what you just?
We're talking about Yale being 322 years old and the upset on 322 by Yale, where there was 41 points in the first half for Auburn, and they got stuck on 76 when these are the Skull and Bones numbers.
So if it were a perfect number sequence, don't you think you'd have more 322s instead of having to jump and jump and jump and jump? You jump to a lot of numbers there.
Again, to make sure we got it, Skull and Bones equates to 41 forwards, 76 in reverse.
And if it were perfect, you'd have it all the same way. You'd have the same.
Here, another one. Skull and Bones also equates to 149, which is the 35th prime, and they were only able to score 35 points in the second half.
See, too many variables. You have too many variables, and you can just plug and play however you like.
In the first half,
you've got numbers, you've got prime numbers, you've got all the ciphers.
Listen, dude. In the first half, they scored 41.
Oh my God!
They ended the game with 76.
So what's that mean? What does that mean?
76. What are you talking about? We
only use 4 base ciphers. And
so you're saying that the meaning that you've
He
derived
doesn't
from this
understand
is
the ciphers. You don't understand the ciphers, so you don't understand what we're talking
listen,
about.
little bit. You got to stop telling me what I understand and don't. I understand the ciphers. I understand you can make a ton of different. You can make a ton of different codes.
I fuck you up with my fist, buddy.
You talk with your fists?
I said I'd fuck you up with my fists. I wouldn't need a
Oh,
fucking
you're
gun
just
on
a
my
little
shirt.
e-thug. You're a little e-thug punk. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. I'm in Kansas City.
Let's
Come
get
on.
back to what's relevant. Let's get back to
What's relevant is how tough this little e-thug is.
Like,
hold on.
It wasn't even that
Which
serious.
one of your e-thugs was that, Zach?
Okay, man.
I want to know.
Hey,
Did you guys say that
listen,
322 is a
listen,
perfect
just
number?
with the bushes alone, the 4 base ciphers of Skull and Bones. You keep saying we use 31 ciphers. We primarily use 4 ciphers: the alphabetic order, the reverse alphabetic order, and both orders with numerology. Skull and
He doesn't
Bones
even understand what that means.
Huh?
He doesn't understand what that means.
Is
Zach.
that 586?
Yes, it's 586. You don't understand what he's talking about, dude.
Okay. What's he talking about that you don't think I understand?
If you understand, you would understand what the fuck we're talking
So
about.
you
What is
don't
your-
think
what are you
anybody could
questioning?
disagree
What are you
with you?
questioning? Whatever,
You don't
just
think
let
anybody
Zach
could
go.
disagree? Is
Just
that what
let
you're
Zach
thinking?
go.
Flow state. It's the
I'm asking
four-base
this
things,
little bitch
man.
down
You gotta
here.
understand.
Do you think
Four-base
anybody could
things.
disagree
If
with
you
you?
understood what we were talking about, you wouldn't have a fucking question to what we're saying.
You
to
understand once you
You
insult
understand
somebody,
that?
they don't care what your
You
point
understand-
is.
you understand the
I don't
words
give
that
a
are
fuck
coming out
about
of my
him.
mouth?
He's a tough guy. He's an e-thug.
You're a fucking retard, bro.
Like, for most, like,
Yeah.
Did you graduate high school, buddy? I mean,
I graduated college. Did you?
Oh well, that shows you
Okay.
how smart you got to be to graduate college.
Did you
fucking
graduate
retard.
college?
No, I did not.
I can
graduated
tell.
college, and I'm
That's
not-
why you're dazzled by simple fucking numbers.
I'm a college graduate, first of all, and so I just laid out an easy one because apparently y'all weren't understanding the higher, more complicated ones. Maybe you aren't up to that level, so I
Look,
just gave you.
Let me just say this plainly and not try to be humble. I'm smarter than all of you, especially him.
And you don't understand.
Why are you laughing in your
the
Hawaiian
simplest
shirt over
shit-
here?
The simplest shit we're saying to you is going over your fucking head.
No,
so
it's
how
not.
Are you,
I actually understand
how are
it.
you
I'm
smarter than us?
I'm not
How?
hypnotized by it.
How?
I understand it.
How? Yeah, hypnotized.
He said that to gauge
You're
your
a
reaction.
fucking, you are a fucking retard.
He actually proved
You
it
are what's
with
wrong with the
a
world.
428,
Powder
You're
dusty.
dazzled by simple
You're what's
number
wrong
tricks.
with this world.
We're not.
You are why we are all going to go down.
We're just kind of a little.
You're leading.
Well, if I'm
and
the
that was
reason,
full 586.
hey, 586.
So you have to stop.
If I'm the
right, I'll
reason
stop.
that
Yeah,
your
why
life
don't you
sucks,
listen to your guy?
I'm happy
that's
with
on
that.
your side. Like going out and attacking people and calling them names and stuff like that. If you really want people to understand your system,
Yes.
then calling them names and calling them stupid because they don't understand it isn't really going to help them.
He's
fucking
saying that
take
he
you
understands
seriously.
it, yet he doesn't understand it.
No, what he's saying is that to disagree with you, he doesn't.
Okay,
You know,
I'm sorry for calling you stupid, man. I
You're
apologize.
still a little bitch.
Okay,
and you're still
I
dumber than
You don't
me.
have to agree with
that.
each other. You don't
That's
have to agree
fine,
with
dude.
each other. I'm just
I'll-
saying,
I'll-
once you insult somebody,
I'll be
they're
able
not
to
gonna
go to
listen.
sleep tonight.
I don't think this guy's that smarter than me, right? But listen, right,
I wouldn't.
here's
I never once said I was smarter than any of you.
No, not you. The guy who's eating cereal and shit.
That dude
all right,
did.
so you know what? Here's another 322 thing for you, all right? Since that one I guess was too easy. All right. Listen. So Genesis 3:22. There's there's two versions of that. There's the King James version and the NIV version.
Which one's the right one?
Well, hold on. All right. If you take the first sentence of that and put it into like the Gematria calculator, if you put in the NIV version, it will equal 322. It'll equal 322 in the reverse with numerology. And then if you put in the NIV version, it'll also equal 322. Even though the words are different, the words will be a little different, but you still put it in there, it will be 322.
Let me just help you out, because you just said the New International Version 2 times. In the King James Version and the New International Version, in the exact same cipher, despite the different wording, they both equate to 322.
They're not forward and backward. He said it's forward
Both
and
in the
backward.
reverse reduction cipher, running the alphabetic order in reverse numerology. Both verses, despite the different wording, equate to 322. Again, this is a special number. It's Genesis 322.
Reverse reduction cipher.
the physical
Sure.
model for Kabbalah, which has 3 pillars and 22 paths.
If you want, I can do it right now and show you, share my screen and show you that this is not.
Numbers are better shown than told. People don't comprehend.
Wait a minute. It would be really great if you could tell me how you derive meaning from finding similar numbers places. Can you tell me that?
Because it's a pattern, and when
Okay,
the
are you telling me that's just a coincidence that like really
Oh my
bad?
God, dude. No, I'm asking you how you know what it means. Okay, you found 2 corresponding numbers. What is the meaning you're able to derive from that?
from the gematria, we can see the word that's related and see what number it equals and see how it's related to the event.
We got a whole sentence
is
here.
performed. The ritual is being performed.
What is
from
the
numbers.
ritual that's being performed in Genesis?
Okay, well that verse is about man learning the difference between good and evil, and
Okay.
I do know. I mean, Zach probably knows more about this part than me, but I do know that the skull and bones, like it's like they deal with like the tree of life, and there's 3 paths, right? Like 3 paths, 22 pillars, I think. Right, and I know that ties in, but I don't exactly know like the full detail behind that. But it's just the whole.
Does anybody know what the meaning is that's being derived here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the skull and bones have 322 because of that Bible verse. That's what that number is dedicated to.
Okay, so if I grant you that the skull and bones got their number that they identify with off of that Bible verse,
doesn't that kind of tell you that they're coding things deliberately?
You know that
No.
in gematria.
So if you don't think this is a coincidence, hold up. If you don't think this
know
is
that they do we know that they got their number from that Bible verse, or do we infer it did from the fact that the numbers?
I don't know if they got it from their
Bible verse in gematria, it equals.
Hold on. Can I answer the question, you guys?
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, Skull and Bones is modeled after the Illuminati. If you look into the founder of the Illuminati, he died on the 322nd day of the year, November 18th, Adam Weishaupt. Skull and Bones says the reason that they venerate 322 is because of the philosopher who died in 322 BCE, Demosthenes. If I'm saying that correct, I just forgot how to pronounce that guy's name. Aristotle also died in that year, for the record. But again, it's obvious that it also has to do with Genesis 3:22, which
It's
again
not
is
obvious to me.
Allah,
I'm
which is
too
where the
uneducated.
letter numbers comes from. What point are you trying to make right now?
I'm trying to understand what point you're trying to make. You found 2 corresponding numbers. What the fuck does it mean? What is
It's
the
not
meaning
just
derived?
corresponding numbers. It's a very significant number.
It's an important number. What does it mean that you found it 2 places?
Listen again. I want you to think about these things. Do you remember Paul Walker, the actor? Do you remember Paul Walker?
Is it safe to assume the reason you don't answer questions directly is because you don't have answers for them?
There are answers. I'm trying to explain things.
Do I remember? Yes, I remember Paul Walker.
Okay. Do you remember that just before the second Bush was elected, he was in a movie called The Skulls about Skull and Bones?
I don't remember, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. If you look, you'll find out that movie came out 201 days after his birthday.
Oh, my God.
Hold on. Or you could also say the 202nd day of his age, okay? The 202nd day of his age or 201 days after his birthday.
Is this going to tie back to Genesis?
Dude, if you don't listen, how can you
Is it going to tie back to Genesis, or are you filibustering again?
I'm not filibustering. I'm explaining to you ritualism.
But he understands what you're talking about. No, he does not.
So
can you make it? Can you explain what the Genesis connection, what the significance of it is?
Can I read?
I'm going to come back and bring this all together if you would just listen. George
I know why you probably
dying
lost.
5 years to the day of Paul Walker. They both died on the same day, November 30th. Paul Walker died in a mysterious way in a red Porsche, just like how in the Skulls, he's gifted a red Porsche from the Skull and Bones fraternity. Okay, Paul Walker, George Herbert Walker Bush, George Walker Bush. The fact that the movie came out on his 202nd day of his age matters because Skull and Bones equates to 202. And Papa Bush, who would die 5 years to the day later, was born June 12th, the day leaving 202 days left in the year. When the Georgia Guidestones came down on George Walker Bush's 76th birthday on 7/6, that was 201 days after the Pope's birthday, but also the 202nd day of the Pope's age. And again, the Georgia Guidestones were put up on 322, March 22nd. Skull and Bones has the connection to 202, 76, like how they came down on 7-6 on Bush's 76th birthday, which was also Daniel Coit Gilman's birthday anniversary, who's a Skull and Bones member who founded the Johns Hopkins University. And again, Skull and Bones also equates to 41, like how Papa Bush was number 41. These numbers, these rituals, it happens a lot. September 11th, like I told you, they simulated a Pentagon flying into they simulated a plane.
You haven't forgotten where we're going, have you?
Hold on.
Yeah,
They
I'm
simulated
already
a plane flying into the Pentagon exactly 322 days before 9/11.
Are we still going to get to Genesis?
Area code. Pentagon construction began on September 11th in the year 41. In 41, okay? There's a reason that all of this stuff continues to recur and the same numbers continue to get grouped together.
You lied to me, didn't you?
When the fuck are you going to get to Genesis, dude? That's what he. Oh my god.
And Genesis is supposed to be in the beginning.
For the record, in the
Like you
beginning,
literally just went off on a fucking whole fucking.
Genesis equals 33. But again, Genesis 3:22 speaks to Kabbalah, where this whole thing of letters and numbers comes from, which clearly these secret societies use.
Then why didn't you say that in the beginning? Why didn't you just say that right off the start? Instead of going about George Bush and the fucking goddamn skull, bone. Jesus, God,
No,
shut
he's
up.
not. Look, let me educate
Wait,
you.
all right, let me educate you. Hey, Zach, did you say that 322 was a perfect number?
Say that again.
What was the whole thing with 322? Is that a perfect number?
No, it is not.
6, 28, 496. Those are perfect numbers.
Okay, all right. I was just
Are
making
they
sure.
perfect?
I thought I heard somebody say that 322 was a perfect number.
I could actually, Zach, I could tell you probably why you've lost 1,000 channels. Your chat needs some cleaning up. The algorithms pick up on the language and certain things that they're saying over there, and that will be the thing that gets you shut down because that is transcribed and hard scripted, and the computers love to go and look for those words, especially as they are written. I would highly recommend YouTube offers a filter where it like automatically doesn't let them put certain words in. But also, maybe have your mods actually clean up the chat a little. It gets pretty they're pretty raunchy over there. I mean, I thought we were the degens over there, but your chat is kind of off their rocker with some of it. They're talking about putting shit in people's butts and I'm not talking about using simple language like I'm using, but you might want to be mindful of that the algorithm loves to look for those words. So just my kind words of advice to you. All right, let's shake up the panel. Evan, final thoughts from you. Evan went to sleep. Good night, Evan. Jason Castle, final thoughts from you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Flow State, God bless you.
God bless you.
You're outnumbered, it seems. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's all right.
Zach, you know what? I don't agree with anything you did tonight or said. I actually still trying to figure out what half the shit that you said. But I will give you kudos on this. I mean, we're 7 hours in, and you're still going at it.
He does
still
still
debating. I tell you, you did the same thing with the Jim Bob thing. So I will give you credit that you have stamina. To sit here and do this. I'll give you that. But I think you're fucking insane. But that's beside the point. So.
Well, they say intelligent people seem crazy to low IQs. So
yeah, well, I have an IQ of 145, so I'm pretty sure I'm pretty fucking smart. I'm an engineer, so if you want to fucking trade brain pans, well, we can do that sometime. So every time somebody disagrees with you, you got to start attacking them. You got to start making insults.
Somebody in engineering here. You got somebody with an economics background, and then you got 586, the E-thug who didn't graduate.
Okay, here, hold up. Here's the E-thug. Here's the E-thug. I'll make a prediction for you guys. Hold on. Here's my prediction. That Zach has a higher IQ than any of you motherfuckers on this panel right now. I'll put my house on it.
You probably don't have a house,
some
first of all.
IQ test. I'm not saying that I'm smarter than the dude, but I know for a fact he's smarter than all.
I get it. You're a fanboy. You're a fanboy.
You. And you can just tell by the way he talks and the knowledge he spews, dude.
Yeah, he just spews fucking bullshit.
Anybody can do that. Shit about what I just said.
Because you're not smart enough to.
That guy has a higher IQ than all you motherfuckers.
Oh,
because
we know that you're a fan. We know you're a
I'm not
groupie.
a
We get it.
fanboy.
You're a
Flow
groupie.
State
That's
asked
my
him.
prediction.
Flow
You
State
said
tried
to
to
make
get
a
him to go
prediction.
back to
Hey,
Genesis.
so here
on
we
a
go,
question,
Mr.
and he
Gun on
went
the
off on a
shirt.
fucking
Yo,
tangent.
Yes,
talking
I have
about
a gun on
fucking
my
bullshit and
shirt.
all this
Listen,
stuff.
I'll put up $100,000 that you take an IQ test
You
with my
don't
man
have that.
Zach, and
You
we'll
don't
see
have
who
it.
wins. You got
You
100
don't have
grand?
it. You don't have it.
I have it.
No, you
Then
don't.
show it. Show it on the screen. Show it in your bank account.
Is he gonna take the test? Dude, I'll put up $10. There's my prediction.
There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Listen. You said you were smarter than him. I want to
Yes.
see it. You are not smarter than that dude.
You
No
don't
way.
have the money that or the house that you claim to, so I'm not making any bets with you. No thanks.
I mean, why are we
You would
measuring
not
the
beat
dude?
that guy
Why are
in
we
an IQ
if you
test.
want to
You're
test
not-
your if you want to test your e-thug metal,
I
though,
never
sometime,
said
and
I
you're
was
coming through
smarter
Kansas
than
City,
you.
holler at your boy.
I never said I was smarter than you. You said, did you not say that
I
you
know
were
that you're not
smarter
smarter
than
than me.
everyone on this panel?
What
You
I'm
are not,
saying
sir.
is that if you feel like
You are
testing
not,
your
sir.
e-thug strength and
Yeah,
you
I'm an
come through Kansas
e-thug.
City,
Okay, dude.
holler at your boy.
All right, Jason, your actual final thoughts.
Well, that was about it. I mean, just good luck, Flow State. Keep.
Yep, thank you.
And Sarah, again, thank you for having me on. And all right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the rest of the guys, like the guy up there next to Flo or next to Zach, like he's cool actually, even though I don't agree with him. Like he's actually trying to keep the peace. That's
Yeah,
cool.
he's cool too.
Even the Hawaiian shirt guy over there, he seemed like he was, pretty
He's
all
kinda
right.
zesty.
He's zesty, but he wasn't. I don't think he was rude anytime or anything like that. So.
You know what? I basically agree with most of your assessments of the panelists, though. I think that you keyed in pretty well.
All right. Well, all right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
Bye, Jason. Dracula. Final thoughts to the panel?
Can I actually stay on? I kind of have a few more things to say in terms of
All right. Well, let me go ahead. I'll give you a couple more rounds. Let's see who we got here. We got Methodius.
Methodius.
Methodius. What's 7 plus 8?
7 plus 8 is 7 plus 8.
15.
What's
Don't
the
give me
answer?
Come on, bro. See,
Come on,
this is
dude.
why I said I'm
15.
smarter than the other people on panel.
That's a fast way to get past. All right. GAD. Welcome to the panel.
How you doing?
Whoa. Hello to you. All right. What is 6 plus 2?
6 plus 2 is 8.
All right. And how do you spell dog? Oh, that makes it even easier when you came up. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. And then Mike Ransom, you're on too. Welcome, everybody.
Oh.
Welcome.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, like
Oh, yeah,
Verizon.
I think earlier I couldn't hear you. I think my tablet was messing up. Sorry about that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, boys. Have at it.
Hey, can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
No.
I don't bring up people's screens.
don't care.
Only, yeah. If you drop the link backstage, I'll take a look at it, but only for safety purposes.
Can I share? Can I share
Mhm.
something like on the organic side, something that worked for, like my personal experience? Because that brings up the 201 and 56. The company worked for, like I'm not gonna name them, but
Move your
they're a
hand
big
away.
company.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah.
try to turn your mic up or something because
Let me
you're.
make my volume up a little bit.
And there he goes.
So I work for a big
No. Whatever you did.
Hey, your
holy
mic is
shit.
not good right now, man.
Can you hear me better now?
Where are you on a Bluetooth or on a phone? Like where?
It's on the phone.
Okay, just keep the phone kind of
Close to me.
closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I work for a big telecommunications company, and my thing is like I've been watching Zach a little bit, and I see these numbers. Well, my thing is the company I work for, like we just had a big thing, like the other day. We had a big meeting. It was 201 the meeting. Then now they just had a big commercial, and they brought 56. So I can see where that coming from when he's, putting these numbers there. I see that. So
You mean
now
you
they
see
may
the
not
50?
change the world, but I see it every day. 56 and 201. Those are big, powerful numbers with these people who are running the fucking show. Like, Gematria may not change the world, but yes, those are powerful numbers with the people who are running the fucking show. That's my personal experience.
Well, shit, that's all you had to say. If you had started from the beginning, I wouldn't have been arguing with all you guys for 7.5 hours. Consider me converted.
I just got here.
Yeah, you should have the big channel. You're way better than Zach.
Shit, I only got about 100 people on my channel. I just play some Fortnite with my kids, man.
Gotta start somewhere, man.
But hey, that's it. I just started it. Just got the PS5. So,
keep it going.
But I see where he's coming from. The elites who's running the show, yeah, they are fucking some assholes. I tell people, like, my thing is, I see all these things. Yeah, I lost my fucking 18-year-old. Excuse me, hold on. I lost my wife of 18 years, my 3 kids, due to this fucking COVID pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Because I told her, I said, double the vax. Bill Gates said you're going to get a 10 to 15% decrease in your population. And I said, you know what?
Hey, let me tell you something about YouTube. They don't like the V word.
Yeah,
No,
say jab.
My bad. I should. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I should.
It's all right. Zach should have told you that.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry, I've been drinking. My bad. I should have rephrased that. But I'm just saying, it's just like. So, that's my 2 cents. You know what I'm saying?
I got
Sorry
you.
for your loss.
Yep. Sorry for your loss.
Sorry for your loss,
Yeah.
man.
My condolences.
It's been pretty crazy, but it is what it is. I get where he's coming from, because we do got to stop the people who's running the show, because they don't care about us. They don't. Now, Gematria may not change the world, but it could. So maybe enlighten. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It could. I don't know. I'm just saying. But I do
Fun
feel like
hobby,
there are
though.
people. I do feel like there are people who's running the show, like Bill Gates. People out there who, they don't got our best interest in heart. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my take on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just your
I'm with
average
you.
guy, bro. I don't got a big following. I'm just your average person. You know what I'm saying?
So
Keep your head up, man.
So those you're saying those numbers led to like the jibby jab kind of thing, which inevitably led to the, unfortunate and sorry to hear that passing of your family. But you're saying that was all bait.
Well, no, I don't think the numbers led to that. No, I mean, I don't think that had nothing to do with that. I think my thing would be is, okay, if he goes back to event 201, why did you call it event 201? That's why I looked at that. That was my big thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I say 201 a lot.
Do you think it could be because sequentially, 2 and 1 and 0 will be the first numbers that come up, so you're going to see those 3 digits more than other numbers.
You know what the latest story about Pope Francis is?
I don't know.
Excuse me?
Pope Francis, he's not looking too good right now.
Dude, okay.
Let's go back real quick to what Zach said earlier about the Tom Brady. There was an article.
Oh, yes, that was pretty crazy.
There was an article
that was pretty crazy.
Tom Brady got his 201st.
No, I'm not talking about Tom Brady. I'm talking about the Jesuit Pope. What's the latest news story about the Jesuit Pope?
He's
Guys,
not good. I know that. He's not.
Will you think
he's not
less
good
of me if
shape.
I told you I went to a Jesuit high school?
Flo, I think less of you all the time.
Not good shape.
Don't worry about you.
I mean, it might make us have an eyebrow raise.
I've been seeing a lot of articles.
It makes a lot of
online saying he's
sense
gonna
now
pass on the
why
15th,
I am
and they
resisting
I'm
what you're
born on
saying,
March
isn't it?
15th. That's the August Caesar. I said, goddamn, if the Pope dies on my birthday and goddamn Julius Caesar, I must be fucking cursed.
He still hasn't answered my question though. What's the latest story about the Jesuit Pope?
He's not dead yet.
Pneumonia on both lungs.
He's not sick with pneumonia. He's sick with polymicrobial respiratory tract infection. You know what that equals?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
Oh, so
Is
they
it
changed it from
201?
That's funny.
Yep.
Does it equal 201?
Which cipher?
Does it?
In the main cipher, the alphabetic order with the rules of numerology, the most important cipher.
Well,
Yeah,
what
and
is
then
the
Do they all have the rules of numerology? Was that just?
That's just one cipher.
But that you said the alphabetic order with the rules of numerology. Is that just?
Yes. So all that is just taking the number and compressing it to a single digit. So if it's 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
Well, I got news for you. 201 ain't a single number.
It is
We're
a
not saying
single
it
number.
is. Never said it was.
102 is one number. 201 is one number. When you combine two, you can't have 2, 0, and 1 all together and it not be one
the
number.
cipher works is that alphabetic order, which is the most basic cipher, is A is 1 up to Z is 26.
I know.
Alphabetic order with the rules of numerology is A is 1 up to I is 9. Then J is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. K is 11. 1 plus 1 is 2. And L is
Isaac.
So hold up, the powder
Oh, wait,
dusty
that wasn't
dude.
Zach. That
You
was-
keep saying you know the ciphers, but then you're questioning when we bring up the numbers and the ciphers.
Exactly.
So if you
I
understand
know that
them,
there. I know that
I'm
there
asking
are
you a question.
31
If you
ciphers.
understand them, then
No, we
why
don't
the fuck do you keep asking?
Hey, just 1
us
second.
like you
1
don't
second.
understand them.
I'm
This
fast,
is the king
guys.
of YouTube here.
I'm
Show some
fast. I'm
respect.
fast. I'm fast. Dusty. So did you do any research about any of this before you had this panel? Because I just did some research while you guys were gone. While I was listening.
I've got this guy's book, and I'm
Just
familiar. I've
no, I get you. I get
Yeah.
you. But so I was searching everything. I've been reading and all the stuff and learning about this real quick, right? Because I mean, I'm not a.
What did you find?
Rocket surgeon or nothing, but I just wanted to ask the Zachary fella there. Did you accept psi? Because I'm not a rocket surgeon, right? So I do know a scientist guy that I watch his videos all the time, and his name's Psi Man Dan, and he said that he was willing to have a debate with you on Conspiracy Cat's panel. Did you ever accept that from an actual scientist?
Away from it.
He's
like
not an
a
actual scientist, and I told him I'd debate him on his own show, not on his friend's
Oh, so you don't want a neutral moderator? That sounds like scaredy cat.
It wasn't scared at all. It's just that person had no following.
What are you talking about? He's got tens of thousands of views on everything.
Are you talking about Scaredy Cat or Simon Dan?
No.
I told Simon Dan I wanted the debate to be on his
Why would that matter? This is on 7 channels right now.
He wanted to have the debate on a very small channel, which is not what I want to do.
Maybe that's his son's channel. That your explanation sucks.
He criticized
He's
it
like
on
a
the large
troll, like
channel.
the trolls on this panel.
I'm not a troll.
He's a troll. What are you talking about? He's been doing science videos for as long as I've been watching YouTube, like 10, 15 years.
Debate flat earthers, which is like.
And I was just
I'd
about
be happy to debate him again. I said let's do it on your channel, and he ran away from that.
I actually applaud your blatant elitism. It's
No, because
refreshing.
people have channels that have specific themes, and you don't just mess that up by throwing a live panel in there. I had a news channel and a drama channel. I don't do the drama on the news channel because it ruins the brand. You get it?
Sure.
How about this? How about this? I'll come on your show and we'll talk about cop watchers and police reform and stuff like that. But you wouldn't want to do that, right? Because that's not what your channel's about, right?
Well, he made several videos attacking my work, so I don't know why he wouldn't be willing to have a debate about
You're not
it.
answering the question I'm asking, just like everybody else's questions. See, I am probably the oldest person on this panel. I talk to people for a living, right?
I don't know.
You can't baffle me. It might work on your average bear, right? But people like me and Flo, I noticed, and I hope you don't take offense to this, Flo, but you told me you spend a little bit of time in the clink, right? And so I've noticed, and it took me a little bit to pick up on it from you, but I'm like, oh, Flo's got the he can turn it off so he doesn't let people see his emotions, because that's how they take advantage of you in prison, right? So I had some friends like that growing up. And see, you can't. We've already seen all of this before. Like, I was tricked right up until I was probably 25, 30, because I didn't know how, not David Blaine, but what's David Copperfield. I didn't know. I thought he really made the Statue of Liberty disappear. Nope, they were on a platform and turned it, right? You're doing the exact same thing.
Wait, that was David Copperfield? That's David Blaine, wasn't it?
That's what the conspiracy cats or whatever the sci-fi guy said in his video that I just watched, right? And he explained how your theory used the day first instead of the month first. But that's not the way it's actually done in America, right? So you can just jumble all the numbers up as much as you want, right?
Two possibilities.
Okay, listen. All right, look, this system came obviously from the Jesuits, who are not only based in America; they're also based in France, which is
How do we know
Europe.
it came from the Jesuits?
Because they created the language and they created the calendar.
Yeah, it was all created back in the 16th
I thought the
century.
Phoenicians created the language.
The Phoenicians didn't create the language. It was a Catholic monk that created the English language, and it was
Somebody
also
said here tonight that the Phoenicians created the language. Who was that?
Well, it wasn't the Phoenicians, it was the Babylonians, because this shit goes back to the Babylonian mystery school system of ancient Babylon.
Y'all should get on the same page on this stuff.
Well, listen. I mean, look. At the end of the day, like the Roman Church is where the Jesuits stem from, right?
Breaking up.
You cutting out.
Okay,
my mic better now?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was far away. So, no, I mean, well, here's the thing, right? So the Jesuit order, just like the Rosicrucians, are an order from the Roman Catholic Church, and that's something that can be verified. And if you go into the Jesuits, right, they stem from the Templar Knights, who, when you go into like what's his name? What's the guy's name?
Ignatius.
Jacques de Molay, right during the Crusades. They, like a lot of the rituals and rites that they practice, they got from Babylon, because they were in the land of the Levant region, and they discovered a lot of things such as the Baphomet and such as certain things. This is something that you can go do a Wikipedia search on. You don't have to go into an extensive book search. But the point is that one of the secret knowledge and ancient knowledge that they found was numerology, and one of the numerological aspect was gematria. So when you deal with that, and of course they got rid of the Templar Knights and they formed the Jesuits, and of course the Knights formed the banks. As far as I know in history, that's who controls the world, and that's who's dealing with this knowledge right now. And of course, when you deal with Ignatius Loyola and other Jesuit people during the 1500s, they established they established this particular order, which is the Jewish Catholic Alliance. So, and also too, gematria is also associated with a lot of these Jewish people. So that's that. So when you go into that kind of history, that's where you find where all this stuff stems from.
So the reason I asked it is not because I haven't heard that story. It's because there's not a connection there. There's a claim, but it's not supported.
Okay, can you look up how
I'm not taking homework assignments right now.
I mean, really, what it comes down to, guys, is like what Flow State is saying is he wants you to pretty much have evidence that you can show without a doubt that this points.
I mean, we could even just start with explaining why you think you know what you know.
Well, the thing is I would never be able to show you full-on evidence.
Or 200 laps around the field. Why would they show that stat? Why would that be even relevant? That's not even the stat in the NFL. Laps around the field. Why would they have to make that relevant? 200 laps on the field. That don't make no sense. That's not even an NFL stat.
What are you talking about?
With the Tom Brady.
Why would that be relevant?
Again, the stat I brought up earlier that they did in Matt Ryan's 201st career game with Jesuit education.
Why would that be relevant? Exactly. They shouldn't bring that up. That's not even NFL stat.
It shows you they're paying tribute to the number. They perform rituals with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, the ritual,
They
yeah.
force snaps
Exactly.
in front of your face.
Yeah, and that is definitely an important
So
number because I mean,
my
literally-
question was though, how do we know that numerology and gematria came from Jesuits?
Well, it didn't come from them
It come from
originally.
Jesuits.
It's
They're just
the
using
system that has been implemented is on their behalf. Again, they're responsible for the English language, and the calendar, and these things were implemented at the same moment in history. Day after day, you can track the ritualism synced up with the Pope and the Superior General.
Zach, you got disconnected earlier. I work for a telecommunications company, Verizon. We had a training course. We didn't have 101, not 100, but they made it 201. That was the fucking training course.
Was it your second training course?
No, the very first training course. I asked the supervisor and my boss, the district manager. I said, "Hey, where's 101? Where's 100? Why'd you get 201?" He's like, "I just came up with that number." But it was called 201, overcoming the fucking objectives. They just pulled it out their ass.
I talked about Verizon and the Catholic Church before. They
That's
use the
who I
same
work
colors
for.
as the Jesuits.
And right now, Verizon, if you go look at the commercial right now, their main commercial right now is we got 56 years before we went to the moon. That's their main commercial.
And
I've
the
been with
moon
them
landing on the
10 years.
201st day of the year.
Yeah. So trust me.
And again, the
56 and
Jesuit
201
order
are
equals
fucking
201.
big numbers with these big telecommunication companies.
Okay, and
I've seen
also
it firsthand.
with 201, there's too many very important names and words that equal 201. I mean, come on, like literally, the Pope Francis, his name equals 201. He lives in Suite 201.
In which cipher? In which cipher?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
In which cipher?
He's at the Domo Sanctum Marte equals
Hold on, let me
201.
answer what he just said. In what cipher? The one cipher that is laid out in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, the one cipher that in the early
Chaldean?
days, 90% of the work was based in. By the way, in that same cipher,
Chaldean?
by the way, in that same cipher, Pope Francis equals 59, just like how he was hospitalized 59
Is it
days after
Chaldean?
his birthday. And I've been talking about Pope Francis in 59 since the beginning. Benedict stepped down on the 59th day of the year for him. The 59th U.S. presidential election is where Biden was elected number 46, exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. Also in tribute to JFK.
Is it Chaldean?
It's
No,
not
it's not Chaldean. It's just
It's
one of
the-
the four
Alphabetical order with rules numerology, the cipher I talked about.
It's full reduction.
Here, I got one quick question. Have you ever heard of the book George Orwell wrote in 1984 called 1984? Have you ever heard of that?
Didn't write it in 1984.
Well, yeah, but okay, so you get what I'm saying, man. It's just 5 a.m. here where I'm at. So again, 1984. Why was that the title of that? 84. The Jesuit order equals 84, just like it equals 201. And I'll pass it off to Zach. Maybe spew some of that 201 and 84 with the George Orwell thing. Maybe they'll resonate with that. Maybe.
Well, again, they're having trouble just following the 201.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
We're not though. We're not. What we're having trouble doing is making the logic leap to I see these numbers, so it must mean this.
Okay,
so why wasn't it
you
called
have no more reason.
1985?
You have
Why
no
wasn't
more
it called
reason.
1983? Why
You have
wasn't
no
it
more
called
reason.
1986? It was
Stop.
called 84.
Is this my
because
little? Is this my
Jesuit
little
order.
bitch boy down there? Is that you again?
Come on.
586.
Listen, you've been to jail, bro. So you can
I
say all
know.
the shit you want to me. I've never been to jail, so I'll hold
And
my
I will
hat on
fuck
that.
you up.
Okay, cool, man. You probably took it in the ass,
now,
too, bro.
let me ask you this: how do you know that 201 is referencing Event 201 or whatever you say is referencing, and not something else entirely?
Why wouldn't it be
like-
called Event 202 or Event 203 or Event 200 or Event 199?
This is my question to you.
They could have picked any number, but they picked 201.
And you can pick any number, and you can pick anything to represent.
Number associated with them going back to the 1500s, man. Like I don't understand how you don't understand that.
I could say that 201 represents sunglasses because there's two lenses but one pair.
But that's retarded, though.
That sounds
Yeah, it is fucking retarded. That's right.
You learned that in jail?
They don't let you have sunglasses in jail.
I said, did you learn that in jail?
No, they don't let you have sunglasses in jail because I could use this wire and I could turn it into a shank and I could shove it in your eye socket. That's why you're not allowed to have sunglasses in jail.
I just asked if you learned that. I didn't ask if you fucking had glasses in jail.
prison mentality,
I asked if you learned that in jail.
I feel like we got some uneducated people in this chat here. I'm just saying. I'm probably just saying.
You're a pretty chill guy.
I am pretty chill. I tell it like it is, man. Because I've seen the front line. I've seen the front line where it is.
Since you seem to be pretty sincere and honest, let me ask you: have you interacted with a 586 before?
I've never seen it.
Having what?
Have you interacted with that 586 guy down there before?
No, I don't know. Only Zach, and I think I've seen the girl who's hosting the thing. That's the only people I've seen in interaction. Nobody else in here. Dude,
I'm asking legit questions. That's what I don't understand. I'm asking you legit questions.
No.
Why was the book not called 1985 or 1986 or 1983?
I don't know. I didn't read. I didn't write it.
It's called 1984 because the Jesuit order equals 84.
So why was Nintendo 64 called Nintendo 64?
Maybe he was
I don't fucking know, bro.
I can answer that.
I
can answer that because
So answer that. Yeah, go for it.
Because
I don't know.
It's a 64.
I don't play video games, man. I'm not a fucking kid. If you're like over the age of 15 and still play video games, I don't know.
I play video games, but
Hey, we're all different, bro. We're all different. I'm not here to judge.
But you're a big fanboy of Dak. You're a big fanboy of Kobe. You're a big fanboy.
Okay,
That's
so
your
real
hobby.
quick, gamers probably do the world, bro. Because I've been gaming a lot. They probably do win the world.
So can I bring
Don't
something
pay no
else?
attention to him, Mike.
So
go ahead, man.
So Catherine the Great of Russia saved the society almost single-handedly. She protected the 201 Jesuits she acquired in 1772 from the first partition of Poland and insisted that they continue their apostolic work as Jesuits. So, this number going back to that time period, when you look at a lot of things that you see in common media, you see this number posted at least, if anything, you see it all the time. You see it in movies, you see it in cartoons, you see it in video games. And you have to ask yourself, especially when, you have the bankers who are literally, whose origin goes back to these same people. You have to understand, like, this ain't an arbitrary number. This isn't a number that is just randomly pushed out. This is the reason. There's a reason why they have this number all throughout, all throughout the society that we live in, man. So to me, I just think that to say it's a coincidence doesn't really make sense, man.
Just to add about what you just said about movies, the way all these things come together. They started jabbing people for the pandemic in the U.S. on the anniversary of the release of the Will Smith zombie movie. Can someone think of the title of that real quick?
Legend.
I am legend. I am legend.
I am legend.
I'm legend.
That
I'm
movie is about that happened to the world because of a jab gone wrong. And at the beginning of the movie, it shows the doctor's name who created the jab. Her name is Alice Crippen, which equates to 201. Oh, what are the odds of that? 201 stimulation.
Exactly.
By the way, a corona is also the thing, the light that shines around the sun in the time of a total solar eclipse. The day that the jab went live in the U.S. was the same day as the total solar eclipse in Argentina, the Pope's native country, when he is Mr. 201. Again, there's just so many things that you can point to. The jab went live in the U.S. on the anniversary of Sandy Hook. And
You're
Sandy
fucking
Hook was
retarded,
compared to
dog.
do you not want me to say Sandy Hook?
No fucking shit.
Well, I've been able to say it for years.
How do you not know this? How the fuck are you so dumb?
They don't penalize.
They don't what? They don't drop your channels?
Not anymore.
You're not allowed to.
Sarah, I was about to grip it,
Yeah,
but
we
I don't
call
know.
that just like
Well,
SH
I'm
or
not saying
something.
anything about the supposed events. I just said the name of
Oh
the
my
place.
god, dude.
Okay, SH.
Okay, let me. Do you know how the algorithm looks for words? Everything we say gets transcribed into text, and then it looks for certain hot words. You
hold
hit
on.
all the hot words.
Are you seriously saying that you're not allowed to say the name of the school? Are you for real?
You literally town. I didn't even say school.
No, the point is that you can say it all you want, but if you say it all you want, now your channel is going to be flagged.
You need
and
to
then
start
they're going
taking
to
tips
be
from us.
looking into-
Ask me how many channels I've lost.
Okay, well, okay, SH, okay? SH was compared to the Dune Blaine massacre, which got gun rights taken away in the UK. Those events happened 201 months and a day apart. Again, coming back to this, the pattern, think about it. Shots, they have multiple meaning, right? They said the first person vaccinated in the U.S. was Sandy Bland.
You're retarded.
The
You're actually
anniversary of
retarded. You're actually retarded.
How is that retarded?
I'm not
just
even
saying,
explaining it.
I'm
I'm not even
person.
explaining it.
You
I've
guys
explained.
are more concerned about censoring yourself. than
Yes,
speaking
I
about
am.
the tyranny going on in this nation.
Yeah,
what
no,
you guys
the only-
are the characters in 1984.
You're right.
Yeah, I am right.
I'm Mr. Smith. I went to a Jesuit high school. I don't want you to get my channel ruined for your stupid fucking scam that you run on these nitwits.
Literally, who cares about your channel? I don't give two shits
hold on,
about
let's
your
ask
I know
one
you don't
more
give two
thing real
shits
quick.
about my
Only
channel.
care
You only
if
care
I
about
read your
yourself.
obituary
I
tomorrow.
know.
Listen,
You're a piece of trash. You're a piece of trash. You run a basic ass. You run a basic ass scam. You run a simple
You're a
scam
worthless
for
being.
simple people. Yeah, suck those teeth again. You run a simple scam for simple people.
Talk about Will.
What, bitch? Suck your teeth at me.
Again, you're more worried about censoring your speech than stopping evil and tyranny in your
You're not
mocking
stopping
truth.
anything.
You're
This is
you're
a fantasy.
any definition of a
What have you
satanic
stopped?
creation.
What have you stopped?
Hmm?
What's some evil you've stopped?
Well, a lot less people got the pokey doke because of my work, for one.
Really? How did you measure that?
The number of people who've said that that's exactly what happened.
You're a sports betting club, and you lie
So
lie to
that's
stupid
never what the
people.
work was primarily
You
about.
lie to stupid people, and you make them think you've got magic number powers because they can't follow the patterns facts you spit at them.
You're being highly misleading.
No, you're being highly misleading. I'm demonstrating what you're doing. You're overwhelming stupid people with too much information too fast so they can't process it.
Overwhelming two stupid people. The only people who resonate with my work are high intelligence people. It's like I said when I went to Yale and explained
That's
this.
exactly what you would tell a stupid person to make them
Listen,
fall for
hey,
shit.
if it wasn't for the censorship, you could watch my video at the Yale campus. You could see the positive.
I've
engagement with
seen your
hundreds of
videos.
students over the course of 5 hours. There wasn't
Why would I
one negative response from the Yale campus.
Okay. Do you have a link to that? I'll watch it.
Like I said, I explained this earlier. That was
You don't have it.
that was part of my YouTube channel, covering going from Seattle to New York up to Yale, city by city, gathering truth seekers, talking about the events of 9/11, what's going on in this nation. And again, in New York, in front of the World Trade Centers on September 11th, we were talking about things about why.
Who's Jeffrey Doherty and what happened with your interview there?
I'm making the point about, again, we educated why the planes that hit targets equated to 263, which is not an arbitrary number. They literally deleted the entire channel 263 days after September 11th.
Do you have any desire to stop getting your channels deleted?
Huh?
Do you have any desire to keep your channels from getting deleted, or is that in fact a good thing because you get to reset every time and wipe out your track record of bullshit?
You lose very valuable information,
Or
I
you
had
lose
a lot of
very
off conviction, but the
damaging.
point wasn't for the mass deletions.
What happened with Doherty?
Huh?
What happened with can you bring that comment back up? Did you have a bait with Jeffrey Doherty or whatever? Someone named Jeffrey Doherty. Who's that?
It was Jeff Doherty.
Jeff Doherty wanted to debate about the Electoral College. We had a debate on that.
How'd it go? What happened there? People are telling me to ask you about that. Something happened.
He thought the Electoral College is important. I thought it gave more control to the authority. I said less control for the people.
Okay. I feel like there's something that happened there that I'm missing, but I don't know.
Well, Jeff Doherty and another gentleman used to have a show together, and they had me on as a guest multiple times. And the one gentleman left Jeff Doherty because he said he found out he was a human piece of trash, and that did seem to be the case. Jeff Doherty is someone who claims to have had dinner with the Bushes multiple times, so he definitely does support the power establishment.
So something went bad. I guess he's not telling the whole story. I don't know the whole story, but I guess I'm
The
gonna.
whole story is. Why don't they come on and tell what the whole story is then?
I mean, I'm gonna look it up. I bet everybody's gonna look it up now. Instead of just, you could have just told us what happened, but now it's become this big thing in everyone's mind who's watching because you're
We had a debate about
avoiding
the
it.
Electoral College. I don't remember that being that big of a deal.
What is the thing that you think that they're referencing?
Jeff Doherty, by the way, he was on the record saying they'll never have two black quarterbacks in a Super Bowl. I explained to him why Super Bowl 50. I wasn't exactly right because I thought Super Bowl 59 would be the first ever Super Bowl with two black quarterbacks. It ended.
We've been here way too long for you to just deflect off things still.
Well, you're asking about Jeff Doherty. I'm just saying things that came up. I remember.
Right, he was wrong about two black quarterbacks. I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm just trying to think of things that where him and I butted heads. I remember having that debate.
All right. I'll have to wait until somebody says what's going on with it. So, do you deny that you are basically overwhelming people with numbers faster than they can process them?
Well, I mean, it's not Zach's fault if people are too stupid to understand what he's saying.
Actually, as a teacher, he should ensure that people understand what he's telling and slow down if he does. But what he does is he pulls up a page of his book or a cheat sheet and just starts.
Well, tonight my plan was to talk about 666 and the many rituals with it, but Andrew wanted to deter from that and try and control the narrative and pull it into wherever he wanted to talk about it.
He did a good
It was
job.
going to be very straightforward with 666 and how every Christian should know how to calculate the number of the beast in the language of our times, which is English, and how this knowledge can be life-saving as it has been for many people.
Okay, how so?
Again, for all the people who didn't get the,
How did their number? How did the 666? What steps did they use to decide to decode 666 and then avoid the thing?
Well, again, I was showing them how there were simulations before this happened, and the first of those simulations, again, was on Mercuralia to celebrate Mercury, if you can think about that for one, but exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared. And, of course, if you know the story of Revelation 13, you have to take the mark if you want to buy or sell. You're essentially selling out as a human being in that story if you do that. People knew that wasn't good. Plus, I was redundantly showing the clip of Mr. Billy Gates.
What's this have? This has nothing to do with Gematria.
It doesn't. The VACCINATION word has a Sumerian value of 666. Again, that was the thing you had to get if you wanted to buy or sell.
Sumerian, that's not one of the main ciphers. Every time I ask which cipher, you guys are like, get the main one. The main one. Stop asking.
Hey, you know what? There was way too many 56s in the entire Cootie's rich period of time. Like literally, like at least 20 56 words.
What is the
all right,
number of 56s that you would expect if there was nothing of foul at play?
Almost none.
Close to quickly.
Dusty, you got a computer by you?
The scandemic and the
Do I have a
people who were
computer
saying
by
on the
me?
screen, who were they?
Yeah, I don't know. No, listen, I don't know if you're on a phone. I don't know if you're on a phone or not. I'm on a phone and I have a computer as well. Listen, just Google Gematria 56 and you will see all the shit that equates to 56, and it's all in the same exact cipher. That is not a coincidence.
What is the number?
Let's do a little panel shakeup. New York's finest. Final words from you, please.
Unbelievable.
New York's finest.
You guys
Final
hear me?
words. Yeah, final words from you, please.
My final words is that it's very interesting to hear you guys argue relating to Gematria. So I don't know how you pull out with this.
You need to stay close to your mic, buddy.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sarah, I don't know how you put up with this long patient, but I give you mad props. My final thoughts is you guys need to find some other hobbies other than just sticking with the same topic that doesn't make any sense in the long run. So keep up with it, and hopefully it'll last longer in the long run. So that's all I gotta say.
Well spoken.
Thank you. Evan, final words from you. Evan.
Isn't that the guy that fell asleep earlier?
Oh, that's right. Maybe. Let me go ahead and kick him from the stage. That way I don't try to put him back up again, and it'll allow space for more. Let's see. We've got, let me put a thing up. Oops, wrong one. Put this thingy up. Jen? Gen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's 3 plus 1?
4.
All right. How do you spell fish?
FISH.
All right. We're not going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't, correct?
Mm-mm.
All right. Sarcastic Saint, talk to me.
You hear me?
I can hear you. What is 5 plus 5?
10.
And how do you spell cat?
CAT.
All right. And we're not showing anything on screen, correct, that we shouldn't be?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh, I see what he did there.
Yeah. I said correct. He was agreeing with me. All right.
We haven't had any donos in a while. You look tired.
I'm getting very tired.
Would donos revive you?
Donos would make me a very happy cat. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I have to be at work in a few hours.
Guess who's skipping?
I could. No, I still have to go to work.
I'm about to get some donuts and coffee this morning. I'll feel you on that one.
Hey, can I
Mike,
touch on the 56?
I like Mike. I fucks with Mike.
Hey, real quick, can I touch on the 56 point? Like somebody, I don't know if it was Truth Does Not Exist made a point. I think it was him. But if not, it's regardless. So, with the number 56, like he was saying, I mean, COVID my bad. The Sting.
Nice
all right,
catch. Nice catch.
Is 56. Anthony Fauci is 56. All right. Society of Jesus is 56. Pope is 56. All right. So you got to think like there's no like when you see these numbers have a mathematical or numerical value in 4 different ciphers with all these things, all of these particular things like the Pope, Society of Jesus, Anthony Fauci, the Sting, right? All being in coherent with each other, right? You'd have to think. You'd have to at least investigate and think, well, you know what, maybe this is not something that they call conspiracy theory. Maybe this is something that has some kind of value. And this is something that you have to look into, like with these different numbers. Like this is the reason why they flash these numbers in news articles and even sometimes even in stocks, sometimes even when you purchase certain things, right? A certain numerical value comes up at random.
May I say something? Give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
30 seconds. We were talking about Will Smith and Kobe Bryant, right? We were talking about I Am Legend and all that, right?
Yeah.
So when Kobe Bryant came into the NBA in 1996, he told Shaquille O'Neal that he was going to be the Will Smith of the NBA. Now, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, hold on. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, what was that song? Born in West Philadelphia, born and raised. And then he went to L.A., just like Kobe Bryant's life. Now, pay attention. Listen. I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh my God!
You don't see the parallel? Come on, man.
The last episode.
Zach, do you co-sign this?
Please stop the sports.
The last episode of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was on May 20th. From that day to the day Kobe Bryant was drafted was exactly 37 days later. Zach, take it from there with the 37 and Kobe.
He's just gonna hand you that baton.
Yeah, because
he just handed you that shit baton.
way better than I can. But I'm telling you, it's all tied in.
Everybody's saying, wait, hold on. Everybody's saying that all the numbers are complicated, right? I will.
That should be very easy to follow.
Wait,
I said it clear as day. If you're like 8 years old, you should be able to understand what I said.
Or at least investigate it.
One number. Okay, I'm gonna stick to one number for this whole thing. Okay,
that's the loneliest number.
I'm gonna stick to I'm gonna stick to 56. No, it's not. Here we go again. I'm only gonna stick to that one number. Cooties equals 56. Fauci. Well, you know what I'm saying when I'm saying cooties. I don't mean cooties.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Saying yeah, cooties.
I think my Will Smith, Kobe Bryant tie-in is going to be a little easier.
Corona virus, that equals 56. Do you know how many people died of coronavirus in New Zealand?
Bro.
56.
Bro.
56.
Sorry, I slipped. I'm reading stuff. Okay. On the news, they called the injection the Fauci ouchie. This was a news story.
Can we start having like a zero tolerance
gonna
policy
just
for these fuckers or
interrupt
something?
this stupidity. Nukes over on the Rumble side shooting $20 over to say it's only going to be a cheap box or bottle of
I really just
wine.
got one question. I can't lie.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
Anyways, thank you, Nuke.
That was cute.
Funny.
That was real cute.
I appreciate that y'all have me on here tonight.
Seriously.
I'm the admin joke. Thank y'all.
Good talking to you, Mike.
Do that. Jiminy Crickets. Thank you, Nuke, for the $20 for me to go buy a big ass motherfucking bottle of something so that I know that this was not a dream and we really sat here for over 8 hours talking about fucking Kobe Bryant.
If it were a dream, we would have had sex by now.
And all of these different things. I can't believe we're still having this conversation.
Dude, I would have kicked these people off. That's what I said in chat earlier. I said this obviously is why my show never became successful, even though I never tried, is because I would have kicked these guys. Like I had people come up on my panel with these crazy stories before, and I'm like, "Be gone, peasant! You don't bother the king with your nonsense magic."
Hey,
Stop
Siri,
trying to be funny, bro. People who are funny don't have to try to be funny.
I'm not finished talking. She was reading a super chat.
Dude's trying to be funny. He's not funny.
Okay. Anyway, as I had said earlier,
Enough
Gavin Newsom
spazzing, please.
said that 56% of Californians would get the cooties in 56 days. Cooties 56. On the news, they said that Fauci ouchie that people were calling it.
F babies on here, man.
That was a news story. They were saying that people were calling it that equals 56. Cooties, VAC, you know the word, equals 56.
Yes.
Anthony
How old does
Fauci,
Zach look?
He was on there. Zach has nothing to do with it, so I'm not
Old
gonna
enough.
address the point.
Hey, why are you trolling, man? Like, I mean, we're trying to have a real
I mean,
conversation.
Zach
but you
already
wanna...
said all this, and it went over their heads. So I was trying to go somewhere with the Will Smith Kobe Bryant thing.
Wait, I'm not done. I'm not done.
You got 10 minutes in the back, Hawaiian shirt.
Hey, there's
Thank
another.
God.
You know what? Make him stay back there until he gets on a shirt that's not so zesty.
Well, actually, it's really hard. Once you get booted, especially when there's a line like this, once you get booted off the panel, you have to wait your turn to get back on.
I don't know how you do this. I don't know how the patience that you guys have.
I was gonna say, Sarah. I mean, I'm impressed that you've been on here for 8 hours. That
I'm
is
very
actually-
impressed.
DJ in my chat goes,
I'd
"Oh,
already be
shit,
doing
he's
an
turning into
Allah
slow."
Akbar. Sorry.
And all I had was one beer that I found in the refrigerator.
You can have more. Have some more beer.
Left over from like a couple weeks ago.
Damn.
And by the grace of God, it was in there. Maybe
Do
I
they have
should
like
saved it.
liquor stores that deliver there?
Because fucking Zach and Andrew kept arguing at the end, and I was over there trying to like DoorDash and figure out, and because they wouldn't let up, it was already like almost midnight and everything was already shut down.
What beer was it?
It was like a Bud Light or some shit.
Oh no.
I know it wasn't even. I don't even really like beer. It just happened to be
Because you're
left over.
trans.
That makes two of us.
I'm still
Hold on.
tired. Money will make me awake.
Hold on, I got a question though. Like,
So you guys
about
don't think that's weird though? How he said to
No.
Shaquille O'Neal, "I'm going to be the Will Smith of the
Like,
NBA."
this
No,
is so
I don't
perfect.
think it's
This nigga
weird.
is rapping
I think
about
it's
Kobe
I,
Bryant.
I think it's like normal for people to say you're going to be the next
But then he's from
Picasso,
West
you're
Philadelphia,
gonna
and
be
he
the
went to
next
LA just like Will
How
Smith did.
convenient.
So that's
Yeah,
not
just like
coincidence?
50, just like 50,000 rap songs, just like 50,000 rap songs say the
Okay,
same
real
thing.
quick. Hey, real quick, to build off what he was saying, though, right? So you were talking about Kobe, Sarah, right? You were sitting up here saying, well, you know, there can be many different other ways. Well, okay, here's one thing that was very significant, and everybody saw this on 2020 in 2020 when that pandemic or plandemic happened, right? So I'm not going to say it,
Will
but
you guys just shut the
COVID.
fuck up about
See,
that
shut
topic
the
altogether?
fuck up when I'm talking.
Nah, bitch. Nah, bitch. Shut the fuck up,
you
bitch.
meth head bitch.
When you come to
Anyway,
other people's houses, dummy, you speak the way they act.
I'm not talking to you.
All
You're
right,
talking to
now-
me, punk.
So
now all
dumb.
of you can shut
I'm
up.
not talking.
Nuke sent another 10 and says, you guys are making spaghetti with all the bullshit. You make lines to these stupid points. Thank you, Nuke. I'm sorry. I do apologize to you, Nuke, because on the Rumble side, for some reason, the super chats do not come over on this side. So I can't pull it up and blast it in front of everybody's face on the screen. But I'll read it out loud all night long. Just
Are
for
you
you.
assholes rich with all your your number magic? Any of you like made that work for yourselves?
Hey.
I know you're not with your drop ceiling.
Hey, but okay, real quick, do you not find it kind of strange that
What?
the name Kobe, right, during 2020, when the day that, you know, the year that he died, right, in 2020, you don't find it funny that his first name, Kobe Bryant, right, that his name is actually the same, the pronunciation of the name Kobe goes back to the word Hebrew, which in Hebrew, it translates into COVID. You don't find that strange?
No.
You don't find that? You don't
And
find
so
that
did they
strange?
name him?
And
Hold
he
on, hold on.
died in
Did they?
2020. The COVID pandemic happened in 2020, but and his
We
name
know
happens
that
to
you
equal in Hebrew
in
the
a
same thing.
helicopter crash
Niggas
due to
don't
high
care.
winds.
Niggas
Like,
do
why?
not care.
They don't.
Did they name him that?
You got to be some special kind of simple, man, to not at least think there's something going on.
He did.
Like, come on, man.
How about his
did
name
for
you
years.
think that
being
you're
Nobody cares
41
smarter than me?
anymore. I ain't gonna
and him
lie.
dying at the age of 41?
So you're saying that they named him Kobe for this specific reason?
100%.
Well,
Actually,
his name.
Wow.
Let me ask
Born
you
and
this
bred.
then. Can I ask you something? Are you determinists?
Determinist. No, I'm just an observist, and I dissect what I look, what I'm looking at.
Do you believe that people have free will?
Do I? Well,
I question
do I
that
think that people have free will? Well, when it comes to these sports stars, and let me just say this: these sports stars and these entertainment people, no, they don't.
Allow me to clarify. Free will meaning is like we all have I choose to sit here. I choose to go upstairs. I choose my life path. I choose this. I choose that. I choose everything that, I want in my life. Whereas if you were a determinist, you would be saying that like somebody like Kobe Bryant was meant to go play basketball. He was specifically like that was a path that was already drawn for him. And if that is the case, then we all have very specific paths that we're just following that line, right?
You know what?
So,
Yeah,
We don't make
I
these
believe
people
so.
millions and billions of dollars. We're not on the we're not on the stage. The whole world is a stage. These people are scripted actors, and this is how they script their lives and their careers.
Yeah, people who
You'll
are
never make the money Kobe Bryant made these people. He made them billions of dollars.
Hold on, let's
People
make
who
sure
are
they
in the
understand something basic. Sarah, are you aware that Kobe Bryant's father was a professional NBA player, Joe Jellybean Bryant?
the dude's name was Jellybean.
His nickname was Jellybean.
Yeah.
And Jelly Bean is 201, and that means that he was Illuminati.
Well, actually, Jelly Bean equates to 157, like Kobe Bryant going with Kobe died on
Jelly Beans right now.
157th
Mic
day of
drop.
age.
Marcus Antonio coming in with the big 10 says, "Oh, y'all are vicious. Stop with the made of fighting and talk about numbers. Damn it."
Here, give me 20
Jeff
seconds.
Rose
That word
coming
is
in
what's
with
meta,
the
by the
big
way.
and
Talk about enough.
Jeff. Jesus fucking Christ. Jeff Bros coming in with the big 10 says, "That's right, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff."
If I could just bring up a point about Will Smith too, You might recall the year he won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the MTV VMAs. The stage that year was gold and black, like the New Orleans Saints colors. That same night, Will Smith in the NFL, who played for the Saints, was murdered on the exact same night. And that was right after the Will Smith movie Focus came out. If you've never seen Focus, it's about numerology, gambling, and football. It's set in New Orleans, where the Super Bowl just was. Probably the most memorable scene in that movie is how he plays a trick on somebody and manipulates them using numbers, and the number is 55. Now, that's interesting because the Super Bowl that just happened in New Orleans was Super Bowl 59, the 55th Super Bowl of the modern era. The Eagles played in their 55th playoff game of their career in that game. They had their big star defensive player, number 55, return for the game, who also helped the Eagles beat Tom Brady, who was calling the Super Bowl back when they won in Super Bowl 52. You might recall the plane that crashed in Philadelphia right before the Super Bowl was a Learjet 55. You might have also noticed that the Eagles scored 55 points in the conference championship and had allowed 55 points against them in the playoffs.
Zach,
The
really
Chiefs had
making
also
me
scored
insecure.
55 points in the playoffs coming into the Super Bowl. Again, this is an overwhelming amount of 55.
Interesting
Will
choice
Smith
of
is
words
an
there.
Eagles fan, as is Kobe. Kobe was known as the Black Mamba. Black Mamba has Gematria 59. It's a snake. His
This
team
nigga is
wins in the
rapping.
year.
Yeah, that sounds hot.
Hold on. Go look at what the Eagles put out on their social media before they won the conference
these people are
championship.
Asians,
They made a drawing of a helicopter and said
don't
just
care.
dropping in this image to say "Go Eagles." Kind of that image was on the 5th anniversary of Kobe's death.
God, this is stupid.
This is so
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid. It's so stupid that another Black Mamba, Floyd Mayweather's father, Roger Mayweather, who's also named Black Mamba, dies the same year. I guess that's a
basement are you in?
coincidence too. I guess that's.
Hold on. Let me answer Sarah's question. I believe some of these people are born and bred and given their names and given their birth dates. So here's the thing: Kobe Bryant, throughout his whole career, he was compared to Michael Jordan. Now, the name Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant in the same exact cipher equal 113, just like National Basketball Association. If that's not
Michael
scripted,
Jordan
how-
originally sucked at basketball. You do know this, right? Like he didn't get good until
do
he
you know
got
that? Were you in his high school when they say he didn't make the
You know
team?
how-
I mean,
you know how-
that could just be a made-up story.
But hold on.
my God.
From Michael Jordan's last game, which was in Kobe's hometown, Philadelphia, right on the nose, from Michael Jordan's last game to Kobe's last game is exactly 617 weeks, which is the 113th prime number. Just like how Kobe Bryant's 113, Michael Jordan's 113, the National Basketball Association's 113. This number is so redundant in the rituals with the NBA, which was locked down the same day the pandemic was declared, which also has the 113 connection. And again, it was blamed on a Utah Jazz player. The only team that equals 113 in the league is the Utah Jazz.
You guys
might
are obsessed
recall the
with
year
pop
of
culture.
Why do y'all talk
the year
about
of
sports
Kobe's
so
last
much?
year in the NBA, 2 high school stars who played in Philly died right before the season began. Daryl Dawkins and
So
Moses
what does
Malone.
the number?
Malone was the first player
What
drafted
does
out
the
of high
number
school, drafted by
69
the
mean?
Utah
I see
Stars.
that number a lot. What's 69
It's a hot,
mean?
hot number.
Is that
I'm on
a
bottom.
special? Is that a special number?
At the bottom, yeah.
Are we asking if 113 is special?
It's actually a
69.
combination of 34 and 35, which
You guys are
means
laughing at
lots
shit
of
that's not funny.
orgasms.
You got to be real simple. 69 it goes back to Saturnalia, like it's on the
Oh
Saturnalia
my
table.
God! Even
Oh
the
my
joke
God.
didn't
I gotta
work.
ask a serious question.
Let me ask one more quick
not-
question. One more quick question. Listen, in the same exact cipher, they call Michael Jordan greatest of all time. Okay? In the same exact cipher, greatest of all time equals 188. Michael Jeffrey Jordan in the same exact cipher equals 188.
I
So
want
now
to
listen,
explain
if
something
that
to
was
you
not
using an
scripted,
analogy.
hold on, let me finish. If that was not scripted, what are the odds of that just
Only
being
I get to
perfect like that?
finish.
What are the odds of it? If that's not being scripted by someone, Again, you got to be a mental fucking midget retard if you can't understand what I'm saying.
Here's the thing: we understand you, dog.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because you're just gonna say it's a coincidence. That's a fucking coincidence.
You know how
You're a
you can
coincidence
jangle
theorist,
keys
bro.
in front of a baby and
I
they're
think nobody give a
fascinated by
fuck.
it, but
Yeah,
then you
listen,
grow
go
up
back
as
to
an
jail,
adult,
bro.
you're no longer fascinated by it. These numbers are keys jangling in front of your stupid fucking face. That's what it is. And you
I'm
think
so
that
stupid,
because
I
I'm
stay
not
out of jail,
entertained by
bro.
the jangle that I don't understand what keys are.
Dude, you went to
just
college.
I gotta be paid, bro, man.
Greatest of all time.
Pause for
188
Sarah.
In
Pause.
the same exact. Okay, yep. Pause. Yep.
Beaten cheeks, where you been, brother? He says, with the big tank, go to sleep, Sarah. This idiot doesn't have a life, it seems.
Why did you
That's
say that?
fair.
Like,
That's fair.
That's
And I think, oh, hold on. And then this one says, from Ani Saru with the Big Ten, Kobe died at 41, and the player that guarded Kobe in his last game on his last shot was a Utah Jazz player wearing number 41. Oh my goodness, it's so tied so closely.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
Here, do you want to hear something about
Hold
Kobe?
on. Come back to the point I started with.
Ah,
When
there is
Kobe
no
scored his
point.
career high of 81, his full name, Kobe Bean Bryant equals 81, like Mark of the Beast equals 81. He did that in his 666th career game, 666. He also was known for the 666 workout. In that game where he scored 81, the rest of his team scored 41 points. In his last career game where he scored 60, the rest of his team scored 41. And the thing is, right before that season, who died at 60? Moses Malone, the first player drafted out of high school who played his career in Philly. And he won the championship for Philly when Kobe Bryant was 4 years old. It's important, this detail, that Kobe was 4, because the day before Kobe died, what happened? LeBron passed Kobe Bryant in points scored in Kobe's hometown, Philly, on a court with black snakes. 4 in the occult is the number associated with death. Moses Malone's quote the year that Philly won the championship that a lot of people know is "faux, faux, faux," in tribute to they were going to sweep everybody 4-4-4, which they almost did. Moses Malone dies at 60. Funny enough, in Gematria, the word 4 spelled out equates to 60. But from Moses Malone's death to Kobe's last game in the 213 area code was 213 days later.
Hi, Sarah.
And hold on,
Sarah.
here's the other
Excuse me,
piece.
Zachary.
Here's
Zachary.
the other piece. Hold on.
Bro.
In Exodus 4, hold on. In Exodus 4, Exodus, the Bible, Moses Malone did the ad for Nike back when he won the championship, dressed up as Moses from Exodus. In Exodus 4, Moses'
I got one
staff
for you,
is turned
Zachary.
into
Hold
a
on. I've been
snake.
talking all
Hold on.
fucking night, dude.
Moses'
How
staff is
about
turned into a snake in
666?
Exodus 4. Exodus in Gematria equates to 74, like Kobe died in the 74th NBA season. Jewish also equates to 74, like a cult, like killing. It's a deadly number. Think about who runs the NBA. Think about who profits off these athletes, including life insurance policies.
That's
What
Jews
happened to
do,
Kobe
right?
was brutal.
Hey,
I
how
wrote a
about
book in 2017 about how
666?
Kobe's whole career was
Last
defined
time
by
you
41.
stuck your dick up of a JJ. Zachary,
That's
how
what I
about
was actually. I was going to ask about that. Is
Zach, how about
Sarah?
number 6?
First,
Last
I have a
time
question
you
for
stuck
Sarah.
your
One
tongue
second.
up a dirt chute. Zach,
Sarah?
you're pulling numbers out of your ass, dude. You can't
Sarah.
substantiate any of this nonsense.
Yeah, I want to. I would love to. I would love to see that.
What's
Dude.
whoa.
Zach, how
Go
about
ahead, Fence Man.
666?
Hold on,
Last time
hold on, Terry.
last time you were topped by Hormaxter. How about that, Zachary? You're pulling numbers out of your ass, Zachary. You're
what
full of
numbers were out of my
shit.
ass?
You're a cultist, dude. You
Yeah,
haven't
this
even
is weird.
pull these numbers up and show us how they even add up, man.
Yeah, I want
can
you to
say
show me
666. Dude, I can
the
say
documentation.
666. When's the last time you went into your mommy's room and pulled her panties down and
so
stuck your
listen,
finger up
what
her
he was
face?
saying.
All right, hold on.
I can say
Listen to
number
what he was
6
saying.
was the last time you had
You sound like
sex
a
with a
real
dude.
Listen.
None of it means anything, dude. You're pulling shit out of your asshole. You haven't substantiated
This
any of
message is
this
sponsored
shit.
in part
Not
by
one of these.
Jesus, Carrie, you're still going.
Spicoli, I'm happy to see you.
Kobe Bean Bryant equals 81. Mark of the
What's
Beast
your mom
equals 81. Listen, in the same exact
What's
cipher.
your mom in reverse?
Listen, dude. He scored exactly 81 points in his 666th game. Just like Mark of the Beast equals 81 and his full name, Kobe Bean Bryant, equals 81. So again, if that's not being scripted, what would the odds be? It wasn't in his 665th game. It wasn't in his 667th game. It was
Did
in
you
his
spend a lot of time when you were a kid playing with the door stopper, like laying on the floor doing?
Dude. You guys are acting like I'm the stupid one when
You
you
are the
guys
stupid
are all
one.
the stupid
You are the
ones.
stupid
That's
one.
the fucking
Dude,
problem
stupid.
with this
You're-
world.
You're smoking a cigarette inside your house. That's kind of stupid right there.
Oh my God!
Going back to the
Hey,
Kobe Bryant
did you
dying at
change your
41,
shirt? Nice.
Listen, that game when he played Toronto and
You
scored
made
that
him
81,
change his shirt.
it was the Lakers' 41st
Like, this
game
one sucks
of the
too, but it's
season,
better.
and it was the Raptors' 41st game of the season. It's all scripted.
Can we change topic, please?
Do you guys want to hear something like very undeniable about Kobe? Here's a
Oh, yeah, sure.
I have something. Wait. I have something about Kobe.
A
It
lot of
doesn't have any
BBC fetishes around here, huh?
Hold on. Okay, I haven't had
I
a
got
chance-
one.
You're the only one thinking that's fucking weird shit.
So
I just posted a link in a private chat. It's to a short 48-second video that can Sarah can check and make sure that it's a Comedy Central
Holy
cartoon.
shit.
from
Yeah,
2017.
predictive programming.
Bill Hicks just said 333 are watching.
Okay,
That's crazy.
Everybody's groaning, and I haven't even said anything.
Truth. Hold on, truth.
Boy, low IQ people troll all goddamn day. That's what the fuck they do.
You play the video, and then I'm gonna piggyback up that. All right?
Yeah, watch that
If
video.
you can't explain it in less than 100 words, you don't understand it.
I'm speaks less than 100 words. It's only one example. Okay, in that cartoon, it's a cartoon from 2017 where Kobe Bryant dies in a helicopter.
I've seen
crash.
it.
Okay.
So
also,
That has nothing to do with Gematria.
That alone, is that not
Okay,
beyond
well,
coincidence?
It's called predictive programming. They were showing you how he was going to die.
I said
I'm
that
down
it
with
showed
that.
These motherfuckers gotta be
I'm
ages.
down with
right?
predictive programming. No
Predictive programming. That's what that was.
So nobody answered my question earlier, though. How many of y'all are rich? Has anybody used this secret knowledge to do anything with it?
There's a lot of people who've improved their bankroll tremendously.
I'm only asking the
live
people
stream
on this
having
panel.
Call in. Gentleman said he'd never had more than 5 figures in his account. He now
I'm
has
just
a
asking
six-figure
these
bank
people
account.
here. I'm just asking the people
there's
here.
several good stories in the
Yes,
community.
Dusty, your key jangling made me billions.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I actually I've made some money, but I haven't made like a lot yet. And that's probably just because I've kind of been trying to get a better grasp on how this shit works. I've gotten a better handle of it.
Shouldn't it just be
It's
as
not-
simple as
it's not
following the
easy
numbers?
to predict how
What's
someone
up,
is
guys?
scripting something.
And
Like,
can't you
I
guys
mean-
make a computer that does this?
Hey, wait. But here's the thing, though. You don't. But here's the thing, though.
as well.
Here's the thing. When you go into the movie theater, right? Unless you saw the script of the movie, you have completely no idea what goes on in the movie until you watch it, right?
You could totally like. There's a lot of videos
Not
out there
always,
that are
not always,
incredibly
not always.
predictable.
Listen,
Within the first 10 minutes, you can tell exactly who's
Okay,
gonna
Sarah,
die, who's
Sarah.
dating who,
Yeah.
who's
Not
cheating on
always.
what.
Not
Like
always.
it's
Okay.
just
Okay.
a common,
That's a vague
piecing things
statement.
together.
Is that because
listen.
it's all scripted, Sarah?
Listen. I've lived in the industry that I'm a part of. Guys take dives. Let's just say that guys take dives. Guys do fight and scripted fights. So and that's very well known. So to say that these things don't happen with a lot of these entertainers or politicians,
Mike
like,
Tyson
you gotta
and
be
Jake
kind of-
Paul.
You got to be kind
Hold
of
on, here, I got a question.
damn
I got a
right,
question.
Jake Paul.
I got a question
Yeah,
for
you
everyone.
got to. I think you got to be kind of ignorant not to at least think that it's going on.
Can we let Mike 23 get in here and fuck the rest of y'all losers?
He is
Listen,
here.
do you guys
I
think
know,
these
I wanna hear what
people
he has
get
to say.
on this world stage just because they have talent?
Hey Sarah, have you seen
You
the movie
think that?
7?
Yes.
You don't think they got to give up anything?
What's
you don't
the
think they
answer
got
that
to
will make you shut up
sacrifice
faster?
anything? You don't think so?
Wait, hold on. I have a question for Sarah. Sarah,
Man,
have you
these fucking
have you seen the movie 7? with the movie.
The baby.
Jay-Z can rap, so he's a billionaire.
That ending,
Fucking
right?
retard.
Did you see that ending coming? Because I guarantee you didn't.
Are you shaking? What are you doing?
I'm scratching my hand on my desk. Like this.
Yeah. So just because you might
Yeah,
know,
like that.
know like the script,
It said
doesn't
coming.
mean-
I got
it doesn't mean
excited.
that you can predict.
Trying to
everything,
keep your leg from
right?
shaking, you mean?
You're welcome,
Oh,
Sarah.
here we go. Here's one for you. The leg.
Yes,
LeVar
he's
Ball. LeVar Ball is a dad of 3 NBA players. 1 didn't make it. Now he's a rapper. Okay. He just had his right foot amputated. Right. When you put in
Bro,
right
how
foot
long are you going to
and-
do this
listen,
shit
listen,
for
give me
before
10
you
seconds.
realize we're not
10
impressed by the
seconds,
same
bro.
things you're impressed
10
by?
seconds. Listen. Is this a coincidence? When you type in on the
Yes.
Gematria calculator, right foot amputated equals 219, and the news broke on February 19th, which is 2/19. You think that's just a coincidence?
You're so dumb it hurts.
How is that dumb?
I
Hey,
can't
don't get
explain
that
it to you. You
How is
wouldn't
that dumb?
understand.
How
The
old?
guy
What
had
the
his
fuck
right
old are
foot
you, man?
amputated.
38.
Sarah, are you
Fucking
planning on
219.
ending this stream?
Right foot amputated equals 219.
We heard
That is a
you.
script, bro. That is not just a coincidence.
Okay, listen. So here's another thing about Kobe. All right. So back in 2011, Kobe had this film called The Black Mamba. A film that was directed by Robert Rodriguez. It had Kanye in
With
it. and
Kanye
stuff.
West.
Yeah, that movie. Okay, so on the movie poster of that, on the poster, the tagline is "You lose this road game, you don't go home." What do you think that tagline equals?
Your mom.
Well, Kobe Bryant equals 157. What are the odds? What are the chances that will also equal that? All right, like that, all those letters together equals Kobe Bryant. Like, is that
You guys don't have any. You guys have no
Listen, here's one
understanding
more
of
for you.
a
Maybe-
control. Do you know what a
maybe this
control
one-
is? Do you know what a control is in an experiment?
Maybe you can grasp this one.
Do you
check
know
this
what
out.
a
Listen, listen.
control is?
Kobe
you
Bryant
fucking
played.
bitch.
Kobe Bryant played. Listen,
5'8",
Kobe
6",
Bryant
you
played
little
for the
cunt.
Western Conference.
We don't
Do
care
you
about
know what a
NBA
control is?
10
Yeah, there were
seconds, man. Listen,
201
I don't
minutes
care.
of control,
No, we're not
man.
impressed with you.
Hey man,
Stop
you can't be
dangling
40 years
keys
old
in.
acting like a bitch,
give
bro.
me 10
So
seconds.
shut the
Listen.
fuck.
Nobody
every-
wants
every-
to hear you
every-
anymore.
Guys,
I'm gonna
hold
show
on.
you. Listen, I'm gonna give you a layup.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Nice.
Wait, so we can't say certain words.
Let me
One
just-
second.
listen,
One
listen.
second. Guys.
Give me 10 seconds and I'll stop talking.
586. You got
Kobe-
5 minutes in the back.
Suck the dick. 586.
Hey, Flo.
I think it's kind of funny how
I would ask these guys this question, but it's pointless. They'll start telling me about
Hold on a
Jesus
second, Ken.
was born on whatever day.
Carrick,
Do you think
hold
these
on,
people
Ted.
talk?
Hold on,
Sorry.
Ted. Carrick, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Whoa. What's up with all these deep ass fucking voices, man? All right, Carrick, what is 7 plus 3?
You broke up when you were saying 7 plus.
7 plus 3. I know you needed extra time to think about it.
And I knew you were gonna say that. I don't need it. I knew that was gonna happen. I've been listening for 2 hours. I'm like, watch when I get on. And she tries to ask me what the number is. I messed up somehow.
Now he's buying more time.
He needs
Yeah,
time
but,
to open his calculator.
Sure.
You got 10
But,
fingers, right?
I do.
So what's
but,
7 plus 3?
I said 10. I said 10.
All right.
All right. But all right, don't start attacking me all at once. But I've been following Zach for like since. No, I was taking a piss, but I'm out the bathroom now. But I've been following Zach and Gematria. All right, so this is what. Of course, so if you're hearing one, you guys are only hearing one instance of a certain number, and you're hearing multiple different numbers. Okay, so of course you're not gonna. It's not gonna.
You need to pick
seem,
up when you walk.
Yeah, you gotta like sit down.
I live in a house. I'm going. I live. My
Stop
room's on the
moving while
third
you're
floor.
talking, and then when you're done.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to my room so
We
that I
said
can
we
sit
wouldn't
still.
attack him. We said we wouldn't attack him.
All right. I'm sitting down. There should be no background noise.
So make
All
sure
right.
your pants are
So
up.
I've been following Zach since 2020, a little bit. But I'm not going to get all into Kobe because I'm sure you heard enough. But since around Kobe died, I've been following him. So it's you need time to see. What you need is time. So of course, this is one night and a few hours, and everybody's throwing multiple numbers. So
I've had
you don't think Gematria is relevant, but you would need maybe a year. It takes your mind time to process that that numbers are even that important. You know what I mean, to make a difference. Like obviously, we use numbers every day in our life for everything. You need numbers, use everything, but it takes time. So, like I said, with Black people, it's 42. So I would notice that, and it does have relevance. So I would notice that, and it does always go back to the Catholic Church, and it does always go back to the Bible because that's their playbook, like it was said earlier, because they believe they're gods and they believe God used numbers, and they rule over us with technology and everything that they use, and they use numbers because that's what you know what I mean. They believe God did it, and they believe they're gods. So yes, it does have relevance. So when you know they're doing that and they start throwing all these certain numbers that you see all the time, you can see through the BS. Like when they say COVID is the worst thing that's ever happened in 102 years, but then
It's just
and they're
like every
putting
single
all this.
person from over there is
But let me
retarded.
finish. No, it's not. Like I
It's
said, you need time.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
All
Hey,
right,
were you
so then you
listening to
tell
the
me.
show
All right,
this
so
whole time?
listen. All right,
Wait.
I just got
No,
off.
we're gonna.
Listen, I just that's the problem. So the people that are slow are the people that can't listen
No, just
without
1 second,
spewing out
Sarah.
insults.
Let me do
No,
a
let
public
me
service
finish.
announcement.
You've been on for hours. No public service announcement. You've been on for hours. Have some
You're
respect.
saying
And these are
words
the
that get. You're so
right, and these are the
stupid.
same type of people that won't
Holy
say it
crap!
to your
Where did
face.
you find
Like,
these
holy crap,
people?
you're on the internet. Show some respect. Show some Hey, I like to do respect. this on the
I
internet,
didn't come
bro.
at you. You're
I
a
didn't come at you with
disrespectful
no
imbecile,
aggression.
dude. Why don't you shut
Right.
up for a person to tell you? Give people a second to tell you why they're even talking. No, you're just Kobe.
Because
Blah
I
blah blah.
wasn't
You're
finished.
saying words that will get the channels taken down. You people, you obviously don't care, and that's why you got Buddy's channel taken down 700 times. You people are
This
goddamn
is my
stupid.
first live.
Stupid.
How have I got? So what word did I say?
How are you
Instead
so
of
stupid?
coming out,
Have you been on YouTube for the past 6 years since the pandemic
I
happened
haven't been
and the
on the live
unicorn virus
stream.
came? No, why don't you shut up and listen? You asked a question, listen to the fucking answer.
Again, go ahead.
Shut up.
You need to chill out, bro.
I
You got
don't want
some
to be
type of
disrespectful.
complex.
Shut
Then
the fuck
don't.
up,
Then
you
just say
dumb
it right.
bitch.
Right, like I said. You're
Before
just
I
one
get
person who won't say this to
disrespectful,
my face.
shut the
Keep
fuck
going.
up.
Is this your show, first of all? Are you the host?
No,
That's what I want to know.
I'm the king of
Then be
motherfucking
quiet. Then I don't
YouTube,
have.
bitch.
You ain't
That's
the
who the
king of
fuck I
nothing.
am now. Shut
Like I said,
up.
you have a complex. So what words
You
did I
can
say?
barely
Genius.
even speak proper English, and then you're going to keep running your goddamn mouth when someone's trying to educate you. You cannot use the unicorn virus word on the fucking panel. They've told people off for that 25 times in the past 3 hours. You didn't pick up on that? That's how stupid you people are. You're so goddamn fucking stupid. They've said it 25 times minimum, while you imbeciles keep on saying the same fucking shit, and they're getting mad at you, but you can't even fucking understand it. We're saying the words, and you think that we are going to believe anything you had to say about fucking math when you can't pick up on don't say these fucking words? Have you not been on YouTube for the past 6 years? This is well known. It was in congressional fucking hearings. I've watched dozens of videos about it. You don't fucking listen. You just talk. All you people just fucking talk. You're fucking stupid.
Are you done?
This was a public service announcement by 10th Man, king of motherfucking YouTube.
Like I said, like I was saying, it takes time. Again, so with of course, it takes time to see what's going on. Obviously, some people don't think numbers are as relevant, but in their world it is. And they control things, you know what I mean, using the numbers. So yes, you can get ahead of the curve with
Get
it.
to the point.
Numbers are important.
Right. My point was it takes time to see that it has relevance. So then since you know everything, so then what is going on? So then, like I said, you need enough time to see the pattern in it to know that's relevant. Obviously, one instance of multiple numbers isn't going to convince you. And if it doesn't convince you, so what? If you don't believe, that's fine. You know what I mean? That's your opinion. But this is our opinion. And this is fact. because it's been going on. And just because he can't predict something on the drop of a dime doesn't mean that he hasn't predicted anything before, because he has for multiple years. Heard it with my own mouth. And it's not just sports, but sports is easy to get people to follow because they follow it like religion. You know what I mean? If you talk politics, people start dismiss it. You know what I mean? If you talk something or race, that's why we use sports, not because we're obsessed with sports. You know what I mean? Nobody even really cares about sports. And if you, like you said, so that's why. You know what I mean? It's not. And then again, like I said, if I said a word that I wasn't supposed to say, how about you say it? You know what I mean? Instead of yelling and being
Man, are you
aggressive.
done
You
pushing
just,
this guy's shit in?
Powder Dusty has dropped you to the back for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you wouldn't fucking shut up long enough for Dusty to say something to you. For fuck's sake. Fucking dummy.
Sarah, how long is this stream going to go? I thought it was going to be 6 hours. We're approaching 9.
You're welcome to leave anytime. It's open panel. Like, nobody has to say.
Oh, no, please don't leave.
Wow. Zach, can I ask you one question?
Just for the record, I never even got to do my closing word. Andrew got to do his. I got skipped.
Yeah.
Goodness, great.
You guys kept going. I gave up. Let's see, 548.
Hey, just real quick, I put a link in the private chat. Y'all should take a look at that and the private chat.
Who's got the? Hold on, I think it might be 586 because I just popped him up.
Damn, I dropped Moses to get 586. That sucks.
I can switch them out. We got more new people here.
You got some good luck there, man.
Let's see. We got. Hold on. We've got 201. 201. Can you voice confirm, please?
Hello, how are you?
Holy shit,
Good.
201. That number again.
Good. Here we go.
201.
Are you in the Illuminati?
Hold on. 201. What is 6 plus 7?
C.
13.
Very good. And can you spell dog for me?
D-O-G.
Beautiful. Are we going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't? I see you are like on cam, but you're.
Yeah,
you're
no, I'm not gonna show anything or anything.
dark.
I'm sitting in the dark in the backyard. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
He's
All
outside.
right. Go ahead, 201. What you got for us?
You know, I've been listening to this debate for what is it going on? Like Zach just said, 9 hours. And everything that Zachary K. Hubbard has said has been true. Now, there's a couple things that was fact checked and he was wrong, but he misspoke, which is understandable because in a true debate,
how do you know
when you
that?
go up there? When you go up there on a true, you must have just showed up, dude, because I've been here for 8 hours, so you don't even know.
How do you know that when he was caught?
Yo, why are
in
you
the
cutting
wrong,
him the fuck off, man? Oh my God, stop
I
being a
know,
bitch,
bitch.
man.
Yeah, that's all they
Fucking
do. They
gotta
set
remember
off
that
because
Flo
was
a
the reason
stripper when he was
the
a
reason
younger
the reason
guy,
why
and
they're
he
cutting
was
off.
smart.
No. The reason why they're cutting off is because that's all they do. It's just like my kids. My kids
You made
cut
a
me off
claim.
every time I try to tell
You
them
made a claim about
something.
something that
They
you
cut me
cannot
off.
possibly have
All
knowledge of.
right. Let's
No,
do
hang
a
on,
one.
hang on.
Spit it
Hang
out.
on.
Come on.
Let me speak. The problem is that nobody on here is trying to stack an opportunity. Everybody has something to say. In my view, everybody that has come on this panel tonight is absolutely right and has the answer to everything. And that doesn't make any sense because nobody really has the answer to anything that is going on in this world right now. We're all living in a system and everything. We're all a part of a master plan. And there's a plan that's going on for everybody individually. Because when we all pass away, which is a reality, we're going to have our judgment day. And it's not like, well, Zachary K. Hubbard's going to come with me to heaven because he's my guy. It doesn't work that way. Zachary K. Hubbard is trying to put out knowledge
keep using
that
his
is
middle
actually
initial?
true. But everybody has the answer, right?
Maybe 'cause
Everybody's
that's the
right. Because
extra number.
I didn't hear one person wrong tonight. Was anybody wrong tonight? Nobody.
Yes.
Andrew wasn't wrong tonight. And anybody else that was on here that wasn't wrong tonight. And that's the issue. And that's the problem that we're having. Nobody can be open-minded.
Are you wrong tonight?
Oh, absolutely, I'm wrong. Shit, I was wrong about what my wife wanted to eat tonight. She wanted Subway. I thought she wanted to eat a steak.
One person wrong.
I was completely
Subway?
wrong.
Ugh.
But here's the problem I have. The problem I have is that if you're not going to be open-minded and actually take a look at things because you think that in a matter of 8 hours you can figure out the entire world, and
Sir,
that
I've
this
known about this shit for 6 years.
well, here we go again. That's the problem. The attention, your attention span is not enough because it's.
But did you hear the words he said? He said he's had the book for 6 years.
When you want to go get a pizza, you can go to Little Caesars Pizza and get a pizza in 10 fucking minutes.
How long did I say?
Everything is super. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the community, because you're not the only one that is bringing all the bullshit that everybody wants to do. Nobody wants to believe it because no. Because nobody wants to believe it because nobody actually took the time to figure out, to crack the
How
code.
long do you think it should take?
Because how long? Zach's been doing it for 10 years, and I'm willing to bet he's still learning. We look at Zachary
How long
Hubbard
you been
as
doing
a
it?
teacher. We look at him as a teacher.
How long you been doing it?
I've been with Zachary for 5 years.
Okay, so I've been doing it longer than you. So sit down and shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about, rookie.
Well, no, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea. I've buried a child. Have you buried a child? Have you put a kid and a child in the
I'll
ground?
bury one.
Have you been married for 22 years like I have?
No,
I'm 40.
taking advantage.
Wait a minute.
This is the exact same thing from the televangelists. And they'll say, and it saved me, the numbers saved me after I buried my child. Trying to invoke emotion. All the same huckster nonsense.
Here we go. The same old shit, right? The same old shit. The talking over, the bullshit. You were probably that kid in the back.
Nonsense.
Kid in the back.
Hey, mind you, these guys are in their 40s. They're 40 years old. They're 40 years old, man.
Yeah, keep
Act
going.
With a full-time job.
Keep going, because you were the kid in the back that was ruining everybody else's chance to have a chance, because all you did was talk instead of listen. You don't listen, and that's your.
Why
fucking
don't
problem.
you lead by example and shut the fuck up?
I
and
do
be
lead
long
by
and start
example.
listening?
You know how I lead by example? Because I showed my son, hey, this is an opportunity. He's 20 years old. My son's 20. I'm 43.
Shut up.
My son is 20 years old. I'm 43. I told him about Gematria. This kid is nailing. He is subscribing to Zach because he was like, Dad, I want to do something different. I said, you know what, son? You're free to do whatever you want, because I guess in this country, we're supposed to be free, right? Like freedom, but you got to be dumb to believe that you're free. And I told him, there is a system going on when it comes to things. The topic of it all last Monday was, is Gematria useful, or what is it useful? Well, you know what it's useful? It's useful for taking money from these motherfuckers that take money from us that they shouldn't. This kid
So are
is
you rich?
nailing. This kid, my son,
Are you rich?
is absolutely not. Shit, I'm broke. Shit, I am
Flo,
super broke.
Do you notice how? And I don't mean to be a dick, but do you notice how his voice got all rattly and he's like really passionate about it after he mentioned burying his child? Right? It's because this is one of the ones that has gone to this, just like a religion, to try to curb the pain. Then he gets his other child into it, and it's something that they
Which
can
you
focus
probably
on
don't know about.
to forget about the pain. Like, look, there's a plan, just like religion, right?
Yeah.
It's just a different religion. It's just a different cult. And this is going to take the pain away of my lost child.
Absolutely.
And then they all pile on, and we don't know if it's malice or stupidity. We don't know. We'll never know.
No. The stupidity is the fact that you can understand that when you are presented something, you are like everybody else. You automatically say, nope, that's wrong. Nope, that's bullshit, because I know everything that there is. I'm not going to take 2 years to try to figure this shit out. 5 years or 10 years. You're automatically going to come off and say, oh, you're bullshit. I know everything there is.
Can I ask a question? Pardon for just a moment. You said, just shut up for a minute. You said you've been watching Zach for, you said 5 years, right?
Yes. 5 years.
And then you also sent your 20-something-year-old son to go watch Zach as well. But you also said that you're broke as fuck.
Correct.
So if you've been watching Zach, then how come all of these numbers and sports things and all of these things haven't bode well for you in five whole years?
Again, because I am broke. Do I have the money to go? I have to make a decision. I have to make a decision. Do I bet on LeBron James scoring 33 points tonight, putting $10, or do I go to the grocery store and get $10 to put food on the table? Because that's how broke
You're
I am.
that broke.
No, are you surprised? Have you
But
seen what's going on?
essentially,
In the
though,
world?
No,
if
we're not
you
surprised
really
that
seen it?
dummies
hold on,
that
hold on,
wouldn't
hold
even
on,
be
hold on,
able
hold
to
on, hold on,
add
hold on.
basic,
Hold
change
on.
and stuff in a gas station.
Hold on,
Sorry.
Ken.
Have
Hold
you
on,
seen it?
Ken. Hold on. But then, like, you're speaking as though like this is almost religious for you. You believe in Zach.
No.
You believe in Zach and what he's saying, and so essentially putting that $10 on a bet, you should believe and stand behind it, right?
Correct, absolutely. But I have to put food on the table first in order to
But
do
if
that.
you put the $10 down,
Okay,
you'll
and
make
let's
your
say
money back and then
correct,
plus some
correct.
more if you
And
bet,
and
right?
He hasn't
let's
had 10
say
extra dollars
okay,
in 5 years.
yeah. So let's say I put $10 down on LeBron, just my last $10, and I say, baby, today's the day. LeBron James is going to get a triple double, and I'm going to put it on DraftKings for $10. And he sprains his ankle in the first quarter. Well, now I'm fucked because
But
I don't
wouldn't
need.
the numbers
So
have
I'm not
told
going to
you
take that chance.
Here,
But let me tell
I'll
you,
make you a deal. I'll
there-
make you a deal, 201.
Okay.
Since
okay.
you don't have any money,
Yeah.
I will make you a bet.
Okay.
You make a prediction about a game coming up. If you win, I give you $20. If I win, you denounce Zach and Gematria.
Okay, so give me a game. You look it up because I can't look
This
it up.
is your. This is your. I don't
That's fine.
follow sports.
Look up a game. Look up a game tomorrow.
All right, he
I'll do
doesn't
the
want to do
numbers
it.
within 2 minutes, and I'll give you who's going to win and who's going to be the player of the game.
He doesn't want to do it. I'm not looking it up for you.
Oh, well,
That's why he's broke. He doesn't want to work for the money.
Then here we go.
Yeah.
So then here we go.
Right.
You don't want to look up the research. You don't want to make the effort to look up the research to try to
you're
debunk
making
me.
you're making the claim.
Oh,
Yes,
I
making
stand
the
to
claim.
make the. I don't stand to gain anything. I don't get any money.
No, of
You
course
stand to
not.
gain
And neither
something
do
with
I.
no risk.
What
You're
am I gonna
lazy,
gain?
dude.
You think money's everything? But money must be everything to you because it's
Well,
not
according
to me.
to the numbers, it is.
Well,
if
it depends on how
10
you look
extra
at that.
dollars, if I didn't have 10 extra dollars in 5 years, I would be concerned about that.
No, I wouldn't be. Why? Why? Because of money? You think
Because you're a
money rules my
loser.
life?
Inevitably,
Money doesn't rule my
you
life.
have nothing to lose, right?
But yes, I have nothing to lose. You're right. You're absolutely right. But the only thing I lose is my kids go hungry at the end of the night, and I have to take that.
Why
into
don't you
factor.
care enough to look up the fucking game to get an extra $20?
I do.
Maybe
I do,
buy
but
them
what's
some
the point?
socks or something. I'm sure they need socks.
But why do I have to bet to understand that the knowledge is real? Because when my son tells me, "Damn, Dad, I put $20 down and I just won 500." Oh, that's awesome, man! You're.
I didn't think I
fire,
would
dude.
have to say this,
He
but you
couldn't
are
loan
actually
you an
more
extra
useless than
$10?
anyone else.
That's
I've met
that's
for
not
tonight.
saying that. That's not saying that he wouldn't loan me the money.
That's
But
right.
is it right for me to take money from my son when we're supposed to be providing for our kids?
If
Even
that
though he's older,
$10 delivers
he's in
20
college.
more, yeah.
He's in college. He's doing his own thing. He's his own man. He doesn't.
He's
want
living off
that.
them student loans, huh? How long has he been
Well,
there for?
I don't think he's living off the student loans because he got some great scholarships. He's not nidlet like you. You probably didn't even go to college. So
Actually,
he's
he did.
trying something.
Actually, let's talk about that.
No, he did.
You know what I mean? And
You're
but wait a minute,
you're
let
the
me
second
finish.
person
Let
to
me-
step into
let me-
that
let me
bullshit.
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I don't know why I would.
Zachary K. Hubbard has brought to light. The problem is,
Why do you keep
every
saying his
single
middle initial
person?
like you're his mom?
No, here we go again. The problem is that every single person in here did not find this code, and they know deep down in your heart, you know there's something there because there's always something there. We always know that there's something.
Can I point
going
out
on.
something?
We just don't know what it is. Zachary K. Hubbard brought
201.
it to light. He brought it to light.
I know
to
that
me
you're a
and
fanboy. There's a lot of
everybody- Wait a
groupies
minute,
around here.
Wait a minute. I'm not
Let
a
me tell
fanboy.
you something. I am smarter
Okay,
than you. I'm
go
richer
ahead.
than
You're right,
you.
go ahead.
I'm better than you. Why the fuck
Yeah,
would
oh,
I
yeah.
listen to
Way
you?
better.
Smarter
Way
than
better, right?
anybody.
Way better.
You're just a
Let me ask you,
fucking stripper.
because you have more money than me and you're better than me and you have the whole thing in the world, that makes you the greatest person in the world, right? Just because you got that bank account. Oh,
Nope,
Lord,
just
he's got that
smarter
bank
like
account.
Elon
That makes
Musk.
him so good. Why?
I don't.
Yeah, the
feel
same
it.
guy that's going to
That
enslave
makes
your
no
ass.
sense. It makes no
Neuralink.
sense. You're just pissed off because Zachary K.
Well,
Hubbard probably gets more money monthly
Can I ask
than
you?
anybody on there, and it doesn't matter. You know how much
Can I
work
ask
that
you?
guy
Are
puts
you
in?
part of his? Are you part of his Patreon?
My
Do you have
son
a
is. I'm not.
subscription?
I give him $1, but that only gets me so much. I give him $1 a month.
That's all you give
I
him?
never even heard of Zach.
I give him $1
before.
a month.
I never even heard of Zach before.
Yeah, it's true.
But I knew this shit was real.
Hey, listen, Hey, listen, dude. If you're really as broke as you're saying, I mean, no offense to Zach, but I mean, why are you giving Zach $1 a month if you can't afford?
Well, would you believe me if I said I was a millionaire? If I came on and said, "Oh, I'm a millionaire," and I still believe this, does it really fucking matter? It doesn't matter.
Well, that would actually make a difference if you said I was a millionaire and the reason why I obtained my millions is because I listened to Zach. Then we'd be like, okay, well, this is actually starting
Nobody
to make
said you're going to be a millionaire. Zachary K. Hubbard said, he teaches people to bet small and win big. He never said
I made $17 billion off of him jiggling his keys.
He never. Zachary K. Hubbard never
Hey,
says
you a
bet the fucking
fruitcake.
house because he understands the concept. He even talks about health. Y'all haven't even gotten to the health part of it and how he can teach people how to be more healthier, how to get your immune system up, how to have more vitamin D, more vitamin C with all this weather that we've been having. But nobody wants to understand that. Everybody wants to jump on him because it's Patreon, but nobody wants to see the work that he's doing when it comes to the Jesuits.
That's what I mean. You notice how these people give like
money.
700 points before they stop talking and you can't address anything? So what no, hold on. With all the weather we've been having, what weather specifically? Like, is there out of the ordinary weather?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is it
I live in
Illuminati weather?
Yeah. I live in San Antonio, Texas. We got to 22 last week. I live in San Antonio, Texas. Last week we were at 22 degrees. Today we're at 75.
Right. And during the pandemic in Texas, you had a huge ice storm as well. Yep. Not out of the ordinary. Not out of the ordinary.
No. It definitely is out of the ordinary.
That's out of the ordinary. And
you ever been down here?
That's really out of the ordinary. You're talking about.
Yeah. Whoever controls the weather controls the world. I mean, that's pretty fucking obvious. You don't see the chemtrails in the sky, or I guess you don't believe in chemtrails, right?
No, I
You don't
believe in all that
chemtrails.
stuff.
Right.
No, I believe in all that
don't
stuff,
believe in
just
the
not the
chemtrails.
stuff you guys are talking about. I have people on my show for years that believe in the lizard people that live under the ground, and there's trains, all that stuff.
Yeah,
but
so
not
because
what
of
you
that-
guys are talking about.
Yeah. Oh, so that's okay. We can believe in people that are lizards, right? But we can't believe in the
Oh
fact
no, we
that there's
still make
actually
fun
a
of them
code.
too.
We can't believe that there's actually a code.
So wait. Do you guys
It
make
makes
fun
no
of?
sense.
Wait, do you guys make fun of rituals and fucking blood sacrifices and child sac? I mean, because that's what y'all are really doing by making Gematria.
No, we're not. You know what we're doing?
I do.
You know what? I shouldn't say we because I don't bet like that. But you know what the people are doing? The community of Gematria, they are taking the money. They are learning the system. Zachary K. Hubbard presents you something.
You're
just
not.
Just like it. I know. That's what I said. I don't. But just like in school, when we were all in school being indoctrinated for those 13 years of bullshit that we never use when we come out, all they do is talk, and they preach. But I don't do that type of betting. Zachary K. Hubbard's like a teacher. He gives you the knowledge. He expects you to figure it out for yourself. We have to do the work. We have to understand what is going on. He's
That
not
sucks,
telling me,
but you're not
hey,
going to.
he's not saying, hey, Reyes, go ahead and put $50 down because LeBron James. He's going to say, look, here's your pop quiz today. You ever take a pop quiz in school?
Bro, do you ever shut
take
up?
a
Is
pop
your
quiz in
TED Talk
school?
over?
That's exactly what he does. But if you're not willing to learn the work
Been on
and do
this.
the work yourself, you just want something given to you. Just like when Trump and
No,
Elon
Flo,
Musk,
this is what
when Elon and
cultists
them give
do,
you that,
right?
hey, you're gonna
Just
love
like you
it
said
when
earlier,
Elon gives
right?
you that,
They just
that money,
talk
right?
and talk, and you love
no,
Jesus,
there is
don't you? He's going to save your
Well,
soul.
you're in the witchcraft.
On and
Wait,
on and on.
no talk.
Same
You're-
nonsense.
You're the same dude that has an avatar of fucking
No.
witchcraft, but you're calling
no.
somebody in the cultic.
When if you're seeing my avatar,
Yeah,
it's
you're probably
my wife.
part
I'm
of
a
a real
witch.
cult.
No.
Yeah,
No.
you're part of
I'm
a
a solo witch.
Hell
I'm
no,
a
I'm
You're
not.
probably,
wizard.
in the witchcraft academy. You probably counseling not.
Yes.
Who knows?
No.
motherfucker?
I ain't part.
No, see, I replaced that earlier because you guys were talking about magic. Normally,
No,
I have
we
a
don't-
different
we don't-
avatar,
This
which
isn't
is
magic. You know what's
Black,
magic?
black or white magic. Which one?
You know what's magic?
that's
Money
usually my
is
avatar.
magic. No,
Okay, dude.
money is magic.
This one guy's
Money.
been talking a little too much.
Money is magic.
the rest of
It's
us?
nothing. It's a piece of
rest of us?
paper. And that's the problem. And that's the reason why. No. That's the
I've
reason.
donated
That's
twice
the
as
reason
much
why
as you have this month, you brokey.
No. That's fine. That's fine. I don't. Hey, more power to you. Hey, keep doing it. Go pay
Less
your
to
taxes.
you.
Go
Less
be the
to you.
slave.
I did it
Go do it.
specifically to undermine you and make you feel like
No, that's
shit.
fine. You can undermine me all you want. You have no idea.
Don't you have any
where
pride
I am,
left?
what I've been through.
Can I
Cool.
ask Jack?
Hey,
Zach
you know what? I love being broke. I love it. You know why I love being broke? Because I'm free. Here we go. Talk over. I love being broke.
Nobody
I love
likes
being
being
broke
broke.
because it makes me feel
SSI
freer
recipient.
than ever.
I've been broke
I have
before,
a house,
and
we have. When I mean by broke, is that I can't go to Olive Garden on a fucking Friday and put it on my Instagram to show what the fuck I'm eating. That's the type of broke I'm talking about.
What did you
I
eat?
have a
What
house.
was your last meal?
I have
how
a
much?
house.
How much noodles do you eat?
What did we eat
That's what he
today?
said. If you can't afford some
Hang on.
damn,
I'm trying to
Olive
figure out.
Garden,
What did we eat?
like,
Oh no!
go
I
to
made pork chops. I made pork chops with macaroni and cheese, corn and
You
green
can
beans
afford
tonight.
to
That
eat
was our
meat,
dinner.
but not to give more than $1 a month.
No, yeah, $1. What's wrong with $1 a month to support the work? What are you
how much?
getting?
How much support is that?
Zach,
Zach, what do you do with $1 a month?
You're probably paying $10 for your fucking coffee and a $20 cup, right?
I
Every
don't
fucking
drink
day.
coffee.
Hey, Flo, remember the other day I was telling you about the general? Remember that?
Hey,
So-
it sounds
so
like
that's
you
the
need to be
problem.
Giving every penny you have.
That's the
You sound,
problem.
like, extremely
You
pathetically
see,
broke.
to me,
Not good.
what it sounds like
Somebody's
is
got
that
an
you have
echo
all
going.
you have all
Hold
the
on,
answers.
hold on.
That's the problem. He has
hold
all
on,
the
please.
answers
Hold
to
on,
everything,
please.
right?
Hold on.
Right? This guy has the answer
Jesus
to everything.
Christ, shut the fuck up. Somebody has an echo.
Is it me?
Well,
Did I echo there?
it's a feedback echo. So
I have headphones.
Is it me? Is it me? Testing
all
1,
right,
2,
I
3.
think we're good now.
ABC is 1, 2, 3. You know,
We're
pretty
good
easy.
now.
Okay.
It
So
was
that's
probably
the problem.
me. Sorry.
Everybody's pissed off because they're not getting what Zachary K. Hubbard is getting. And you know what? That man puts
$1 a
in more
month? Are you
work
fucking
than you've
kidding
ever
me?
put in your whole life when it comes to
I
trying
don't
to find
have a
out what the
$1 a
truth
month
is.
tier.
And that's the
I
truth.
don't want people like you.
No, of course not.
You don't
Why
want
would you?
people like
Why
that.
would you? Because you're right
You're a
and I'm
waste
wrong,
of
right?
time. You're
Let me
one of
ask
these.
you something.
You're one of these.
When was the last
fuckers
time you were
who
wrong?
comes up, gives $1 a month, gives absolutely
right.
nothing, and then feels like you did something good. You ain't doing shit.
No.
You're stingy. You're selfish. You're not
yeah,
contributing.
call me
What do you
selfish.
think? How much?
Yeah.
What do you
Just
think
like you.
Zach does with $12 a year?
What he does with $12 a year? Not a damn thing.
Not a
Saves
damn
the
thing.
world.
No,
Okay,
but
yeah, see-
here's the problem. The divide. That's the problem. This is what they want
No,
from
the
us.
problem
They
is
want
that
us
you
to sit
spend your
here and
money
argue.
on
That's
things we
why
really
we will
shouldn't if
never
you're as
have a
broke as you are.
movement. We don't have
Hey, Zach,
people
did
that
you
they
do
know
this?
everything. They know everything. We don't know
Did
everything.
you do
Zach
most
doesn't
of
even
this?
know
Hold on,
everything.
Rocky. He's still going
Nobody
off.
does. But I'm waiting
Jesus.
to give you my prediction. I'll give you a prediction. I told you.
Is
Look
this
up a
dumb fuck
basketball
still
game
going
tomorrow.
on?
I'll do the numbers in 2 minutes.
Dude, you
and
got
I'll tell you who's
$1
going to
worth
be
of
the player of the
airtime.
game. I'll
You got
give
$1 worth of airtime.
Look up a game. You won't do
I'm
it
not
because
looking
you
shit
know
up.
I'll put your ass in the ground with it because I will.
I'm not
I will
doing
prove
it.
you wrong.
I'm not doing it.
And you won't do it.
I'm not doing
won't
it
do it.
because I don't stand to win anything. I was offering
Of
you
course
free
not.
money.
No,
if you could
neither do
win.
I, because I'm not betting. How the hell am I going to win when I'm not betting? I'm
You
just gonna
realize that
prove
you
to
stood to
what's right.
lose no money, but you did stand to
Yeah.
win money.
Why? Why?
You could have
What
donated
what
that
is-
money to
What
Zach.
does money
You could
have to
done
do with
something.
anything, man? What does money have to do with anything? Because you have a nice background and you're wearing a gun on your shirt? Come on.
I am wearing a gun on my shirt. You guys are pretty
you are. I'm
fascinated
looking
by
right
that.
at you on the
So
TV. I see
you
it.
could have donated
And
that
so-
money to Zach. Is there nothing you could do with
And I
that money?
did.
Nobody you know could benefit from this money.
Yeah, no,
You're
like just
so
like you,
broke
right?
and
Just like
useless.
you.
are so
You wouldn't
broke
even
and
try it.
useless that you donate $12 a year to a motherfucker that you revere. You would suck the nut out of his dick if he told you to.
No. Why
but
would
you
I?
can only donate $12 a year?
Yeah,
What
you're damn
fucking
right.
good are you to anybody?
You know
You're
why?
Not good
Because-
for shit. Nothing. Nobody has any use for you.
Why?
You know that,
Why?
right?
Why? Well, what do they have
You
used for you? What do you bring?
spend
What do you bring to a
$12
community?
a year?
What
and
do
you
you
come up here
bring to
running
the
your mouth
community?
and filibustering the panel? You
That's
think
fine.
that you get this much talking time?
Yeah. What do you
for
bring to the
$1 a
community then?
month?
Since I
Do
don't
you
bring nothing.
realize
No.
how useless that is?
Yeah. Okay. Keep on. Come on. Because what are you bringing to the community? What are you telling your followers?
I have spent
What are they
twice as
doing?
much on Zach tonight as you have this month.
How? I've listened to the whole thing. All you do is talk over him like you're talking over me.
I just sent him a $2 super chat.
A $2. So what's the $2? You told me what $12 is going to do. What is $2 going to do? Why don't you give him $100 since you're some rich, high almighty AR-15 holding guy? What are you going to do? Give him some more then.
I gave him twice as much as you did. I don't even like the
Twice
fucking
as
guy.
much. I give him
think he's full
$12
of
a month.
shit.
You gave him $2 the whole year.
No, you give
That
him.
makes no sense.
You give him $12 a year.
$12
I
a year.
doubled your monthly pay.
Yeah, and you gave him $2 one time. Why don't you give him $12 then? And we'll be
I
even.
don't like the
Give him-
guy.
give
I
him
think
another
he's
10.
stupid, and I think he's a grifter.
Yeah,
You like
so you
the
won't
guy.
give him $10.
So you're
Who
saying
gives a
that
fuck
you?
if he's a grifter? What does it matter? He's telling you the truth. You
No,
just
he's
don't want
not.
to believe it.
He's not
That's
telling
all,
you the truth
because you didn't
He's
come up
taking
with it.
advantage. Okay,
You
look,
didn't
dog.
come up with it.
I
You didn't
tried
crack
with you.
the code.
I tried to offer you free money. You wouldn't
Okay.
take it.
And I tried to tell you, bring it
I tried
on.
to tell you that
I
you're
told
useless.
you, bring it on. Bring it on. You don't want to do it. You don't want to look up real quick. It's very simple to put NBA games tomorrow. What's tomorrow?
Why would
Wednesday?
Why the
Tuesday?
fuck
I don't
would
even know
I
what
look
day
it
it
up?
is.
Why would
Look it up.
I look up something when I only stand to lose? If you win, I lose. If I win, I gain nothing from you. You offer nothing.
But if you
Nothing.
lose, then
If
what?
you're this-
But if you
Look,
lose, then what?
You give Zach
Then what?
$12 a month.
Okay.
You wouldn't even help
Yeah.
yourself get free money on this bet
Uh-huh.
offer. The thing that I've heard that you did for your son is tell him to follow Zach. You are the most useless, air-sucking individual.
I'm
to
useless.
everybody in your life. Nobody values you. You offer nothing to anybody.
Yeah.
You're
So then
useless.
let me ask you this. If that's the case, why can't you give me a game tomorrow so I can prove you wrong and you can watch it tomorrow for yourself, or at least look up the stat and see the line, and I tell you exactly how it's going to go. What's wrong with
I'm
that?
not going to do anything
Of
for
course
you.
not. You're not going to
because
do
there
it
is
because
no
you know I'm going to
value.
prove you wrong.
No,
You're not
you
going to do it
offer
because
no
you know I'll prove you wrong,
value.
just like Zach
You're
would.
trash. Do
I'm
you ever
not
wonder
trash.
if people would be better off with?
I'm not trash.
For
As-
the
no.
record,
No.
it doesn't make sense what you're saying. He's offering you the ability to pick the game, make the call, whatever.
Yep.
And he's asking you to just give him that right now. And if it comes true, he'll give you $20. Like, I don't
And that's
understand.
what I'm telling him. I'm telling him
I
to
don't-
give me a game. I'm telling him, do the work, give me a game.
No.
Okay, you want me to
You're
do it?
making the money. That's why he's telling you.
No. I'm not going to bet.
go find
He doesn't
the
even have
game.
to give me the money. I don't want his money. I just want to prove a
Lord.
point because
All right,
money
I
doesn't
can't
mean
fight
anything
stupidity.
to me. It's not stupidity.
Yeah.
It's a reality. That's what it
This
is.
dude is so useless and resigned and
it's not.
selfish. He wouldn't even make free money to give it away.
Flow,
I don't
flow,
even want
flow,
your money.
flow,
What
flow,
do I
flow.
want
You
your
got
money for?
1 second,
And
dude.
you know what's
Flow.
funny? You know what's funny?
1 second,
I
dude.
didn't
You
even
just
get-
talked for 10 minutes. Shut up for a second, Flo. You got to cut that out as one of your.
I'm not.
Give me,
I'm not
give me the
saying
money
anything
now.
wrong.
Things of you arguing with
trying
this
to
guy over the
explain to you.
donations. You have to. It's going to be
Okay, I'll do
beautiful.
that, I'll do
Right
that.
up, right up, and even Sarah's part because he just didn't get it.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it because
Okay.
you're running from
I'm
it.
going to try to explain it. Sarah tried. I'm going to try, but I'm going to try in a different way because I'm. Wow.
No,
Because I'm
because
used to,
you don't
I'm
want to
used
do
talking-
it because you don't want to
I'm
be wrong
used
and
to
say, "Oh
talking to-
shit, I was
Sir,
wrong." Right?
sir,
Nobody
I
wants
can't
to
help
be
you
wrong.
with
Are you embarrassed by
issues.
these people?
No, he's not.
Can't help you with
Alright, so
your
listen,
issues
listen,
if you
there's
won't.
a
allow me
hundred
to ask
different
you
ways-
questions.
Why would
Sir,
he be
embarrassed?
There's 100 different ways
Why
you
would
can
he
look
be
at a
embarrassed?
scripted game.
Sir,
But I'll give you a
one
prediction.
second,
You want a
one
prediction?
second.
I'll give you one.
No, we're not talking about that. That's boring. We're talking about the betting
Of course, he
situation.
doesn't want to
So-
talk
I'll
about
give you a
that because
game
he doesn't
tomorrow.
want to
I'll
be
give you a
wrong.
game.
He doesn't
with the
want to be
betting
wrong. That's why he
situation.
doesn't want
With
to
the
talk about
bet.
it.
give you a
Hold on,
game
1 second.
tomorrow. That's
1
good.
second.
Should-
I'm trying to explain something to you. 3 people have tried to explain it to you now. I'm going to try to.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Flo is going to give you $20. You do not
I
need
don't
to
want the
make
20.
a bet. You just give. But okay, you
Fucking
just
tell him the
give
Lakers
him
are gonna win. Jesus.
the odds.
Yeah, you got
of
Luca.
who's
You got
gonna
Luca
win.
playing tomorrow, right?
They're
You-
winning.
Somebody asked
Fucking
if
give
he's
him the
going to go over
Lakers,
32
bro.
and a half,
God, it's
right?
so easy. Just give him the Lakers.
Yeah, no. I'm going to give him that Luca's going to go over 32 and a half.
There
He'll
you
probably have
go.
36.
Bang.
He'll probably have 36 tomorrow. But
All right,
I'm
so
not going to
listen,
explain
again,
to you why.
If
because
the-
you
hold
don't
on.
give a shit.
If the grifters
Yeah,
are this
36.
dumb,
You're right.
Flo,
36.
If the the grifters are this dumb, how dumb are the people that follow them?
This is the worst fan base I've ever seen of any.
Listen, these
country.
games are all double coded.
It's
unbelievable.
It's far from it. And you notice
They're all
how I didn't
scripted.
use. You notice how I'm not using any numbers.
I got a question. Are you Mexican?
Notice how I'm not using
Are you
any
Mexican?
numbers. I'm sorry.
Are you Mexican?
Can I give a
Hispanic,
prediction
correct,
for a
yeah.
game?
So here
tomorrow?
comes
some racism.
Well, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But
You guys want a prediction for a game tomorrow?
Don't panic. I'm Hispanic.
I'll tell you
know what I
who
mean?
wins and why they're going to win.
Wait, for tomorrow's Lakers match?
No. Listen. Tomorrow the Hornets will lose to the Warriors.
Okay.
Their
Well,
record
that's
right
too
now
easy.
is 14-42. Why will they lose?
43
Why
is
will the
14
Hornets
prime.
lose? You know
Easy.
what?
43
you know
is
what?
the 14th prime number, and
Oh my
that
God.
should hit.
You know
But
what?
You never
I'm-
know
I'm-
with this.
Okay. I'm willing to
People
bet
got
that
to
the
mute
Hornets
when they're
win
not
tomorrow.
talking because it sounds like Buddy's using an ice maker and stuff.
No. I'm willing to bet that the Hornets win tomorrow. There'll be a big upset. What's wrong? The Eagles won, right?
dude,
How
shut
many
the fuck
people
up.
had Kansas City winning? How many people had Kansas City winning the Super Bowl? I'm sure you did. Oh, Kansas City's gonna win, 3-peat, no big deal. Nope. It
Didn't
was an
Zach
ass kicking. It was an ass kicking. And guess who won?
Congratulations on being a sports fan and a pop culture
No,
fan.
it has nothing to
and a
do with
Zach
sports.
fan.
But that's what y'all attack Zach on because that's
buddy,
what
Hey,
it is.
can I thank Heidi? Can I thank Heidi for sending me basically an entire year's salary that Zach gets from this useless piece of shit?
Nice.
Thank you, Heidi. That is super generous. These are the type of people that I want around me. It's not you
Hey,
two.
Salt and Dusty. Notice Buddy revolted. You did make him change his shirt, but now he changed it back because he's like, Daddy can't tell me what to do.
Bro, you got to
I
stand
don't
in your
understand. My
square.
dad's
If
dead,
you like
so I
gay
don't
shirts,
get
then
that.
love those gay
But
shirts,
what I'm
man.
saying is that it's not Zachary, the Zachary K. Hubbard. Everybody can't stand the guy because the guy is making more money than probably 80% of the motherfuckers
No, he's
that
not.
are on
Not with
YouTube right now.
motherfuckers like you.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't give a damn if Zach makes $30,000 a
Guaranteed
month.
that dude
That
makes
don't
more
bother
money
me.
than all of you guys.
He showed
Guaranteed.
me the light. He showed me the
100%.
way.
He showed me the light. Oh my god.
That doesn't matter.
Is he the light, the way of the
Obviously,
truth?
money matters to you.
You're glazing too hard, 201. You're glazing too hard.
No. Money matters
You're
to
even
you, and that's
close
the
to the other
problem.
cult members,
that's
dude.
the issue. You're not
Yeah, he's
understanding the
fucking
big
pissing
picture.
me
Like
off,
making
bro.
it too obvious to everybody
Your
else. You're making
throat
it
is going to
Yeah,
be
keep
so
talking.
sore
Talk
tomorrow.
over it.
From all that
Talk
nut?
over it.
Not as sore as yours, 10th man.
Yep, trust me, I know about it.
Have you got lockjaw yet, man?
Talk
I mean,
over
come
it.
on.
Talk over it. Talk
Wah.
over it.
He
Talk
knows
over
all
it
the
all you want, but baby,
You
let me
haven't
tell
stopped
you
talking
something.
since
Okay.
we've
Yeah,
been
he
on
hasn't
this
stopped
out
one
there.
time.
Remember, he
You
literally
see the
haven't
numbers. You see, sorry, there's a plane flying. There's a plane flying. Hang on. This plane might crash. There's a plane flying over me.
That's rough.
Hang on, watch out.
Dick
There's
in.
another plane crash. Hang on.
This
There's a
guy's
plane flying
this
over
guy's
me.
filibustering to cover for Zach.
No, there's no
Did you see this
filibustering.
piece of shit in here?
There's no
man is a
filibustering.
gay
I'm
Canadian.
speaking the truth. I'm
Wow.
telling you what I've seen because I've seen them all.
You
I've
ain't
seen
seen
everybody
shit.
on there. John the Morgile, the Ghostbusters, name them, Gary the fucking
I've
numbers
seen it
guy.
all,
name
man.
it.
Can I be heard
And
right
all the
now?
other- I've seen
You
them all.
showed me. You
Jake
showed
the
me the
asshole.
way.
201 won't shut the fuck up.
Go ahead. Talk
For
over
real,
me
bro.
again.
Be
Go ahead.
quiet. Like, you've been going on for too long.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Richard was going to go, but he just left, so.
Richard Quinn. Richard Quinn's another
Yeah.
one, but he got left off. They left him off. He begged to get on. But
No,
that's the
he
problem.
was down here, buddy.
That's the problem. The problem is that people don't want to understand what's going on outside of the fact that Zach's getting money. Everybody's getting money. The
Dude,
moderator
he's not.
on here
He's
is
not.
getting money.
Both of us have
Andrew
gotten
got
more money than
from
he
this.
has during this.
Everybody's getting money.
Both.
That's not the point.
Sarah and I have both got more money. Zach's got the least
course,
money
'cause
since
it's
this
money.
of anybody.
It's money. As a
It's
matter of fact, the
because
last
of
time I listened
you.
to
Can
him-
I?
It's
Can I-
because of you, 201. You're
Can I
the
get 1
reason.
minute and
It's
I
'cause
break
you're a
down
piece of
another
shit.
another
you-
ritual?
201
for
will
you guys?
shut up. You can.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
go on. You've been talking way too much, man. Like
Go ahead,
literally,
go ahead.
nobody likes hearing you babble on for 5 hours. Like,
Well, maybe not you.
Sounds like
Maybe
you're gonna
not you.
cry.
Maybe
Even
not
us
your
in the community don't want to hear it, bro. We don't
Yeah,
want to
maybe
hear
not
it.
your
Here,
community.
let me
Yeah.
spark one real quick. So
ahead.
in this,
I'd rather hear 586.
in
Go
LeBron
ahead.
James' 17th season, he won the Lakers their 17th NBA championship. The word NBA equals 17. You want to take that from there, Zach?
NBA.
Well, again, it's just one of many correct future calls. He came over from the 17th state of Ohio on the first day of the 7th month. We told you that day that he'd win the Lakers their 17th championship in the 17th.
That very day.
There's a lot of rituals with 17 in the NBA. Look into Joe Biden's Secret Service name, John Havlicek. Joe Biden's Secret Service name was Celtics. John Havlicek, number 17, died the exact same day that Joe Biden announced he was running for president, 17 days after his own birthday.
Facts. That's a fact.
Celtics and Gematria equates to 46, like he was
These
running
some
to be number
barefoot ass fans, aren't they?
It's unbelievable.
Well, again, people are literally being murdered by these rituals. Again, that's why the songs exist. Gematria, the killing name.
Murder by numbers.
Yep. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the numbers are killing them.
It's a literal song, but it's just
Truly.
Here. Let me give you another one. So in LeBron James's 13th season, the real
you can't
King
keep
James
doing
from-
sports, guys.
The real
Literally,
King
you guys
James,
are
the
the
real King
dumbest
James
people.
from the 1500s became
No,
a
it's
king
facts. These
at
people just be going too
13
deep.
months old. LeBron James won Cleveland.
You
their
guys
only
have a
championship
life, bro?
in his 13th season. They were
Thank
down
Jesus. Shut up,
1,
Sarah has to
2,
make an announcement.
3.
Shut up, imbecile.
I don't have to announce for
You
that
people
one.
are so fucking retarded. It's mind-boggling.
Gary,
All
no,
right, hold on,
Gary,
hold
Gary, I
As
have
clear
something to
as
say.
day.
Would you
I
shut
mean,
up?
it's
for
Can't
a
get any
second?
clearer
Everybody
than
shut
what
up.
I'm saying. So listen,
Jesus
again,
fucking Christ! what part
LeBron
of-
James
Why
won
are you
Cleveland.
still talking?
Stop.
Pick him or put him in the basement. Jesus Christ.
Saskatoon, are you with us there, buddy? Saskatoon.
What's going on, guys?
Are you with us?
Yep.
All right. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm wonderful. What is 4 plus 5?
9.
9. All
How
right.
big's your penis?
201.
What does the number 201 mean?
Oh. Like in this Gematria shit?
You passed.
So fucking stupid.
I
He
like
can't
this
even
guy.
say it correctly.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
we get it. You don't understand. So I know. Humor's hard to understand. I get it.
And I have
Humor's
1
very
minute.
hard for you to
1 minute.
understand. And you're autistic.
I couldn't
1
find it
minute.
in Google.
We just
I
let
couldn't find it in-
201 ramble for 15 minutes on some bullshit. Let me get 1 minute.
Let me get my bullshit time in.
You guys are
All
giving me
right, go, and I'll
cancer.
go after you.
No, go ahead with your bullshit, okay?
Okay, so again, LeBron James won Cleveland
can
their
we
only
do something other than
championship.
sport, please?
Listen, in his 13th season, the real King James from the 1500s became a king at 13 months old. He was down in that finals 1-3. All 13 rituals with LeBron James, and again, they call him King James. So listen, King James equals 89. On the real King James's birthday, 6/19, he won the championship, and the Warriors had
Bye-bye. See you later.
Oh, thank you.
So the guy in the top right, see, you are a follower of Zach, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you not see with all these different kind of people who are following Zach that there's a pattern?
There's a lot
here?
of people out there that make the work look bad. Zach, it touches on these
But
folks
this
all
is
the time.
Would you see the patterns? Do you see the pattern though?
What pattern, buddy?
That they're all psycho.
All of them? No, I saw
Unstable.
a few good people on here from the community tonight. But yeah, there's a few bad apples in every bunch, you know?
Weirdo John. So I'm like, I've been following Zach for a while. I don't consider myself among these weird ass motherfuckers on here, like saying weird shit, giving the community a bad name.
Yeah, who's talking?
Me.
The W down there, the crown or whatever it is.
It's not John.
No, it's me.
No,
it's not.
It's the guy in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, me. Yeah, why?
Yeah, your mic's super low. No one.
This is super quiet.
Oh, is it? Here, hold on.
Also, perfect music, Sarah.
Is it better?
Much.
A little bit now, yes.
Way
Okay,
better.
all right.
See, we
Yeah,
actually want to hear the
I
dumb
ain't
shit
about
people
no
say.
book learning.
Wait, this whole time y'all could barely hear me?
No, you were good before.
Okay, all right.
No, make it the way it was before. That was better.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, I'm not one of these like retard followers that has, right? I
There's a lot of them.
Other one. But see, like
Wonder why.
Here's something that's not retarded down Wednesday, right? There's like very quick observation here, right? Here, I'm gonna post the link one more time. So this link is gonna take you to the video of the day that LeBron James passed Kobe in scoring, right? And that was against that was in Kobe's city. When he passed them playing the 76ers. Now, if you watch that video, that day was the day before Kobe died, right?
It's like 8 hours before.
Yes, 8 hours before. If you watch that video, so the interviewer asked LeBron, like basically his like how she like asked about like passing Kobe and like how he kind of saw Kobe and how
right.
If you watch that, it's only 4 minutes long. You watch that, and you see LeBron. LeBron is literally basically giving a eulogy. She just asked him, hey, how you about it?
Oh, they knew it was coming.
You see him like he literally was like talking about like Kobe in a sense as if he was already dead. And it was right. Like even to this day, I watch that video sometimes, and I'm just like, this is crazy.
Well, did anybody touch on the cartoon that showed Kobe dying in a helicopter? I mean,
that too. Which you know, funny thing about that, because that was on Comedy Central, and I used to watch that show when it was on Comedy Central. Legends of Chamberlain Heights. I used to watch that show, and I remember the episode. It was raining. So there's like some apocalypse happening, and so they're like the main characters are trying to like find safety. And as they're running, a random helicopter just crashes down, and then Kobe comes out, and then he was like, "Oh shit, it's Kobe Bryant!" And he goes, "Help me!" And goes passing the trophies. And
I've seen the video. I understand the conspiracies.
It's not a conspiracy. They fucking predicted his death. Literally,
it's not a conspiracy. It is technically a conspiracy. No,
it's not. Why did they show that in a clip? Why? Why did they do that?
No, you don't understand. A lot of these guys don't. A lot of these. They don't understand what a conspiracy is. They don't understand words.
Definition of conspiracy.
Okay, give me the definition. I'm listening.
It's predictive programming. Is what that is. Okay, that's predictive programming.
It's people conspiring to plan something and enacting that plan. It is not a false or true statement. That is not me calling it a conspiracy. Is not saying it's false. I believe in conspiracy. So you believe Kobe's death? You believe Kobe's death was planned, right? It could possibly be. I didn't need Gematria to know that.
It absolutely was.
I didn't need Gematria to figure that out.
Right.
So here's the thing. Now you can agree that there's that predictive programming is a thing.
I've done.
Look at 9/11. So many predictive programming.
I need Gematria to know that.
Yes,
not necessarily.
Could you agree? Could you agree?
I
that
know all the same conspiracies and believe in a lot of them. That's
so the point you guys do. Okay, I'm gonna let Dracula go, then I'll go.
Yeah,
all you're doing is
let me talk to this guy. Hold on. Dude, did you not catch the part of the show where they said that he actually runs like a betting website, and that's the whole point of this? Is that
that's why they can't stop talking about sports.
No, that's right, because they're trying to tie it in for the grift. You get it?
Yeah, and they don't understand it's a grift. They think
we're stupid. They think we're stupid
because Zachary knows these conspiracies and stuff like that. He uses the number to grift to his Patreon for this betting. That's how he makes his money, is the betting.
So, just a question: would you say that all higher education is a grift?
Absolutely.
Higher education.
Yes.
If you can pay to learn from somebody who has experience and then take that learning and benefit your life, is that a grift?
There's plenty of bookies and plenty of different people who sell like being better bettors or better poker players. Have you ever heard of the Nicky Matthew guy?
Infinitely better than those guys.
That's their entire grift.
You guys are trying to downplay something that is real, and it is about a lot more than sports gambling. We're talking about the murder of people that you guys think.
Okay, cool. How is giving you money?
A response to okay, cool that people are getting murdered shows.
Us giving you money.
I'm going to interject really quick. Do you guys know anything about like? Do you know what psionic viewing is? It's kind of on topic, kind of off topic. Do you know what like psionic abilities are?
Like remote viewing and shit like that? Yeah, viewing.
Yeah.
Like you guys act like we don't know all these different conspiracies and
we're all
we are all completely. We've been doing this for years.
What are psionic viewing?
We're just disputing the Gematria part.
What is psionic viewing?
No, I'm just
It's
saying.
a
I
remote
feel
viewing is what it's called.
I'm not subscribing to any of this stuff, but like you guys are going back on like forth about this being real or not. It seems that there are some pretty high up, educated, even military ranking people who really do believe in some of this weird ass like connectivity shit. That there is
like MS-13.
A consciousness that
How many of you guys ever had sex?
And there are people in the military
That's what I say,
who
yeah.
can tap into it.
Don't raise your hand over there in the Hawaiian shirt. I know you have
Dusty.
it.
Yes,
if I
It's
wasn't
usually
married,
the
I'd do 'em.
the first one to raise their hand is probably the one who hasn't.
Yeah.
Me.
Download Grinder, buddy. Dusty, do you really?
I'm not going out with gay people like you are.
Dusty, do you think that these guys talk to their spouses about this?
They're virgins, man.
No, but I'm just saying, can you imagine talking to your girlfriend or your boy, whatever, right, about this for 9 hours and 19 minutes? You're on a road trip, and they're going on about fucking LeBron James and the cartoon and 201 for 9 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah, we have to talk that long because they don't understand the obvious. That's why.
Even their blow up dolls would want to fucking kill themselves. Okay?
For sure, this is absurd. Listen, now I
those
understand
are
how my
flashlights,
husband
sir.
feels. Now I understand how my husband feels when I talk to him about like the conspiracies and Trump and stuff like that. I probably do, guys.
It probably dries
some of
his
you guys know
butthole right up.
Is this how I sound when I come on the panels and talk about conspiracy stuff? Is this how I sound?
Sort of, but not that bad. Not as bad.
You know me?
The lizard people actually sound more normal.
Dude, I think that lizard people thing is just all bullshit. But then sometimes I look at people like Mark Zuckerberg and I'm like, is he even a human being?
And Elon Musk.
Well, I mean, you do enough.
Or Jeff Bezos, like all
you do enough of those like super drug bullshit that they do, and
Yeah, like-
Adderall and no sleep and
Adderall
running a
and
$1 billion company, and being an autistic retard who has no actual like emotions or feelings because he's sociopathic. He's gonna act a little weird.
But
Who are you talking about?
Just like all those
talking about me.
Especially Zuckerberg and what's his name, Jeff Bezos. Those two, they make me raise my eyebrow when I see them all the time.
I'm not even sure those are real people. I think Zuckerberg is like phase 1 AI robot, and Musk is like phase 2.
I was just thinking about that yesterday.
No, I'm not saying I believe they're that. I am a little.
I wish you guys could have seen that perfect shot in the trash can, man. Nothing but rim.
That's Sumatra.
Nothing but rim on the floor.
Yeah. No, it made it in the trash can.
Yeah, but
Sumatra. Look,
but on the
empty cigarette
33rd day,
packs are not
33
especially
days,
aerodynamic.
33 days from now, you're gonna die, Flo. Okay, because you missed that rim shot. Okay.
No, I made the
Well,
rim
they
shot. Why would
predict-
you put that juju on me? Why are you trying to curse me?
It's 33 days. Okay.
You guys are
Let's
going a
check
little
the
too.
45 years
on
old,
the
I don't know.
34th
Okay,
day,
boys, we get it.
Okay, well,
But we can we all be in agreement that evil people run this country and run this world?
Yeah, obviously, but that doesn't matter.
And Zach's goal is to stop these individuals
By
That's
giving him
always been the
numbers
goal.
and giving him,
not a
give him money.
superhero. You guys
The
gotta
goal
stop
has
money.
always been to stop the people.
You're gonna
You
stop
guys
it.
should be embarrassed
gambling.
of yourselves.
Gambling by gambling.
Right, I don't think that his ways are maybe the best
Sarah,
way to do
stop.
it.
Pause. Sarah, go ahead.
By gambling. That's how we're gonna stop the big bad mean men.
I never said that was the way. I didn't say that.
Paying him money to
Well,
gamble.
hold on. Then Zach, would
talk over
you
Sarah.
say your gambling has taken
Saved Earth?
away money from all of these terrible people?
No.
We did put 5 Dimes, the online casino, out of business on the Lakers winning the 17th championship call, and 5 Dimes had to announce that they would not be paying out on the Lakers' future because they were bankrupted. That was back when I got views. About 1 million people were on that future. We put out 2 years before it happened.
That was just you.
Again,
Yep.
the thing is, though,
This sounds
you're
made
being
up to me. I
confident
can't
in
prove it,
whatever
but it's just
stop
an
these
instinct.
people from gambling.
Well, you can.
Again, we're going to stop these people by exposing the way they operate. Had everyone behaved like us, the scandemic wouldn't have worked. Had people behave like us instead of acting like
Five Dimes is still in business.
Platforms scared to use your own words exactly what they want. You can't talk about their most nefarious agendas, or you might get in trouble on YouTube. See, this is what you guys prioritize more than your own freedom in stopping evil. And then you
What are you talking about?
You don't think that more money improves your freedom, the quality of your freedom?
It doesn't stop the evil entities.
I just checked. 5 Dimes is not in business. I don't see
fighting tyranny and achieving freedom. Again, you guys really are the scum of the earth over here, and I realize that on my
we're the scum of the earth.
Hold on, let me polish that halo for you there, Jesus.
Dusty, so you know I'm Canadian, right? You know I'm Canadian. I bet
That is, you are the
these
scum
guys,
of the earth for that, though, for being Canadian.
All these guys are American, Dusty, right? And I bet you none of them know the 5 elements of the First Amendment.
Oh yeah.
You mean the 5 amendments?
I do know the 5 elements of the First Amendment. Does anybody on the
He-
panel
he
that
said what he
is
meant.
part of the flat earther crowd know what those are?
Give us the first 2.
That's the first time I've heard him even ask about that. The 5 elements.
They've never even heard of it.
Religion, freedom
That's what I
of
mean.
speech,
That's what I mean. They
freedom
talk
of
about you're
assembly,
not smart. You're not.
assembly,
You don't
and
even
the
know
right
the laws of your own country, and a Canadian does. Imbeciles.
Just like the 24th Amendment, right? What's the 24th?
Oh, I don't specialize in law. I'm not studying the laws
What's the
all day long.
24th? What's the 24th Amendment? You don't know.
Your
What does
mother.
that
You don't
have
know.
any
You don't know,
relevance?
right? Go. Wait.
What
Go
does that have
Google
any
it.
relevance?
Quick. Hurry. You're fast with the computer. Go
Is this
Google it.
201
Hurry.
again? I thought that he was
Oh
gone.
God.
God.
No.
You don't know?
No, but what does that have to do with the First Amendment?
Well, you brought it up. What does it have to do? Well, then you tell us. Since you
What
know,
does that have
since you
to
know
do
everything.
with a thing?
You know everything. Tell us. You know
So
everything.
are you talking about how it
No. Not how I'm talking about it. How you are. You tell us.
All right, I just
You
looked it
brought
up.
it up.
You don't know it, though.
You don't either. You're
I
just
do.
bringing up
I
bullshit.
do. I do.
Oh, of course
I
you
looked
do.
it up.
Of course you do. But you won't say it.
Other than you.
It's a law that protects freedom of religion, like freedom of speech, the press, right of people to peacefully assemble, right? Are those
Okay.
the elements you're talking about?
You
Right.
just looked it up.
Let's move on to the next one. Next one. Go.
What is
You
your
got
point
three
in
more, you got
bringing
four
up
more.
the element?
I know
He
the-
doesn't even. He doesn't
I know
even
the-
understand it when it's explained to him.
Yeah,
know-
but you're not
I know the-
explaining it.
I know the Second
not
Amendment is the
explaining
right to bear arms, but I mean, is there more to that?
There's no explanation.
that's it.
Zach
The right-
is
the right
running
to
a
arms.
business taking advantage of
Oh, here we
actual
go. So now we're
retarded
back to
people.
Zach. So run from it. So go
Zach,
back to
no,
Zach.
we're talking
Instead of
mostly
finishing
That's
about
your
why I
thought.
said that. I wanted to prove what was going on here.
So
Yeah.
prove it. Go ahead. We're waiting. We've been
This
here
is
9
crazy.
hours.
Just
Shit, go
did.
ahead. We've been here 9 hours.
This
Go ahead
is
and prove it.
crazy.
The floor is
Just
yours.
No emotional control, sir.
The floor is yours. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Explain
just-
those
I
five.
would,
You don't
I
know.
would talk to you,
Of
but
course,
you
because
can't
I don't. There you
understand
go.
me.
So
The Third Amendment.
since
you
I
can't
don't,
understand it.
Keeping soldiers
educate
in
me.
your house.
then educate
It can't
me.
be done.
Educate
You
me.
don't.
Free-
I
is
can
freedom
I can explain things to you, but I can't understand them for you.
You
That's
only
fine.
register
Can you
it if
imagine-
Jack
But
says it
educate
to
me.
you, okay?
So then
Dusty, can you
educate me.
imagine? You get a job down the road. It's real close
Okay.
to your house. It's like
Uh-huh.
$100 grand a year, and you're
Uh-huh.
a manager at a call center. And
Ooh, that
these are
sounds
your
nice.
these are your guys you're going to interview.
I hate them already.
But you're not explaining it. You still haven't explained the five that you asked everybody in the chat to explain, and you're
Yeah,
not
he
doing
never
it.
even
You're not
made
doing
his
it.
point.
So what's the point? Why bring it
Are you
up?
asking
What was
me?
your point? What was
I'm
your
asking
point?
whoever
Yeah.
brought up
Already
the
been
elements
made.
of
You
the
don't
5
know.
amendments. Bring it
I
up.
already
Buddy,
explained all five
Buddy said
amendments.
four of them. It don't matter. Just if you guys don't even know what the First Amendment is, and this is what you're spending all your time
And
on.
if you don't know what the
All right,
17th
panel.
is, what
I
does it
hope
matter?
most
Horrible.
of you light on fire and die and burn a slow, painful death.
I hope
I
you do
always
too,
will.
sir.
I hope I do.
yeah,
I hope I do because we all
I'm
gotta
gonna
die.
use my witch magic for it.
Hey,
Go ahead. But you still didn't explain it.
is that guy in the Pope hat? Is he actually Jesuit educated?
Waiting.
No, he just
Said he
reads.
went to a
manly-
Jesuit high
he just-
school.
He just goes. He just fucking reads Manly P. Hall and like every.
No,
other
I didn't
fucking
even read
retarded
Manly P.
occultist,
Hall.
Okay?
I didn't read Manly P. Hall. Don't read.
I'm not. I'm not talking to you. Not everything is about you, dude.
No, of course not. Why would it be?
Why
Because-
would it be?
because-
Why am I
because you
so
wanna-
angry
you wanna
for no
make me
reason?
look like
I'm
I'm un-
emotionally unstable. I just
No.
can't freaking
Little bit.
deal with it right now. Okay?
No,
I
because-
can't freaking
because-
right now. You just don't understand. You just don't understand. Okay? Because I'm doing things and I'm mad right now for literally
As
no reason.
king of
Oh, you're mad.
motherfucking
Okay,
YouTube,
good. It's
I
good to be
expect
mad.
I'm
everybody
making
in
fun of
chat.
you. You fucking
Hold
retard.
on,
good to
public
have that.
service announcement.
Damn it.
Please like, share, and subscribe to all these guys' channels, and also please donate to the Raging Tomato.
Okay, nice.
Still haven't answered the question. Running from it. Go run around.
Oh, 201. You missed your chance because I'm guessing that you're predicting that that Luka's going to score 36.
He is.
You missed it, bro. You were way too late.
Oh, I said it. I said it earlier before I.
I just wanted a moment of silence. Anybody else just want a quiet minute? Just give you a few minutes. If anybody wants to take a potty break who's backstage, now's the time to go so that we're not flushing toilets while you're hanging onto your phone on stream. Well, let's just take a moment. Yeah. Silence is golden, Mr. Boston. Is beautiful. We're gonna kind of reset here. You know, just calm everybody down for a minute. Yeah, I agree with you. It's really loud in my ears with all of these people like la 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 la. And it almost sounded like the Furby was on screen. Did anyone else pick up on that voice? Yeah, I do need a nap. All right. How are we feeling? We could keep going. We could keep going. It is 7 a.m. for me. My brain needed to wrinkle back up. Yeah, this is probably the one of the longer streams that I've done. Usually by 6 hours, I'm pretty burnt out. Right? So we're just gonna take a moment for everybody's brains to reset back to, default mode, factory reset, all of those fun stuff. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are you ready? Well, let's fucking rumble it back up. All right. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Oh, who was I missing? There we go. All right. Oops. All right. You're all back now.
I wanted to hear from Rocky. He was trying to say something earlier.
All right, go for it.
Rocky, did you have anything to say? You got echo, man.
Oh, that's the best part.
Right.
All right, can I say something then?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I was going to go back to LeBron James, but we'll take it to Donald Trump. We'll take it to Donald Trump for you guys. The word Trump equals 25 and 47. What is he? He's the 47th president in what year is it?
In 2025, right.
There you go. Right? So now, Donald Trump equals 60. What election was it?
60th U.S. presidential election.
There you go.
Good job. Good job.
Here's another one. Here we go. Listen. When was he elected president?
You could have gold
November 5th, like it's written 11/5, like the number 115. From the day he got fake shot at on 7/13 to the day of the election was exactly 115 days, like he got elected on November 5th. Again, if that's not scripted and that's just a coincidence, what would the odds be of that? Did you follow? Did everyone follow that? Did I say it slow enough, clear enough for you?
Yeah,
I need a whiteboard and some expo markers.
No, again, here we go. From the day he got fake shot at, now I'm sure you guys, well, I don't know, maybe you don't. That was all scripted fake bullshit. But from that day, 7/13, July 13th, to the day he got elected as president on November 5th was exactly 115 days. Like he was elected on November 5th. Like the number 115. Again, if that's not being scripted, what is it?
Bro,
someone answer me that.
Oh, I get you. It's all scripted, but
That's a coincidence?
201. This is why you broke. You sitting there smoking weed. What are you doing?
I was just about to say that same shit. I was like
no one
really?
can answer. No one can answer me.
Fuck,
that.
man.
Someone answer me that. You guys are so smart.
Oh my god.
Well, I agree with you, buddy.
No, I know. All the Gematria people are going to understand what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. Nobody else. So again, if you didn't need Gematria for all that, why did that happen like that? Why did those events take place on those days? Because of the ritual.
Well, 586. I think the goal needs to be more.
Every single day, bro. They do it
I know.
every single day.
I think the goal needs to be more stopping the rituals and less exposing.
Hold on. I don't know how to explain it any easier. Have you guys seen the movie Space Jam?
Yeah, it's one of the best movies ever.
Yes, okay. So who starred in the first Space Jam? No, hold on. Who starred in the first Space Jam? Michael Jordan.
Bill Murray made a cameo in that movie, and I love Bill Murray.
Who starred in
Bill Murray movie, guys?
Who starred in the second?
I really
Space
like The
Jam?
Life Aquatic.
You wake up.
Caddyshack was pretty good.
Dude, you wake up doing a bunch of numbers
Bill Murray.
until you go to bed.
Would listen, I'm trying to give you the most easiest layups I can. The word Space Jam equals 23 in the most pure cipher. And the
first Space Jam was definitely better than the second Space Jam. Didn't Kobe do the second Space Jam?
No, LeBron James did. In what number?
LeBron did.
And where's the number 23?
I just realized,
like
literally,
Michael Jordan.
10th man.
Too much. Too much.
Anybody know how to take turns talking? Do you remember back in kindergarten?
Yeah, that's probably when I saw Space Jam the first time.
Was that over your guys' head? Was that over your guys' head? The two main stars in both those movies wore the number 23. Space Jam equals 23.
My turn.
Yes. The only
What does
difference
that
is
give
that
you?
Jam 2 was totally trash.
And what does that
Should
mean?
never watch the second one.
What does that give you? Because they add up to 23.
Can you hear me?
The movie title equals 23,
Yeah,
just like
and
the
what does that give you?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay,
We're
Zach,
never gonna get
is
through
your main goal to make money, or are you trying to expose like the evil?
I'm trying to be like Mike.
I'm asking Zach a question. Can you shut the fuck up? Zach, is your main goal to make money, or is it to expose
What do you think
the
he's gonna
evil
say?
cabal?
The main goal is absolutely to expose evil. And again, for anyone who knows what I did, the first 5 years I was on YouTube, I had nothing monetized. I had no ads. I sold nothing. It was
Just like every other person who first starts out on any platform.
What's that?
Just like any other person who ever starts out on any platform ever. You start out with nothing and you can't monetize because you don't have a fucking audience until you get an audience.
had a much
And then you
bigger
monetize on the audience after you get the
I had a
audience.
much bigger audience than I have now. I could have monetized.
You said whenever you first started.
I said the first 5 years.
Yeah, open your fucking ears.
Open your fucking ears.
No one answered me about the
Again,
Donald
making
Trump
money's
shit.
never been the priority. I'm not a money-oriented person.
Exactly.
I do not like living in a world where we're lied to. Again, for me, it's personal.
Rocky, I like
was
the hat
just
change,
trying to
bro.
run
That's a
that
good
because
one.
Had I taken the military recruiter's advice the summer earlier, I would have been getting shipped off. He told me there's probably never going to be another war in our lifetime. Totally wrong.
Yeah.
All recruiters fucking say that.
Of course
Rocky,
they
that's
do.
a nice
Because
laugh.
No, it was the Illuminati.
They're deceitful pawns of the government trying to get all these young, impressionable 18-year-old dudes in there. Like, yeah, fight for your country, man. Yeah, you.
Here, I'll give you another layup, a very easy one.
We don't want
We
it.
can't do any more of these numbers,
We
man.
don't want it.
Well, you don't.
I'm
even
trying to
need
get you guys
use
to
numbers.
understand.
It's literally like
We don't. You literally don't even need to use them.
Listen,
These
And we're not
people,
smart enough.
these
We're not
people
smart enough.
expose themselves without using numbers. You know, you see them. You know, they cover their eye.
Yeah, you see it all the time.
You do all this shit,
And you don't
They're-
need numbers.
You don't even hardly need the numbers, but
Hardly.
The numbers are like trying to understand I think it's trying to understand
endless rabbit holes, endless rabbit holes that you get stuck in instead of
shut the fuck up. I'm
Let me ask you
talking.
one more. One
He's
more.
only an adult entertainer, and you're cutting him off. Let the man speak.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like I
wish
said,
it wouldn't.
I think it's just a encryption they're using to talk to each other. And if we can get in there and understand what they're saying, what's wrong with that? I mean, these other, they all this shit leads down the same rabbit hole.
You know they like tell
They're
you
all
what they do,
Satanists,
right?
You know, they're
They
all
like have
Satanists.
like the UN and
We're in
shit like that. They
Satan.
tell you what
Shut
their
the
plans
fuck
are.
up.
See, what we've been trying to tell you
Shut
that
up.
we agree with 90% of what you're saying.
Okay.
We just don't agree with the number systems.
That puppy.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey, puppy.
So let me give you one more layup, and then you tell me why.
Just trying to
One
hide
more.
secrets.
I'll shut up. Just one more.
It's just
Can we just hang out with the dog the rest of the stream? We like dogs.
Sounds good.
You know what this dog's name is? His name is Gematria. That's his name. That's his name.
Hey, I seriously hope you're joking right now.
His name. I'm not lying. His name's Gematria. He's only a year.
My cat's name is Genocide.
Oh, that's awesome. Even better.
What the fuck?
I love it because everybody loves a good pussy, right? Woo!
Oh my god.
Thomas Edward
Down
Brady
syndrome. All right.
equals 73. He went 7-3 in Super Bowl.
Bruh.
Think about
Really?
that.
They,
Just
they
think.
ain't gonna receive it. They're not gonna receive
You
it.
have a
So-
You're not gonna
logical
receive the
brain.
download, bro.
Here,
They're
586.
not
What
gonna
would the
get it,
odds be?
man.
Rocky,
What would the
were
odds
you
be
a
of that?
stunt double for Harrison
Just
Ford
answer me
back
that.
in the
Thanks
Indiana
for sharing
Jones
the knowledge
series?
with your son. I'm glad to hear he's doing well.
You know what?
What would the odds be of that?
How about let's
Well,
like
yeah,
not
but
do
what if-
numbers right now? Because I guess that's too out there for them. I mean, how about just like even just the narratives or just all the predictive programming? I mean, like
Yeah,
can people
like
see the
this
future?
10th man said, he said he agrees with 90% of what we're saying. That's what he said.
Oh, here we go. I'll give you one. Predictive
pause
programming. Here we
there
go.
with the dog,
20
bro.
seconds.
Pause.
Listen.
Okay,
In
go.
1999, the movie The Matrix came out, right?
Yeah.
Neo's passport, or whatever it was, his ID in the movie, it expired on 9/11/2001. That movie came out 2 years before that. Why was that? Was that a coincidence?
Yes, or the Simpsons predicting 9/11.
What about Johnny Bravo? 5 months before, it said coming soon,
that's the
and there was
part-
two
that's
fucking
the-
towers
That's
on
the part we
fire
agree
on the
with.
wall.
Yeah,
That's
Johnny
the
Bravo
part.
is getting a
They
haircut.
won't even
in the next
listen. They
episode.
won't
They
even
don't
listen to
even-
what you agree
Let me
with.
ask you this. Hold on.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I listen.
How do we know this wasn't manifested?
They're not gonna manifest 9/11 like that. All right, no, that was planned.
If I walk around a building all day long and everyone just so happens to be like the majority of people are wearing blue shirts and later that evening I'm out on a date and the guy asked me, pick a color and I picked blue, right? It's like manifested. How do we know
Yes, but
9/11
that's
stuff
like-
wasn't
that's
just
not the
manifested?
same
That's
thing.
not.
But what I'm saying is, like, are things happening because these fucking Illuminati numbers?
That's way too vague. We were
Because
saying
they
that
know the
extremely
script.
Exactly.
Listen.
It all sounds fucking
They
nuts.
knew
no matter which way you
9/11
spin
was
it.
going to happen at least back to 1968.
Well, what it actually is, my
At
uncle's a
least
time traveler, and
33
went
years
back
before.
he put that
Yeah, you
shit
guys
in there
gotta
so
watch
we'd have
the-
some clues.
The old movie.
I got one for 9/11.
Look up Illuminati
What's so bad
cards that
about
came out in
being that
95.
I got one for 9/11. On September 11, 2001, Flight 77 reportedly hit the 77-foot tall Pentagon in Washington, D.C. on the 77th meridian after taking off at 8:20 a.m. and crashing at 9:37 a.m., which was 77 minutes later.
Rocky,
I mean,
how
is
long
that a
were you in the
coincidence?
adult film
Is that a
industry?
coincidence?
So again, is that a coincidence
Is
that
it a
all those
coincidence?
77s equate
Yes.
to that?
And
That is a
Yes.
coincidence?
and to add to that,
Guys,
even with Kobe.
You motherfuckers are
You
mental
know-
midget retards if you
Do
think that's all
know-
coincidence.
Do you know what's a fucking coincidence?
That's the truth.
You know,
Shut up for a minute. Do
you know that correlation doesn't.
Shut up. Do you know what a fucking coincidence it would be if I was really fucking tired and I just said, fuck off?
We're all tired.
Good call, Sarah.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy booties, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2. No joy, Yashiman. Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashiman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. I'm on track yourself right goddamn now.